Wherever leaves dance in the air, there shall be fire ablaze. For 30 years, the wood industry has flourished. The Ninja Academy established by the second Hokage has endured through the years, continuously providing a fresh stream of talent for the growth of the wood industry. The foresight of the second Hokage has proven to be astute, while the leadership qualities of the third Hokage are equally commendable. The wood village has subtly emerged as one of the most formidable ninja villages. Meanwhile, within the walls of the Ninja Academy, the new arrivals, silence. The teacher struck the blackboard with force, causing a cloud of dust to settle. A group of pre-adolescent children sat carelessly at their desks, chattering about the latest gossip from their respective clans. That we have a new transfer student today. Come in and introduce yourself. The teacher called out to the child waiting at the door without further ado. Transfer student? The term instantly captured the attention of the children. The transfer student walked in with their head bowed, appearing somewhat dejected. Silvery long hair framed their ears, and delicate features, graceful eyes, and a petite nose enhanced their fair complexion, bestowing an air of beauty. A faint smile lingered on their thin lips, yet their demeanor betrayed a distinct lack of joy, leaning towards a state of despondency. Wow, so cute. Absolutely beautiful. The boys in the class erupted in cheers. What's all the fuss about? A boy with black hair and black eyes, dressed in a blue collar, turned away dismissively, though his gaze lingered on the newcomer. Look, Uchiha Ryuka is sneaking glances at the transfer student. A girl with fiery red hair leaped onto a desk, pointing at the blushing boy and mockingly laughing. Huh, you're blushing, the red-haired girl teased, watching Uchiha Ryuka's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Laughing uncontrollably. You tomato, what are you saying? Uchiha Ryuka stood up in anger. Tomato. Chili. Explosion head. The red-haired girl, infuriated, jumped down from the desk, shaking her small fists, ready to teach the arrogant Uchiha a lesson. Enough. Heiano, their new teacher, expressed his frustration. This was his first class, and he had not anticipated such unruliness. Teacher Heiano, that fool Uchiha Ryuka is bullying me. The red-haired girl shouted as she charged toward Uchiha Ryuka. Heiano rubbed his forehead and called out loudly, Kushina, sit down. After much effort, he managed to calm the rowdy children. He turned his attention to the delicate child standing aside and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. As he reached out to comfort the silver-haired student, he was taken aback by the sudden outburst from the child. The refinement of chakra comes to a close here. Teacher Emilia, feeling a great sense of relief, set down the book in his hands and exhaled deeply. Finally, having conveyed this crucial point, he gazed at the students below, who were engaged in playful antics, and felt a tinge of helplessness. The policy of enrolling children from prominent families in the same ninja school as commoners was indeed beneficial, as it bridged the gap between these two groups. However, it posed quite a challenge for teachers. The offspring of noble clans naturally possessed their own legacies. For them, the fundamentals of chakra refinement and various ninjutsu were of little utility. Wow, Hikari-chan. Look, chakra, Kushina exclaimed, thrusting her hand from beneath the table to showcase a thin, pale blue chakra membrane that materialized on her palm, an abundance of chakra effortlessly bursting forth. Generally speaking, to manifest a surge of chakra in one's hands or feet, a certain degree of chakra control was required. Such a surge was essential for performing activities like tree climbing or walking on water, with more advanced techniques resembling sage arts or medical ninjutsu necessitating even greater chakra control. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina possessed an explosive quantity of chakra, completely disregarding the need for meticulous control, manifesting it externally without concern for consumption. Hikari gazed enviously at the exuberant Kushina. Having been in this world for nearly a month, she had been trailing after him, exuding an aura of leadership as if to say, I've got your back. Since refusal was not an option, he accepted this reality. Arriving in the world of Hokage had left Hikari feeling anxious, but Kushina's presence provided him with a pillar of support. Rubbing his temples, he noted that the intense headaches he experienced upon arrival had significantly diminished. He could distinctly feel a remarkable surge in his mental prowess. If one were to equate the mental strength of an ordinary child to one, Hikari's mental strength was at least 5 and still growing. Perhaps this was a result of the fusion of two souls. The formation of chakra is a confluence of mental power and physical strength. At this moment, Hikari's mental prowess had far surpassed that of a typical genin, even eclipsing that of illusion-type genin. Yet, he lamented, why was he in such a feminine form? With a resigned gesture, he extended his hand, long and fair, with distinctly defined knuckles. In his previous life, this hand would surely have belonged to a pianist. As he attempted to refine his chakra, it wasn't long before he noticed a small amount of blue energy surging within him, easily succumbing to his control. Hikari found himself momentarily bewildered. The shift in his worldview left him momentarily dazed. The pale blue energy, responding to his command, spread across his palm, forming a blue membrane. Wow, Hikari-chan, you can do it too, Kushina exclaimed, standing proudly before everyone, diligently manipulating her hands and forming one seal after another. Although her speed was somewhat slow, her execution was impeccably precise. Teacher Amiya nodded in satisfaction, noting that achieving one seal per second was quite commendable for these children. He verbally praised Kushina. And Haru Kamiyama could distinctly see her vibrant red hair standing on end, seemingly filled with pride. Humph. Uchiha Ryuka disdainfully turned his head away, thinking that the technique was too weak to be compared. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze gazed at Kushina with warmth, secretly attempting to form hand seals before gently releasing his hands and nodding. Hand seals? Haru felt a pang of anxiety. Although he understood that releasing techniques in Naruto required hand seals, he had never practiced them. After praising Kushina, Teacher Ueno began explaining the hand seals to the civilian students, demonstrating the seals for the body replacement technique for everyone to see, allowing those who already knew the seals to practice independently while offering guidance to those who did not. Wow. A circle of people had gathered around Uchiha Ryuka, and Haru curiously glanced over, noticing that there were already 3 versions of Ryuka among the crowd. Body replacement technique? Haru was astonished. Was this ninjutsu? Was this what it meant to be a ninja? His perspective on the world of science was entirely overturned, and from this moment forth, he would step into the realm of ninjas. Haru-chan, look, I can use the transformation technique. Kushina ran over, transformed into Haru's likeness, and playfully patted him on the shoulder, causing the boys around them to gulp at Haru's sunny appearance. Taking a deep breath, Haru exclaimed, change back. After Kushina meticulously demonstrated the hand seals for him, Haru surprisingly found that he had completely memorized them. With a calm mind, he began to move his hands swiftly. Again and again, his speed of forming seals increased rapidly, surpassing even Kushina's pace of 1 seal per second, achieving a rate of 2 to 3 seals per second. Haru was somewhat astonished. His hands seemed remarkably suited for this task, moving gracefully like 2 white butterflies entwined in the air. A certain swordsman in black once said, I can go even faster. Haru mused silently, though his hands began to ache. Continuing to form seals might injure his fingers. Considering his young age, some of the hand gestures were quite peculiar, demanding a high level of control over the fingers and palms, yet for Haru, these challenges appeared trivial. He could perfectly sense his hands and skillfully direct their precision in forming seals. Body replacement technique. 2 identical Harus appeared beside him, flawless and without any discernible flaws. Haru? He looked up, realizing that Kushina had vanished, now arguing with Uchiha Ryuka at a distance, surrounded by a circle of boys. What happened? Haru replied somewhat flusteredly, caught off guard by the situation. The leader of the group seemed to be a tall, sturdy boy who looked nothing like a 10-year-old, but rather resembled someone 12 or 13. Hey, newcomer, I heard you're a boy? You don't look like one at all, ha ha ha. The tall boy laughed, playfully poking Haru's chest. He really doesn't look like one. Hey, look, is he really a boy? In this world, girls mature at an earlier age, possibly due to the stimulation of chakra. By their early teenage years, they already exhibit feminine characteristics, such as breasts. Kamishiro Haru felt a surge of anger and swatted away the hand that rested on his chest, indignantly declaring, don't touch me. I'm a boy. Although his voice trailed off, it was met with laughter from the leader and the surrounding boys. Haha. And he claims to be a boy. They chuckled. I am Mizukami Daigo, and in this place, I am the boss. Just call me boss and I want to make things difficult for you. At most, I'll have you run some errands. He exchanged mischievous glances with the other boys. Such a pretty boy doing errands for us. What do you all think? The boys erupted in raucous laughter, while Kamishiro Haru's eyes flickered with anger and fear. He realized he was outnumbered. Is this how it is in this world? Don't go too far. I'll tell the teacher. He struggled to calm himself, attempting to intimidate them with the mention of a teacher. What are you, a girl? You're going to tell the teacher? Mizukami Daigo scoffed. You say that once, and I'll hit you. Do you believe me? Kamishiro Haru bit his lip tightly, his silvery hair trembling slightly in fear. Hey, you lot. Just as Uzumaki Kushina. who had just finished a quarrel with Uchiha Ryui, regained her composure. She noticed the gang of delinquents surrounding her beloved Haru. She rushed forward, her fiery red hair appearing to blaze with her anger. Uchiha Ryui pretended to be indifferent but followed suit. Before Kushina could reach them, a golden figure dashed into the crowd, wielding a wooden kunai protectively in front of Kamishiro Haru. Namikaze Minato. Kushina was momentarily taken aback, but did not hesitate, shouting, "You brutes, get away. Don't bully Haru." Upon seeing Namikaze Minato appear before Kamishiro Haru with a kunai in hand, Mizukami Daigo's expression soured. He knew that this golden-haired boy was a prodigy. "You want me to back off?" Mizukami Daigo glanced at the boys around him, gaining some confidence. With so many of them, why fear him? Typically, a group of unruly children could not accomplish anything earth-shattering, but that was in this world. Not the one Kamishiro Haru hailed from. The logic of his world did not apply here. After all, how could a 10-year-old, even a mere genin at 12, defeat hundreds of enemies without repeating? The Shippuden arc began at the 220th episode, marking the start of a certain little blonde-ass rise. However, none of this concerned Kamishiro Haru, who was diligently studying ninjutsu, having never even watched Naruto. Taijutsu, wood style, straight punch. A delicate hand reached out, striking the wooden post with apparent strength, yet the post remained unyielding, while the hand visibly reddened. Taijutsu, wood style, impact. A green-skinned youth executed a spinning kick, inflicting 999 points of damage to the post, which shattered. Fire release, fireball technique. With a silver ponytail flying backward and cheeks puffed up, he expelled a breath, conjuring a small fireball that promptly extinguished upon contact with the post. Wood style, impact. Another wooden post splintered. Genjutsu, Narakuju technique. The post showed no response. Wood style, impact. Sighing after a long day of practice, Kamishiro Haru mused that perhaps illusion techniques were indeed the most suited to him. Due to his mental fortitude, his proficiency in ninjutsu was hindered, much like the earlier small fireball that flickered out easily. However, in the realm of genjutsu, he had already mastered the technique of Naraku's vision at an impressive level. The disparity was indeed quite significant. If only his body could develop further. And once his mental stability was achieved, he believed he would be able to wield ninjutsu effectively. Chakra, being a fusion of mental power and physical strength, posed a challenge for Haru. While he possessed formidable mental strength, his physical prowess lagged behind, resulting in an inadequate supply of chakra. Reflecting on his strength, he blew on his reddened hands. Nearby, it seemed someone was also training, frequently heard shouting with style, would impact, followed by the sound of splintering wooden posts. Listening enviously to the prowess of others, Haru felt compelled to discover the identity of this remarkable individual, yet each time he approached, he found no one present. Curiously, it appeared that this person only utilized the wood impact technique. What exactly was this wood impact? Haru pondered, as he had never heard of it. Taijutsu, particularly in the realm of wood style, was typically seen as a weakness, with the most formidable technique likely being the Flying Thunder God technique employed by the second Hokage, which involved a blade rather than bare fists. At school, they taught only a few self-defense moves, such as straightforward punches and lunges, nothing particularly challenging. Most skills were honed in the heat of battle against adversaries. Such was the world of ninjas, Haru reminded himself. Given his exceptional aptitude for illusion techniques, he resolved to specialize in them, lest he squander his immense mental power. "Hey, are you a little girl?" Just as he prepared to assume a defensive stance, Haru was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, I'm a boy." Mizukami Daigo appeared equally confused, addressing the young subordinate who had just spoken. "Oh, my apologies, it's a habit." The boy with bleached hair nodded, then turned menacingly to Haru. "Hey, brat." Before he could finish, the blonde turned back. "Mizukami, this brat is a girl. How could he possibly be a boy?" Haru felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this blonde nuisance. Losing a battle was acceptable, but the blonde had to be vanquished. Speaking of blondes, wasn't there one who saved him last time? Namikaze Minato. Haru quietly uttered the name, recalling the comfort that individual had instilled in him. "Last time. That guy saved you. This time, let's see who can assist you." "Stay away," Mizukami Daigo declared, dismissing the foolish blonde. Some matters were better handled personally, especially when it came to intimidation. Approaching Haru, Daigo clenched his fist, his physique towering over his peers, making him all the more imposing in the narrow alley. He grinned wickedly as he neared Haru, reveling in the delightful sensation of making such a charming boy tremble beneath his fist, eager to fulfill his every demand. He's rather handsome, Daigo mused, but it's fine. It's inappropriate to strike a girl, yet boys can brawl without consequence. The corners of his mouth curled into a wider grin. Your next words should be cries for help, scream until your throat is raw. And no one will come to your aid. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the boy before him, bright and melodious, even possessing a sweet resonance. Call out. Scream until your throat is raw, yet no one comes to your aid? Mizushima Daigo opened his mouth and uttered the exact same words. What is happening? Mizushima Daigo felt a surge of panic, but quickly regained his composure and swung a fist towards the silver-haired boy who was smiling at him. How dare you mock me? This punch was powerful and fierce. Mizushima Daigo had practiced the my straight punch thoroughly, and it struck the air with immense force, causing him to stumble slightly. What is going on? Mizushima Daigo was bewildered, as Tar Haruki stood right before him, close enough to touch his chest. No. He could easily land a punch on his face. Enraged, Mizushima Daigo swung his fist again, but it met only empty air. After several futile attempts, he began to pant. While Tar Haruki remained motionless in front of him, a smile gracing his beautiful face. How infuriating. It seemed he was being underestimated. Mizushima Daigo lunged forward recklessly. But Tar Haruki appeared startled, retreating just in time. Yet, he could not escape. Mizushima Daigo seized him firmly. Got you. Is that a clone technique? No. Why are you surrounded again? Do you have a tendency to get cornered by the unscrupulous? A golden figure appeared before Tar Haruki, accompanied by the sound of two bodies hitting the ground, blocking Mizushima Daigo's hand. Minato Namikaze? Just call me Minato. The blonde, no, golden-haired, figure turned around and smiled gently. Then, he fixed a sharp gaze on Mizushima Daigo and coldly stated, Mizushima Daigo, you have gone too far. You again? Do you have feelings for her? Did you already know that Tar Haruki is a girl? Mizushima Daigo was taken aback, then fiercely retorted. She? A girl? Tar Haruki? Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned. Do I like her? Turning his head to scrutinize the delicate face, the silver hair, the high ponytail, and the faint blush of urgency on her cheeks. He pondered that she was rather adorable, yet still not as charming as Kushina. Minato Namikaze nodded, conceding, if I must say, I suppose I do have feelings for her. Yes. Minato smiled warmly. I do like Tar Haruki. Huh. Tar Haruki was bewildered. Wait, what is going on? Let me process this. Minato likes me. I'm a boy and Minato is also a boy. Has he turned? No, that can't be right. He likes Kushina, of that I am certain. Did my gender change without me noticing? Tar Haruki instinctively shuddered. No, that is not possible. My little brother is still here. He touched his chest. Everything seemed normal. So why does he like me? No, stay calm. For now, let us find a time machine and see if we can revert Minato's orientation. Just as Tar Haruki was about to search for a trash bin in hopes of finding a time machine, Minato continued, as long as you are my friend, my companion, I cherish you all. I hold deep affection for everyone in my. What I detest are those who harm the ones I care about. At this moment, although Minato Namikaze is still young, he exudes an undeniable aura. The woodlands have provided me with so much. It is my most cherished place, and I am determined to protect it, as well as the people and things I hold dear. Uchiha Itachi gazes blankly at the boy before him, who is of similar height. Could this be Minato Namikaze, the future Fourth Hokage? You've gone too far, Mizuko Daigo. A fleeting coldness flickers in Minato's eyes as a golden streak swiftly closes the distance, his fist landing squarely on Mizuko Daigo's face, sending him flying into his group of lackeys. What do you have to say now, Mizuko Daigo? A wooden kunai appears under his chin, pressing firmly against his neck. And where is Kushina? Me? Just idling away and waiting for death. What a lofty aspiration. Indeed. I think so too. Ha ha. Uchiha Itachi and Kushina laugh and jest. And before they know it, night has fallen. Once the trio disperses, a man appears, smoking a pipe, wearing a straw hat and a ceremonial cloak. In the place where leaves dance, fire burns, you tender sprouts are what I yearn to protect most, the true treasures of the woodlands. 31 years of the woodlands. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all of you on your graduation from the Ninja Academy. Teacher Yumino's eyes brim with tears. A testament to his emotions for this land and for this group of rascals finally graduating. The graduation examination includes the body flicker technique and the release of basic ninjutsu. With a year of experience under his belt, Uchiha Itachi considers these tasks mere trifles, boasting that he has already mastered higher-level ninjutsu. The small fireball technique is long obsolete. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yes, it has evolved from a small fireball to a great fireball, from the size of a fist to that of a watermelon. Alas, the lack of strength is truly daunting, as Uchiha Itachi finds himself lost in thought. Typically, graduation ceremonies involve teachers rambling on for ages, so he decides to treat it as a break. When it comes to illusions, Uchiha Itachi scoffs, declaring that those who rely on genjutsu are weaklings. I am the strongest in all of the woodlands when it comes to genjutsu. However, he is unaware that he cannot yet master the second Hokage's shadow clone technique, nor does he know of its existence. Youthful ignorance and fearlessness are indeed a blessing. Genjutsu, fantasy manipulation. Uchiha Itachi silently casts a genjutsu beneath the desk, resting his head on the table. To the onlookers, especially teacher Umino, who is not particularly formidable, he appears to be diligently listening. His silver-white ponytail drapes over his cheek. After Kushina styled his hair this way, he has grown accustomed to tying it back with a hair tie. Meanwhile, Kushina still wears her long hair down, securing only her bangs with a small clip, her fiery red hair reflecting her equally fiery personality. Wonderful. I can finally leave the Ninja Academy and become a true ninja, Kushina exclaims joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Teacher Umino sighs as he watches the exuberant Kushina, pondering how she will handle assassination missions in the future. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Kushina will never have the opportunity to undertake such ordinary tasks again. Uchiha Itachi sighs, wondering if he is truly ready to face the real world of ninjas. In the realm of the Ninja Academy, the challenges may seem trivial, yet the world beyond is far more brutal. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not presume that graduation signifies your transformation into a true ninja. Before you can embrace that title, you must endure under the guidance of Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hat upon the table, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed out the window. This wooden legacy left by my master is an immense burden for one to bear alone. What are you saying? You're still quite young, Jiraiya retorted nonchalantly, reclining with his legs crossed, fiddling with his fingers. Ah, how swiftly time passes. I often find myself envisioning the first Hokage wandering through the village and the second standing before me, commanding the umbu with such grace. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya fell silent. The expansive village had transformed under the diligent stewardship of the third Hokage after the demise of the second. You refuse to share this burden, huh? How about you take up the mantle of Hokage next? Hiruzen turned his gaze away, chuckling as he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly waved his hand. No thank you. You know me well. The heart of Jiraiya cannot be confined by the title of Hokage. My affections belong to all the beautiful women of the world. Such nonsense. Just admit your laziness, Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. Approaching 40, he felt the pangs of unease at the prospect of having no successor among his 3 disciples. The one he held in highest regard, Jiraiya, was unwilling to take on the role. Tsunade seemed distracted, and it appeared she had recently begun a romantic relationship. Orochimaru, with his dark disposition, was hardly suitable. Then there was Kakashi Hitaki. Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, releasing a plume of smoke as he shook his head. Kakashi's temperament was too harsh, his ambition formidable, yet he lacked the gentility required for a leader. At that moment, a golden light flashed in his mind. Minato Namikaze? A promising candidate indeed, motivated by a desire to protect those he loves and to safeguard the village, truly the embodiment of the will of fire. Hokage-sama. An umbu suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. Speak, Hiruzen commanded. The time has come, as per Lady Kushina's instructions. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, rising in surprise. His gaze filled with concern as it darted towards Hiruzen. Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was a name he could not forget. It is indeed time. With a wave, Hiruzen instructed the umbu to prepare accordingly. He donned his hat and turned to exit the Hokage's office, making his way towards where Kushina awaited. Jiraiya, go gather Team 7. Team 7. Our Uchiha allies should also make their presence known, lest they feel isolated. Before you officially become Team 7, you must first pass a test devised by yours truly. Jiraiya chuckled with mischievous delight. Meanwhile, a shadow clone of Jiraiya focused intently on the battle against Uchiha Ryuhi. The clone trembled slightly, allowing Ryuhi to seize the opportunity and strike his shoulder, quickly restoring his composure. Impressive genjutsu. You managed to momentarily disorient me, Jiraiya remarked, his attention riveted on Uchiha Ryuhi. This child possessed an exceptional talent for illusions, though regrettably, he was a boy. TSK. Does the exceptional talent for illusion have any correlation with being male? What thoughts occupy your mind? A chill ran down the spine of Ueda Haru as he sensed the palpable malice emanating from the tree. He glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Yet an inexplicable shiver coursed through him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards Jiraiya's shadow clone. After Uchiha Ryuka repelled the shadow clone with a swift punch, he quickly formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu. Oh, well timed, Jiraiya praised. As the shadow clone swiftly executed a substitution technique, causing a wooden post to shatter under the impact of Uchiha Ryuka's fireball. While Jiraiya's shadow clone appeared on the opposite side. TCH, you're still too inexperienced. Just as the shadow clone's words fell, a voice exclaimed, wind release. Breakthrough. A fierce gale swept in. Although it was a jutsu of a certain rank, it flawlessly fulfilled its supportive role. While the great fireball technique is indeed a jutsu of considerable rank, it continued to advance a bit further after shattering the shadow clone's substitute post, resulting in a diminished power level. If a great breakthrough were employed at this juncture, it would merely extinguish the fireball. Wind can both stoke flames and quench them. I must admit, the practical application and judgment displayed in this wind release breakthrough were remarkably astute. The enhanced fireball abruptly changed direction, hurtling towards Jiraiya's shadow clone. At this moment, employing a substitution technique would be futile. The shadow clone quickly retreated, hoping to evade the fireball's onslaught through sheer speed. However, his steps faltered momentarily. Genjutsu. Illusion manipulation. From the perspective of Jiraiya's shadow clone, an unexpected stone appeared beneath his feet, tripping him up. Yet, the sensation conveyed by his body revealed that there was no stone. This was an illusion. The timing of the genjutsu was impeccable. Moreover, this unfamiliar illusion. Could this young girl, or rather, this young man, be a prodigy? Jiraiya was taken aback. The shadow clone hesitated only briefly before quickly regaining composure, using one hand to dispel the illusion and retreat. Just then, Kanai suddenly materialized behind him, completely blocking his escape route. Not good. Jiraiya's shadow clone thought with a wry smile. He turned to face the threat, crossing his arms defensively, chakra enveloping his body as he braced himself against the Fourth Hokage. Before dashing forward, by the way, we haven't introduced ourselves, have we? Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, his white hair resembling an exploding hedgehog as he regarded the three genin before him, clicking his tongue in amusement. Naruto Uzumaki. My chakra affinity is wind. I excel in ninjutsu. I have a fondness for woodworking, and I detest those who destroy things I cherish. Naruto instantly grasped Jiraiya's meaning and smiled gently. With Naruto breaking the ice, Uchiha Ryuka confidently introduced himself as well. Uchiha Ryuka, my affinity is fire. I excel in various techniques, nothing particularly special. I simply dislike those who surpass me. Uchiha Ryuka's gaze flickered between Ueda Haru and Naruto, making a dismissive sound before turning away. Hey, is it my turn now? As Shang Tiaoqing noticed the attention of her peers, her ponytail danced in the breeze as she spoke. I haven't tested my chakra nature, but I suppose I excel in illusion techniques. I have a fondness for woodwork and sweet dumplings, and I can't say I have any particular dislikes. At that moment, Shang Tiaoqing radiated warmth, her smile pure and untainted, akin to a delicate white cloud, with her silver hair flowing gracefully in the air. Jiraiya-sensei, what about you? As Buffing Shuemin observed that the others had finished their introductions, he shifted the conversation towards Jiraiya. Me? Do I still need to introduce myself? Very well. Pay attention. Jiraiya hesitated for a brief moment before striking a pose, his arms wide open as he tossed his hair with flair, declaring, I am the unrestrained, unparalleled genius. The one and only Jiraiya. Clearly, he had practiced this at home. After all, it was he who had suggested the idea of self-introductions. Shang Tiaoqing leaned in closer to the two and whispered, we were just waiting for this moment, right? Shuemin, you are too kind to him. Wolfing Shuemin smiled gently, while Uchiha Liuhua nodded solemnly, casting Jiraiya a look reminiscent of disdain. Shall we take a photograph to commemorate this moment? Thus, a group photo materialized in the hands of everyone present, with Jiraiya tousling Uchiha Liuhua's hair, Wolfing Shuemin grinning beside them, and Shang Tiaoqing in the forefront, making a gesture of exasperation, although the sweet smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. Simultaneously, a photo for the ninja handbook was snapped, capturing Shang Tiaoqing's smile, as radiant as the clearest sky, her silver hair flowing naturally in the wind, one hand embracing her cascading locks, embodying a serene moment in time. This was the Shang Tiaoqing of her early days as a genin, just stepping into the harsh world of ninjas. compared to the timid and fragile newcomer she once was. With the companionship of Kushina and bluffing Shuemin, she had gradually acclimated to her surroundings. Had she also grown accustomed to the fact that she was somewhat androgynous? Shang Tiaoqing puffed her cheeks. Absolutely not. Delete that. How delightful indeed. At Training Ground 7. The atmosphere was far more vibrant than before. Ah, enough of this rubbish. Uchiha Yohua exclaimed, swiftly wielding a broom to gather the litter strewn across the street. Bluffing Shuemin merely smiled, diligently sweeping the ground, while Shang Tiaoqing bore no complaints. Her physical condition was rather poor, and engaging in such labor could serve to strengthen her body. The morning passed swiftly, and the 7th team finally completed their first level task. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Here, this is a reward of 5,000 Rio. Go treat yourselves to something nice. An elderly lady produced 5,000 Rio from her small purse and placed it in Bluffing Shuemin's hands. It's nothing. See you next time. Bluffing Shuemin politely acknowledged the lady before returning to the two resting beneath a tree, bringing with him 3 bottles of water. You must be tired, right? TCH. What a boring task, Uchiha Lyohua retorted, accepting the water and gulping it down, leaning against the tree, lost in thought. Thank you. Shang Tiaoqing said as she took the water, twisted open the cap, and drank deeply, finally exhaling after a while and setting the bottle down. Noticing that both had finished their water, Bluffing Shuemin glanced at the scroll in his hand and softly remarked, We've only completed 1 level task this morning. Jiraiya-sensei's goal for us is 5 today. We need to pick up the pace. He wouldn't be deliberately making things difficult for us, would he? 5 tasks a day? Uchiha Ryowo gazed incredulously at Namikaze Minato. Far atop the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya sneezed. Those 3 little rascals must have completed quite a few tasks by now. Ah. Back in the days when I undertook rank missions alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, it was truly a struggle. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ryuo remained silent. This time, due to his physical condition, Kamizuki Akira had lagged considerably. Ryuo said nothing, merely quickening his pace to clean up, while Minato stealthily swept the debris in front of him into his own pile. I cannot continue to be coddled by the two of them, watching their retreating figures. Kamizuki Akira, a boy with a sense of pride, was certainly not someone who could be treated like a dependent girl, despite his resemblance to one. Let us pick up the pace. Minato mused, feeling that failing to meet Jiraiya-sensei's expectations would be quite embarrassing. Akira and Ryuo nodded, unaware that the 5 tasks were merely a fabrication of Jiraiya's imagination. Typically, a freshly graduated genin was expected to complete 2 rank missions in a day. In truth, rank missions were excellent for physical training, particularly for Akira, whose stamina seemed rather lacking. Such deficiencies could easily lead to disadvantageous situations on the battlefield. Jiraiya, reveling in his covert observation, contemplated their respective situations. For Minato, Akira, you're in charge. Ryuo understood. The 3 exchanged glances and dispersed. The moonlight gradually emerged from the clouds, lazily cascading over the village hidden in the leaves in the land of fire. A serene atmosphere enveloped the village, and the weather today was perfect for slumber. Lost in thought, Akira perched in a tree, intently watching the watermelon field, which inexplicably prompted a yawn. After a long day, he planned to rest well after completing this final task, and perhaps indulge in a relaxing bath. Akira, what are you pondering? A voice suddenly materialized beside him, startling him nearly to the brink of falling from the tree. Am I truly that frightening? Minato reached out to steady him, squinting as he focused intently on the watermelon patch. What captivates your thoughts so deeply? Akira exhaled in relief and rolled his eyes, just musing about a certain irresponsible teacher who has vanished. Minato chuckled softly, saying nothing further, merely turning back to Akira, his serene gaze illuminated by the moonlight, his golden hair still radiant in the night. Hey, what are you two up to? Uchiha Ryuo's voice suddenly called out, causing Akira to feel slightly embarrassed as he turned back to the watermelon field, only to notice several watermelons shifting unexpectedly. With a swift reaction far surpassing Akira's, Minato hurled a kunai, aiming for the disturbance. Squeak! The kunai missed its mark, and a shadow darted out from the field, evoking an uncanny sensation under the moonlight. Akira steadied himself and peered into the distance. The shadow resembled a small dog, with stout limbs and a somewhat plump figure. Under the moonlight, the creature's fur shimmered in a silvery gray hue, quite captivating. Its front and hind paws bore sharp black-brown claws that could inflict wounds upon contact. Kakashi Hitaki regarded the small beast with a serious demeanor and remarked, though it appears somewhat clumsy, its speed is remarkable. Indeed, The creature had evaded Kakashi's thrown shuriken, a testament to its strength, as his shuriken-throwing technique had long surpassed that of a mere genin, showcasing his unique style. Beneath the moon's glow, the little beast suddenly let out a cry, its claws resting upon a watermelon, exuding an air of arrogance. Uchiha Ryu and Kakashi fell into silence, observing this boastful creature, pondering the source of its confidence. Perhaps it was Ms. Liang. "This fellow is astonishing," exclaimed Haru Kamizato. "Enjoying watermelons and roaming under the moonlight. Doesn't he that resemble the creature from our elementary textbooks? What is wrong, Haru? Do you recognize this animal?" Time progressed slowly, akin to a colossal wheel crushing everything in its path, leaving no one or nothing to survive beneath it. Haru often found himself reflecting on how he had acclimatized to the world of ninjas, engaging in morning runs, practicing hand signs, refining chakra, and completing missions, all while witnessing his abilities steadily solidifying and improving, filling him with an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Perhaps it was the absence of smartphones and computers that contributed to this feeling. As the weather gradually turned colder, November approached. In the 31st year of the Wood Era, at the end of the year, within the confines of Training Ground 7, Ryu languidly squatted to the side. The 7th team had developed a seamless synergy, with Kakashi as the core commander, Ryu launching casual attacks, while Haru provided support. All three had attained the strength of Chunin, particularly Kakashi, who, in Jiraiya's eyes, had already become a perfect Chunin, excelling in strength, leadership, and even possessing a keen sense of the bigger picture. It seemed that the third Hokage also held high hopes for this child. There is no rush today," Jiraiya mused, observing the trio of prodigies who had swiftly matured without his guidance. He reached out, intending to ruffle Haru's hair, only to have the latter evade him. "What are you doing? Stop dawdling." Haru scowled at the often hair-rubbing pervert, thinking he was developing a conditioned response. Jiraiya smacked his lips, reacting quickly. "It's nothing. You three are quite capable now. Once this mission concludes, I'll take you to participate in the Chunin exams." The Chunin exams? The trio's attention immediately sharpened. After enduring months of low-level missions, anyone would feel weary. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Kushina in a while. Where has she gone? Haru suddenly recalled the fiery-haired girl. Noting her absence had rendered the atmosphere rather dreary. Jiraiya's mouth twitched awkwardly as he responded, "Kushina? She's learning under Lord Minato Uzumaki. You need not worry." As the prospective next host of the Nine Tails, it was perhaps best not to disclose this matter to the children. Originally filled with concern, Kamikawa Haru suddenly relaxed, wondering why such a wonderful opportunity to learn alongside Lord Mito had not been mentioned sooner, causing her needless worry. Spending so much time in the woodworking industry, it would be laughable if she were unaware of who Uzumaki Mito was. Meanwhile, the anxious look in Namikaze Minato's eyes had not dissipated. Despite being in the presence of Lord Mito, the lack of communication was troubling. Previously, he was taken by the Umbu to see the Hokage. Could it be that Jiraiya had noticed something about Minato? The 7th squad was taken aback, having grown numb from battling bandits along the way, only to be confronted with this unexpected revelation as they neared their mission site. How could I have missed this? How infuriating. Was the intelligence flawed? Was there a high-ranking ninja present? Jiraiya promptly set aside his relaxed demeanor, without the intelligence officer Orochimaru around. His perception capabilities were somewhat lacking. There, a few shuriken, armed with explosive tags, flew out, revealing 3 dirt-covered children. Jiraiya glanced at Kamikawa Haru, surprised by her strong sensory abilities. With her silver hair and exceptional illusion skills, perhaps she could be molded in the direction of the second Hokage's legacy? Substitution technique. Captured. Namikaze Minato quickly performed hand seals, and a wooden stake appeared in his place as he swiftly moved to join Kamikawa Haru and the others. Earth release. Hell swamp. The ground beneath the wooden stake instantly turned to mud, and Jiraiya observed the area intently as a dark shadow shot forth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball sped towards the shadow with tremendous force, the heat so intense that it warped the very air around it. The shadow clasped its hands together, striking the ground. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Boom. The great fireball exploded against a suddenly raised earthen wall, shattering it completely. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 children, propelled by Kamikawa Haru, quickly arrived behind the shadow, their expressions wary as they regarded Jiraiya and the 7th squad. Is this truly the world of ninjas? Kamikawa Haru took a deep breath, her gaze solidifying with determination. I cannot be the one to hold us back. Who are you? Jiraiya asked, eyeing the 4 before him with narrowed eyes. Rock ninja? A rogue jonin accompanied by 3 Jinin children? Upon noticing their headbands marked with a horizontal line, Jiraiya understood their identities. The leading shadow chuckled sinisterly, impressive. Even a Jinin responds so quickly in the land of Earth. My 3 companions, however, seemed too frightened to move. The 3 children appeared somewhat ashamed, lowering their heads. The shadow continued, given your strength, you must be a jonin as well. State your name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Jiraiya assessed their respective strengths. Feeling a surge of confidence, this jonin appeared rather weak, and the 3 Jinin were certainly no match for the 7th squad. The shadow chuckled again, speaking, well then. Listen closely, I am. Before he could finish, a massive stone plummeted from the sky, crashing down towards Jiraiya. Earth release. Rock collapse. The shadow swiftly formed seals with its hands, akin to a stone. How infuriating. We must take action too. We cannot allow our teacher to fight alone. Upon witnessing the demise of a comrade, the 2 lower-ranked ninjas across the battlefield were gripped by fear and began to mobilize. The young man in blue before them seemed of similar age, posing no real threat. A glint of crimson flashed in Uchiha Ryuka's eyes as his Sharingan spun into motion. The 2 lower ninjas before him lacked the strength to pose a challenge. Behold! Upon seeing the Sharingan, they were paralyzed by terror. Earth release. Earth spike. What? This is bad. A wave of dread washed over Uchiha Ryuka as he realized the speed of the attack was too great. He might not be able to halt his momentum. Damn it. He strained to control the muscles in his legs, attempting to stop himself from the reckless sprint. A daunting task indeed. If the 4th Hokage can achieve this, why can't I? How infuriating. The spikes had already emerged beneath his feet, and he could feel the ground's subtle protrusions in mere moments. He would be skewered like a candied hawthorn. Genjutsu. Illusion manipulation. Uchiha Ryuka felt a momentary lapse in consciousness, his body involuntarily shifting backward. In the next instant, the earth spike surged upwards, launching him into the air. Humph. The Genin, witnessing the failure of the technique, redirected his focus toward the other 2. Hey, are you in such a rush? Your opponent is me. Ninjutsu. Needle jutsu, 1,000 needles. Jiraiya arrived on the battlefield just in time to catch the flung Uchiha Ryuka. His long hair swaying as a flurry of white needles erupted from his locks. Earth release. Earth wall. The stone wall successfully intercepted the needles, which embedded themselves into the surface, glimmering in the sunlight. Are you all right? Jiraiya gently set Uchiha Ryuka down, relieved to see he sustained no serious injuries. Merely a few bruises. Coughing, Ryuka squinted and glanced back at Kamizuki Sena, his face tinged with a hint of red, whether from injury or embarrassment. He managed to utter a simple, thank you. Kamizuki Sena patted him on the back, causing him to cough vigorously. What are you thanking me for? All right. Pay attention. We have gained an advantage. We took down one of their lower ninjas while they were shaken. Now, it seems they are preparing for a desperate struggle, woofing Minato declared. Teacher, please hold off the Genin, he continued. Thus, I am the leading Genin of this team. Jiraiya retorted, albeit already having taken action. Earth release. Yomi swamp. A pool of soft mud instantaneously separated the Genin from the 2 lower ninjas. The Genin's eyes gleamed with determination, seemingly intent on eliminating Team 7 first. Enough talk. Let us go support Teacher Jiraiya. Woofing Minato stated resolutely as he swiftly gathered the 2 corpses, documenting their positions before turning to his companions with a serious expression. Kamizuki Sena nodded, lost in contemplation about the path ahead. Did he possess any potent ninjutsu capable of inflicting harm? Illusion manipulation and construction were all control-type genjutsu. As for ninjutsu, it might not hold out for too long. Would it? Unable to unleash a fireball like Uchiha Ryu, soaring into the sky like a grand fireworks display. Uchiha Ryu. So it's not fireworks? As for other ninjutsu, Jiraiya taught the Earth Cloak technique for instant defense, and she also possesses the Chaotic Lion's Mane and 1,000 Needles techniques. However, these still require chakra, making them somewhat taxing for her. What else remains? The body flicker technique, along with the shadow clone for self-preservation. Boom. Before Kamizuki Haru could further ponder, the sounds of battle echoed nearby, indicating that the Genin was concerned for his 2 Genin and had shifted the battlefield to investigate. Scatter. Conceal. Team 7 promptly dispersed, each finding refuge among the trees, awaiting the opportunity to ambush the opposing Genin. Hey, kids, are you dead yet? The rogue ninja stumbled out from the underbrush, already contemplating escape. Jiraiya's ninjutsu was formidable, Whether through his earth release or self-created techniques, it was challenging to contend with him using mere earth release alone. However, what awaited this rogue was the silent presence of two lifeless bodies and a cluster of explosive tags. Damn it. Earth release. Earth-style return. A stone slab shielded the explosive tags from detonating, yet after repeatedly employing ninjutsu, his chakra reserves began to dwindle. He had initially thought to merely meander along the borders of the Land of Fire, seeking some coin for indulgences in a small country. The ninjas dispatched from the wood village were unlikely to be particularly formidable, at most, a ch-nin. Little did he know that a powerful j-nin and 3 genin, comparable to ch-nin, awaited him. Well done. Jiraiya emerged from the foliage, a smile spreading across his face as he surveyed the scene. Now, care to reveal your identity and your purpose in the Land of Fire? Do you believe me if I say I was merely passing through? The j-nin replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Team 7 emerged from their hiding spots, surrounding the j-nin alongside Jiraiya. Do you believe me if I say I'm a girl? Kamizaki Haru scoffed. Are you not a girl? The j-nin asked incredulously. Ero-sensei, eliminate him, Haru exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration, urging for a swift conclusion. Hey, Minato, I saved you once too. We're even now. Uchiha Ryu, wrapped in bandages on his hospital bed, turned his head awkwardly toward the adjacent bed where Namikaze Minato lay. That was Haru who saved me, Minato replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. Though it pained him to do so, Ryu contested, asserting that without his Sharingan to perceive the trajectory of the kunai and intercept it, Minato might not be in the hospital, but rather beneath the neighboring gravestone. Both of you, quiet down. This is a hospital. Haru entered, tossing each of them a neatly sliced apple, playful as if they were little bunnies. Unfortunately, the two men lying in their beds lacked the means to catch the delightful offerings. Haru, you truly are a girl, cutting apples like this? Ryu remarked in disbelief as he gazed at the charming bunny-shaped apple that had landed on him. As the previous conversation escalated, Kakashi interjected, No, he's a boy. Otherwise, how could he be so careless as to overlook the fact that we both lack hands to eat apples? Haru's face flushed red, and she shot them a glare before shoving an apple into each of their mouths. You two are so talkative. I want to be learning how to peel apples from the nurses at the hospital again. In the Hokage's office, the report for the current mission was concluded. Thank you for your hard work, Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, placing his pipe down. This mission can be deemed a success. Perhaps we should have them make some amendments. The arrangements for the bodies will be handled by Ino and the others, came the reply. Jiraiya responded with a glum nod, finding a seat in a secluded corner and sighing heavily. What troubles you, Jiraiya? This isn't like you, Hiruzen chuckled, having pinpointed the source of Jiraiya's despondency. Is it because of your lack of strength? Indeed. Upon returning, I intend to train diligently to earn Konohamaru's recognition, Jiraiya admitted, his expression darkening. The members of Team 7 no longer require my guidance. I trust Minato completely with them. However, I fear my strength may no longer be sufficient to lead them. Oh, it's quite rare to see a team that even an elite jonin struggles to guide. That speaks volumes about the prowess of Konoha, Hiruzen remarked, his amusement growing. As Jiraiya masters the summoning technique, he shall ascend to the level of a Kage, ensuring the safety of Konoha while the next generation thrives. Truly a delightful prospect. Don't even get me started. They are 3 little monsters. Old man, I believe Minato is quite suited to inherit the title of Hokage. During the New Year festival, the Land of Fire seemed to bask in tranquility, and indeed, the entire ninja world was at peace. All major nations had tacitly ceased their hostilities, granting the shinobi and the world a respite. At last, Haru encountered Kushina, who had been cloistered on the Uzumaki side for an extended period. Clad in a floral kimono adorned with large blossoms and wrapped in a scarf, she stood at Haru's doorstep, knocking eagerly. Haru-chan, let us go pay our respects together. Haru, still groggy, opened the door to find Kushina bursting in with enthusiasm. Sorry for intruding. Wow. Haru-chan, your room is so tidy. But then again, you are a girl. Kushina stuck out her tongue, acknowledging the stark contrast to her own less organized space. An array of books lay neatly arranged on the desk, and a large floor mirror stood silently beside it, while the bed was adorned with pristine sheets and blankets, all in perfect order. Hey, I'm a boy. Haru weakly protested, yearning for sleep after a late night of mental training, compounded by the relentless patrol duties leading up to the new year. Oh, don't mind that. Come on, quickly put on your kimono. We're going out to pay our respects. Kushina cheerfully insisted, dragging Haru towards the wardrobe, preparing to assist him in changing. Wait. You need to step out. I can change myself. Why apologize? After all, we're both girls. That is precisely it. I am a boy. Do you dare me to prove it? What are you going to prove? Choked momentarily, Kameho Haru glared at Kushina, pondering how to explain to a 10-year-old the essentials every crossdresser must possess. In any case, he urged her to hurry, relieved to have ushered Kushina out of the room. He sank onto his bed, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. As time passed and with the trials of his missions, coupled with the stimulation of chakra, his youthful visage had faded, clearly transitioning towards maturity. His hair, slowly lengthening, would have rivaled Ino's from Boruto if he hadn't consistently maintained it. After tidying his hair, he expertly tied it into a ponytail, having grown accustomed to this style, feeling little about it now. After rummaging through his wardrobe for a considerable time, he realized he lacked any kimonos, typically donning ordinary ninja attire. With a sigh, he shut the wardrobe and casually slipped into a regular outfit. Upon opening the door, he found Kushina seated on the sofa, engrossed in television. "You're so slow, Haru-chan. Why did it take you so long?" she exclaimed, turning her head towards him. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with images of blood, severed limbs, and scattered weapons on the once-charred earth as the golden sunlight had long since vanished, leaving only silvery meteors to endure the relentless rain. The downpour could wash away the filth, cleansing the blood from his face, but it could never purify his tainted heart. Startled awake, Haru shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight, and as if recalling something, he allowed the light to beam directly onto his eyelids. Behind his closed eyes lay a crimson haze. A nightmare, perhaps. Haru-chan. A loud knocking, or rather banging, at the door interrupted his thoughts. "I'm coming," he replied, pulling off the covers, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks as he hastily adjusted his clothes to conceal his exposed skin. Slipping his feet into slippers, he groggily made his way to the door. As he opened it, a burst of fiery red rushed in, engulfing him in an embrace. "Haru-chan, you smell delightful." Haru-chan, are you still asleep?" Well then, let us go?" "Wait." Before Haru could fully process, Kushina had already whisked him away, still clad in his pajamas. "Hold on. I haven't changed out of my pajamas." Kushina flashed a thumbs up. "No problem. You're so adorable. Wearing pajamas is just fine." Despite Haru's adamant objections, Kushina's eyes sparkled as she led him to the same clothing store as before. "Don't underestimate Andy. She is quite confident in ordinary attire too." "So where are we headed?" Haru fidgeted with his collar after being tugged along for 5 minutes. He wore a pale pink top paired with a light jacket, a fluffy collar adorning his neck, and snug-fitting pants below. "This outfit doesn't scream ninja at all. Did you forget? Riri said he brought a Beto to his house. And we're going to have dinner together," Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Kids are just the cutest. Is it really all right for us to just head to the Uchiha clan for dinner?" Haru's question went unanswered as Kushina energetically led him into the Uchiha territory. "Haru." Kushina. At the entrance of the Uchiha territory, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze was already dressed in formal attire, awaiting entry. His tailcoat accentuated his graceful demeanor. "Why haven't we gone inside yet?" Finally jolted back to reality, Haru Uchiha gazed at the radiant figure before him, recalling a dream he had earlier, and shook his head. "I have just arrived as well." To Minato's surprise, their departure had kept them away from the hidden leaf for quite some time. Team 7, under Tsunade's guidance, took an entire month to reach the vicinity of the hidden grass village. Throughout the journey, the incessant urging pushed Team 7 to exert their utmost efforts to avoid being left behind. Among them, Minato's performance caught Tsunade's attention. It was remarkable that a child of his age could keep pace with her rhythm. Uchiha Ryu, on the other hand, was somewhat lacking in stamina, although he fared better than Haru. In truth, a significant amount of time was consumed as Ryu struggled to match their speed, biting his lip and accelerating relentlessly, which often resulted in his feet becoming numb and fatigued. From Tsunade's initial impatience and furrowed brows to her eventual subtle appreciation and compassion, Haru accepted Tsunade's silent treatment, finally adapting to their pace. "I cannot become a burden to them. I cannot watch them advance from behind." Perhaps it was the scant dignity that Haru, as a man, was clinging to. A month had accustomed him to falling from trees, being saved by Minato, receiving treatment from Tsunade, and observing Jiraiya and Uchiha Ryu on guard, this entire routine. "Haru, you are exerting yourself too much," Tsunade remarked, her hands radiating emerald light as Haru's previously strained calf muscles began to heal. "Sister Tsunade, if I don't push myself, how can I catch up to them?" Haru bit his lip, his delicate face displaying determination. Tsunade shook her head, continuing her treatment. You are too stubborn, just like I used to be. Used to be? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Haru, if only you were a girl. Perhaps I could perform a surgery for you? Let's not go there, Sister Tsunade. I think I'm perfectly fine as I am. After rejecting Tsunade's countless proposals, Haru regained his ability to move freely. Let us go. We should be nearing our destination. Tsunade surveyed the surroundings, noting they had traveled quite far from the hidden leaf and were but a few days away from the hidden grass village. Boom. The sudden explosion made both Tsunade and Haru alert, prompting Minato, who was guarding them, to swiftly draw a kunai from his pouch. Who are you? Came Jiraiya's voice. An ambush? At this moment, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, straightened her posture, and subtly positioned herself in front of Haru. Shadow clone. Eliminate. A figure stealthily approached Haru from behind, thrusting a kunai towards him with lethal intent. Boom. An explosion even louder than the previous one erupted behind Haru. Heavenly Foot. Tsunade turned with a calm demeanor. Hidden shadow snake ants. Countless colossal serpents emerged from the shadows, entwining themselves around the three rock ninja jonin. The foul, icy breath of the serpents sprayed upon their faces, filling their eyes with disbelief and terror. Cease this. Are you attempting to instigate a war between our villages? One of the jonin stammered in fear. War? If I were to slay you here, I dare say no one would be the wiser, replied a figure stepping out from the shadows, licking his lips. With raven black hair, pallid skin, and clad in standard ninja attire, the individual exuded an eerie presence, accentuated by pale purple eyeshadow and golden slit pupils. Orochimaru. Tsunade and Jiraiya exhaled in relief, settling upon a stone pillar. With such a reliable ally by their side, the burden of the situation felt less daunting. This was the first encounter for Kaido with Orochimaru, who, despite his haunting demeanor, possessed an unsettling beauty, his chakra and aura rendering him distant and formidable. Have you ever considered that behind the seemingly innocuous yellow bird lies a ferocious serpent? Orochimaru mused, approaching the three men and playfully patting their faces. You. Serpent's wrath. The massive serpent, coiling around the jonin, opened its maw and devoured them whole, subsequently erupting into a burst of chakra, leaving no trace of their existence. Orochimaru remarked, seemingly pondering the brevity of life. How could you have killed them? Jiraiya questioned, descending from the pillar with Team 7 and Tsunade, confronting Orochimaru. What of it? They sought to kill you. Must they be spared? Orochimaru retorted. Or would you prefer I allow them to slay you instead? Jiraiya fell silent, momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru, enough of this. As ninjas, we must possess the resolve befitting our roles, Tsunade interjected, her gaze piercing. Where's White Fang? After a moment of scrutiny from Tsunade, Orochimaru finally spoke. Follow me. As he turned, his gaze caught Kaido's, and he paused with curiosity. They are? Team 7, Jiraiya's squad, Tsunade answered nonchalantly. Hurry. Is that so? Quite commendable. Orochimaru said with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Of course. My team is exceptional. Jiraiya interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Team 7, as if guarding them from Orochimaru's covetous eyes. Kaido felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a serpent had slithered over him, leaving a sticky residue. He noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere across the ninja world. Although he had sensed it in the village, it was even more pronounced at the front lines. The Wood Village had begun to regard neighboring nations with suspicion, while the Rock and Rain Ninja seemed poised for action, brazenly launching attacks. Had it not been for the fragile facade of peace, it was likely that several great nations would have already torn apart the veil and begun their wars. By now, it was April, a time following the onset of spring, when temperatures had notably risen. Historically, warfare had been rare during the winter months. But with the arrival of spring, the season of awakening great nations began to stir with intentions of mischief. For 2 months, Kamishiro Haru has been absent from the village. Yet, the whereabouts of White Fang remain elusive. Indeed, Kaido's spiritual transformation technique is remarkable. He has successfully eliminated numerous ninjas who came to scout near the camp, yet still, no trace of White Fang has been uncovered. Orochimaru's perceptive abilities are unparalleled. He has exposed many spies lurking within the camp, but again, White Fang's trail remains hidden. Perhaps the happiest in the entire camp is Tsunade, who gets to spend her days in close proximity to Kaido, embarking on missions under the pretense of protection and reconnaissance. Though her ulterior motives are evident to anyone perceptive enough, Jiraiya has also been dispatched by Orochimaru on a protection mission, the 7th Squad. Having distinguished themselves during a recent assignment, has attracted the attention of Orochimaru, leading to the inclusion of Uchiha Rihi in the reconnaissance team. While Namikaze Minato joins the protection unit. And Kamishiro Haru, why do you hesitate to join me? I possess numerous jutsus perfectly suited for you. If your ninjutsu skills are lacking, fret not. I can assist you in understanding why. I also have a plethora of illusions. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. Haru, come hither. Let me examine why your mental strength is so formidable. In essence, this month has been spent by Kamishiro Haru in evading Orochimaru's persistent invitations while safeguarding the camp. Although the allure of Orochimaru's temptations feels peculiar, his insights into mental strength and the soul are indeed exceptional. While Haru has not explicitly declared her allegiance to Orochimaru, he frequently entices our dear Haru with his profound understanding of the soul and mental prowess. Each time, he tantalizingly trails off mid-sentence, licking his lips, reminiscent of those authors who leave their tales hanging at the most thrilling junctures, leaving Haru in a state of yearning, unable to voice her feelings. Perhaps Orochimaru has discovered a new source of amusement, coiling around Haru like a serpent, acutely aware of her extraordinary mental strength. Through subtle insinuations and seemingly instructive temptations, Haru can sense her own mental prowess. This time, I shall personally visit, Orochimaru declared. Jiraiya, I trust you will guard the camp. Jiraiya responded with a thumbs up. No problem. The camp will be secure. I'm taking the 7th Squad with me, Jiraiya retorted, his temper flaring. Why do you need the 7th Squad? It's nothing. I require Haru's perceptive abilities. Since I am taking her, it is only logical to bring her 2 teammates as well. Given their excellent synergy, Orochimaru explained, licking his lips. Presenting a reasoned argument, Jiraiya found himself unable to counter and waved them off to prepare for departure. Get ready. We shall leave shortly, Orochimaru said, turning to the 7th Squad, lifting the tent flap as he exited. Once they returned to their respective tents, Haru finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed. Life on the front lines is exhausting. Her body is drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. A shower is in order, as the water cascades over her face. Providing a fleeting moment of tranquility, steam rises, and her silver hair flows down her body, accentuating the delicate curves of her fair, smooth skin. As SHT Haruki emerged, her cheeks flushed, she was drying herself with a towel, preparing to dress, only to discover Orochimaru observing her with keen interest. In a sudden fluster, she hastily raised the towel to obscure her modesty, an incongruous object resting upon him. Such a beautiful form. Why conceal it? Orochimaru tilted his head in curiosity. How long have you been here? Haruki inquired, her face burning with embarrassment and annoyance. I've been here since you stepped in for your bath. What's the matter? Are you a pervert? Spying on me while I bathe. Ah, is that what this is about? I must admit, I'm rather surprised to learn you have such modesty. He replied, What are you thinking? Orochimaru, perplexed, asked, What are you so anxious about? Before Haruki could respond, he seemed to piece it together himself. Oh, I see what you're troubled by. Fear not. I place little significance on gender or observation. To me, there is no distinction between male and female. Even if there were, we are both male at present, so what is there to be concerned about? Present? We? There was indeed no other implication in Orochimaru's gaze, perhaps. For him, gender was a trivial concept. Haruki, on the verge of tears, swiftly donned her clothing and hastily dried her hair, tying it into a ponytail. Orochimaru succinctly outlined the task he had for her before preparing to exit the tent. Midway out, he turned back to say SH. Haruki had not anticipated that this pursuit would last for 2 months. Kakashi, with his keen tracking instincts, combined with the passage of time, made locating their target challenging. They could only follow Haruki's incessant imaginings to guide their search. After numerous detours and traps set by Kakashi, they found themselves at the edge of a small lake. This place was one of the densest in chakra, and surveying the surroundings, it was likely where their quarry had taken refuge. Haruki sensed a trace of chakra in the water, possibly remnants from Kakashi cleansing his wounds. Damn it, when I find him, I'll give him a punch, Tsunade exclaimed, irate from 2 months of pursuit, and struck a stone by the lake's edge, sending up a spray of water. It's futile to lament, from what we've gathered. There may still be foes tracking Kakashi, yet we've discovered no signs of battle, indicating his evasive maneuvers have been successful. Orochimaru compiled the current information, affirming that Kakashi was indeed alive. It's for the best that he is. Tsunade grinned, cracking her knuckles in a display of pent-up frustration. "Let us take a moment to rest and conserve our strength," Minato suggested, observing Haruki and Uchiha struggling for breath. Orochimaru noted the dimming light of the day and nodded in agreement, leading the group to set up camp by the lakeside, preparing for their journey the following day. After a meal, Kato offered to keep watch while Tsunade kept him company, and Orochimaru retreated to his tent. "Haruki, why not take a bath?" As Naruto and Uchiha approached, they cheerfully invited Tiao Qing to join them for a bath, though for some reason, both of their faces bore a faint blush. Particularly Uchiha, whose complexion was strikingly flushed against the backdrop of the night. "Ruri, why is your face so red?" Tiao Qing inquired, completely oblivious to the situation. "Indeed. Ruri, Tiao is a boy. What is the reason for your blush?" Naruto jested. Uchiha turned his head away, disdainfully retorting, "I'm not blushing. I was just overheated from dinner. You all go ahead." For reasons unknown, ever since Orochimaru had observed him and uttered those peculiar words, Tiao Qing seemed to have awakened an unsettling awareness within himself, like an unfamiliar discomfort with exposing his body to others, even if they were of the same gender. Watching the two move further away, Tiao Qing reclined against a stone, gazing at the starry sky. Was it possible that this body was truly meant to be female? Did my arrival merely bestow it with male attributes? Hence, this body is named Tiao Qing, a name so feminine. Coupled with my complete lack of dissonance toward the female attire, even extending to my thought processes and unintentional behaviors. August marked 4 months since Tiao Qing and his companions had pursued White Fang, tracking down the traces of Hatake Tsukumo. It had been a full 6 months since Tiao Qing had left the village. From the slightly chilly end of early winter to the sweltering heat of August, one could not deny that Hatake Tsukumo's disappearance had stretched for far too long. 6 months was ample time for several great nations to brew significant turmoil. A hawk descended slowly onto Orochimaru's arm, where he retrieved a letter from the hawk's talon and began to read it intently. "What is it?" Tsunade approached, her expression grave. Typically, messenger hawks were employed solely for the transmission of critical news or during significant events, given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world. Such events could only signify one thing: war. Jiraiya's temporary camp has relocated to the border of the Land of Earth, and he is making his way towards us. Upon locating White Fang, he has instructed the 3 of us to establish a defense at the border of the Land of Rain, safeguarding both the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Orochimaru licked his lips, a cold smile creeping across his face. Are they on the verge of losing control? Humph. Great nations, what semblance of greatness do they possess? They are merely a pack of restless beasts. Tsunade seized the letter from Orochimaru's hands, scanned it, and then crushed it effortlessly. "Sister Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, only the village hidden in the grass remains unsearched." After deepening his rapport with Tsunade, Tiao Qing observed her formidable fists and begrudgingly accepted that from now on, he would have to address her as Sister Tsunade. It is nearly certain now that White Fang was rescued by someone from the village hidden in the grass. Orochimaru, licking his lips once more, suddenly produced paper and ink, drafting a letter requesting the Hokage to authorize a search for White Fang in the village hidden in the grass, instructing the hawk to return to Konoha. What followed was a monotonous period of waiting. Notably, during this waiting period, Tiao Qing observed numerous rock ninja and rain ninja loitering at the border of the village hidden in the grass. After relaying this situation to Orochimaru, he merely smiled wryly in response. As Orochimaru remained silent, Kamitera Haru silently continued his vigilant duties. Fortunately, this allowed his chakra and mental fortitude to further solidify. By the time the shinobi eagles returned, the group had entered the hidden grass village, and it was already mid-September. At the hidden grass village, a series of knocks resounded. The gate swung open, revealing a languid figure who scratched his head. "Who are you looking for?" Next, a lifeless body of a man with silver hair lay at the entrance, his eyes wide open in death. In the year of the Wood Village, 32 years. On September 15th, Hatake Kakashi was born, his premature birth resulting in malnutrition that gradually improved under Tsunade's care. On October 1st, Kamitera Haru and his companions returned to the Wood Village, leading Hatake Shomo to the Hokage's office to complete a classified mission. The following day, the Wood Village officially confirmed an attack by the Rain Shinobi and Rock Shinobi on its elite jonin, issuing a stern statement. On October 10th, after a skirmish, Hatake Shomo officially assumed the role of the Umbu captain, leading his forces to the borders of the Land of Earth. On October 15th, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stationed their troops at the borders of the Land of Rain to guard against invasions from the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. On October 30th, Team 7 was formally disbanded, as Ueda Haru, Minato Namikaze, and Uchiha Ryuka passed their Chunin exams and proceeded to the borders of the Land of Rain to provide support in combat. The weather turned suddenly cold. As Ueda Haru and his two companions traversed through the forest, each led a group of supporting genin towards the borders of the Land of Rain. The wind whipped against Ueda Haru's face, and her gaze had shifted from sweet innocence to a more piercing and indifferent demeanor. Haru, the genin are struggling to keep up. A golden figure approached to remind her. Understood. Genjutsu, illusory transmission. Using genjutsu, she communicated the situation to Uchiha Ryuka, who was leading the way ahead, causing the entire team to slow down. Rest in place. Yes, Captain. Minato Namikaze directed the genin to set up tents and start a fire for cooking, while Ueda Haru quietly perched on a tree, lost in thought as she observed the bustling genin below. What is wrong sitting here? Uchiha Ryuka appeared beside her. Ah, Ryuka? Ueda Haru snapped back to reality, pointing down at the ninjas. What do you think is the ultimate fate of a ninja? What? Uchiha Ryuka was momentarily taken aback. For him, the mission and honor of the Uchiha clan propelled him forward, though now he had his brother Obito at his back. Will there be peace? If war begins, will it ever end? Although Ueda Haru understood that the wars in the world of Hokage would inevitably cease when truly confronted with warfare, one realizes how deeply humanity wishes to avert its approach. What is the essence of true brutality? If faced with it, would I respond like Hatake Shimo? Ueda Haru silently questioned herself. Why ponder so much? One day, everything will come to an end. Perhaps dying on the battlefield is also a ninja's destiny. Uchiha Ryuka stood straight, offering a smile to Ueda Haru. Indeed, countless ninjas have quietly perished on this land. In the year of the Wood Village, 32 years, December. The sky hung heavy and foreboding, with dark clouds casting a pall over the land, and the biting cold air sent shivers down the spines of all. The very atmosphere of the shinobi world seemed to have solidified. The Land of Rain had become the principal battleground. It was uncertain whether the legendary Go had grown frail with age, or if Hanzo the Salamander had lost his edge. But they allowed the great nations to rampage across the territory of the Rain Country. Perhaps the Rain Country, faced with the combined onslaught of several powerful nations, found itself overwhelmed and powerless. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Please don't kill me. Spare my life. A destitute citizen of the Rain Country stumbled out from a rice granary, only to meet his demise at the hands of a thrown kunai. Foolish wretch. A massive hand struck the head of the ninja who had launched the kunai. Indeed, retrieve that kunai. It is a waste to expend such resources on commoners. In the Land of Wind, a destitute nation, the allure of resources led them to wage war at the instigation of the Land of Earth, for every little saving counted. A ninja, clad in a wind-protecting scarf, picked up the kunai from the fallen civilian, and the next moment was drenched in blood. Humph. Are all Rain ninjas poisoned? You are. Hanzo the Salamander. The Wind Country ninja, clutching his throat as he collapsed, would never understand how he had succumbed to poison. Ninjutsu, poison rain technique. Ninjutsu, hidden rain technique. A torrential downpour obscured all vision, and the rain, speckled with a faint green mist, awaited the moment to reap the next blood-soaked harvest. In my Rain Country, one must pay the price. Tsunade, is there an antidote for this poison? Indeed, since realizing she would confront Hanzo the Salamander, Tsunade had spent each day concocting antidotes, amassing a wealth of pharmacological knowledge. Yet, Hanzo's poison was unlike any other. The antidote lay within the venom sac of the salamander itself. Only it could neutralize the poison. Although Tsunade found herself at a loss with Hanzo's toxin, the poison specific to the Rain Country was within her capacity to counteract. Distribute this. Mix it with water to dilute. Yes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tsunade gazed into the distance. The camp had now moved into the territory of the Rain Country, occupied solely by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, along with some ninjas guarding the encampment. Kakashi and his team were engaged in battle within the Rain Country, while Tsunade's beloved, Dan Kato, and her brother, Nawaki Senju, led separate reconnaissance missions. Notably, due to Nawaki's outstanding performance in the reconnaissance team, he had gained the ability to lead independently. Orochimaru vanished in an instant, and Kakashi furrowed his brow, forming hand seals in the bathtub. Genjutsu, fantasy detection. A vast mental perception spread outwards, revealing an invisible mass of chakra swiftly approaching the wooden encampment beneath a blanket of rain clouds. This chakra is even greater than that of Orochimaru and the others. Kakashi hurriedly rose from the bathtub, quickly donning his attire, and cloaked the entire camp in genjutsu. Urgent announcement. This is Kakashi. All personnel within the camp. Evacuate immediately. Follow your respective leaders and retreat at least 5 kilometers. I repeat, evacuate at once. Perception team, alert the other teams outside the camp. Do not approach the encampment. Boom. Ninjutsu, poison rain technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya took the lead, charging forward with fervor, initiating the confrontation with a grand fireball. Just a little brat from the wood village. As the explosion subsided, amidst the pouring rain and swirling mist, a figure gradually emerged. Clad in a ninja vest and draped in a black cloak, equipped with a large respirator. The voice that emanated from the respirator was somewhat distorted. Yet it did not diminish the stature of the individual before them, the demigod Hanzo. Oh, the wood village is retreating? Hanzo surveyed the camp with a smirk, amused by the decisiveness of the orders given. Humph. Jiraiya remained unfazed, his attention solely on Hanzo, unaware that the rain clouds above were thickening, soaking him to the bone. Jiraiya. Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived on the battlefield, while Kato Saryu concealed himself within the camp, using his mental prowess to perceive the clash before him. This caliber of battle was akin to gods fighting, and he felt utterly out of place. Oh, you three. Disciples of that fellow, Hiruzen? Hanzo squinted, the respirator rising and falling as the rain intensified. The downpour drenched the trio, and Orochimaru sensed something amiss. Y&T Hanzo launched a direct attack. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. This rain seems suspicious. Tsunade suddenly realized her chakra felt somewhat uncontrollable and promptly reacted. Take the antidote. She retrieved 3 vials and tossed them to her companions, who swiftly ingested the antidotes. Oh, you managed to concoct an antidote for my rain in such a short span? Tsunade Heim truly lives up to her reputation, Hanzo remarked, casting an approving glance at the 3 young jonin. It seems ineffective? Jiraiya channeled his chakra, astonished as he shared his findings with Tsunade. Orochimaru, with a stoic expression, nodded. It appears we have fallen into a trap. This rain is laced with my salamander's poison, far deadlier than mere toxic rain. The torrential downpour continued, droplets splattering against the earth. The rain cascaded over white strands of hair, fell upon pale cheeks, and trickled into the proud ravine below. Defiant and unyielding. Those with conviction shall not falter. So, shall I eliminate you? Hanzo's voice resonated through the respirator, the sound of his scythe clanging ominously. The trio before him was already on the brink of exhaustion. Damn it, Kato Saryu approached swiftly, though lacking in formidable ninjutsu. He believed he could momentarily control this man with genjutsu. Just a little more time, and Tsunade and the others could escape. The vanquished have little to say. Yet even in defeat, we possess the next generation. The wood village continues to sprout new life. Where leaves dance, the will of fire shall endure. Jiraiya's gaze was laden with sorrow, yet he remained steadfast, confronting the formidable foe, the demigod Hanzo, who loomed too powerfully for them at this moment. The will of fire, is it? Hanzo chuckled. Hiruzen truly raised an excellent disciple. His focus was not on the trio, but rather gazing into the distance. The end of a person does not signify their death, but rather the moment their conviction fades. Hanzo cryptically stated, "Look, your faith has arrived." As Jiraiya and his companions found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain of Hanzo's words, a sudden, melodious cry pierced the air. Illusion. Grand fantasy world. Fantasy manipulation. Immerse yourself in the dream. Xiaoqing, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were taken aback as a silver figure swiftly approached, weaving hand signs with fervor, her delicate face pale, seemingly pouring all her mental energy into the endeavor. I'll stake everything. I must gain control over Hanzo. Xiaoqing. No. Jiraiya shouted in desperation. For those with summoning beasts. Such creatures served as excellent mediums to dispel illusions, especially against a formidable opponent like Hanzo, whose willpower was exceptionally strong. Despite Xiaoqing's formidable mental strength, it would be of little use against such an adversary. Retreat. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed, and having just regained a modicum of strength, he pulled Jiraiya and Tsunade towards Xiaoqing. Your resolve is commendable. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's complexion changed dramatically, as if her brain were being assaulted by countless iron hammers. She collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth, nostrils, ears, and the corners of her eyes. Xiaoqing, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, witnessing this scene, were thrown into a panic and rushed to her side. Tsunade. I understand. Tsunade quickly assessed Xiaoqing's condition, mental backlash, and a cranial shock had taken their toll. The ninja handbook was updated accordingly. Xiaoqing, female, Ninja 006512, Special Jonin. Specialization, Illusion Techniques. Her evaluation had risen a rank following her battle with the demigod Hanzo, earning her the esteemed title of Special Jonin. During her recuperation in the village, Xiaoqing seized the opportunity to have a photograph updated by the administrative ninjas. Come on, smile. Click. Her silver hair cascaded over her chest, playfully forming a graceful arc as one hand gently brushed away the wind-swept strands. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle radiance, and her delicate features unfolded into a sweet smile, exuding the essence of youthful charm. Xiaoqing is like a fairy, truly more beautiful than the moon, Kushina remarked, admiring her dear friend. Not at all. Xiaoqing tied her hair into a ponytail and adjusted her vest. The snug black attire and breathable stockings were somewhat uncomfortable for her. From today onward, Xiaoqing is a special jonin. It's a pity I'm still a genin. I wonder why Granny Mito 1T let me join you on the battlefield. Kushina pouted. That's because you're the last of the Uzumaki clan, Xiaoqing replied, her lips curling into a sweet smile for Kushina. Kushina paused for a moment, then embraced Xiaoqing tightly. Xiaoqing, you're so beautiful. Why have you stopped pretending to be a boy? Is there someone you like? Is it Minato? Hey, I only just became a girl. Before this, I was all man. Xiaoqing hesitated, confessing perhaps I may not be inclined towards boys. Although her soul was female, her consciousness retained a masculine essence. You wouldn't try anything against me, would you? Kushina shrank back in fear, her fiery red hair quivering slightly, as if trembling. I intend to. As Sht Haru donned a frightful expression, her petite nose scrunched together and her cherry-like lips parted. Unexpectedly, she appeared even more adorable. At that moment, a shadowy figure abruptly materialized before the two. A special Jonin, Sht Haru, was commanded by the Hokage to hasten to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. As the situation was dire, Uchiha Rika's reconnaissance team had inadvertently stumbled into an enemy trap. Swift assistance was imperative. In the forest, Sht Haru, burdened with supplies, led a small squad towards the front lines, her visage laden with anxiety. Rika, hold on. I shall arrive shortly. How long until support arrives? Uchiha Rika, with a kunai clenched between his teeth, continuously formed hand seals. I apologize, Rika-senpai. My eagerness was misplaced. Senju Nagashi has already been laid to rest. Haru, try to come to terms with it. Such occurrences are inevitable on the path of a ninja. Haru's silvery hair seemed to droop, languidly caressing her cheeks, and her eyes reflected a hint of daze. Why had she found herself in this merciless world of ninjas? Sht Haru had always been one who struggled to accept the harsh realities of life and death. Witnessing the fading of life felt akin to her blood gradually freezing. Once one embarks on the path of a ninja, one must embrace the reality, just as Minato had said. Minato remained resolute, steadily maturing. He had recently been bestowed the title of Special Jonin, with rumors suggesting that the third Hokage held high hopes for him. His golden hair shone like sunlight, illuminating his presence beside Sht Haru, and many would remark on their striking compatibility, one resembling the sun, the other the moon. Yet, Sht Haru was acutely aware that Minato's heart would forever belong to Kushina, the fiery little pepper, whose crimson hue was far more befitting of the sun. Perhaps she would never harbor feelings for men. At least, after discovering Uchiha Rika's affections for her, she felt a stirring within. Whether it was his awkward concern or the debates with Minato regarding love and ideals, one often reflects on loss only after it has transpired. And Sht Haru was no exception. Tsunade meticulously gathered Senju Nagashi's remains, returning to Konoha for a proper burial. Upon her return, she uttered not a word, simply cradling Sht Haru in her arms, whispering apologies, attributing Rika's sacrifice to Nagashi's impulsiveness. Sht Haru's emotions remained placid. Her once vibrant eyes betrayed no movement. She merely embraced Tsunade, burying her head in the latter's formidable chest. Sister Tsunade, why must ninjas engage in slaughter? Why is there no peace in the ninja world? Tsunade silently stroked the grieving Sht Haru, pondering the profound question. Indeed, why? The emerald necklace now adorned Kato Dan's neck, which he cherished and promised Tsunade with gentleness. Time is the greatest healer. Even the deepest wounds will gradually mend under its influence, though scars will remain. The true brutality, Haru, you have yet to experience. Orochimaru remarked as he effortlessly captured a ninja from another nation, addressing the lost in thought Sht Haru. Is this not true cruelty? Indeed, it hardly qualifies. Orochimaru licked his lips, seemingly mocking yet reflecting on something profound. Haru, I shall ensure peace in the ninja world. Even if I cannot achieve it, I shall undoubtedly find a child of prophecy. Jiraiya took a moment to visit her, speaking earnestly. Is that so? Keep it up, Jiraiya-sensei. With a complex expression, Jiraiya departed. While Uchiha Haru had never encountered a mission of such magnitude. Support the sensory unit. Orochimaru, with a stern countenance, tossed a scroll to the breathless Kakashi Hitaki, who had just arrived at the camp. The land of wind? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. After the loss of his wife, the prowess of Minato Namikaze had skyrocketed, akin to a rocket's ascent. Having been tempered by the battlefield, his strength had now stabilized at the level of a Kage. Entrusting such a task to the quick-witted Kakashi gave Orochimaru confidence, yet he worried whether Uchiha Haru could hold out until Kakashi arrived. Orochimaru-sama. The tent flaps were lifted, and a beam of golden light entered, a figure with a serious demeanor replacing the usual gentle smile. Kakashi instantly turned around, sensing a heavy aura of malice and a sharp threat behind him. Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke. This child is Minato Namikaze, a comrade of Uchiha Haru. Quite impressive indeed. Kakashi responded coolly, though the slight narrowing of his eyes betrayed his surprise. A ninja so youthful could evoke a sense of threat, though not overwhelming. It stirred within him a yearning for battle. Greetings, Lord Whitefang. I am Minato Namikaze. Minato restrained his impulse to inquire further, offering a respectful bow to Kakashi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. With exceptional strength, he was neither impulsive nor servile, a promising talent indeed. Minato, you shall accompany Kakashi to rescue them, and take Tsunade with you. Orochimaru waved his sleeve, noting that the leader of the Land of Wind was a clever individual. Seeking to sever his eyes and ears, he had dispatched a puppet army. TSK. We shall depart immediately. Kakashi swiftly grasped Orochimaru's intent. In the theater of war, intelligence was paramount. Haha, Hinata Kanzuya gasped, gazing incredulously at the girl standing guard before him. The sensory unit had always lacked combat strength, and as the strongest entity within the entire unit, Hinata Kanzuya had made it his foremost duty to protect the sensory team and Uchiha Haru. As Haru's dedicated bodyguard, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet, under the onslaught of numerous puppets, the sensory unit found itself stretched thin. Initially, they could evade some puppets due to their sensory abilities, but as time passed, the toxicity of the accompanying puppets gradually shrank their defensive perimeter. Now, only two remained, himself and Uchiha Haru, who had inexplicably erupted with power. Illusion Killer. Uchiha Haru extended her right hand, her slender, delicate fingers lightly tapping a puppet, severing the chakra threads in an instant, causing the puppet to plummet from the sky. Kanzuya, what are you dawdling for? Where are the other chakra threads? Uchiha Haru chided softly, rousing the entranced Hinata Kanzuya. Beneath their feet lay those they were sworn to protect. If they could hold out until Tsunade arrived, the poison would be lifted. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Uchiha Haru turned to see what appeared to be the leading ninja of the opposing side, commanding 3 puppets, flanked by a man and a woman, each guarding a puppet. Ha, that is impossible, little girl. Chiyo laughed heartily, declaring that even Tsunade could not unravel her poison. In 10 minutes, they would all succumb to its effects. Oh, just 10 minutes left, Kanzuya. Can you endure? Kamizuki Haruka did not immediately retort to Chiyo, but instead shielded Kanzuya Hyuga with her unfamiliar body. Kanzuya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded fervently. His strength had long since been depleted, yet for reasons unknown, an inexhaustible motivation surged within him, urging him to persist. You think you can compare yourself to my sister Tsunade? That's laughable, Haruka scoffed, flicking her ponytail nonchalantly and twirling her fingers at its end. Little girl, are you attempting to buy time with me? Chiyo's piercing gaze saw through Haruka's intentions instantly. It matters not, for you are all fated to perish. Chiyo held the young girl in contempt, driven solely by her brother's insistence on eliminating her. Although she was unaware of the method Haruka employed to sever the chakra threads linking the puppets, as long as the puppets remained intact, they could be reconnected. And once her chakra was exhausted, she would have no choice but to surrender. If a bee wants me to kill her, capturing her alive would be much more delightful. Chiyo reclined against a tree, idly bantering with Haruka while commanding her puppet army to deplete Haruka's stamina. What to do? This is not looking good, Haruka sighed. a bittersweet smile crossing her lips as her once vibrant silver hair began to lose its luster. The fantasy killer was a newfound application she discovered after harmonizing her mental energy and soul. She had already acquired the ability to perform ninjutsu, even concocting powerful elemental transformations. However, the crux of the matter was that she lacked the knowledge. Did they expect her to use fire release, fireball jutsu to strike a small pit in the puppet? If she could return from this encounter, she vowed to diligently study ninjutsu. Haruka clenched her right fist, channeling extraordinary mental energy into it. By contact, she immediately dispersed the opponent's chakra with her mental prowess. It is well known that chakra is a product of the convergence of spiritual and physical energy, dissipating under impact or depletion. For instance, a great fireball might be halted by earth release, earth wall, as the earth wall counters the chakra within the fireball, effectively consuming it. The earth chakra and fire chakra would partially negate each other, resulting in an explosion. If the earth chakra vastly outnumbers the fire chakra, the fireball would simply spark against the earthen wall and extinguish. The same principle applies to mental energy. Haruka's mental force far surpassed that of her adversary, enabling her to directly dismantle their chakra. However, when confronted with ninjutsu that had undergone chakra transformation, for example, if Haruka were to catch a fireball with her bare hands, the fireball would vanish, yet her hands would be scorched, turning her into grilled Haruka. It was uncertain if this counted as such. After dismantling yet another puppet's chakra threads, Haruka grimaced. Her first attempt at this was proving to be quite the drain on her mental energy. In the forest, Hatake Tsukumo moved swiftly, with Tsunade and Minato Namikaze trailing behind him. This child possesses remarkable speed. Tsukumo caught a glimpse of Minato, who was lagging slightly behind, and he sensed a flicker of golden light emanating from him. "Lord Tsukumo, can you go a bit faster?" Minato urged. Urgency etched on his face as he increased his pace, yet seemed to be deliberately holding back, maintaining a distance from Tsukumo. It appears he is yet to reach his maximum velocity. The next generation of the Hatake clan is indeed impressive, Tsukumo mused, turning his head to declare, "Keep up. I shall accelerate now." "Tsunade, can you manage?" Tsunade disdainfully curled her lip, crushing a branch beneath her foot before launching forward like a cannonball, instantaneously surpassing Tsukumo's figure. "Humph." Tsukumo shook his head, realizing it was time to pick up the pace. "Hang in there, fairy under the moonlight." The seventh squad had already lost one member. They could not afford to lose another. "Even if my legs become immobile, I shall rescue Shizune. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate." Minato's figure became a streak of light, closely following Tsukumo at full speed. Time felt both elongated and fleeting. Uchiha Shizune had long grasped this concept, yet she never anticipated that time would etch this sensation so vividly upon her being. 10 minutes, as Shizune resolved to stretch out the time. It seemed to crawl at an agonizingly slow pace, making each second feel like an eternity, as if everyone's movements had decelerated. She shook her head, and time's flow returned to normal. She reached out to touch the puppet, but it remained unresponsive. A punch swung toward her, knocking Shizune to the ground before she could react. Coughing, her once orderly silver ponytail had come undone, the hair tie lost to the chaos. Her lustrous silver hair cascaded down her waist, evoking envy. Truly, a child of the Hatake clan, how enchanting she appears, Chiyo observed from her perch in the trees, directing the puppet army to relentlessly deplete Shizune's stamina. Her vest was torn, and her fitted clothing had burst open, exposing her fair, translucent skin, now stained with blood, leaving her in tatters. This marked the first time Shizune had found herself in such a dire predicament since arriving in this world. Had only 5 minutes passed? Shizune wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The metallic taste was unsettling. Hyuga Niji had already fallen, yet his wide eyes reflected his unwillingness to succumb. Desperately attempting to claw out his own eyes, but lacking the strength to move. Without Niji's guidance, Shizune could only rely on her mental energy to sense the chakra threats. But her focus was entirely on her right hand. Needing to instantaneously return her awareness to her brain, and then back to her hand, a maneuver she was attempting for the very first time. The result was the current state of disarray she found herself in. Has reinforcements not yet arrived? Taking a deep breath, Shizune extended her right hand, channeling her mental energy back to her brain, sensing her surroundings. "If this continues, I shall meet my end. Relay the message. Lord Chiyo." Lord Ebiya requests the swift resolution of Shizune. Time is of the essence. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. A sand ninja swiftly materialized beside Chiyo, conveying the words of the old man, H. Zuki. Chiyo waved off the messenger ninja and leaped down from the tree. "We must resolve this quickly." What danger could such a little girl possibly pose? Chiyo scoffed at her brother's thoughts. Yet she understood that adhering to the counsel and commands of the strategist on the battlefield was indeed the correct choice. Little girl, cease your struggles. It is truly unfortunate. But I must deal with you myself. Huh, old lady, feel free to unleash any tricks or ninjutsu you possess. Kamizuki Hikari, with silver hair cascading behind her ears, wiped the blood from the corner of her eye that could impair her vision. Chiyo's ire flared. As a citizen of the Land of Wind, rough skin was commonplace. Though only in her 40s, her skin had aged to that of a woman in her 50s. As a woman who cared about age and appearance, she initiated her attack with an unceremonious ear slap. Ninjutsu. Shuriken Jutsu. Chiyo's hands moved deftly, hurling dozens of shuriken that intertwined into a net, sealing off Kamizuki Hikari's escape routes. No. Hyuga Kinzuya lay on the ground, wide-eyed as he witnessed the shuriken pierce through Hikari. Captain Hikari. Lady Hikari. The sensory ninjas glared in anger, but alas, they were incapacitated by poison, rendered immobile. Swish. Illusionary assassin. The pierced Kamizuki Hikari appeared to be but a phantom, rippling slightly before her right hand waved, severing the chakra threads attached to the shuriken. What? Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Genjutsu? Release. Yet, even after she performed the hand seals, the figure of Kamizuki Hikari persisted, a dangerous smile adorning her face. To her astonishment, the fusion of mental strength and spiritual connection had yielded numerous benefits, even enhancing her genjutsu. A smile graced Kamizuki Hikari's lips, and in that moment, it seemed as if the very world paused. How is this possible? This genjutsu? Chiyo stared incredulously at Kamizuki Hikari, based on her experience. The figure before her was an illusion, with the true body certainly lurking nearby. Humph. No matter where you hide, this will be your end. Secret technique. J-Nin Brigade. Ninjutsu. 3 treasures collapse. Chiyo commanded 3 puppets to form a triangular formation. The puppets' chests trembled, emitting a mechanical clatter. Suddenly, the chests of the 3 puppets opened, revealing 3 characters: Buddha, Law, Monk. Following this, an immense tempest surged towards Kamizuki Hikari's position. With an unstoppable force, the airflow coalescing into a tornado that ensnared Hikari, who was beside her illusionary clone. Kamizuki Hikari was swept into the vortex, spinning with the tornado as her garments were torn away, her skin cut and blooming with blood from the winds. The true body is nearby? Splendid. Once you are drawn into the formation, you will be utterly compressed, reduced to mere crumbs, rendering any beauty moot. Chiyo manipulated the puppets, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face as she seemed pleased with Hikari's impending fate. Just a little girl. How simple. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Mother, be careful." Flash. Blood splattered as the wooden puppet emitted a sound of fracture. What? Chiyo abruptly turned around, her heart contracting at the sight before her. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Acceleration. Release my shin. A streak of golden light surged forward, effortlessly breaching the defenses, exuding a menacing aura as it delivered a powerful kick to Chiyo, sending her flying. The 3 puppets, now devoid of control, scattered in disarray. The whirlwind gradually dissipated, and Shin fell limply to the ground like a rag doll. Who dares? Chiyo rolled on the ground and glanced back, only to see her daughter-in-law and son lying in pools of blood, their puppets severed in 2. Her pupils constricted as a tide of overwhelming hatred surged within her. I shall kill you. Mokuya, White Fang. Meanwhile, disregarding the battle between Tsukumo Hatake and Chiyo, Minato Namikaze rapidly reached Shin's side. Her breath was faint, her body riddled with wounds, her garments tattered, and her once silky silver hair now a disheveled mess. Lady Tsunade. Put Shin down. This is the antidote for the sensory class. Try it first. Tsunade retrieved a vial from her bag and handed it to Minato, who immediately laid Shin flat on the ground, his hands glowing with a verdant light. Rest assured, she will not perish. I vow it in the name of the Senju. Only then did Minato, filled with concern, rush to distribute the antidote. The ninjas of the sensory class, upon receiving the remedy, managed to stand with great effort. This antidote merely suppresses the effects temporarily. I will concoct a complete antidote upon our return. Following the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander, Tsunade's understanding of poisons had significantly improved. Although unraveling Chiyo's toxin was troublesome, it was not insurmountable. Retreat. Damn it. After several of his men were severed by Tsukumo Hatake, Chiyo's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily withdrew. Thus, the ambush against the sensory class came to an end, resulting in Chio receiving a severe reprimand from Kaiza, further straining relations with the Land of Wind. The name Mokuya White Fang resonated throughout the Second Great Ninja War, alongside another, the Silver Canopy, Shin, known to all major powers, an intelligence ninja who overshadowed the battlefield like a vast canopy, a sensory ninja, an illusionist. In team battles, one might lose, and in encounters with White Fang, one could flee, but as the canopy, Shin must perish. The battlefield is ever-changing. Today you might lend support, and tomorrow you could find yourself in need of rescue. Saratobi Hizashi, holding a pipe, pondered before finally setting it down, sitting beside the sickbed to reflect deeply. War, a byproduct of human value conflicts and the clashes of power and interest, truly brings immense suffering. The beautiful girl on the sickbed should have been living well in the Mokuya, relishing in the admiration of many, ultimately finding a good home. Yet, due to war, conflict, and the cursed profession of a ninja, she was compelled to grasp the cold kunai, reaping lives. Kala. The door creaked open, and a tall figure entered. His golden hair radiating a sunny disposition, yet the worry etched across his face cast a shadow. The third Hokage? Ah, Minato. How are things on the front lines? The atmosphere remains fraught with anxiety, devoid of sunlight, as the casualties on the front lines mount alarmingly. As time progresses, the trials of war have rendered the situation for the Namikaze Minato increasingly dire. With a heavy heart, he mused that once Tika's injuries healed, she should return promptly. The village cannot afford any further delays. Clad in his conical hat and holding his pipe, Minato stepped outside with a deliberate pace. He cast a glance at Tika, who lay on the bed, her chest rising and falling steadily, her wounds meticulously treated by Tsunade. She had remarked that scars posed the greatest threat to a young woman's beauty and had expended considerable effort to mitigate Tika's injuries. Minato had heard that Kato D and had detected a large-scale enemy presence, and in a bid to ensure a strategic retreat, had chosen to remain behind personally. Recently, Tsunade's necklace had seemingly vanished again, likely gifted to Kato D. What? Why focus on such trivial matters? He pondered. When confronted with a colossal entity, it is only natural for one to cast a glance. Awaken soon, Tika. Do not succumb to an extended slumber as you did previously. Minato seated himself beside her hospital bed, sighing softly. His mentor, Jiraiya, had not been seen for some time, leaving Minato unaware of his whereabouts. Tsunade was laboring tirelessly on the front, while Orochimaru and Shikaku appeared to be preparing for an offensive. Minato gazed out the window, acutely aware of his own inadequacies. With Rika's absence, even Tika had surpassed him in strength. Clenching his fists, he lamented, "Without power, how can I protect Konoha and Tika?" In an unusual display of calm, Kushina opened the door and quietly took a seat beside Tika, clasping her hand. Kushina. Minato tightened his grip, feeling the weight of his inability to safeguard not only his village but also the one he cherished. Observing the perplexed expression on Kushina's face, he stood and made his way toward the door. "I am heading to the battlefield. Be careful and ensure you return." "Yes." As Minato departed the infirmary, Kushina remained quietly beside Tika, gently squeezing her small, cold hand. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of Tika's chest, one might mistakenly believe she had succumbed to an eternal slumber. "Tika, you must recover swiftly. I miss you dearly. Tika, you have lost weight, and your hair has grown. Allow me to style it for you." "Tika, Oba-san is nearing her limit. She insists that I must shoulder my responsibilities." "Tika, I will not be able to visit starting tomorrow. I have to attend to pressing matters." Her body felt weightless, as if suspended in the ether. "I have heard all your words and long to respond, yet I find myself unable." Sigh. Who? Tika regained her senses and suddenly found herself in a peculiar realm, her body rotating freely within this space. Sigh. Once more, a sigh escaped her lips, and she found herself inexplicably moved by its melancholy essence. She endeavored to feel something, yet her mental faculties were devoid of sensation. Sigh. On the third sigh, she was abruptly expelled from this realm, her consciousness seemingly rushing back into her physical form. With a jolt, she opened her eyes, a surge of malevolent chakra invading her awareness. This is the Nine Tails. A blood-red silhouette materialized, resembling a fox with 9 colossal tails. Kushina. In an instant, Chao-Ching thought of her dear friend, yanked out the intravenous needle, and rose abruptly from the bed. Thud. Having been bedridden for an extended period, her frail body faltered, and she collapsed, toppling a nearby table. How infuriating. I must move. Kushina. The Nine-Tails chakra lingered at a distance, both palpable and elusive. Yet it exuded a ferocity that was unmistakable. Is it sealed? Does this mean Lord Mito has passed? Chao-Ching bit her lip, swept her long hair behind her, and flung open the hospital window. A gust of wind rushed in, pressing her thin hospital gown against her delicate form, which appeared somewhat gaunt. Patient, return immediately. A young nurse, startled by the commotion, hurried into the room. This was someone who had requested attentive care. With a swift motion, Chao-Ching leaped out of the window, prompting the nurse to dash off in search of the director. Kushina, wait for me. I shall be there momentarily, even if I am powerless. I will stay by your side. Chao-Ching gritted her teeth. The loss of Liuhua had left her heart vulnerable, making her hesitant to forge new friendships, fearful of the misfortunes that might befall her loved ones. Third Hokage, sealing team, increased the sealing intensity. Sarutobi Hiruzen shed his ceremonial robes, revealing a battle-ready attire. Wielding a black iron staff, poised for confrontation. Hiruzen, instruct the sealing team to remain still. The voice of Minato Uzumaki, aged yet resolute, resonated through the air. Their sealing will cause a chakra conflict with mine. Quickly, have them withdraw to prevent the Nine-Tails from escaping. Hiruzen, vexed, commanded the sealing team. Weighed down by the dire injury to Chao-Ching and the tension of the battlefield, felt an urgent need to conclude the conflict and ensure a stable transition of the Jinchuriki. Yet, his good intentions had inadvertently led to the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra. Hiruzen, direct the sealing team to reinforce our position. We must not allow the Nine-Tails essence to escape. If other great nations become aware, it will spell disaster. Minato Uzumaki, as the wife of the first Hokage Shinja Hashirama, possessed a keen political awareness. Sealing team, execute the order. Yes. Minato exerted herself to control the Nine-Tails chakra, her aged face reflecting her frailty, yet she gazed steadfastly at the unwavering Kushina. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Kushina, are you afraid? Kushina shook her head, her eyes devoid of fear. That is good. Are you prepared? I am ready. Sealing technique. A trigram sealing. Release. Transfer the seal. An immense and malevolent chakra surged forth, coalescing in the air to form the visage of half a fox. Roar. The chakra was so powerful it became tangible. What sort of monstrosity was this? The onlookers could scarcely comprehend, striving to enforce the sealing. Such a chakra entity. The first Hokage had managed to suppress entirely and seal away. How terrifying was the god of ninjas. Hiruzen was poised to act, if he did not intervene soon. The sealing team might fail to contain the essence. As the Nine-Tails chakra gradually permeated her body, Kushina Uzumaki's fiery red hair billowed wildly, her entire being convulsing in agony. A roar erupted. This is bad. The expression on Uzumaki Mito's face shifted. Remnants of the sealing team's chakra still lingered within her seal, not entirely withdrawn, causing a portion of the Nine-Tails to escape. What? The chakra of Sarutobi Hiruzen surged violently, and he swung his staff toward the coalescing Nine-Tails chakra, scattering it into oblivion. However, the Nine-Tails chakra was immensely abundant and notoriously troublesome. After being disrupted, it gradually coalesced once more, compelling Hiruzen to incessantly swing his staff, scattering it time and again. We must find a way to resolve the chakra of others within the seal. Otherwise, the transfer cannot be completed. Mito felt a surge of anxiety, yet found herself devoid of solutions. Her age had drastically diminished her power, rendering her incapable of taking further action. To single-handedly maintain the Nine-Tails seal while initiating the transfer and ensuring Kushina's life remained intact was an unimaginable feat in any other nation. Mito, as one of the most illustrious kunoichi of the Land of Whirlpools, remained the foremost expert in sealing techniques, even in her twilight years. As the Nine-Tails threatened to depart, her vitality began to wane, her complexion growing noticeably worse, aging her further, yet the air thickened with the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra. The malevolent chakra of the Nine-Tails swirled around them like a crimson mist, encroaching upon the seals set by the sealing team, seeking to break free. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a ninja scholar, possessing formidable strength, what harm could he inflict upon this mist? Damn it! He swung his staff once more, shattering a significant portion of the Nine-Tails chakra, only for it to be replenished rapidly. Bringing the sealing team to assist Lady Mito had proven to be a grievous error. Just as Hiruzen found himself at a loss, he suddenly heard a delicate exclamation. Fantasy Killer. Activate. Crack. The seals established by the sealing team shattered like glass, and a silver figure darted through the breach. Like a beam of moonlight piercing through the clouds, it illuminated the hearts of those present. What? Fantasy killer. Kamizuki Hikari extended her right hand, effortlessly erasing the mist that sought to escape through the fractured ceiling barrier, as if wiping condensation from glass. Her immense mental power converged in her palm. With a single sweep, vast swathes of the blood-red mist vanished without a trace. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Sealing team, why are you standing there? Reinforce the seal. Yes. As Hikari dispelled the crimson mist, she approached Kushina, who was in the midst of the sealing transfer. Kushina, I'm here. Struggling to open her eyes, Uzumaki Kushina retained a flicker of consciousness, managing a weak smile. Hikari. You silly girl, why have you come? Hurry back and rest. The young girl trembled, her frail form barely concealed by her thin hospital gown, lacking proper nourishment. Her figure appeared emaciated, save for her prominent bosom. Her silver hair was elegantly tied up high, styled by Kushina herself. The fully matured visage, adorned with exquisite features, resembled a work of art. Under the moonlight, she appeared like a celestial maiden, a title few could contest, akin to the radiant sun of Minato Namikaze. However, the sun and the moon can never coexist. As day breaks, night falls, and vice versa. You suffer here, and I have come to witness. Kamizuki Haru's eyebrows arched gently, her eyes forming a delicate arc, and the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. The entire world seemed to pale in comparison as she bestowed a breathtaking smile upon Kushina. Little girl, how did you break the seal of the sealing class? At that moment, Uzumaki Mito's voice rang out, aged yet kind, reaching Haru's ears, returning her focus. Haru beheld a venerable woman with her hair styled in a bun, gazing affectionately at her and nodding. Just as she was about to explain, Mito shook her head. Come here, child. You are a friend of Kushina, and I place my trust in you. Haru approached, observing the renowned elder up close. Despite her advanced age, her vitality remained robust, and as the first lady of the Hokage, she bore no semblance of arrogance, resembling an amiable neighbor instead. Lady Mito, Haru said respectfully, bowing. Child, could you assist me in dispersing the chakra from my sealing class that remains bound within the seal? Utilize your ninjutsu. Mito's eyes gleamed with hope. Since this child managed to breach the barrier, she might effortlessly disperse the Nine-Tails chakra, potentially surprising her. Fortunately, at this moment, the chakra of the Nine-Tails was merely pure chakra and had not manifested substantially. Otherwise, the sinister aura surrounding it would have inflicted considerable suffering upon Haru. I will do my utmost. Haru nodded earnestly, her mental energy radiating forth and enveloping Mito. The intricate array of seals, with lines of varying thickness, displayed a rhythmic flow of chakra within the seal, revealing a complex scene in Haru's mind. It seemed her mental prowess had increased slightly, though she did not fully grasp the principles of sealing techniques. Mimicking them was a simpler task. Creating the image was one thing, but utilizing it proved another challenge altogether. Haru's mental energy meticulously scrutinized the entirety of the sealing technique's restrictions and soon discovered a small opening, through which a tangled mass of chakra was escaping. The Nine-Tails chakra was seeping out from here. Surely, this was the handiwork of the sealing class? Have you found it? Mito's voice inquired, likely noticing the shift in Haru's expression. Yes. Can you eliminate that chakra? I will give it a try. Haru concentrated her mind, gathering a small portion of her mental energy and cautiously extending it. To her surprise, the Nine-Tails chakra was formidable and cunning, shielding the chaotic chakra, preventing it from dissipating. Shang Tiaoqing furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. A forceful approach could potentially render the seal ineffective, allowing the Nine-Tails to escape. What's wrong? Vortex Mizuhara perceptively noted the unease on Shang Tiaoqing's face and immediately inquired. At this moment, the mist within the barrier thickened, revealing the outline of a colossal fox head. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted himself to disperse the fog, but his efforts yielded little success. Upon sharing the situation with Vortex Mizuhara, a smile appeared on his face. You must be Little Ching, right? Proceed without hesitation. There's no need to concern yourself with these matters. Though I am aged, I still possess a measure of strength. Encouraged by his words, Shang Tiaoqing resolved to act without delay. Lingering any longer might allow the Nine-Tails to fully materialize. Fantasy killer. A surge of mental energy erupted, shattering the chaotic chakra, protecting the Nine-Tails and simultaneously erasing the tenuous seal chakra. However, this action violently impacted the 8-trigram seal within Vortex Mizuhara, much to Shang Tiaoqing's surprise, as her mental force did not breach the seal. In my youth, I was a ninja who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama, Vortex Mizuhara quipped, a playful smile gracing his aged features, which suddenly took on a youthful glow. Sealing technique. 8 trigram seal. Seal transfer. Diamond lock. Collect. To her dismay, the Ninetales chakra permeating the barrier was swiftly siphoned away, as if drawn by a powerful vacuum. Instantly absorbed into the seal. In Shang Tiaoqing's eyes, the scene resembled a magical gourd. The 8 trigram seal transitioned from Vortex Mizuhara to Vortex Kushina's abdomen, swirling and stabilizing, rendering the Ninetales' voice inaudible. Exhausted from the effort, the sealing team collapsed, while Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on his staff. Kushina, you've grown, Vortex Mizuhara exclaimed, his spirit elevated as he returned to a youthful state, gently patting Kushina's head. You've truly worked hard. He then turned to Shang Tiaoqing with a smile, saying, Child, please take good care of Kushina for me. After regaining some composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, his gaze toward Vortex Mizuhara laden with complexity. Hiruzen, he addressed, Water Mistress, safeguard our legacy. Sitting on the ground, Vortex Mizuhara observed that Kushina had succumbed to unconsciousness. The 8 trigram seal now solidified. Shang Tiaoqing cradled Kushina, gazing sorrowfully at the elderly woman whose vitality seemed to flicker like a dying flame. Hashirama, I have come. Vortex Mizuhara murmured, her head bowed, adorned with a look of contentment. Farewell, Lord Vortex Mizuhara. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned away, wiping his eyes, his voice somber. Farewell, Lord Vortex Mizuhara. Time leaves indelible marks on a person, leading to aging, frailty, and ultimately, death. Even the immensely powerful Senju Hashirama succumbed to the passage of time. And now Vortex Mizuhara followed suit. No one can attain immortality. Or perhaps, there exists that goddess imprisoned within the moon, who may indeed achieve eternal life. The moonlight gently cascaded over her silver hair as Shang Tiaoqing sat quietly by the hospital window, the moonlight shimmering upon her tresses. Reminiscent of nocturnal spirits dancing in the night. The thin hospital gown rustled in the brisk breeze, clinging closely to her form, accentuating her curves, which seemed poised for growth. Haruka, come down quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Upon opening the door, Kushina rushed to Haruka, who was perched by the window, pulling the dazed girl down. What's wrong? Kushina gently pressed Haruka onto the bed, urging her to lie down obediently. Though a month had passed since the death of Uzumaki Mido, Haruka's health remained frail. During this period, Kushina had taken to learning how to cook daily, now capable of brewing a drinkable chicken soup. Perhaps the loss of a loved one truly matures a girl. No, I was just contemplating. Haruka lay quietly, her gaze seemingly lost in the void. What are you pondering? This world, time, space, and notions of peace and immortality. I can't comprehend what you're saying. Kushina scratched her head, feeling somewhat perplexed, nonetheless. She decided to offer the chicken soup to Haruka first. Here, open up. Watching Haruka take spoonfuls of the soup she had prepared, her expression unchanged. Kushina sighed with relief, yet still cautiously inquired, how is it? Is it good? Whether it's good or not, I need some feedback. Haruka appeared to be in a trance, often drifting away since Mido's departure. Her consciousness frequently entered that inexplicable void, each entry eliciting a joyful sigh, while leaving brought about a sorrowful one. What's the matter? Haruka snapped back to reality, seemingly dazed. However, her mental energy, having meandered through the space, inexplicably contracted, becoming more solid. I meant, is the soup good or not? Kushina raised an eyebrow, the fiery little pepper on the verge of bursting from impatience. It's very good, Haruka replied absent-mindedly, a blend of flavors, sweet yet salty, slightly rich, flooding her mind. Really? That is wonderful. Kushina beamed as she tidied up the utensils, eagerly preparing to make something else for Haruka. Kushina, next time, please keep the salt and sugar separate. It's nothing. You can go. Haruka watched the energetic Kushina exit the room, sighing softly. This child lacked talent in cooking. Knock, knock. Shortly after Kushina's departure, 2 knocks echoed through the room. Yes, Kara. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man wearing a conical hat and traditional ceremonial robes. Third Hokage, Haruka exclaimed, startled, preparing to sit up to pay her respects. Oh, it's all right. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, encouraging her to remain lying down. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen approached the bedside, sitting down, his nose twitching slightly as he caught the aroma of Kushina's chicken soup. Oh, you've worked hard. It probably doesn't taste very good. In a manner akin to a friendly neighbor, Hiruzen shared a light-hearted jest with Haruka. No, I am simply grateful that Kushina can cook for me. Shang Tiaoqing's eyes were imbued with a gentle warmth, her lips subtly curving upwards. This is the continuation of the will of fire, the new sprouts of the... Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he gazed at the injured Shang Tiaoqing, noting her beauty and pondering whether she could be presented as the face of. The child, Minato Namikaze, held great promise in his own right, potentially destined to become the next Hokage. As for Shang Tiaoqing, she could serve as the Hokage's deputy. A harmonious balance of gold and silver. I wish to know how the front lines are faring, she inquired, noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen silent for a considerable time. Hiruzen nodded in approval. It was evident she genuinely cared for them, and his gaze softened slightly, yet he refrained from divulging matters of the front lines immediately. How is your health, Xiaoqing? Thanks to Lord Third, I am recovering swiftly. My contributions are minimal. The role of medical ninjas is indeed substantial. Yes, I appreciate your concern. What are your thoughts on Minato Namikaze? Sarutobi Hiruzen's unexpected question left Shang Tiaoqing momentarily bewildered. Is something amiss? Do you harbor feelings for Minato? Hiruzen teased, observing her sudden embarrassment. How could that be? Shang Tiaoqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hands dismissively. What a joke. I'm not at that stage in life yet. Let us converse casually. What do you think of Minato as a person? Hiruzen chuckled, taking up his pipe, preparing to light it. Lord Third, smoking is not advisable. Shang Tiaoqing reminded him, and after a moment's thought, added, if it were Minato, he would certainly say the same. Hiruzen paused, adjusting his posture as he regarded her thoughtfully. Oh, I see. After a brief silence, he elongated his tone, rising with a smile. Take good care of yourself and return to the front lines soon. They need you. Yes, I have great faith in you, Xiaoqing. The will of fire shall be perpetuated through you. The will of fire? Shang Tiaoqing silently repeated the phrase, gazing out at the moonlight streaming softly into the world. Enveloped in silence. Silver. A voice echoed in her mind, only to vanish, leaving behind a familiar sigh. Who are you? In the empty space surrounding her, Shang Tiaoqing felt as if she were dissolving, merging with the world, the significance of time fading into oblivion. Sigh. This time, it was a sorrowful lament. She sensed it well. Must I once again depart from this realm? The time spent healing, the hours of idleness, and the fleeting moments of wandering through space always seemed to pass swiftly, as if time itself did not exist. Before she knew it, half a month had elapsed, and Shang Tiaoqing had nearly fully recovered. If she lingered any longer, she feared that she might acquire unwanted weight upon her abdomen rather than maintaining her current state, where the lean areas remained trim and the prominent ones stood out. As the serene Haruno Sakura drifted through the vastness of space with her eyes closed, she was abruptly alerted to the presence of a figure before her, adorned with an animal mask. Emotionless, the figure spoke. Haruno Sakura. The Hokage commands you. Proceed to the front lines immediately to search for and assist Tsunade. She is ensnared. It has been concealed for half a month. What? Her eyes flew open in disbelief. How is that possible? Sister Tsunade is so powerful. How could she be trapped? Sakura incredulously questioned the Umbu. The Umbu remained unresponsive, merely tossing a scroll her way. With urgency, Sakura unfurled the scroll, revealing a handwritten letter from Tsunade. It detailed that Kato's rear unit had been encircled by rock shinobi. In a bid to rescue this unit, Tsunade had plunged into the fray, only to fall victim to a ranged shinobi trap. A significant number of ranged shinobi surrounded the rear unit engaged with the rock shinobi, and now Tsunade, along with Kato and the surviving ninjas, was hiding in a vast forest of the rain country. The rain shinobi were relentlessly searching, preparing to ambush one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the esteemed medical ninja, Tsunade, to significantly reduce casualties. Damn it! Sakura hurled the scroll back at the Umbu, who caught it without a word and vanished in an instant. Quickly, she changed out of her hospital gown and donned her newly tailored ninja attire, the most suitable outfit for her imminent exploits. With a decisive crash, she flung open the window, preparing to leap outside when the door swung open. Sakura-chan? Kushina rushed over, her eyes wide upon seeing Sakura fully dressed. Where are you going? Tsunade-sensei is in trouble. I must save her. Sakura paused momentarily, perched on the windowsill, supporting herself with one hand. Tsunade-sama? Kushina gasped. You're heading to the front lines? Yes. I have to go. Then you must promise to return safely. Kushina's fiery red hair fell softly, her head slightly bowed. Hiding the bento she clutched behind her back. Don't worry, Sakura turned, reassuringly ruffling Kushina's hair. I will be fine. Okay. Kushina lifted her head, clenching her fist, displaying a small canine tooth. If you don't come back, I'll punch you. All right, I'm off. With that, she swiftly exited the hospital. Hastening toward the village gates, she presented the proof of exit left by the umbu to the gatekeeper and then disappeared into the shadows. Foolish Sakura. If you don't return, how can I ever punch you? Kushina watched her friend head toward the battlefield, tidied up her bento, and after explaining the situation to the nurses, she returned alone to the Uzumaki residence. It was desolate, devoid of life. Even the streets of Konoha were eerily quiet, heavily impacted by the war. Peace? Normally uninterested in such matters, Kushina couldn't help but recall Sakura's earlier contemplations. If peace were to prevail, everyone could be together again. Ryuka wouldn't have perished, Tsunade wouldn't be cornered, and Minato and Sakura would be able to meet freely in the village. Peace is truly wonderful. I detest war. In the rain country. Splash. Raindrops fell upon the earth, creating a small splash before vanishing into the soil. A ninja, adorned with wooden armor, glanced around cautiously. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he swiftly collected some water from the pond and retreated to a concealed hollow within a tree. Camouflaging the entrance with leaves and establishing a simple barrier, he positioned himself at the center of the hollow. Thank you for your efforts, Tsunade said as she accepted the water container, pouring the antidote evenly inside. After shaking the vessel, she administered it to the incapacitated ninjas lying around her. Tsunade-sama, we have been hiding for over half a month. Will anyone come to rescue us? The wood-armored ninja inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. At that moment, another ninja coughed softly and reassured, What are you saying? We will surely be saved. Tsunade cast a complex gaze upon the man resting on the ground. Let's persevere, everyone. After consuming this antidote, we should be able to endure for a while. Can we find food? Only some tree fruits, reported a returning leaf ninja, who had ventured out for supplies, bringing back a small bundle. Tsunade observed the 6 ninjas gathered in the hollow, including herself and the elite Kakashi. The others were mere chunin, lacking strength, and Kakashi had succumbed to the poison of the rain ninja, leaving him weakened. After half a month of hiding, their provisions had run out, and they were barely surviving on the scant food scavenged daily. Let us distribute the tree fruits. I'm not hungry, Kakashi declared resolutely. Kakashi, you must eat, Tsunade implored. It's fine, they need it more, he insisted, turning away. Seeing that Kakashi was unyielding, Tsunade sighed and began to distribute the fruits. But the Chunin refused to accept them. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi-sama, you are our protectors, please eat. We are fine, they urged. Yes, you should eat. The pile of tree fruits before Tsunade made her voice falter. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hollow, hee. You don't need to eat because you're all going to die. Not good. Scatter. Tsunade's pupils dilated as she swiftly scooped up Kakashi and punched through the hollow. Darting outside, earth release, rock collapse. A massive boulder descended from the sky, crushing the tree. Do you see how this ninjutsu resembles that of the earth ninja? A rain ninja, clad in a tight leather suit and equipped with a respirator, emerged into view. Who are you? Of course, I'm the one who will kill you, no. I am an earth ninja. The rain ninja grinned, maintaining his hand signs without pause. Earth release. Earth spike. The spikes erupted from the ground but were shattered by Tsunade's punch. With Kakashi in her grasp, escaping directly was not an option, especially with 4 Chunin trailing behind. Tsunade-sama, you all should go. The 4 Chunin exchanged determined glances, their resolve evident. What are you saying? Do you think I, Tsunade, would abandon my comrades and flee? In a fit of rage, Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, causing several hidden rain ninjas to be unceremoniously dislodged from their muddy concealment. The village can survive without us, but it cannot endure without Lady Tsunade. The 4 ninjas resolutely positioned themselves before her, forming hand seals in unison. Tsunade was about to voice her thoughts when immense walls suddenly materialized around the 4 Nin. With a thunderous crash, the walls surged forward, colliding with one another. No. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror. The silence of the encased rocks was deafening. She struck with relentless force, shattering the stone until a gruesome mass of flesh appeared before her. The visceral shock of blood seared into Tsunade's mind. How do you like my rock coffin? Don't be fooled by my appearance. My earth release techniques are quite proficient, chuckled the rain ninja, clad in a breathing apparatus, perched atop the stone wall. My lady, We must swiftly eliminate Tsunade and then disguise ourselves as rock ninjas. The injured rain ninjas, who had been thrust out by Tsunade, cried out from beneath the stone wall. I understand. You are quite tedious, one of the ninjas retorted, his gaze shifting as he formed hand seals, chuckling. If we are to disguise ourselves, let us do so convincingly. Earth release. Earth wall technique. The ground began to tremble, as if something ominous was about to emerge. The rain ninjas below sensed impending doom. Shouting, Lord Dashi, what are you doing? A semicircular sphere erupted from the earth, instantly pinning the rain ninjas against the stone wall, reducing them to a grotesque pulp. Their blood mingling with the remnants of their headbands, cascading down. What? Tsunade gaped in disbelief at the descending sphere, revealing the gruesome mass of flesh. Overwhelmed by the brutal sight, a wave of nausea surged within her, which she fought to suppress. Even the rain ninjas are dead, surely. This will be blamed on the rock ninjas. Dashi, the rain ninja employing earth release, cackled with glee. As a rain ninja skilled in earth techniques, Dashi had endured much in the rain village, especially under the leadership of Hanzo, a master of water release, renowned for his deadly poisons and blade skills. However, upon reaching the rank of elite J-nin, everything changed. His twisted psyche fueled an extraordinary power. This mission was to eliminate Tsunade while framing the rock ninjas, such a splendid opportunity to unleash this madman. Run, Tsunade. Although Kato-dan had recovered somewhat from the poison, his strength remained feeble, relying heavily on Tsunade for support. Staying here serves no purpose. Kato-dan is a liability, and I am nearly depleted of energy. This lunatic before us appears formidable. Run. I adore watching you flee. Dashi inhaled deeply from his breathing apparatus, visibly exhilarated. Just as Tsunade attempted to rise, a colossal stone fist hurtled toward them. What? Earth release. Rock fist technique. Tsunade retreated swiftly with Kato-dan, the fist enlarging ominously, forcing her to hastily counter with a punch of her own. Super strength fist. Boom. The technique of rock fist unleashed layer upon layer of destruction, transforming into boulders that cascaded down as large stones tumbled from the sky to the ground. One could not help but exclaim, "Ha! The legendary Tsunade of the Three Sannin is truly formidable." However, this punch, typically an embodiment of overwhelming force, did not grant Tsunade the upper hand. Instead, she was struck by the rock fist and sent flying, crashing violently against a massive tree, while Cat Dans tumbled away. I'm fine, how about you? Dans, bleeding profusely from his head, offered Tsunade a reassuring smile, though his condition appeared dire. Do we still have time for some affection? Tsunade, can you still stand? He teased amidst the chaos. The giant stone advanced step by step towards Tsunade, coalescing another rock fist in its grasp, a grotesque grin stretching across its face. Shall we compare our fists? The rain continued to pour, pattering softly against the muddy ground, as a silver figure darted through the downpour, anxiety etched on their face. Uchiha Haru, reporting in. They flung open the tent where Orochimaru usually resided, hoping to glean some information. Haru? You've arrived. We must set off immediately to search for Lady Tsunade. A glimmer of gold appeared before Haru, revealing a serious expression. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Shmoku are engaged in battle in the Land of Wind and cannot return. Lacking sensory ninjutsu, I am growing anxious. Without further ado, Haru grasped the hand of Namikaze Minato and dashed out of the tent. Minato, which way? This way. Genjutsu. Illusion rebirth. The pair navigated swiftly through the forest, pausing intermittently to allow Haru to sense the surroundings before proceeding. Time had elapsed since Tsunade ventured outside, and sensory abilities could often mislead whenever they faltered. The duo had to retrace their steps and conduct another search. This is too slow. We must hasten. Haru, filled with urgency, released her hand signs, unwilling to witness further losses among her comrades, especially not Tsunade, with whom she shared a close bond. Minato gritted his teeth and declared, Haru, I will carry you. Just focus on sensing. My speed surpasses yours. Haru paused in surprise as Minato crouched down, presenting his back to her. All right. A faint blush crept onto Haru's cheeks. Quickly dissipating, this was not the time for embarrassment. She swiftly positioned herself on Minato's back, inadvertently pressing against him, causing her to flush yet again. In my previous life, I was a man. I've never experienced this. Are you secure? Let us go. Minato seemed unfazed, merely gripping Haru's calves to secure her, as he obediently followed her guidance. With Minato's speed, Haru rapidly assessed numerous locations where Tsunade might have gone, ultimately pinpointing the right direction. That way. Quickly. I sense a fluctuation of chakra over there. Understood. With a flash of gold, Minato surged ahead, a silver figure trailing just behind, both racing toward the horizon. They moved like two parallel lines of gold and silver, swiftly extending outward yet remaining distinct. The landscape was strewn with bizarrely shaped stones and shattered rocks. Unmistakably the handiwork of Tsunade. The ground was strewn with corpses and headbands. Both Minato Namikaze and Haru Uchiha halted, discerning the scene before them, realizing that these bodies belonged to rock and wood ninjas. It appeared they were indeed on the right path. This was the location where Lady Tsunade was encircled by the rock and rain ninjas. Haru clenched her fists. Sister Tsunade, you cannot perish. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Minato examined the corpses, his expression somber. These bodies have been dead for nearly half a month. There is no mistake. Lady Tsunade must be nearby. Quickly, let us proceed. Haru urged Minato to crouch down, allowing her to climb onto his back. Complying, Minato squatted down. And once Haru had settled, he adjusted his posture. Upon truly mounting him, Haru hesitated, sensing an odd familiarity between them. Shaking her head, she dispelled the thought. Which way? This way. Let us go. With a swish, golden light transformed into lines as they propelled themselves forward, the sun guiding the moon in swift motion. Debris of shattered stone, splintered wood, and flying earth enveloped them. A colossal punch landed heavily on the ground, stirring a fresh wave of mud. Aha, what are you hiding for? Aren't you Lady Tsunade, the strongest fighter in the entire ninja world? The giant, sporting a twisted grin, taunted. Tsunade struggled to evade the relentless attacks of Kato Dan. Her remarkable recovery abilities strained by the prolonged evasion and concealment, leaving her utterly exhausted. Boom. Power fist. Another punch obliterated the rocky assault, the fragments scattering before being reformed. Earth style? Rock fist technique. TSK, not bad. How much stamina do you have left for those punches? By the way, I can still condense 20 more rock fists. The giant reveled in the thrill of the chase, continuously summoning rock fists, indifferent to Tsunade's attempts to evade, merely swinging his massive fists down upon her. Damn it, this lunatic. Tsunade gasped for breath, gripping Kato Dan tightly as she exerted herself to dodge a heavy blow. Tsunade, let me go? At least you can still escape. Kato Dan remarked with a bitter smile. I'm sorry for being a burden. Don't say such foolishness. Tsunade tightened her grip. You are my beloved, Senju Tsunade. How could I possibly abandon you? Kato Dan's expression grew complex, as if he were deep in thought. Crash. A great tree toppled, sending a cloud of dust into the air. What an opportunity. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, instantly utilizing the dust to conceal herself. Hee. Do you think I want to find you just because you're hiding? The giant adjusted his breathing apparatus, bending forward to approach. Tsunade crouched in the tree, forcing her breath to slow, observing the giant smashing recklessly below. I found you. Several giants suddenly appeared behind Tsunade. She swiftly pulled Kato Dan close, turning to deliver a powerful kick. Crack. The massive tree limb splintered, sending Tsunade and Kato Dan crashing to the ground. Hee, I was waiting for you. The giant's face contorted with madness as he swung a fist toward them. This is bad. Tsunade found herself helpless midair, unable to assist herself. Kato Dan gritted his teeth, pressing his hand firmly on Tsunade's shoulder, and suddenly kicked towards her legs. Bang! The mighty stone fist of Oishi crashed into a tree, causing it to topple with a resounding crash. Coughing, Tsunade awkwardly picked herself up from the ground, and, upon seeing Kato Dan not far from her, prepared to assist him. However, in the next moment, Oishi's rocky fist transformed into a palm, extending directly towards her. Just as Tsunade was about to be caught, Kato Dan's expression sharpened. Tsunade. Perhaps love could bestow boundless strength, transforming a frail individual into a formidable force. With adrenaline surging through him, Kato Dan exerted himself, his speed exceeding the limits of vision as he collided into Tsunade, who was then caught by Oishi with a look of satisfaction. No. Dan. Tsunade. Thrown aside by Kato Dan, rolled over, blood beginning to flow from her head, yet her gaze remained fixed on Kato Dan, who was tightly grasped. Oh no. I've grabbed the wrong person. Useless one. You're doomed. Tsunade, I love you. The tenderness and affection in Kato Dan's eyes were palpable, but in the next instant, everything was extinguished. The rocky hand clenched tightly. No. Blood rained down, staining the earth, and the body fell like a rag doll, devoid of any semblance of bone, drenched in crimson. No. With tears streaming down her face and blood saturating her vision, Tsunade clamped her mouth shut, weeping uncontrollably. Dan, I'll help you stop the bleeding. Don't die. Tsunade rushed forward, her hands gathering the last remnants of chakra as her medical ninjutsu was cast upon the lifeless Kato Dan, yielding no effect. TSK. Even the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Lady Tsunade, cannot save the dead. Oishi observed with a twisted expression, not hindering Tsunade's futile efforts, but instead watching with keen interest. Dan. Her hands were smeared with blood, her entire body trembling. The gruesome images of previous ninja deaths had profoundly impacted Tsunade, and Dan's demise filled her with an overwhelming fear of blood. After all, she was merely a woman, a frail woman. Oishi laughed derisively, mocking her. What of it? Women are weak, easily crushed. A cold, restrained voice cut through the air. What is wrong with being a woman? Akiyama Haru, observing Tsunade sobbing helplessly before the lifeless body, bit her lip until it bled. Who are you? A rain ninja? Namikaze Minato remained silent, lowering Akiyama Haru while warily regarding the man before them. Women? They are weak, easily extinguished with a mere squeeze. Oishi's expression grew more frenzied as he raised his rocky fist, swinging it with a maniacal grin. See, it's that simple. You will pay for this. Akiyama Haru, witnessing Tsunade's anguished cries, felt a chilling rage ignite within her. Hee, I love killing those who say I should die. Oishi's face twisted further, and his stone fist descended. Namikaze Minato sensed the force behind the blow, his expression changing instantly. Just as he intended to pull Akiyama Haru away, she swatted his hand aside. Stay back. I will kill him myself. The voice of Kamiho Haru was chillingly unlike her. Her stunning beauty, coupled with the frigid tone, radiated an air of haughty elegance that brooked no defiance. Wave Wind Minato was momentarily entranced. Yet he chose to trust Kamiho Haru, turning on his heel to dash toward Tsunade. Hee, your teammate has forsaken you. Are you not hastening to your demise at my hands? Daisher, witnessing Minato's retreat, paid no heed, becoming increasingly exhilarated as he swung his rock fist toward Kamiho Haru. The colossal fist surged toward her, poised to strike her face in an instant. The world seemed to slow as a formidable mental force coalesced within Kamiho Haru's mind, rendering all actions languid, as if time itself had decelerated. She shifted her foot slightly, sidestepping the rock fist, her delicate, alabaster fingers nimbly tapping upon the fist. Fantasy killer. Boom. The rock fist crashed into the ground, shattering into fragments, while Daisher stared in astonishment at his right hand, the stone entirely dislodged from his grasp. Come on, continue. Kamiho Haru declared, her countenance icy as she advanced step by step toward Daisher. Light filtered through the gaps in the forest, illuminating her exquisite visage, which was now rife with murderous intent and chill, instilling dread. Curse it. Continue. Though Daisher could not fathom why his chakra had suddenly severed its connection with him, he resolved to press the attack, intent on crushing the woman who looked down upon him. Earth release. Rock fist technique. The stones that had fallen beside Kamiho Haru surged once more, coalescing into a fist. Fantasy killer. Her pristine right hand pressed against the stone. Daisher's earth chakra was instantly shattered by Kamiho Haru's immense mental prowess, and the rock fist crumbled once again to the ground. All your fantasies, all your distorted obsessions, shall be obliterated by me. Kamiho Haru pointed at Daisher, seemingly intent on erasing his very existence. However, damn it. Earth release. Rock collapse. Earth release. Earth spike. A large block of rock formed above Kamiho Haru, while massive earth spikes began to coalesce beneath her feet. She merely glanced upward, lightly scraping the ground, and with a mocking smile, uttered, "Is this all you are capable of?" Blabbering. Die. The rocks plummeted down, and the earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Kamiho Haru's body as she was crushed beneath the falling boulder. Ha ha ha. Women are so weak, yet they boast. Before Daisher could finish his laughter, Kamiho Haru emerged unscathed from the colossal rock, as if she had traversed through it. Is this your level? A beautiful arc formed at the corner of Kamiho Haru's mouth, and the world seemed to lose its color. Then you may die, Shadow Clone. Meanwhile, Wave Wind Minato shielded Tsunade, though he could not see through Kamiho Haru's illusion. His familiarity with her allowed him to grasp the situation. In terms of mental strength, Kamiho Haru surpassed Daisher by a wide margin, perhaps even by an entire city. Daisher's own psyche was already unstable and severely warped. Under such circumstances, how could Daisher possibly perceive through Kamiho Haru's illusion? Die. Daisher alternated between using rock collapse and earth spear, but inevitably, all his attacks pierced through Kamiju Haruka's shadow clone. Kamiju Haruka continued to advance resolutely towards Daisher, step by step, as if treading the rhythm of death, each footfall echoing the heartbeat of Daisher. Thump, thump, thump. No, no. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Do not approach me. Daisher clasped his hands together and struck the ground, causing a towering rock wall to rise immediately. It was futile. Kamiju Haruka merely gestured, and the stone wall crumbled, the shattered rocks raining down upon his shadow clone without even causing a ripple. Stay back. Seeing that all his ninjutsu had no effect on Kamiju Haruka, Daisher felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Fortunately, his earth release lacked any properties capable of inflicting harm upon Kamiju Haruka. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so effortlessly overpower an elite jonin. The only techniques that could potentially harm Kamiju Haruka, rock collapse and earth spear, had all been ineffective against the shadow clone. Earth release. Underground navigation. Daisher quickly formed seals, seemingly channeling the fastest speed of his life. As he completed the last seal, the ground beneath him softened, gradually engulfing him. Ha! You cannot kill me. Kamiju Haruka swiftly approached the earth, placing a hand upon it. Illusion killer. Vanish, all your thoughts. The earth, infused with Daisher's earth-style chakra, suddenly ceased to exist, hardening instead. And Daisher found himself trapped, leaving only his head exposed. Damn it. Kamiju Haruka retrieved the kunai from his tool pouch and approached coldly, seemingly poised to thrust it into Daisher's neck. Xiaoqing, I want to take revenge myself. A voice filled with desperation and tears reached out. Kamiju Haruka paused, his expression unreadable, before placing the kunai back into his pouch and forming another seal. Genjutsu, hell viewing technique. Go see the sights of hell. He then walked over to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade. Tsunade trembled, her hands shaking, while Minato stood silently beside her, reflecting on how powerful Xiaoqing had become. Supporting Tsunade, Kamiju Haruka proceeded toward the still pleading Daisher. Silence. Upon releasing the illusion, Daisher appeared utterly terrified. He handed the kunai to the trembling Tsunade. Thank you. Her hands still quivered. Yet the hatred in her eyes could not be quelled. Die, die, die. With each strike, Kamiju Haruka turned away, refusing to witness Tsunade's unrestrained fury. The kunai clattered to the ground, and Daisher fell silent. Ah! Tsunade cried out, I avenged you. Only then did Kamiju Haruka turn around, unconcerned, embracing the blood-soaked Tsunade as her head buried into his chest. This scene mirrored the time when Kamiju Haruka had found solace in Tsunade's comfort. Xiaoqing is dead. He died for me. I know. Kamiju Haruka gently patted Tsunade's head. Why? Why am I so weak? No, Tsunade is not weak at all. Then why did Dan die? Why couldn't I simply strike that madman down with a single blow? Kamizuki Haru found himself at a loss for words, only able to embrace the trembling sensations within him in silence. Haru, do you believe that true peace exists in this ninja world? Will there ever be genuine peace? I don't know. I truly do not know. Right now, I am filled with such hatred that I wish I could obliterate the land of rain. But alas, that cannot be. Tsunade's tears soaked Haru's clothing, washing away much of the bloodstains. The heavens began to weep, as if to cleanse all traces of sorrow. The world fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by Tsunade's quiet sobs. Haru held her tightly, while Minato stood in the rain, gazing at the two, lost in thought. Is it really possible for this ninja world to attain peace? The cycle of hatred continues, destinies intertwine. Some scars run so deep that even time cannot erase them. Let us bury Dan, along with the other Konoha ninjas, Tsunade said, steeling herself. We shall return their garments and erect a tombstone. Haru and Minato nodded in agreement. With Tsunade's assistance, the burial proceeded smoothly. However, it seemed that Tsunade could no longer bear the sight of blood. The mere glimpse of it sent her into tremors. It is indeed a cruel irony for a medical ninja to fear blood. After enduring such a battle, the bond between Tsunade and Haru could be described as one forged in life and death, a connection that would never be severed. Sister Tsunade, what do you plan to do next? Haru gently inquired, holding her hand after laying everything to rest. I do not know. But I no longer wish to partake in war, Tsunade replied after a moment of silence, her voice tinged with sorrow. Dan had a niece. I intend to take her back to Konoha, perhaps to explain the situation to the third Hokage. But Konoha cannot afford to lose you, Tsunade. The third Hokage will not allow you to leave. Haru understood her feelings yet could not help but worry about Konoha's diminished strength without her. Without the support of medical ninjutsu, the frontline ninja would not be able to fight wholeheartedly, significantly increasing the mortality rate. Tsunade fell into silence for a while, then suddenly turned to Haru, her eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Haru, you don't know much ninjutsu yet, do you? Tsunade asked with a mysterious smile. Yes. Under Master Jiraiya, I only learned the needle jizo technique, Haru admitted, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. It was an unavoidable situation. Previously, their spirits had not harmonized, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. As for genjutsu, Jiraiya was only a novice, and Haru had learned more on his own. Jiraiya's role as a mentor had mainly provided him with emotional support, if any, although his spirit now resonated with his soul. He had yet to master any ninjutsu and had made a name for himself solely through his own genjutsu. What if I teach you medical ninjutsu? Convince Jiraiya to let you come under my tutelage, Tsunade said, her fist clenched, as if to imply that should Jiraiya refuse, she would break a rib to ensure it happened. As the cold sweat trickled down her brow, Kamiju Haru pondered, is this truly a bad thing? What could possibly be wrong? I shall impart to you the art of medical ninjutsu. With your keen intellect, dear Haru, you shall master it in no time, swiftly taking over my responsibilities and freeing me from the burdens of war. The more Tsunade spoke, the brighter her eyes gleamed. Kamiju Haru quickly squeezed Tsunade's hand, who retorted with a playful squeeze in return, taken by the delicate beauty of Haru's small hand, which seemed to possess an ethereal charm. No wonder Kushina found it so endearing. By the way, as a gesture of gratitude, I shall also teach you the strength of 1,000 technique. TSK. With those dainty hands, you must not practice the iron fist. My strength is far superior, Tsunade remarked with a mischievous grin while caressing Haru's hand. Let me tell you, medical ninjutsu can preserve one's youth and vitality. I am currently developing the 100 healing seal, once perfected. I will teach it to you as well, a splendid method for maintaining your beauty. Haru felt a flutter of excitement. Possessing medical ninjutsu would ensure the safety of her friends, and Tsunade's formidable strength would grant her the ability to protect herself, not to mention the promise of eternal youth. Cough. But that is not the main point. Sister Tsunade. About the 100 healings fist. No. I mean the strength seal. Not quite. In any case. Haru's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her gaze wandering as she softly inquired. Is medical ninjutsu difficult to learn? Tsunade cast a teasing glance at Haru, noting her concern for appearances. Oh, so you are rather pleased with your looks, aren't you? Indeed. My dear Haru is so charming and beautiful, akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, a moonlight fairy. How does that title sound? Sister Tsunade. Haru stamped her foot, a hint of embarrassment coloring her demeanor. Perhaps it was the influence of her feminine persona, but she found herself unperturbed by such playful antics, executing them with remarkable ease. With her natural beauty and exquisite complexion, if she were to acquire the 100 healing seal, her allure would surely captivate the world. It became evident that Haru's aptitude surpassed Tsunade's expectations. Her mastery over chakra control was not only impeccable but even eclipsed Tsunade's own proficiency. Whether it was the instruction of medical ninjutsu or the explosive power of strength, Haru's sole weakness lay in her frail physique, her tender age, and her limited chakra capacity. Within a month, the battlefield had been cleared and the burial mounds erected. Tsunade and Haru returned to Konoha, summoned to meet the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Little Haru, I have imparted everything I could teach you. Your talent is truly remarkable. I eagerly anticipate the day you surpass me, allowing me to witness your back as you venture forth. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Haru's hair, reflecting on the past month spent in earnest teaching, leaving no knowledge unshared. Sister Tsunade. Haru lowered her head, realizing that after this meeting with the third Hokage, she would likely bid farewell to Tsunade, uncertain of when they might meet again. Oh, what is the matter? It's not as if we will never see each other again. Tsunade opened her arms wide, embracing Haru and enveloping her in a warm hug. Huh? What did you say? Hurry, don't suffocate me. Haru struggled desperately, yet Tsunade's embrace was as unyielding as a mountain, securing her firmly in place. Cough. Come in. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen rescued Kamizuki Saira, who was struggling at the entrance of the Hokage office, breathing in greedily for a moment. She cast a reproachful glance at Tsunade, who was stifling a laugh. Upon opening the door to the Hokage's office, both Tsunade and Kamizuki Saira had already composed themselves, one with an air of arrogance and the other with a cool demeanor as they entered. The interior of the office had transformed from its usual sight. Previously, when Kamizuki Saira visited, she would only encounter Sarutobi Hiruzen, but today there was an elderly man wrapped in bandages and a middle-aged couple. The three of them sat on a nearby couch, holding teacups, seemingly lost in thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the Hokage's seat, gazing at Tsunade and Kamizuki Saira as they walked in. "Tsunade, are you well?" Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his hat and leaned back. "Pay attention to your image, Hiruzen," the bandaged man said darkly, prompting Kamizuki Saira to glance over. However, as soon as she did, the man turned to meet her gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing, as if attempting to see through her. Kamizuki Saira maintained her composure, quietly standing behind Tsunade. Today, she was not the focus, but rather Tsunade. "I'm perfectly fine," Tsunade replied, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow as she surveyed the others, Danzo, Mito Gaiden, and T. Kashin. "It seems the three of you have ample time today." Tsunade, you appear to be in good spirits," T. Kashin remarked, slightly perturbed by Tsunade's veiled mockery. Mito Gaiden, meanwhile, remained indifferent, sipping his tea without uttering a word. "Enough, Tsunade. I understand that the deaths of your younger brother and Dan have left you discontented with the war, but I hope you can endure until the end. Konoha needs you," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, igniting his pipe and enveloping his face in smoke. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. "My dear teacher, I harbor no dissatisfaction with the war or Konoha. I simply do not wish to engage any further. I have come today to take my niece Dan's daughter away for a change of scenery." "A change of scenery? Do you realize that your current behavior is tantamount to defying the Hokage's orders, akin to treason?" Danzo interjected ominously, tapping his cane sharply on the ground. "Tsunade, can you bear to watch Konoha's shinobi perish? They are fighting on the front lines, injured and in need of healing, requiring a powerful ninja for protection." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not contest Danzo's words, but instead played the emotional card. "You need not worry about that. Saira has already learned my medical ninjutsu. Although she currently lacks experience and knowledge, she is more than capable of treating the injured." He gestured toward Kamizuki Saira, who remained silent. "Her? What can a mere girl accomplish? How long has she even been training?" Danzo stood up, leaning on his cane as he approached Tsunade, exuding an air of authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, absorbed in his smoke. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold smile. "Then let me show you what she is truly capable of." Before Danzo could react, Tsunade struck the ground in front of him with a fist. With a thunderous boom, shadows erupted into the room. "Protect Lord Danzo." "Tsunade, are you attempting to rebel?" Tobirama retreated swiftly, his remaining eye fixed intently on Tsunade. "Rebellion? No, how could that be?" Tsunade retracted her fist, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unresponsive, seemingly an observer to this unfolding drama. Tobirama's gaze deepened as he proclaimed, "Seize her. Tsunade is conspiring against the village advisor, an act tantamount to treason." Several root ninjas surged forward, evidently poised to apprehend Tsunade. Genjutsu, illusory world, super strength fist. Ueda Haru extended her pristine hands, rapidly forming seals, then clenched her fist and struck the ground once more. Boom. The impact was lesser than before, yet it vividly showcased Tsunade's extraordinary strength. One of the root ninjas caught in the wave collapsed instantly. Go? Tsunade gestured with her lips, indicating for Ueda Haru to step forward and provide healing. "Yes." Ueda extended her hand, and a gentle green light emerged. The wounds of the previously bleeding root ninja began to mend at an observable pace. As the injury neared complete restoration, Ueda released her grip, and in the next instant, the wound was entirely healed, without a trace of imperfection or excess energy expended. "I forgot to mention, Ueda is now a disciple of both Jiraiya and me. Her talent in medical ninjutsu surpasses my own. You may judge for yourselves." Tsunade regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with indifference, though her fingers trembled slightly from her fear of blood. "Hiruzen, you see this? These two are in rebellion. They must be subdued immediately." Tobirama shouted from behind the root ninjas, seemingly unyielding until Tsunade and Ueda were apprehended. "Hiruzen, your prowess allows you to see that Tsunade's hand is trembling." "I suffer from hemophobia," Tsunade openly confessed. "Even if you send me back to the front lines, I am unable to heal." Hiruzen sighed. "Indeed, Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, held certain privileges." Hiruzen, seeing a hint of leniency from Sarutobi, Tobirama swiftly signaled the two advisors who had been lingering nearby. The two advisors, having been startled by the sudden display of super strength, were about to express their indignation when they were interrupted by Hiruzen. "Enough, Tsunade. Go clear your mind. Here is your leave from the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and handed Tsunade a note. Tsunade cast a dismissive glance at the three advisors. In this clash of powers, she emerged victorious. Hiruzen then turned his attention to Ueda Haru. the ethereal beauty who seemed untouched by the mundane world, and sighed, Ueda Haru, by the Hokage's order. You are to proceed to the front lines and take Tsunade's place. Yes, Ueda, remember, you are still too fragile, and your chakra is insufficient. Try not to unleash your super strength more than thrice a day, lest you risk damaging your meridians. Also, ensure you eat well and take care of yourself on the battlefield. Disregard others. You must survive. Furthermore, keep this. Tsunade handed Ueda a delicate bracelet. What is this? Ueda inquired, curiously adjusting it around her wrist. The pure silver bracelet adorned her fair wrist, complementing her long silver ponytail exquisitely. Within it resided my chakra. Should one wish to reach out to me, let this serve as a beacon to ascertain my whereabouts. Tears welled in Tsunade's eyes as she gently caressed the young girl's head. Listen closely, Haru, my foremost request is for you to survive. Tsunade's gaze drifted to the horizon as a shinobi from the Umbu approached, cradling the little girl in his arms. You must stay safe. You are all I have left. Xiaoqin. Sister Tsunade, I'm having trouble breathing, she gasped. All right, go forth and shine brilliantly on the battlefield. Yes. From that moment, a silver meteor streaked across the sky, beginning to forge her own time, her own tale, her own narrative. In the year 37 of the shinobi era, with the long-awaited return of Jiraiya, who had been wandering aimlessly, Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake launched an invasion into the Land of Wind. After a prolonged resistance, the Land of Wind ultimately succumbed. With the first nation to surrender, the tide of war began to shift favorably. Haru supported Minato Namikaze, and under Orochimaru's strategic manipulation, they engaged in distant diplomacy and close combat with the Land of Lightning. The Third Hokage bravely fought against thousands, effectively choking the Land of Earth. However, the Land of Earth was not to be underestimated. Only after the heavy loss of the Third Hokage did they declare their surrender. Meanwhile, the Land of Rain, weary from years of strife and dwindling resources, also capitulated. In the year 38 of the shinobi era, the prolonged Second Shinobi World War concluded, ultimately resulting in a bittersweet victory for Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. As the victors, they naturally held the right to demand reparations from the defeated nations. Considering this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, decided to send his disciple Jiraiya along with the original Team 7, Minato Namikaze, and Haru, to various nations to negotiate the compensation agreements. Remember, do not create any disturbances. Negotiate at double the terms I set, and if necessary, let Minato assist you, Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples as he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. Negotiation was not his forte, but he figured he could leave it to Minato if need be. Minato, keep an eye on things, Hiruzen instructed, reassured by the young man's maturity after the trials of the war. Yes, Minato replied, standing tall and composed. And Haru too. Take good care of them both, Hiruzen added, nodding solemnly as he addressed Haru. Haru nodded, setting off with her teacher and teammates, her exquisite features lighting up with a smile. The silver ponytail cascaded over her shoulder, and her sparkling, animated eyes seemed to be lost in thought. This journey offered no guarantees of safety, so each must remain vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen made a decision. You three, go take a look at the forbidden technique scrolls. In the forest, the trio hastened their pace towards the Land of Wind. Aware of the urgency and the weight of their task, they were to traverse the Land of Rivers before reaching the Land of Wind, then swing by the Land of Rain en route to the Land of Earth. I never expected the third Hokage would entrust us with the forbidden technique scrolls, Jiraiya remarked with a hint of astonishment. The forbidden techniques scroll documents all the advanced ninjutsu from the establishment of the wood industry to the present, including some techniques created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. So, how about it, Minato? Have you gained any insights? Jiraiya inquired with a smile. For Minato was his most cherished disciple, whom he believed to be the prophesied child of the great sage, destined to bring peace to the ninja world. Indeed, I find the Flying Thunder God technique particularly intriguing, replied Minato, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps due to his own affinity as a speed-type ninja, he felt a profound connection to this space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God? That technique is quite coveted, but many lack the spatial aptitude to master it, Jiraiya jested, fully aware of the esteemed reputation of this ninjutsu. What about you, Haru? Minato turned to the girl trailing behind him, Kamizuki Haru. She returned his gaze with a sweet smile and spoke. I've studied most of the techniques from the Forbidden Scroll, but many are ill-suited for me, so I abandoned them. Is that so? Perhaps you should ask your teacher to teach you more ninjutsu. You hardly know any basic techniques, do you? Jiraiya remarked, tilting his head back with an air of self-satisfaction. No need. With Tsunade's monstrous strength, I find that sufficient. A single punch is more effective than any additional ninjutsu. Haru said, playfully clenching her small fist and feigning a threat, resembling a tiny kitten extending its paw, utterly devoid of menace and instead exuding cuteness. If Tsunade were to brandish her fist, Jiraiya might have trembled in response. All right, let us remain vigilant. We are nearing the borders of the land of rivers, Minato cautioned, surveying the terrain. Upon hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya instantly became alert. What? Is Tsunade nearby? Haru asked, perplexed. How did you arrive at that conclusion? The land of rivers is a nation devoid of ninja villages. However, due to its unique circumstances, neighboring ninja villages typically refrain from launching attacks and often offer protection instead. Minato provided Haru with a brief geography lesson. What does that have to do with you, Teacher Jiraiya? Haru queried, her head tilting in confusion. Her silver ponytail cascading down her cheek as she observed Jiraiya searching around for any sign of Tsunade. Minato cleared his throat. The most renowned place here is the village of Hot Water, also known as the Hot Springs Village. Haru clenched her fists, realizing the reason behind it. Although she once identified as male, the thought of bathing alongside men was entirely unacceptable to her. Hey, it seems Tsunade isn't around. Then let us head to the Hot Springs Village and enjoy ourselves. Suddenly, a small fish struck Jiraiya's slightly lecherous face, sending him flying. Die. The land of rivers. Particularly the village of Hot Water, or Hot Spring Village, is known for its tranquility, despite the fierce battles among ninjas. There exists an unwritten rule among them to avoid involving civilians whenever possible. Civilians are the source of all resources and symbolize peace. Imagine, if you will, a scenario where, in pursuit of victory, you annihilate the entire village of ninjas along with its civilians. What becomes of the resources thereafter? How will sustenance and shelter be managed? Ninjas themselves are voracious consumers, requiring substantial resources for both food and equipment, a fundamental cause for the outbreak of war, imbalance, and scarcity of resources. Thus, while the ninja village may have vanished, the uniquely charming Uchiha village, renowned for its exquisite hot springs, stands resilient, akin to a paradise untouched by the tumult of the world. As one strolls along the streets of Uchiha village, vendors eagerly tout their wares, their calls resounding with pride. Banners adorned with the character for hot spring flutter on either side, marking the presence of numerous inns. Ah, this place truly is splendid. Kamiju Haruai, with hands clasped behind her back, joyfully meanders through the streets like a sprite. Slow down. Don't bump into anyone, Kakashi Hitaki admonishes gently. A warm smile gracing his face as he observes the exuberance of Kamiju Haruai, were war non-existent, and if the world could mirror the tranquility of Uchiha village, how wondrous that would be. Both Kamiju Haruai and Kakashi Hitaki harbor such profound hopes. Haruai, why not learn a bit of ninjutsu? Just a little. Please. Don't turn out as violent as Tsunade. Jiraiya interjects, limping along behind them while pinching his nose. All right, I understand. Teach me tonight. Kamiju Haruai responds cheerfully, readily agreeing to Jiraiya's request, considering it merely a matter of learning some ninjutsu. Really? Jiraiya, who had been feigning despair, instantly perks up, approaching Kamiju Haruai. Then tonight, we can enjoy a hot spring together, and I will teach you at my room, slowly. The kunai glinted coldly, drawing near to Jiraiya's thigh. What did you say? Teacher Jiraiya? Kamiju Haruai squints playfully, her silver ponytail dancing merrily, with just a slight motion of her delicate hand. The ninja world might witness the emergence of its first eunuch. Jiraiya gulped. That Haruai, let us discuss this calmly. What? Aren't you the one wanting to privately instruct me tonight? She whispered smoothly into Jiraiya's ear, just the two of us, enjoying a hot spring. And then we can do whatever you wish in your room. Jiraiya's unease deepened. This girl's transformation into a young lady had rendered her dangerously captivating. Oh dear. If she were to entice me, it would be akin to stumbling onto a blade. All right, Haruai, stop teasing Teacher Jiraiya, Kakashi Hitaki interjected, bemused, quickly stepping in to quell her antics. Kamiju Haruai waved her hand, the kunai swirling elegantly before she tucked it away in her ninja pouch. Humph. Why is it that my status as a teacher seems to be the lowest? Jiraiya pondered, bewildered, trailing behind the cheerful Kamiju Haruai, walking alongside Kakashi. Jiraiya's gaze wandered slyly to the entrances of the hot spring inns, where the proprietresses were each more enchanting than the last. Kakashi, what do you think of Haruai? Kakashi was caught off guard by this sudden inquiry. Well, Haruai is an exceptional ninja, gifted and strong, he replied, offering a conventional response. Jiraiya gazed at Kamikawa Haruka ahead, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, and chuckled softly, "There's no need to be so formal. Let us chat casually. Do you find Haruka beautiful?" "Indeed, she is stunning. I would even say she is the most exquisite person I have ever encountered." Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment before nodding gently in agreement. "Based on my extensive travels and experiences across the ninja world, our Haruka is undoubtedly the most beautiful in all of the ninja realm, akin to a celestial fairy." TSK. Jiraiya cast his eyes toward Haruka, who was haggling with a vendor, leering appreciatively at her. He had always thought highly of her. Her figure and beauty were remarkable, and now, with her added attributes, he couldn't help but admire her further. Suddenly, a kunai flew through the air, embedding itself into Jiraiya's ninja tool pouch, its tail quivering violently, revealing the thrower's foul mood. Hiss! Jiraiya inhaled sharply, aware that the pouch rested at his waist. A misfire could lead to a rather unfortunate injury. "Pay up, perverted teacher." Minato chuckled softly. "You know, Haruka's mental perception extends quite far. She is indeed referred to as the Silver Canopy. Hey, hearing her call me perverted teacher again is a welcome change." Jiraiya withdrew the kunai and instructed Minato to settle the bill, smiling gently at Haruka, who was searching for an in. Ever since Ryuhu's demise, Haruka had consistently addressed Jiraiya as Ryuhu and had never once called him perverted teacher. Perhaps this time, she might truly be able to let go. As warm water cascaded down, Jiraiya and Minato sat in silence within the hot spring. "Minato, do you have feelings for Haruka?" "Cough. What are you saying, teacher?" "Nothing serious. Haruka is nearby in the hot spring. She won't overhear us." Jiraiya waved dismissively, placing a towel atop his head and reclining against a nearby stone lion in delight. Minato mimicked Jiraiya's posture, leaning against the side and gazing up at the sky. The night had deepened, and the moonlight poured down gently, casting a hazy glow amidst the steam rising from the hot spring. Haruka extended her slender, fair arm, splashing water in the spring, droplets cascading down her neck, resembling white jade, lingering at her collarbone before rolling down between her bosom. Drip. Her ears, slightly flushed from the steam, twitched. "Minato, do you have feelings for Haruka?" "I suppose so, but only in a sisterly way." "Is that so?" Her ears turned a shade redder. The water's warmth was somewhat steamy. Haruka quietly leaned against the side, looking up at the sky. The moonlight is truly beautiful. As the night slipped away quietly, no one mentioned the hot spring again. Haruka seemed unaware, and according to their prior agreement, she arrived at Jiraiya's room. Her silver hair hung damply over her shoulders, and without a ponytail, she exuded a gentle beauty. Clad in a light blue yukata adorned with a large bow at her back, her smooth neck peeked from the garment, adding an alluring touch. "Perverted teacher." "Oh." Jiraiya wiped away the imaginary drool at the corner of his mouth, sitting up straight. "I'm here. How will you teach me ninjutsu?" Kaminari Haruka lifted her petite foot, placing her slippers at the entrance before scampering inside barefoot. The shortness of her bathrobe revealed her fair and exquisite legs, with her delicate pink toes playfully drawing attention. Jiraiya couldn't help but bend slightly, attempting to conceal some inappropriate thoughts. "This is troubling, truly troubling. Haruka is your student. What are you thinking?" Jiraiya, fortified by an unwavering will, retrieved a pre-prepared scroll and placed it upon the table, presenting it with utmost seriousness. Observing his earnest demeanor, Haruka obediently settled at the table, her long legs gently resting beside her. "Haruka, this scroll is for you. It contains the ninjutsu I have learned, and you may select those suitable for your studies. Your affinity is lightning, and I must admit, despite being your teacher, I am unable to offer much assistance in your proficiency, be it in genjutsu or lightning techniques." As he spoke, Jiraiya lowered his head slightly, a hint of guilt flickering across his features. Haruka, touched by Jiraiya's sincerity, grasped the scroll. Just as she was about to sit up straight to express her gratitude, she suddenly caught sight of Jiraiya's gaze, following his line of sight back to herself. She realized that the corner of her bathrobe had lifted due to her small movements, revealing a glimpse of breathtaking scenery between her legs. Thankfully, she had donned a pair of modest undergarments beneath her robe. How mortifying. Haruka quickly covered her robe, seizing a teacup to shield herself. "Ugh, what a life." "Humph. Just perish," she retorted, grabbing the scroll and dashing out, forcefully slamming the door to Jiraiya's room behind her. Well, that is for the best, Jiraiya thought. Lying on the floor with blood streaming from his nose, feeling a mix of joy and lingering guilt. Silly teacher, there is no need for such theatrics. Haruka stood silently at the door for a moment, offered a respectful bow, and then returned to her own room. The following morning, Haruka, are you awake? The early rising Minato Namikaze knocked on Haruka's door after completing his morning training, but there was no response from within. Still asleep? Minato paused for a moment, then opened Haruka's door and stepped inside. The room was warm, and a gentle, subtle fragrance wafted into Minato's nostrils. After surveying the surroundings, he finally spotted Haruka on the tea table. Her silver hair cascaded across the surface, her little head resting on the scroll, her nose twitching as if lost in a dream. Ah, this little girl, Minato mused softly, approaching to tidy the table before gently shaking her shoulder. Drool trickled from her mouth. Ah, Haruka jolted upright, quickly wiping her mouth with her hand and casting a reproachful glance at Minato. I wasn't tea. Minato merely smiled in silence, turning to leave. Hurry and prepare, we must be on our way. The three travelers, having briefly paused in the land of rivers, resumed their journey towards the land of wind, where the climate gradually became arid. Now I understand why the land of wind continuously instigates war, Haruka mused silently. Standing at the border town of the land of wind, gazing towards its direction, the sky was shrouded in yellow sands, the land barren and desolate, with even water sources posing a challenge. Indeed, the esteemed Namikaze Minato lamented the harsh reality of survival in such a resource-scarce environment. Jiraiya, having procured several beast skin water pouches at a premium from a nearby vendor, distributed them among Minato and Uchiha Haru. In the desert, water is of paramount importance. Alongside protection from the winds and the scorching sun, he once again offered several cloaks, and as they enveloped themselves within the fabric, the oppressive heat of the sun diminished significantly. Uchiha Haru suddenly glanced towards another direction in the land of wind. What is it? Minato adjusted his cloak, feeling quite comfortable. I sensed a tremendous surge of energy from that direction, but perhaps I am mistaken, Haru mused, retracting her gaze in confusion. All right, let us depart. We have several days of travel ahead to reach the land of wind. Indeed, a cold, indifferent expression adorned her features, her silver hair cascading down to her waist. Devoid of embellishments, dressed in a pure white kimono that exuded an aura of aloofness, seemingly devoid of emotion. You have always been remarkable since childhood. Let us proceed. In a flash of golden light, the figure vanished from sight. Stop right there. Ahead lies Sunagakure, a vigilant ninja, adorned with the forehead protector of the Sand Village. Scrutinized the three cloaked figures approaching from a distance. Konoha's emissaries. A shuriken embedded itself into the rock beside the Sand Ninja. Such an action is tantamount to provocation. However, as a defeated nation, we must endure this affront. You must bear the dignity of a great nation during your travels, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished, implying that Jiraiya should be mindful and avoid any disgraceful incidents. Welcome, emissaries of Konoha. Though they were killers, they were compelled to bow their heads submissively, like defeated hounds. Indeed, Jiraiya, cloaked and leading the way, stood at the forefront, flanked by Uchiha Haru and Namikaze Minato, who were equally cloaked. At that moment, Jiraiya truly embodied the authority of the legendary three of Konoha. The seeds of hatred, born from war, easily cloud the vision of individuals, causing them to lose their rationality. Even when defeated, the power of hatred can transform individuals into beasts. Haru observed the bloodshot eyes filled with a desire to devour the very essence of those around them. Feeling a weight in her heart, what are you thinking? Nothing. I merely find hatred to be a most foolish sentiment. The capacity for hatred is indeed a curse bestowed upon humanity by a higher power, should such a deity exist, Haru reflected. God. Minato, clearly unfamiliar with the concept, nonetheless understood the essence of hatred. It is nothing. I was merely speaking to myself. She brushed aside the topic, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper. Haru, if one day I were to perish at the hands of another, what would you do? I would obliterate the one who took your life, leaving no trace behind. Haru. Minato halted, seriousness etched upon his face as he replied, I hope that the cycle of hatred ends with my generation and does not continue with you. If I were to perish, and you sought vengeance, the friends of the one you vanquished would come after you, perpetuating a cycle of retribution. How could the world ever attain peace? Thus, I wish that if I am slain, it signifies that my time has come, that I have erred, otherwise, I would undoubtedly survive. Kakashi paused, stating that if you were to commit murder in my name, I could never forgive you. Haru wished to interject, but Kakashi interrupted once more. Ever since I witnessed that side of you when Kato fell, I have pondered how to end such enmity. Yet, I have struggled to comprehend it fully. However, I aspire to tread the right path, and until I find it, I shall not succumb to death. Haru fell silent, and after a moment, extended his pinky finger, pleading, "So promise me, you must not die." "Ah, I shall not perish." They linked pinkies. "Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up," Jiraiya called out as he noticed the two lagging behind. His shout stirred discontent among the sand shinobi, who seemed eager to take advantage of the moment to strike at a leaf shinobi. Boom. Haru slammed his fist into the ground before Jiraiya, the force causing the sand shinobi to lower their heads in apprehension. "Is that Tsunade?" The third Kazekage, observing from his office, turned to his two elders, Chiyo and Ibiz. According to intel, Tsunade should not be involved. Ibiz stroked his beard, glancing at his sister Chiyo. Chiyo discerned the chakra, and her expression grew grave. "It is indeed her." "So it is her," Ibiz echoed, his gaze turning serious. "Should we send someone to eliminate her? It would be worth any cost." The third Kazekage, noticing their cryptic conversation, inquired, "What is the matter? Clarify it for me." The silver sky loomed overhead. I did not expect she had mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength. Ibiz, still mindful of the Kazekage's authority, promptly explained about Haru. "This girl can achieve such prowess?" The third Kazekage squinted, directing his gaze toward her. "If I encountered her on the battlefield, I would go to any lengths to eliminate her." "It is unfortunate," Ibiz lamented, casting a resentful glance at his sister. For it was she who had thwarted their plans. Chiyo appeared oblivious to her brother's reproach, maintaining her focus with a meditative demeanor. "Very well, let it unfold naturally." In the Kazekage's office, "Kazekage-sama, I come on behalf of Hokage-sama to negotiate a compensation agreement. I trust you will be accommodating." After consulting with Kakashi, Jiraiya engaged in formal discourse with the third Kazekage. Kakashi stood behind Jiraiya, wearing a smile and occasionally offering reminders, perfectly embodying the role of a supportive aide. Haru merely surveyed her surroundings, her beautiful eyes scanning the room until they landed on Chiyo and a middle-aged man seated together, prompting her to huff in disdain. "She is merely here as a mascot and figurehead." Humph. Chiyo was nearly incensed by the audacity of the young girl who had nearly brought her demise. It was said that Miss Kamishiro Haru from the esteemed village was exceptionally beautiful, often likened to a fairy under the moonlight, and her prowess seemed quite remarkable as well. After a brief exchange of banter between the Wind Shadow and Jiraiya, their gaze shifted towards Kamishiro Haru as the tension between them lingered. "Ah, what a generous compliment. My young apprentice is still quite inexperienced and not yet worthy of the grand stage," Jiraiya chuckled. "Oh, so. It turns out that Miss Kamishiro Haru is a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin of the Wood Release. No wonder she stands out so distinctly," remarked the third Wind Shadow, a smile gracing his face as he waved dismissively. Indeed. Ahem, Jiraiya composed himself, though a smirk remained at the corners of his mouth. "When does Lord Wind Shadow intend to finalize the compensation agreement? We should be nearing a specific figure for discussion." "There's no rush. You have traveled a great distance and deserve to rest," the Wind Shadow gestured, and a ninja promptly appeared to escort the Wood Release envoy to their quarters. "There's no need for such formalities. We shall leave once the contract is signed," Jiraiya interrupted firmly. "If we are delayed here in the first country, how shall we secure our due compensation? That would be unacceptable and would leave our Wind Country open to ridicule for inadequate hospitality." As the third Wind Shadow extended his hand, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable weight upon him, as if he were momentarily immobilized. "Such skill, Lord Wind Shadow. Your mastery of magnet release is indeed renowned," observed Minato Namikaze, who immediately understood the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Kamishiro Haru. "Fantasy killer," Kamishiro Haru murmured, swiftly approaching Jiraiya and gliding her fingers over his attire. In an instant, several granules of sand and iron fell from him. "Oh, so you are Miss Kamishiro Haru. Truly. You possess an innate beauty that is unparalleled," the third Wind Shadow remarked, astonished by her effortless dispelling of his control over the sand and iron. This young woman was indeed extraordinary. "What does Lord Wind Shadow imply?" Jiraiya asked, irritation flashing in his eyes towards the third Wind Shadow. "Nothing much. Merely suggesting we infuse some amusement into our contract signing." "How does that sound?" The third Wind Shadow replied with a grin. "And how do you propose to do that?" "Let this young lady engage me in a duel. Should she triumph, I shall make certain concessions in the terms. If she is defeated, it matters not, as it is merely a case of me overpowering her," the third Wind Shadow said with a smile. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, pondering the wind shadow's true intentions. How does that sound? Quite an enticing proposition, would you not agree? The third wind shadow rose, appearing to stretch his limbs. Brother, what is Lord Wind Shadow up to? Chiyo inquired, uncertainty clouding her judgment as she turned to her brother, HZ, as the strategist. HZ quickly discerned the Wind Shadow's motives, but merely replied with a smile, Lord Wind Shadow's opinion aligns with mine. Chiyo once again felt the frustration of her own limited intellect. Minato Namikaze also frowned, unsure of the third Wind Shadow's intentions. On the surface, it did seem a favorable proposition. The question remained whether Haru would accept it. The serene Kamet Haru softly spoke, I accept your terms. To her surprise, the fairy under the moonlight was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed remarkable courage. The third Kazekage removed his ceremonial robe and hat, appearing eager and ready for the challenge. You flatter me, Kazekage, Kamet Haru replied, as she too removed her hat, revealing her stunning visage. Her silver hair cascaded down like a shimmering waterfall, free from any restraint. She elegantly gathered her long hair with a hair tie, securing it into a ponytail, and nodded toward the Kazekage. Truly, seeing her in person was far more enchanting than the tale suggested. The moonlit fairy was even more captivating. Without further ado, let us begin. Please, the Kazekage gestured gallantly, leading Kamet Haru to a training ground. Bluffing Minato furrowed his brow, sensing some ulterior motive behind the Kazekage's actions, though he could not discern any immediate threat. It's all right. After all, he is a shadow. It would be beneath him to harm Haru, Jiraiya offered, noticing Minato's concern. Harm. Harm, Minato repeated, his frown deepening. What, then, is the Kazekage's true intention? Chiyo inquired, stepping forward to question Kaizoku. Haha, severing the ears and eyes, concealing the heart. It appears smooth sailing, yet it is a masterstroke of deception. The Kazekage plays this game exquisitely, Kaizoku chuckled. Come, let us observe. Chiyo? Can you not speak in riddles? In Sunagakure, the training ground was alive with the howling winds carrying sand and debris. Sunlight bathed the desert, and the crystalline grain sparkled like gold, illuminating the poised Kamet Haru as she awaited the duel's commencement. Are you prepared? The third Kazekage, donned in light attire, flexed his wrists and inquired with a smile. Kamet Haru merely tucked a strand of wind-blown silver hair behind her ear and replied with a gentle smile. I am ready to begin at any moment. But do remember the promise you made. Of course, I am a man of my word, he assured. Iron word. Kamet Haru raised an eyebrow, questioning if that was indeed the Kazekage's name. With an unperturbed expression, he replied, Indeed. The third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest Kazekage, an accolade attributed to his bloodline limit, magnet release. Jiraiya stood at the edge of the training ground, explaining this to bluffing Minato. Minato remained deep in thought about the Kazekage's intentions. Why would he wish to harm Haru now that the war had concluded? Magnet release, iron. The harshness of iron and the pull of magnetism. Utilizing magnetic fields to disrupt and even destroy the radar of the wood element. Truly, the Kazekage is formidable, Kaizoku remarked, while Chiyo observed her younger brother with a frown of concern. But how can the magnetic field affect that young girl? Chiyo questioned. Haha. This world is filled with various magnetic fields, present in the earth, the sky, and even within our very bodies. Elder High stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued to expound. Magnetic fields can attract and interfere with one another. Imagine, if a particularly powerful magnetic field were to exist beside a weaker one, what would be the outcome? Chiyo, bewildered, inquired, what would that be? There are two possible outcomes. First, the weaker magnetic field could be assimilated. Second, it could be repelled and extinguished. Elder High raised two fingers mysteriously. What does that have to do with that young girl? Chiyo was even more perplexed, wondering if her brother had lost his mind. If only you would read more. Elder High lamented in frustration. If the third Kazekage were to employ magnetic release to establish a powerful magnetic field around Kameho Haru, even without causing her harm, it could disrupt her own magnetic field and inflict damage upon her mental strength. Such harm would be beyond even Tsunade's ability to remedy. Ideally, this would render the radar of the wood release utterly useless. Even if unsuccessful, merely interfering with her would be beneficial. Chiyo's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this possible? The traditional mindset of the inherent ninja, which relied heavily on brute force, had left her stunned, unable to conceive of such a strategy. Truly, the third Kazekage's approach was nothing short of brilliant. Meanwhile, the conversation among the spectators was insignificant. as Konoha Haru was acutely aware of the pressure emanating from a shadow-level opponent. Tetsuyasu merely stood there, devoid of any defensive posture. Yet his overwhelming chakra and presence instantly enveloped the training ground. Konoha Haru felt a sense of suffocation. This was her first direct encounter with a shadow-level powerhouse. Previously, her battles had always taken place on the battlefield, surrounded by allies. Now, she grasped the folly of facing a shadow alone. The combat prowess of a shadow far exceeded that of a Genin, and considering her own abilities, she was merely at the special Genin level, which included the unrefined results of her monstrous strength. This situation was indeed troublesome. Konoha Haru bit her lip. However, as a shadow, he would likely show mercy. Having such an opponent, even in defeat, would undoubtedly be beneficial for her future. The chances of a forced victory were slim, but perhaps not entirely impossible. She bolstered her own spirit as Tetsuyasu spoke. What seems to be the matter, fairy under the moonlight? Afraid to attack? Or shall I ease the conditions for you? If you can strike me directly, I shall consider it a defeat on my part. With confidence, Tetsuyasu extended a hand toward Konoha Haru. Humph. Konoha Haru stepped forward swiftly, closing the distance. What? Are you angry now? Tetsuyasu seemed unperturbed, casually stating, I was being kind, offering you a chance to win. Enough talk. Monstrous strength. She clenched her fist tightly, determined to strike him first. Boom. Konoha Haru's eyes widened in surprise, then quickly shut as she retreated hastily. A wall of iron sand materialized before her fist, and her monstrous strength struck the iron sand, sending a cloud of it into the air. Had she not retreated just in time, the iron sand could have very well entered her eyes. Oh, the force of this punch is quite impressive. My iron sand is bent by 3 centimeters. Very well done, Iron Yin exclaimed, astonished. Kamiju Haruki's expression darkened. Was this mockery? Undoubtedly, it must be mockery. If Tsunade were present, I wonder if she could shatter my iron sand defense? Standing firm with hands in his pockets, Iron Yin seemed utterly indifferent to Kamiju Haruki's assault. If Sister Tsunade were here, she would have obliterated you with a single punch, Kamiju Haruki retorted mercilessly. Yet swiftly began forming hand seals. Oh, is it truly that formidable? Iron Yin gaped, then yawned. Is it coming? As Iron Yin observed Kamiju Haruki complete her seals, he anticipated the next move to be an illusion. Let me see what you've got. Illusion. Fantasy construction. Concentrating her mental energy, it surged toward Iron Yin with a piercing intent. Unlike the realm of fantasy, fantasy construction is a targeted illusion. Upon perfect synchronization of Kamiju Haruki's mental energy and soul, the power of the illusion significantly escalated. Even this ordinary illusion became extraordinarily potent in her hands. Iron Yin succumbed to Kamiju Haruki's illusion, quietly closing his eyes, as the iron sand that once surrounded him seemed to fall away. A perfect opportunity. Jiraiya cheered from the sidelines, though Minato frowned in concern. This doesn't make sense. So easily. Kamiju Haruki narrowed her eyes and approached the closed-eyed Iron Yin, forming another seal. Illusion. Shadow clone. Gradually, as one Kamiju Haruki faded while running, another emerged, appearing in the sight of the crowd. This illusion is truly remarkable. Ebi Zong focused intently on Kamiju Haruki's shadow clone, attempting to discern its nature. Yet he met with failure. Chiyo glanced towards the rear of the shadow clone, recalling how she had previously defeated it with the Sampo technique. Kamiju Haruki's true self had emerged behind the shadow clone then. Mighty fist. Clenching her pristine hand into a fist, she struck Iron Yin's face with a powerful blow. Success. Success. Kamiju Haruki's fist connected with Iron Yin, while the shadow clone also raised a fist, striking at the air. If Iron Yin was caught off guard, he would undoubtedly be met with the full force of the mighty fist. Jiraiya grimaced, while Chiyo rejoiced, astonished that this girl had swung at nothing. In their field of vision, the shadow clone was the apparent threat. Typically, clones stand in front of the original, serving to divert attention and absorb damage. If the clone missed its punch, did that imply the original's punch also failed? Iron Yin appeared still to be with his eyes closed, unresponsive, lost within the illusion. Bang! Without warning, Iron Yin was propelled through the air, even his iron sand remaining still. Contrary to Chiyo's assumption, this time, Kamiju Haruki's figure was before the shadow clone. A punch landed squarely on Iron Yin's face, instantly bringing joy to Jiraiya, surprise to Chiyo, while Minato continued to furrow his brows. And Ebi Zong wore a peculiar smile. The phantom doppelganger gradually dissipated, and Haru Kamiju's true form emerged from the position once occupied by Tetsuya, panting heavily. Having utilized the Might Fist twice already, she was on the brink of exceeding Tsunade's warning of no more than 3 uses in a single day. Had she triumphed? Haru raised her slender eyebrows, her gem-like eyes fixated on Tetsuya, who was soaring into the distance. Even in the air, he remained with his eyes closed. Slowly dispersing with the wind. Dispersing with the wind. A sand clone. Haru was taken aback and immediately attempted to flee, but it was too late. Magnet release. Sand iron binding. A massive hand, formed from black sand iron, seized Haru's slightly exposed, pristine white calf. As the iron sand slithered up her body like a serpent, the weighty iron sand coiled around her, binding her tightly. What an impressive illusion. It brings back fond memories. Tetsuya, forming a hand seal, tightened the grip of the iron sand, accentuating Haru's already prominent features. How fortunate indeed. Haru gritted her teeth, humiliated by this binding. The third Kazekage, was it? Most certainly. What will you do next, captured fairy? Tetsuya gazed with interest at Haru's curvaceous form. Why, I shall ensure your demise. Illusion killer. Concentrating her mental energy into her right hand, she swiftly brushed aside the iron sand that bound her wrist, causing it to fall away and revert to mere grains of sand. Once liberated, Haru immediately leaped back a considerable distance. Oh, Tetsuya observed with surprise as Haru escaped, re-establishing his chakra connection with the iron sand to manipulate it once more. What manner of ability is this? Tetsuya maneuvered the iron sand around, creating a cloud of dust that surged toward Haru like a tempest. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Come now, let us see you employ that ability again. Tetsuya's gaze remained fixed on Haru, intent on discerning the principles behind the illusion killer through her movements. This is dire. Minato Namikaze suddenly exclaimed, Haru. She lacks the means to counter such large-scale ninjutsu. Could this be the Kazekage's intention? No, that cannot be right. Minato rubbed his temples, glancing towards the smiling Kazekage in the distance, then sweeping his gaze across Chiyo and Kei's, fixating on the battlefield. This could truly become a predicament. Haru's illusion killer was ineffective against such dynamic and impactful attacks, despite her ability to dispel chakra control. However, the sand iron rain, akin to a barrage of bullets, could pierce her through sheer speed and kinetic force. Haru's focus sharpened on the oncoming sand iron, her mental energy coalescing intensely. A sigh echoed in her mind, one that felt intimately familiar. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow, even the flight of the sand iron rain decelerating significantly, as if everything was playing in slow motion. Can I evade this? As the sand iron rain approached her, she deftly maneuvered with a few swift movements, narrowly avoiding critical injury. The passage of time felt instantaneous, ebbing away like the tide. Kamishiro Haru sensed a significant depletion of her mental energy, her mind swirling in dizziness. A sigh escaped her lips once more. Bang! The excess sand iron rain propelled Kamishiro Haru into the air, skimming past her arms, yet the sheer force rendered her unable to maintain her footing. Haru! Haru! Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with concern. It's all right. She evaded it. Iron Yin remarked, his gaze narrowed, pondering why that ability was not employed. Was it unusable? Or perhaps her evasion was so exquisite that it seemed almost supernatural. The Sharingan? No, she shouldn't possess it. I'm fine. Kamishiro Haru rose again, brushing off the wounds on her arm, oblivious to the strands of black iron that slithered into her injuries. Watching from the sidelines, Chiyo remarked with a forced smile. In battle, minor scrapes are quite normal. There's no need for such alarm. Humph. Jiraiya shot a glare at Chiyo, and Minato cast a disapproving glance before returning his focus to Kamishiro Haru, who had once again regained her stance. Iron Yin observed her recovery, gathering another surge of sand iron, and stated, if you wish to concede now, that would be acceptable. Kamishiro Haru defiantly lifted her chin, replying, I cannot bear to leave you unchallenged. What is the matter with you? Iron Yin chuckled incredulously, yet the sand iron in his grasp did not falter, taking form. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall continue my assault. Magnet release. Sand iron rain. A deluge of sand iron erupted once more, this time denser, leaving scarcely any room for evasion. Kamishiro Haru found it impossible to dodge as effortlessly as before. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. Resigned, Kamishiro Haru resorted to Jiraiya's technique. Her once smooth, flowing silver hair suddenly thickened and coalesced into a sphere, enveloping her entirely. The sand iron struck against her hair, leaving a myriad of marks, The relentless barrage finally pierced through her hair's defense. Kamishiro Haru was sent flying, pieces of flesh torn from her arm, thigh, calf, and waist. Haru, Lord Kazekage, you've gone too far. Jiraiya instantly appeared at Kamishiro Haru's side, cradling her. Blood flowed profusely as she extended a hand, furrowing her brow to heal herself with medical ninjutsu. Strands of iron-colored sand infiltrated her veins, the ground littered with iron yan sand iron. Magnet release. Magnetic field, iron yin murmured almost inaudibly. As she administered her own treatment, Kamishiro Haru's complexion turned ashen. Clutching her head, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Haru, what happened? Jiraiya was taken aback by her sudden collapse, hastily shaking her shoulder. Hiki, it seems we have one. I shall return to finalize the compensation contract. Ibozu, Chiyo. See our guests out. The third Kazekage smiled as the sand iron behind him coalesced into a wing. Magnet release, sand iron heavenly wings. Until we meet again. The iron sand dragged him upwards, soaring into the distance until he became a small black. Heio Baizang maintained his eerie smile, having just witnessed an impressive battle. Ladies and gentlemen, once we have rested, I shall personally deliver the compensation agreement back to the woodworks, he announced. Randomly, Heio Baizang, accompanied by Chiyo, cheerfully exited the training ground. The radar of the woodworks was no more. Damn it. Jiraiya slammed his fist into the ground, causing the iron sand to ripple. This tremor affected Uchiha Haru, rendering his complexion even more pallid. Haru. Upon witnessing such a scene, Minato Namikaze instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, drawing a kunai to slash at Uchiha Haru's wound. Minato, what are you doing? Jiraiya seized Minato's wrist, glaring fiercely at him. Do you wish to condemn Haru to death? You are the one. Do you wish to doom Haru? Get up. Minato returned the glare. Trust me, sensei. Jiraiya forcibly suppressed his anger, releasing Minato's wrist, and lifted Uchiha Haru. Get back. Quickly. Sensei. Minato swiftly stowed away his kunai. His face etched with urgency as he directed Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was somewhat perplexed, he began to understand. Wind style. Continuous great breakthrough. Minato rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing several powerful gusts that swept the iron sand away. All right. Quickly lay Haru down. Let her bleed out. I wonder if it's still timely. Jiraiya realized the sinister trick played by the wind shadow. He gently placed Uchiha Haru on the ground, tearing open her clothing over the wound. Her fair skin was suddenly exposed to the air, marred by grotesque injuries with flecks of black embedded within. This is it. Minato swiftly made an incision on Haru's wound, blood gushing forth, revealing small black specks of iron sand. Jiraiya mimicked Minato's actions, slicing another wound on Haru's thigh, blood pouring out profusely. Multiple injuries had been opened, and the significant loss of blood rendered Haru's complexion increasingly pale, her lips beginning to tremble. Though the shock from excessive blood loss could not affect the unconscious Haru, discomfort lingered. We cannot continue like this. Minato gritted his teeth, tearing away fabric until he confirmed there was no iron sand in her blood, then tightly bandaging Haru's wounds. Minato, take Haru back to the woodworks. Seek Tsunade for treatment. I will confront the wind shadow. Jiraiya's expression darkened to a near-drenched state. Minato nodded seriously, swiftly lifting Haru and dashing toward the village exit. The guarding ninjas of Sunagakure spotted a glimmer of gold approaching and prepared to intercept, but were paralyzed by the bloodshot gaze of Minato. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Whoosh! The golden flash burst forth from Sunagakure, and as the guarding ninja intended to report, they received word from above that Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of the woodworks, seemed to be causing a commotion in the Wind Shadow's office. Hold on, Haru. Stay strong. A shadow traversed through the forest, its feet forcefully crashing upon the branches, causing leaves to cascade down. Uchiha Haru trembled, her lips rendered completely pale from excessive blood loss, her delicate visage tightly contorted in distress. The mental anguish and cerebral pain were unbearable as she curled within the embrace of Namikaze Minato, akin to a small beast on the brink of death. Suddenly, a branch snapped, and Minato fell from the tree. Just as he contemplated turning, he remembered he was cradling Haru, and with great effort, he twisted his body midair. His back struck the ground with a jarring impact. A wave of pain surged through his nerves, nearly causing him to relinquish his hold on her. Stopping here was not an option. He forced himself to rise and continued on his journey. In the land of rivers, at Yuin village. Landlady, quickly. A room. It must be quiet. A golden-haired youth hurriedly entered, cradling a silver-haired girl in his arms. The landlady smiled knowingly, revealing a smile understood only by adults. I understand. I assure you it will be peaceful. No one will disturb you too. The youth paid no heed to her expression, repeatedly checking the temperature of the girl's forehead. Scorching hot. Landlady, is there a pharmacy nearby? Or a clinic? His urgency was palpable. Such haste is unwise. We are in a small town, and we lack a hospital. But there is a pharmacy just down the street. The landlady's smile grew even more enigmatic, as if she were familiar with the situation. Thank you so much. Could you please bring a bath barrel to my room? The golden-haired youth seemed to have an idea and spoke earnestly. The landlady paused, then comprehended, replying, Of course. I hadn't anticipated this angle. I could arrange a room with a private hot spring for you. A private hot spring? That sounds excellent. Very well. Please, come inside. The hot springs in Yuin village were known for their healing properties and ability to soothe the spirit, making them suitable for her condition. As a small son dashed off to procure fever-reducing medicine, he also picked up some wound care supplies. Today's youth are far too impatient. They seem oblivious to the wisdom that haste makes waste, the landlady remarked ambiguously to a bystander. The young girl appeared quite lovely, though her pallor suggested she had been poisoned. Upon returning with the medicine, Minato ignored the landlady's scrutinizing gaze and headed directly back to their room. The swift journey and the humidity of the forest had significantly weakened Haru's already compromised immune system, resulting in a fever. Minato had no choice but to intermittently provide her with water, grateful that the military rations offered energy and nutrition, alleviating the need for food. However, a new complication arose. The hastily bandaged wounds had become infected, further elevating her temperature. Originally intending to return directly to the timber yard, Minato was forced to pause, allowing Haru to rest in Yuin village, hoping to find medication to alleviate her infection and fever. Fortunately, the necessary medicines were available, but the pressing issue was cleaning the wounds before applying the treatment. Uzumaki Kamiju frowned tightly, as if enduring a throbbing pain in her head. Her crystalline lips now completely drained of color. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands toward Kamiju. Garments were shed one by one, revealing her milky white skin before his eyes. When it came to the innermost layer, even Minato hesitated. His fingers trembled as they pinched the delicate fabric of her undergarment, lifting it away. In that fleeting moment, the sight of her supple form, adorned with faint crimson marks, seared itself into Minato's vision. Hop suppressing his gaze, he forced himself to focus. His fingers brushed against the waistband of her remaining garment, and with a gentle tug, it slid down the smooth curve of her thighs. Her skin was like polished jade, her flesh as pure as frost. Minato committed the surroundings to memory, shut his eyes, and inhaled deeply once more. Moving behind Kamiju, he steadied her shoulders and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. She was lighter than he expected, almost weightless, despite the generous curves that defied logic. Lowering her into the hot spring, he waited until the rising steam veiled her delicate form before daring to open his eyes again. Fortunately, her injuries spared any sensitive areas. After cleansing the wounds and allowing the healing waters to work their magic, Minato closed his eyes once more, lifting her from the spring. He draped a towel over what propriety demanded, applied the necessary medicine, and only then allowed himself to collapse into the spring with a shuddering exhale. Damn it, how can I face Kushina like this? A sharp slap echoed as Minato struck his own cheek. He had faltered, just for a moment, but it was enough to shame him. How can I face Rika? I swore she was only ever my sister the sun and the moon, destined never to meet. Time flowed onward, days passing as they always did. Yet sometimes, life demanded choices that defied the ordinary. Hnin Kamiju's eyelids fluttered open, her vision adjusting to the familiar ceiling above. Where? Konoha's hospital? You're awake. A cheerful voice chimed as a nurse in a crisp white cap hurried to her side. How are you feeling? Thank you, but what happened? Kamiju murmured, her mind still clouded with residual pain. I'll fetch Lady Tsunade. The nurse beamed before darting out. Moments later, Tsunade strode in, concern etched across her features. Kamiju-chan, you're finally awake. Tsunade, what? Tsunade's jaw clenched. That bastard, the third Kazakage, this was his doing. He manipulated magnetic fields, disrupting your body's natural flow. I see Kamiju's lips twisted into a bitter smile. She had been too weak, defeated too swiftly, left in such a pitiful state. Will there be lasting effects? She ventured cautiously. The thought of being reduced to a mere ornament, unable to continue as a shinobi, was a fate worse than death. Or perhaps my old male pride is still haunting me. Thank the heavens Minato saw through the trap, Tsunade sighed. He drained the tainted blood and rushed you back here, just in time to intercept me before I left. Otherwise, she trailed off, the unspoken gravity hanging in the air. I see, where is Minato now? Haru, with a vague recollection, seemed to remember the shimmering spring water and the warmth of trembling hands. He had gone to fetch that foolish Jiraiya. Tsunade clenched her teeth, exclaiming about the imbecile who had the audacity to cause a ruckus in the Kazekage's office. Even resorting to physical altercations, and to make matters worse, he had been captured. We are now at a disadvantage and must swallow our pride to retrieve him. The Kazekage feigned friendliness, inquiring about the injuries sustained. How ridiculous. Haru felt a twinge of gratitude. Realizing that her master had caused such turmoil in the Kazekage's office for her sake. Tsunade sighed, stroking Haru's silver hair. What a pity. What do you mean? Haru had thought she was on the mend, but Tsunade's words made her heart tighten once more. In the future, your sensory abilities may diminish significantly. There is a possibility of recovery, but alas, the silver canopy may never grace the skies again. Haru fell silent, quietly channeling her mental energy, only to hear a lament. Oh! Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind, and a metallic sound filled her ears as her previously extended perception retreated, coiling around the confines of the room. Initially, her sensory range could encompass a radius of 30 meters. Now, in this small room, it barely exceeded 2 meters. Haru bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Her delicate face etched with a sense of grievance and disbelief. Tsunade's heart softened, and she embraced her. Do not cry. You will still have the chance to recover. The human body possesses self-regulating capabilities. You must believe. How long will it take? Tsunade fell silent, managing to squeeze out a few words. It will be all right. It will happen. I asked how long. At least 10 years. Is that so? Haru buried her head in Tsunade's embrace. I understand. For a moment, the hospital room was enveloped in silence. Kara, Haru-chan, I heard you woke up. Kushina burst in, only to halt upon witnessing the scene before her. Hesitating to speak as she cautiously approached. What's wrong? Seeing the usually fiery Kushina now somewhat reserved, Haru forced a smile. It's nothing. My sensory range has just diminished. We can focus on combat from now on. Still, a sense of reluctance lingered. A week passed swiftly. Haru's wounds had nearly healed, though her complexion remained pale, necessitating a greater intake of nourishment for recovery. Thus, a peculiar situation arose. Haru-chan, would you like some soup? Chicken soup? Yes. Did you add the right amount of salt and sugar? What? Ah, open wide. The sweet and salty, greasy flavor surged forth. Kushina, your seasoning. Ah, open wide. Don't speak while eating. MMM. After a struggle to swallow the soup from the spoon, another pair of chopsticks was presented, laden with golden chicken. Come, open wide. Haru gulped, trembling as she parted her lips. Ah. Her lips, translucent and jelly-like, parted gracefully. Her delicate tongue slightly pressing against her pearly teeth as the chopsticks rested upon it. With a flick of her tongue, the chicken was chewed. A hint of silver glistening forth, exuding an alluring and ambiguous charm. Look at you. Kushina handed a tissue to Haru, asking if the food was to his liking. MMM. It's so delicious that you're drooling, she remarked. Make it again next time. After finally sending off the little pepper, who had a penchant for cooking despite lacking culinary talent. She noticed Tsunade peering curiously from the doorway. Tsunade, please come in, Kushina beckoned. Has Kushina left? Tsunade inquired. Yes, Kushina replied, patting her chest as waves of anxiety washed over her. Oh my, she nearly choked me during our last meal together. Haru chuckled softly, covering her mouth, seemingly feeling much better. Tsunade observed Haru with a complex gaze, hesitating to speak. Are you leaving Tsunade? Haru asked, her eyes reflecting sadness. Tsunade was taken aback and looked at Haru. How did you know? I just guessed. You've been looking for opportunities to talk to me these past few days, Haru said, tilting her head as her silver hair cascaded down her shoulders. Tsunade remained silent, merely smoothing Haru's silver locks into a ponytail. I will see you off, she offered. No need. This time, I'll depart quietly with Shizune, Haru responded. Oh, Shizune is your niece. I'll introduce you when the chance arises. All right. Keep the bracelet and contact me when you miss me, Haru said. Okay, I'm leaving now. Sitting on her hospital bed, she slightly opened a window, gazing into the distance. Tsunade must have already left with Shizune, embarking on a long journey. Will this world truly find peace? Haru pondered the answer. The perception of the silver sky had faded, leaving only illusions and fantasy jutsu, along with Tsunade's formidable medical ninjutsu and Jiraiya's somewhat clumsy techniques. It could be said that the hidden leaf had lost its eyes and ears, as well as the advantage of information gathering. After all, Haru's ability to transmit illusions was predicated on her perception. If only there was a way to restore it. As for the mental fortitude, should she seek the help of the Yamanka clan? Haru sighed, adjusting her blanket, revealing her delicate little feet with neatly trimmed nails, adding a touch of charm to them. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the foot of her bed, wearing an animal mask. By order of the Hokage, please come to the Hokage's office, Haru. Haru had thought herself strong. She truly believed so. Yet, upon seeing Jiraiya, battered and bloodied, she couldn't help but cry, scolding him for being foolish while tending to his wounds. With Tsunade gone, I can only rely on you for healing, Jiraiya chuckled, grinning. How are you feeling, little Haru? How am I? I'm perfectly fine. It's you who isn't, Haru exclaimed, wiping her tears with her sleeve as she continuously channeled her ninjutsu. Perhaps it was a trade-off. With her perception greatly diminished, Haru became more refined in her ninjutsu and control. After a blow to her mental strength, it had paradoxically become more solidified. What about Minato? Haru inquired, her mind drifting to the shimmering memories of him. He has gone to continue his compensation mission. He might be in the land of rain by now. Jiraiya replied, grimacing in pain. Oh, that hurts here, be gentle. Is that so? Let us inquire again once he returns. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke. Observing Kamizuki Hikari skillfully employing medical ninjutsu to tend to Jiraiya. In a moment of reverie, he fancied he was gazing upon Tsunade. Yet, upon beholding Hikari's exquisite visage, he shook his head. The greater the strength of the next generation of Konoha, the more firmly its foundation shall be established. A plume of smoke billowed from his lips. Although some compensation had been lost due to Jiraiya's antics, and they had even lost Tsunade to the war, Hikari's ability to step into Tsunade's role was an unexpected delight. War truly is a vile entity. Third Hokage, please refrain from smoking. Hikari's melodious voice rang out, prompting Hiruzen to hastily extinguish his cigarette. Ahem, how is the treatment progressing? Jiraiya-sensei possesses remarkable physical resilience, likely a result of Tsunade's frequent training sessions. He will be fully restored in due time. Jiraiya attempted to retort, but words eluded him. My flesh is being pinched. Is that so? Well, that is reassuring. Hiruzen sighed. I apologize for the burden, Hikari. No, it is nothing. Hikari lowered her gaze, and then offered Hiruzen a gentle smile. A figure clad in white appeared in the Hokage's office, adorned with a mask depicting a wolf. Hokage-sama. The mission ahead has been completed, and potential threats have been neutralized. Thank you for your hard work, White Fang. White Fang? You mean Hatake Tsukumo? Hikari assessed the figure, who then turned to remove his mask. Their eyes met, and Hikari instinctively averted her gaze. Come here, Tsukumo beckoned. I had mentioned this to you before. Hikari was taken aback, recalling Tsukumo's words of comfort when Ryohu had perished. Rather than wallow in sorrow, strive to become stronger, so that sorrow no longer holds sway over you. Tsukumo placed his hand upon Hikari's head, which shared the same silvery locks. Hey, Tsukumo. Are you stealing my student right in front of me? I'm still alive. Jiraiya interjected, evidently displeased. What can you teach her? Tsukumo's calm query left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. What can you teach her? Jiraiya began to throw a tantrum. Footwork, sword techniques, lightning-based ninjutsu, if she wishes to learn. Tsukumo's succinct reply silenced Jiraiya once more. Hey. Jiraiya struggled for words, recognizing that when it came to footwork and sword techniques, few in Konoha or the entire shinobi world could rival Tsukumo. Furthermore, with lightning-based ninjutsu, Jiraiya was utterly inept. Initially, he could not offer Hikari instruction on genjutsu either. Now, with her injuries impairing her sensory abilities, she could only transition into a combat ninja. Among combat ninjas, Tsukumo was indeed the most suitable to be Hikari's mentor. Fine then. For Hikari's comfort and future development, Jiraiya begrudgingly seated himself. Observing the lively discussion between the two, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel slightly vexed. Do you still regard me as the Hokage? I have yet to give my approval. Kakashi Hatake cast a glance at him and simply declared, I am the director of the Umbu. Jiraiya, with a hint of disdain, looked at his master and retorted, Are you really going to abandon such a fine talent as Sht Haru? She is, after all, your student's granddaughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, caught between amusement and exasperation, acquiesced to the decision to relieve Sht Haru of her responsibilities in the sensory division, transferring her to the Umbu. Once she attained a certain level of strength, she could be promoted directly to Jonin, which would be a fine opportunity for her. Thus, without consulting SHT Haru's opinions, the matter was settled. Fortunately, she bore no strong feelings about it. At least, Kakashi was right. Rather than wallowing in sorrow, it was more advantageous to grow stronger. With Kakashi's guidance and the experience of executing missions in the Umbu, her path to power would indeed be expedited. However, joining the Umbu necessitated navigating various formalities, the most critical of which was the strength assessment. For SHT Haru, her examiner was the very individual she was most reluctant to confront, Kakashi Hatake. "Now, let me see your strength," he stated. My guy stood silently in the training ground, awaiting SHT Haru's assault, not exhibiting any defensive maneuvers. What on earth? How am I supposed to overcome him? Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, preparing to charge at him, not with a powerful strike, but with a single punch. Genjutsu, shadow clone technique. She first created a clone to buy herself some time. First punch, super strength. With a sudden clap, SHT Haru found herself frozen. Her wrist firmly grasped by Kakashi, whose strength was overwhelming, rendering her super strength ineffective. Even more terrifying was his complete disregard for her shadow clone, as he effortlessly seized her wrist with pinpoint accuracy. "Your speed is too slow, your strike's too feeble. I could catch you even with my eyes closed," Kakashi stated coldly. "No wonder you appear so flustered." SHT Haru's pupils contracted in disbelief. "What did you say?" She retaliated with a kick, to which Kakashi merely sidestepped, allowing her to free her hand from his grip. Genjutsu, illusion construction. She unleashed her mental prowess, conjuring a series of idyllic visions before Kakashi. For a fleeting moment, he appeared dazed, as if a gentle figure clad in green emerged before him. Super strength. Boom. The ground shattered beneath her, yet Kakashi merely shifted his position, his expression still soft. This blow of super strength had inflicted no damage upon him. For SHT Haru, physical combat was perhaps her weakest skill. Although she had Tsunade's super strength as a foundation, she could only utilize it thrice, and striking an opponent was futile if she missed. Cut it out. Genjutsu. Illusion manipulation. Fire style. Great fireball technique. After a long interval, she began employing ninjutsu offensively, transforming her earlier demeanor. Kakashi's movements were suddenly ensnared, as if bound by an invisible rope. The great fireball, radiant with intense heat, approached a scale reminiscent of Jiraiya's technique, though it still fell short in chakra volume, appearing slightly smaller. In terms of elemental transformation, thanks to her formidable mental strength, SHT Haru was destined to stand out. This is quite intriguing. Konoha Shikamaru did not intend to evade. He merely raised an eyebrow and quietly observed the fiery projectile soaring towards him. Kamizawa Haru widened her eyes, watching as the blazing orb hurtled towards Shikamaru. The intense heat of the fireball distorted the air, rendering the scene before her slightly surreal. She could just make out Shikamaru's feet shifting ever so slightly, and in that brief moment, his entire figure became a blur, allowing the fireball to narrowly miss him. "Too slow," Shikamaru remarked coldly. "Wind release. Great breakthrough. Still too slow. Earth release. H-rake." Yet, despite deploying various ninjutsu techniques, each attempt was effortlessly evaded by Shikamaru's subtle movements. How infuriating. Kamizawa Haru's composure began to unravel as she charged angrily towards Shikamaru. He shook his head at her impetuosity and prepared to employ the same tactic, ready to grasp her wrist once more. Just then, a series of crisp sounds echoed through the air. Genjutsu, illusion manipulation. Suddenly, several apparitions of Kamizawa Haru appeared in the distance, all simultaneously casting illusions. Shadow clone. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. The ability to summon 5 clones simultaneously to perform genjutsu was indeed formidable. In the later stages, Naruto's thousands of shadow clones could be deemed a mere extension of this power. Each clone required a division of mental energy and chakra, and upon sustaining injury, they would dissipate, relaying information back to the original. The feedback would flood the original with memories, a feat only achievable by those possessing exceptional mental strength or remarkably adaptable cognitive faculties. Naruto? The multiple shadow clones could not be excessively utilized. The illusion manipulation firmly bound Shikamaru in place. He attempted to move, only to find his actions severely constrained. "Ah, splendid, but your speed is still lacking." A playful retort from Kamizawa Haru flushed her cheeks as her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, she found herself irritated by the presence of Konoha's white-toothed hero. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson to alleviate her frustrations. Crack. This time, her wrist was not captured. Her fist struck with great force against Shikamaru's arm. Huh. Wasn't he immobile? The shadow clone maintained the hand signs, but to everyone's surprise, Shikamaru managed to forcibly shift his body, adapting to the constraints, albeit with great effort. Are you a monster? Ueda Haru's shadow clone began to sweat, clearly straining to control his movements. Come on, Shikamaru slowly raised his hand, beckoning with a finger. Ueda Haru gritted her teeth, feeling provoked. Huh. With a spirited cry, she swung her right fist towards his face. Don't hit the face. What's the point of striking someone? Crack. Although Shikamaru's movements were slow, he resolutely blocked her punch. Observe, observe, observe. With each strike, Ueda Haru unleashed punch after punch, occasionally incorporating kicks and slaps, nearly resorting to clawing at him. Cough. Yet, all her attacks were deftly thwarted. Your speed is lacking. Your mental and perceptual faculties are limiting your movements. Concentrate. Attack on instinct. Haruka pouted, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing her confusion, Hatake Tsukumo sought to elucidate the concepts of combat, technique, and the romantic essence of manhood in his own manner. Both refrained from employing ninjutsu, engaging instead in a straightforward exchange of strikes and defenses. Under the constraints of his illusion manipulation, Tsukumo's speed diminished significantly, aligning almost perfectly with Haruka's reactions. However, she lacked considerable experience in combat. For instance, while he aimed a punch at her upper body, Haruka instinctively raised her hand to block, leaving her midsection exposed. In an instant, Tsukumo's hand redirected, targeting her chest. As her face flushed crimson and she hurriedly attempted to recover, his hand altered its trajectory once more, landing on her shoulder. Tsukumo's strength was formidable, propelling Haruka several steps back, though her physical frailty undoubtedly contributed to the force of the impact. By harnessing chakra, one could form a defensive barrier at the point of impact, mitigating the force of the blow. Tsukumo imparted a brief lesson, emphasizing that the effectiveness of one's defense depended on both the quantity and application of chakra. He advised her to minimize unnecessary movements during an attack and to disregard concerns about her appearance, particularly as a female combatant. Haruka approached him once more. Her focus sharpened on Tsukumo, and she threw another punch. This time, her strike was considerably more precise, yet she still held back somewhat, causing her chest to sway as her punch was again thwarted. Determined, Haruka resolved to land a hit on him today, vowing not to relent until she succeeded. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her ambitions had shifted from defeating him to merely landing a single blow. As their fists met, Tsukumo did not budge, effortlessly using the movement of his arms, elbows, and hands to deflect Haruka's relentless assault. Frustrated, she nearly opened her petite mouth to bite down in annoyance. Your speed is too sluggish. I can easily penetrate all of your attacks. Countering with timely defenses, Tsukumo remarked as he parried yet another of her punches, swiftly redirecting his hand's position. To Haruka, this swiftness felt akin to lightning. Indeed, her illusion of Tsukumo was commendable, as his speed had notably decreased. Tsukumo could easily break free from her control, thanks to his vast reserves of chakra and mental strength. Forcing him into submission was nearly impossible for her. In this scenario, it was as though Tsukumo had drawn a bath full of water. Haruka suddenly panicked as the hand that had been blocking her attacks swiftly turned, pointing directly at her forehead. Merely a finger, yet it bore an overwhelming pressure, as if it could pierce through her brow. This was the manifestation of momentum and speed. Breathlessly, her consciousness swirled in her mind, and Haruka's mental energy surged wildly. If that finger were to make contact, the outcome would surely be embarrassing. But what did it matter? After all, he was the examiner, a powerful being of the shadow rank. It was entirely normal for him to defeat her with such ease. It is not acceptable to be so easily pointed out. As a young woman, why exert yourself so tirelessly? I no longer wish to lose anything. I aspire to become formidable. The fingers of Hatake Tsukumo drew ever closer, while the breath of Uchiha Haru became increasingly steady. A sigh escaped her lips, emerging after her mental faculties had reached an extraordinary level of concentration. Time seemed to languidly slow in Uchiha Haru's perception. The fingers that were swiftly approaching her forehead appeared to move at a snail's pace, advancing gradually. A slight tilt of her head would suffice to evade the impending touch, even allowing for a counterattack. Another sigh escaped her, and suddenly the entire world accelerated. With a swift motion, one hand grasped Hatake Tsukumo's wrist, while the other struck forcefully against his chest. What? Uchiha Haru's sudden burst of speed caught Hatake Tsukumo off guard. He could only forcibly unleash his chakra to break free from the illusion's grasp. His unrestrained hand swiftly moved, seizing Uchiha Haru's delicate palm. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Let go of me. Ultimately, the covert examination concluded, and Uchiha Haru's final maneuver earned her substantial points. What? You claim her last action was merely a display of affection? That was certainly not the case. The sudden acceleration and eruption of energy led Hatake Tsukumo to regard Uchiha Haru with newfound respect, especially since she served as a cherished memory of his beloved, a fairy beneath the moonlight. Uchiha Haru was inherently gifted. With proper guidance, she could undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja. Why not embrace such potential? Follow me. After reporting to Sarutobi Hizashi, Hatake Tsukumo led Uchiha Haru to the Umbu base, hidden in the shadows of the village, established underground. Uchiha Haru marveled at the darkness around her, only for Tsukumo to counter, "There is still fire here. Beneath the sunlight lies another root buried deep in the earth, which is truly unfit to be seen." Uchiha Haru fell silent, thinking, "Brother, what on earth are you talking about?" He personally guided her into a small, enclosed dark room. Upon igniting the light, Uchiha Haru squinted momentarily to adjust to the brightness. Before her was an array of animal masks, reminiscent of the white wolf mask Tsukumo had previously donned, symbols of the Umbu. The masks could obstruct chakra detection and provide facial defense. Their primary purpose, however, was to conceal one's identity. Choose one. She tilted her head, scrutinizing the wall adorned with animal masks, and contemplated before selecting a rabbit mask. A rabbit? Did you not call me a fairy of the moonlight? Then I shall choose the moon rabbit. Moon rabbit? Very well, this shall serve as your codename. Huh. Is the selection of codenames so arbitrary in the Umbu? Uchiha Haru, female, age classified, secret, Umbu ninja, codename, moon rabbit. You are now moon rabbit, from this day forth. You join the Umbu, undertaking solo missions without participating in teams. Hatake Tsukumo escorted Uchiha Haru to the Umbu Hall, where all unassigned members congregated, and introduced her to the gathered ninjas. I am the Moon Rabbit. I look forward to your guidance. SHT Haru, adorned with a mask, discovered that its breathability was surprisingly commendable, yet the world viewed through the mask appeared entirely different. Here, there was no need for the mask. She removed it, allowing the members of the Umbu to become acquainted with her. Shikaku Nara whispered in her ear, his warm breath causing a slight flush to rise in her cheeks. Yes, Haru complied and took off her mask, her silvery hair cascading down, while her high ponytail swayed, revealing her exquisite and enchanting features to the Umbu members. A fairy in the moonlight. A silver canopy, gasped the Umbu members who recognized SHT Haru, astonished that she had joined their ranks. There shall be no more mention of the silver canopy. Please refrain from using that title. She smiled faintly, the focus of everyone's attention now solely on her. Very well, Moon Rabbit. There is an urgent task that requires you to undertake alone. Shikaku clapped his hands, dispersing the crowd as he spoke to Haru. This is how one wields a blade. In a flash of white light, the training dummy was cleaved in two. She sheathed her blade, casting a calm glance at the girl before her, who donned the rabbit mask and endeavored to adapt to the wooden sword in her grasp. Moon Rabbit. Yes. An urgent mission. Depart immediately. Understood. 2 months within the Umbu had gradually tempered Haru's demeanor, instilling a coolness that reflected the silent nature of their operations, where even comrades exchanged no words, only commands and actions, especially for Haru, who had been tasked with operating solo. With a swift stroke, she claimed the life of a fleeing rogue ninja, watching indifferently as life ebbed away, performing a flourish with her blade before sheathing it once more. Moon Rabbit, mission accomplished. Acknowledged. 2 months had sufficed for her complete transformation from a perceptive ninja to a combat ninja. Moreover, during this period, Shikaku had continuously instructed her, imparting techniques with diligence. With her formidable mental fortitude and keen insight, it was fitting to describe her progress as rapid. Now, Haru could keep pace with Shikaku without relying on shadow clones to bind him. In the Umbu training grounds, 2 silver-haired ninjas exchanged blows. Moon Rabbit. You are suited for speed and explosive combat. Your reaction time is already commendably swift. The next step is to refine the sword techniques I have taught you. Dispatching ordinary ninjas should pose no challenge. If one strike is insufficient, deliver another. Should you encounter significant obstacles, fear not, sheer strength will suffice. Shikaka nodded in satisfaction, observing the girl who had shed her youthful naivete and was gradually becoming more composed. Beneath the mask lay a perfectly crafted visage, complemented by her newfound demeanor, evoking the essence of a moonlit fairy. In due time, I shall instruct you on footwork. For now, focus on honing your foundational speed. Yes, Moon Rabbit. Take a week's rest. The high-intensity tasks, training, and rest of the Umbu life had persisted for 2 months, and the tautness of her nerves had rendered her somewhat taciturn. Now, she could execute clean, decisive strikes, witnessing the blossoms of life unfold before her eyes. With a swift stroke, the blade sliced through the throat, and as the weapon was drawn back, droplets of crimson splattered upon the ground. She sheathed the sword, her form pristine, untouched by a single trace of blood. The moonlight cascaded down, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent. Bestowing upon her adversary a most exquisite finale could very well be an art form in itself. Removing her mask, she let her long hair cascade down, flowing like silken strands to her waist, the silver locks draping delicately over her slender figure. One by one, she shed her garments, standing bare before the mirror, gazing at the flawless physique that resembled a divine creation. Curvaceous and alluring, her body, once modestly gripped, now demanded both hands to encompass its form. Honed to perfection through rigorous endeavors, a few silvery strands hung loosely over her forehead, which she brushed aside with a single hand, tucking them behind her ear to reveal a visage of exquisite craftsmanship. The countenance, typically adorned with sweet smiles, now bore an instinctual chill. Her fingers glided over her face, across the bridge of her nose and the curve of her lips. Then, she allowed a perfect smile to grace her lips. And in that instant, the world dimmed, the room's colors faded, transforming into monochrome. Quickly, she retracted her smile, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. What am I doing? She hastily grasped a towel and entered the bathroom, turning on the faucet and adjusting the temperature. Water droplets splashed against her face, and thick mist began to rise. Her vision blurred as she pondered. 2 months had passed. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to Kushina? Surely, Minato had returned as well. Orochimaru and the perverse teacher seemed to be in training. And she thought to visit Ryu's grave before taking a moment to see her brother at the Uchiha encampment. What was his name? Obito? Inhale. Her chest rose and fell with each breath as she turned off the hot water and flung herself onto the bed. I'll just rest for a moment. Ah, Silver. Huh? A voice floated in the air, having ceased its response after uttering the word silver last time. Aside from assisting her in battle and occasionally helping her concentrate her mental energy, it remained silent. Why did it now add another word? Silver what? She inquired. Silver. The first 2 words were crystal clear, but the following ones faded into an almost inaudible whisper. She strained to listen, even holding her breath, silencing all sounds except the rhythmic beating of her heart. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, I'm going to suffocate. Seeing that the voice was unwilling to continue, she drifted through the space, focusing on honing her mental prowess. Perhaps, once her mental strength solidified further, she would finally comprehend it. Thud, thud, emerging from the space. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up in bed, stretching her body, revealing her perfect silhouette. The towel slipped from her form, and suddenly, the knocking at her door ceased, followed by a loud proclamation. I'm terribly sorry. I shall take my life as an apology. She stared in disbelief, glancing down at her bare form, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she hurriedly donned a nightgown and rushed to the door. Who is it? What on earth is happening? As the door swung open, a face flushed with shame and indignation emerged before her. A pair of white eyes fixated on her intensely, followed by a heavy thud as the head was bowed to the ground. Lady Hikari, I am deeply sorry. I shall gouge out my eyes at once. After that, you may have me killed or punished as you see fit. Hyuga Kinzuya will utter not a single complaint. What on earth? Kamishiro Hikari looked at him, bemused, taking in his crimson visage and the white eyes, suddenly grasping the situation. Hyuga Kinzuya raised his head. Yes, Lady Hikari. He gazed at Kamishiro Hikari's exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a cold, dangerous smile, and his cheeks flushed anew. What did you see? Report. I saw nothing. The bath towel? Report. I closed my white eyes the moment it slipped. Oh, so that means you did see me lying on the bed wrapped in a bath towel? Report. Yes. No. I apologize profusely. Heaven's wrath. Then why have you come to see me? Kamishiro Hikari, clad in sleepwear, sat on the bed, her translucent little feet swinging. Yet her expression remained aloof. Hyuga Kinzuya knelt at the foot of the bed, and upon catching sight of her delicate feet, he momentarily lost his composure, covering his nose. And after a while, he quietly inquired, I merely wish to ask why Lady Hikari no longer leads the perception class. Kamishiro Hikari ceased the swinging of her feet, drawing them back and sitting cross-legged. The room fell into a brief silence. A hint of solemnity appeared on her face, her stunning features imbued with a sense of regret. Hyuga Kinzuya was taken aback to find that the once always smiling, sweet Kamishiro Hikari now rarely smiled, emanating a cool, distant aura. Lady Hikari, you need not refer to yourself as subordinate any longer. I am no longer the leader of the perception class. But my lady, enough. Is it not the reason you sought to know? Kamishiro Hikari interrupted Hyuga Kinzuya, stating, my mental power has been damaged, and I can no longer perceive. It is as simple as that. Hyuga Kinzuya fell silent. He understood that Kamishiro Hikari's perception relied on her mental power, and the consequences of its impairment were akin to that of his own white eyes being damaged. Is there no remedy? Hyuga Kinzuya asked cautiously. I do not know. Sister Tsunade mentioned that it might recover, but it will take at least 10 years, Kamishiro Hikari replied nonchalantly. But it is fine. I have already adapted. Lady Hikari, you are the most suited for perception. Be quiet. Do you not realize you are disturbing me? I apologize, but Hyuga Kinzuya lowered his head, gazing at the woman before him. He had witnessed her gradual growth, from her initial entry into battle, leading the perception class with her exceptional perceptive abilities, illusions, sweet smile, and breathtaking presence, to the steadfast figure protecting the perception class, standing resolutely before others, gradually transforming into the cool demeanor she now bore. Hyuga Kinzuya sighed, thinking that perhaps the Yamanaka clan had some knowledge on mental power. He resolved to return and inquire on behalf of Lady Hikari. His expression grew resolute. Is there anything else? Kamishiro Hikari parted her crimson lips, appearing somewhat weary, as if fatigued. Forgive me for disturbing Lady Hikari's rest, he murmured. What did I say? I shall take my leave now. Please await my news, Lady Haru. As for the Yamashiro clan, Hinata still holds some sway, and I hope to find a method for your healing there. Wait, what did you say? Kamiju Haru, shaking off her earlier fatigue, fixed her gaze intently on Hinata Hate. The recent spate of killings had sharpened her focus considerably, her penetrating gaze sending a shiver through Hinata Hate. I mentioned that the Yamashiro clan might possess a means of treatment. I wish to solicit their assistance in seeking a chance for your recovery. Is that so? Kamiju Haru softened again, leaning back against her pillow. I look forward to your good news. Indeed, I shall take my leave now. Please ensure the door is closed upon my exit. Also, do refrain from peering into my room with that disdainful look next time. Yes, my sincerest apologies. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room once more. The Yamashiro clan, Kamiju Haru thought, reclining gently on her bed and rolling onto her side. Her face pressed against the pillow, the corners of her mouth curled slightly. If all goes well, that would be splendid. I too wish to regain my sensory abilities. Even if I have transitioned into a combat ninja now, coupled with sensory perception, I could become even more formidable. When one reaches a certain level of strength, surely they can protect those they wish to safeguard? Even in a world fraught with conflict, those whom one loves and cherishes would not depart, would they? It seems her thoughts aligned with Minato's, both desiring to grow stronger to protect their loved ones. In the 38th year of the Wooden Era, October, the Second Great Ninja War has concluded, and reparations have reached the land of wood. Minato Namikaze has successfully completed the compensation task, adding a significant chapter to his ninja history. Saratobi Izashi patted him on the shoulder, expressing high hopes for him. At the hero's monument, Kamiju Haru approached, bringing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums purchased from a flower shop in Yamashiro, gently placing it before the grave of Uchiha Ryuka. Silence enveloped her. She found herself at a loss for words, simply gazing at the gravestone of her departed friend. Haru? Minato? Here to visit Ryuka? Yes, he would be pleased. Indeed. You seem to have changed quite a bit lately. Is that so? People inevitably change, don't they, Minato? Minato Namikaze looked at the girl before him. A companion from their childhood. Indeed. You increasingly embody the title of a fairy under the moonlight. Humph. Kamiju Haru shook her head, a meaningless smile tugging at her lips. Suddenly, Kamiju Haru. Urgent mission. An Umbu agent materialized at her side, glancing at Minato, hesitating to speak. I shall head over immediately. Kamiju Haru retrieved a rabbit-shaped mask, affixing it to her face, and raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of secrecy, much to Minato's surprise. Keep this confidential, Minato. I am one step closer to becoming a protector of the Hokage. How far are you from the Hokage? Minato's lips curled into a smile. I shall not trail behind you. I pledge this before Ryuka's grave. The Umbu agent had no room to object. Everyone knew that Kamiju Haru was personally brought in by Kakashi, practically his half-disciple, enjoying a status akin to that of a princess within the Umbu. Lady Moonrabbit. This task requires immediate notification from Lord Baya to set off at once, abandoning the assembly at the Umbu Hall. The Umbu, after a moment's contemplation, promptly addressed Konoha Haru. What mission is of such urgency? Inquired Konoha Haru, masked and filled with curiosity. Standing nearby, Minato Namikaze watched the Umbu's exchange with keen interest. Yes, the Cloud Ninja has infiltrated Konoha and has taken Uzumaki Kushina hostage. Konoha is currently in search. What did you say? What did you say? A flash of golden light appeared before the Umbu, grasping him by the collar. The previously nonchalant Minato Namikaze suddenly became agitated, his veins bulging, his gaze piercing as he looked at the Umbu. Konoha Haru's expression turned icy. Repeat that. Uzumaki Kushina has been abducted by the cloud. In an instant, Minato cast aside the Umbu and vanished from his position, moving with such swiftness that it seemed he might transcend the very fabric of space. Damn it! Konoha Haru exclaimed, transforming into a streak of silver light as she pursued Minato. Minato. With a flash of golden light, he sped away, closely followed by her. Minato. Stay calm. Konoha Haru exerted herself to match Minato's pace, but was hindered by her chakra and physical limitations, as well as the disparity in their speed. She fell further behind. Minato. Genjutsu. Fantasy control. Gritting her teeth, Konoha Haru formed hand seals, her immense mental energy binding the agitated Minato. Slap. Her palm struck Minato's face, forcing him to kneel upon the rooftop. Calm yourself. Kneeling there, Minato's golden hair seemed to lose its luster, his head bowed in silence. Minato. Is this how you express your feelings for Kushina? Konoha Haru grasped his collar, her gaze filled with complexity. If you truly care for her, then contemplate how to rescue her. That shimmering figure, was it you? The one who cared for me through the night, was it you? Are you still the immature man that is Minato Namikaze? Feeling the warmth of her presence on his back and the reassurance of fighting alongside her, she implored, look at me and tell me, do you truly love Uzumaki Kushina? Are you willing to sacrifice everything to protect her? Tears welled in Konoha Haru's eyes as she gazed at the familiar sun-like figure before her. I am anxious as well. Kushina is my dearest friend, my confidant. But I believe she is safe and merely held captive. I will certainly locate her and bring her back. You cherish Kushina, while I am merely your sister, Konoha Haru. Minato Namikaze, we must remember this bond. If you love her, then act. Do not lose yourself in despair. Once you have clarity, come with me. Releasing his collar, she adjusted the wrinkled fabric, smoothing it with delicate hands. Her silver ponytail brushed against Minato's face, leaving a trace of fragrance. After confirming her direction, Konoha Haru vanished in a flash of silver light. The illusionary control over Minato had long been dispelled, and he remained kneeling on the rooftop, his mind in a daze. After a brief moment, her gaze regained its resolve. Ching, thank you. It is a pity that the one I have grown fond of is Kushina. Had I encountered you earlier, perhaps things would have been different. Taking a deep breath, she hastily set off in pursuit of Kemizuru Ching, who had already departed. So, you can only confirm that they fled the village, correct? Kemizuru Ching inquired, standing beside the village's guarding ninja. Yes, my lord. I sincerely apologize. There were 3 cloud ninjas who disguised themselves as merchants, frequently entering and exiting the lumberyard. We let our guard down. This time, as they left the village, they concealed Uzumaki Kushina within a merchandise bag. The guarding ninja admitted, a hint of guilt evident in his voice. Kemizuru Ching, masked and silent, stood still, seemingly awaiting something. Well, it's not entirely your fault. Be more vigilant next time, a gentle voice interjected. I am here. With a flick of her ponytail, Kemizuru Ching strode out of the village. This is an urgent mission. We will not be providing a village exit certificate. You may submit it upon your return. Minato Namikaze said, patting the shoulder of the guarding ninja, his expression serious as he followed Kemizuru Ching out. The guarding ninja, having seen Minato before and knowing him to be one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of Jiraiya, nodded eagerly, understanding the weight of his words. Ah, that esteemed member of the Umbu, is she not the famed Silver Canopy? What? The Moonlit Fairy, perhaps. It is said she possesses exquisite, noble silver white hair, usually tied in a ponytail for ease of movement, with a beauty that could topple nations and a figure that is simply remarkable. That Umbu lady bears a striking resemblance. Indeed, and what of Lord Minato? Do you not think they make a splendid pair? One golden, the other silver, a match made in heaven. After watching the two depart, several guarding ninjas began to whisper amongst themselves. In the forest outside the lumber village, Ching, can you sense them? Minato and Kamizuru-chin paused atop a tree, attempting to survey from above. "No, I can no longer sense them," Kamizuru-chin replied, shaking her head. As she attempted to extend her mental energy outward, a sharp pain erupted in her head, accompanied by a metallic ringing in her ears. "Is that so?" Minato sighed in regret. "In any case, let us proceed. The path from the lumber village to the hidden cloud village should lead us north." Kamizuru-chin crouched down, ready to move forward. "Wait, Chin," Minato suddenly called out. "What is it?" He jumped down from the tree, seemingly having discovered something, and bent to reach into a thicket. Kamizuru-chin observed as he extracted a single fiery red hair between his fingers. "What is this?" Kamizuru-chin's eyes widened in astonishment as she immediately infused her mental energy into it. The vivid red hair bore Kushina's chakra. There was no doubt. This was indeed Kushina's hair. Despite the limitations on her sensing abilities, some techniques remained accessible, such as genjutsu. Illusion manifest. That direction. Pursue. In pursuit of 2 kilometers. Kamizuki and Minato found themselves tracing a trail marked by vivid strands of crimson hair, as if guided by an instinctual force. The remaining members of the Konoha Umbu swiftly mobilized, effectively sealing off all routes leading to the hidden cloud village. "Over here," Minato exclaimed, having discovered yet another strand of hair, now clutching a small cluster in his hand. "If I pull out more, will Kushina suffer from hair loss?" Just as Minato bent to retrieve the hair, a bolt of lightning surged along the ground like a creeping serpent. Lightning release. On the move. Have the Konoha forces caught up? Minato pondered momentarily, equally stunned as Kamizuki, who remained perched in the trees. "What is this? Do they not know that wind counters lightning?" With swift hand seals, Minato declared, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." A tempest erupted forth, shattering the lightning and dissipating it into the earth. TCH. So, it's a wind ninja pursuing us? Then we must rely on the esteemed ninjutsu of the hidden cloud village. Suddenly, 3 somewhat rotund ninjas emerged, garbed like merchants, adorned in gold and jewels, one of whom carried a bulging bag on his back. Were they here to amuse? These 3 middle-rank ninjas seemed to have long forsaken battle. Kamizuki silently sheathed her blade. Minato could easily handle them alone. How foolish of her to have worried for so long. I advise you to release Kushina soon. It would be better to avoid unnecessary suffering. Minato chuckled in disbelief, reflecting on his earlier frenzy. Faced with 3 significantly weakened middle-rank ninjas, the seasoned special J-Nin, Minato, on the verge of entering the J-Nin ranks, found their actions reckless. It seemed that Kushina, hearing Minato's voice, began to struggle within the bag. "Damn it, how did you find us?" The trio of middle-rank ninjas set the bag containing Kushina down, likely to avoid hindering their combat. "The hair," Minato remarked softly, holding up the vibrant strands of red hair. Such strikingly beautiful crimson locks. How could one possibly forget? Ugh. The bag twitched momentarily before becoming still, with the bag's opening faintly quivering, seemingly exuding warmth. TCH. The little girl actually threw her hair out? I should have never given her an air hole. The apparent leader of the middle-rank ninja spat, preparing to kick the bag. In that instant, a flash of gold appeared behind him, radiating a chilling aura. I advise you to refrain from any impulsive actions, especially concerning the girl in that bag, or else, get away. The middle-rank ninja hastily retreated, followed by the 2 plump companions, their faces reflecting terror. "Don't be afraid. It's just a child. She is merely a bit fast. Let us quickly deal with him and bring back the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. That would be a significant achievement." Swish, swish. A glimmer of silver light danced, and in the blink of an eye, the bag that had been before them vanished without a trace. Uchiha Haru gave a thumbs up to Namikaze Minato, who nodded in acknowledgement. His expression stern as he regarded the 3 jesting cloud ninja. "How shall I teach you a lesson? Huh? Dare to kidnap Kushina? Do not panic. Let us confront them together." Uchiha Haru, unwilling to witness the one-sided situation on Minato's side, twirled the knife in his hand, making a slight motion that severed the bag containing Kushina. As the bag loosened, a flustered, red-faced woman with crimson hair emerged. "Kushina? Haru-chan." Uchiha Haru removed his mask and peeled the bag away from Kushina. "Haru-chan." Kushina leaped into Haru's embrace, her cheeks flushed. "Be good, do not be afraid." Haru gently stroked Kushina's hair, a smile breaking through his previously cold demeanor. "Woo, I'm not scared." Haru pulled Kushina back to observe her more closely. At that moment, her face, as red as a ripe tomato, complemented her vibrant red hair, making her undeniably amusing. Huffed. Haru could not help but stifle a laugh. You're laughing at me. Kushina's head seemed to emit steam. What is the matter? Why is your face so red? In nothing. Kushina hastily waved her hands, cupping her cheeks, her ears aflame, observing her. Haru's lips curled into a smile as he tucked a strand of silver hair behind his ear and gently lifted Kushina's chin with his slender fingers. In a teasing tone, he inquired, Kushina, do you have someone you like? In no way. Kushina's complexion, which had just regained some color, turned even redder. Let me guess. Is it that certain someone who erupted for Little Chili Peppers? Who are you talking about? It's certainly not Minato. Oh, how adorable you are when your tongue gets tangled. So it is like that. Shall I inform Minato that you do not harbor feelings for him? And no? Please don't. Then you do like him? And no, that's not it. So, do you, or do you not? Haru-chan, you're so mean. Uchiha Haru gazed down at his shy, speechless friend, his eyes drifting towards the distant clash of golden light. Yes, that's perfect. As long as you two like each other, that's enough. The moon will never fall in love with the sun. Never. Haru-chan, do you think Minato will get hurt? Oh, now you're concerned about your beloved? How disheartening. Once you have a crush, do you forget your best friend? Kushina blushed again, then embraced Haru tightly, beginning to tickle her. I'll teach you not to speak nonsense. Ha. I'm sorry. Perhaps only at such moments, beneath the moonlight, would the once cold fairy reveal her most enchanting smile, captivating the entire world. Swiftly and decisively, they dealt with the three insignificant nin, handing them over to the arriving AMBU of the Hidden Leaf. Namikaze Minato turned to gaze at the two who were frolicking in the distance. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow on their faces. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Well done, Minato. A figure appeared beside Minato Namikaze, removing the white wolf mask from his face. Lord Whitefang. He respectfully bowed to Kakashi Hitaki, only to have Kakashi place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Is it acceptable if I call you that? Indeed. Minato replied. What does Tsuki Usagi Haru mean to you? She is my companion, a being to whom I can entrust my life. She is someone I must protect. Minato's gaze was resolute as he spoke to Kakashi. And what about Kushina Uzumaki? She is the one I love, a person for whom I would sacrifice my life. Likewise, she is someone I must safeguard. Minato's expression softened as he gazed into the distance at the two figures. Is that so? Kakashi was momentarily silent, as he was not one to speak much. To him, Haru was akin to a half-disciple, someone worthy of cherishing, which is why he noticed a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Allow me to ask you one more question. Please, Lord Whitefang, go ahead. If Kushina Uzumaki were not in the picture, how would you perceive Haru? Minato fell silent, merely maintaining eye contact with Kakashi. Forget it. Consider it as though I never asked. Kakashi donned his mask once more and swiftly departed, leaving Minato alone. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, stirring the thoughts of the three individuals. Minato, a whirlwind of energy, perpetually lively, occasionally revealing a shy charm that painted a breathtaking portrait. Minato, ethereal and enchanting, whose inadvertent smile could render the world devoid of color, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. To be with you brings me such joy, he mused. Blood staining the corners of his mouth, a smile of bliss gracing his features, his vibrant red hair cascading down. No, the unyielding fairy, her heart gradually encasing itself in ice, as though frozen in time, would never again allow anyone to enter. She truly became the fairy under the moonlight, forever solitary. With a laugh, Minato awoke from his dream, taking a deep breath and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. A dream? Why did it feel so real? He rose from his bed and stood at the window. The village of Konoha lay in serene silence, the night deepening. Only the faint chirping of insects could be heard. Moonlight softly bathed the earth, occasionally shrouded by drifting clouds. In the year of Konoha 38, December, it was yet another new year. The air had turned cold, large flakes of snow cascading down, blanketing the village. A world cloaked in silver, marking the first new year post-war. An atmosphere of peace enveloped Konoha, and the bustling tasks had diminished during this time. Haru had been granted a rare holiday. A week to embrace the new year, Kakashi remarked gently, a warm expression gracing his face. Yes, is Lord Whitefang returning to accompany Kakashi? Indeed. Perhaps I can introduce you to them. Speaking of which, they will be enrolling next April. A rare, tender smile appeared on Kakashi's face as he looked at the young girl, affectionately ruffling her silver hair. It's nothing. Be sure to rest well. Haru tilted her head, having already removed her mask, as it felt uncomfortable for her to wear. Yes, as customary. I paid my respects to Uchiha Ryuhan and unexpectedly encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage. Kamizawa Haru greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bow. Hiruzen shook off the snowflakes from his hat and turned to face her. Come to pay homage to Ryuhan? Yes. Indeed. War, such a detestable thing, isn't it? Kamizawa Haru gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, momentarily at a loss for words. How's your injury? My spiritual energy has been compromised. Temporarily, I have found no means of recovery. A child from the Hyuga clan mentioned this to me before, expressing a desire to enlist the Yamanaka clan to examine your injury. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively reached for his pipe. But upon noticing Kamizawa Haru's gaze, he coughed and set it aside. If I recall correctly, his name is Hyuga Kinzuya? A good child. Indeed. Kinzuya was once one of my subordinates. Kamizawa Haru slightly lowered her eyes. After the new year, let us visit the Yamanaka family. I shall inform them. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned away, slowly making his exit. The silver canopy of timber. I wish to behold it once more. Yes, thank you very much. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Kamizawa Haru lifted her gaze to the rear. Minato? Yes. Did you hear that? How splendid, Haru. Namikaze Minato stood behind Kamizawa Haru, having paid his respects to Ryuhan. If your spiritual energy can recover, Ryuhan would surely be pleased. Indeed. Kamizawa Haru managed a faint smile, and Kushina? Recently, Kushina seemed quite attached to Minato, likely due to her frequent missions in the Umbu. Ah, she is selecting a kimono. Upon mentioning Kushina, Minato's expression softened. A kimono? Ah, for the new year? Yes. Kamizawa Haru recalled the previous new year and felt a surge of panic. I must take my leave. The Umbu has tasks. The Umbu does not rest for the new year? No. Then I shall depart. Kamizawa Haru swiftly exited, leaving Minato alone. Ryuhan, may you bless us to remain unscathed. Always in peace. However, Kamizawa Haru was still not free from Kushina's exuberance. Once more, she was pulled from her room, enduring the familiar makeup and adornment. Yet, a single remark from the proprietress nearly sent her into a frenzy. Oh my, how have you developed so quickly? Kamizawa Haru replied. It must be due to the ample milk. It's fine. For a girl, having a fuller bosom will ensure ample nourishment when she bears children. Ultimately, she refrained from losing her temper, only allowing her icy demeanor to crack under Kushina's teasing. Slightly parting her lips, she prepared to playfully bite Kushina. The two donned kimonos, wrapped in fluffy scarves, playfully chasing and frolicking about. The streets were filled with festive cheer, and passers-by regarded the two girls with friendly smiles. Haru, Kushina. A figure approached slowly, greeting them. Minato? And Minato. Kushina, who had been teasing Kamizawa Haru, suddenly panicked, hiding behind her and adjusting her expression. This time, it was Kamizawa Haru's turn to tease her, much to her delight. Minato Namikaze gazed quietly at the two individuals before him. The light-colored kimono accentuated Haru's fair complexion. And due to the slightly cool temperature, a delicate blush adorned her cheeks, lending her face a hint of color. In contrast, Kushina donned a vibrant red kimono, adorned with large, resplendent flowers, as radiant as her own flushed countenance. Let us go and pay our respects. I sincerely wish for enduring peace. With a headache, Haru rose from her bed, rubbing her temples. As her small hands pressed against the bedding, she unexpectedly encountered a soft touch beside her. Instinctively, she began to rub it, feeling its softness, smaller than her own. What am I thinking? Hey, Haru-chan, don't mess around. Can someone tell me why Kushina is in my bed? Gradually, memories resurfaced in her mind. Last night, during their visit to the shrine, Kushina had spotted a stall selling sweet sake and insisted on dragging Haru over to indulge. The result? The normally abstemious Kushina became inebriated at the first taste, compelling Haru to partake as well. To her surprise, this body exhibited almost no resistance to alcohol, and they both collapsed on the street under the envious gazes of passers-by. Overwhelmed by the situation, Minato had carried the two intoxicated girls back to Haru's home, deposited them onto the bed, removed their shoes and socks, covered them with a blanket, and set a kettle of water by the bedside before quietly departing. Kushina, wake up. Not yet. I want to sleep a little longer. Minato saw everything. What? Kushina sprang up from the bed, glancing around frantically, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, her face aflame. A giggle escaped the lips of the ethereal figure in the moonlight, her expression breaking into laughter. Her ponytail had become disheveled during sleep, silver strands cascading chaotically over her. In the sunlight, she exuded a languid charm that could captivate anyone. Once assured that Minato was not in the room and that her attire was intact, she exclaimed, "Haru-chan, you deceived me." Kushina pounced upon the unsuspecting Haru like a hungry tiger. "Ha ha ha, that tickles. I admit my fault. Even if you confess, I want to let you off the hook. Take this." On January 1st of the year 39 of the Konoha era, the vast spring sunlight poured into Haru's room. But alas, only those two were present to witness it. Time, ever fleeting, leaves profound imprints on those unaware of its passage. Each moment might slip away unnoticed or extend infinitely. Haru extended her hand to shield herself from the direct rays of the sun. The sunlight cascaded like a soft golden blanket from the heavens, gently enveloping the silver earth and her silvery hair. The winter sunlight is often languorous and comforting. It inexplicably caused Haru to squint her eyes. Settling her heart, she sat atop the roof, leaning back, gazing at the sunlight that bathed the land. Exhaling a breath of cold air, a thick mist enveloped her, rendering her features elusive and ethereal. In this state of relaxation, Kamitachi Haruhi found immense enjoyment. Her previously cool expression softened, and she gently closed her eyes, concealing her exquisite demeanor. She appeared as tranquil as a child. Her mental energy silently extended outward, reaching 1 meter, then 2. As it expanded to 2 meters, her mental energy instinctively retracted, functioning as a protective mechanism of her body. A sigh echoed in her mind. "You have arrived?" Haruhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she had no intention of opening her eyes. "Silver," came a soft reply. "I am aware." The sigh seemed to soften considerably. Repeating the word silver, a faint smile graced Haruhi's lips. What did it matter? Her mental energy reassured her that this was indeed her own essence. With her eyes still closed, she remained oblivious to the faint shadow that had silently formed beside her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Haruhi felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, and it seemed perfectly acceptable to drift off to sleep. "Haruhi?" "Yes, who called me?" "Haruhi-chan? Kushina?" "Wake up, Haruhi. I'm so sleepy, I wish to continue sleeping." A sigh, tinged with a hint of disappointment, escaped. The warm sensation gradually receded. The gentle shadow that had covered Haruhi transforming into particles of light, merging with her being. Haruhi opened her eyes. It was now nightfall, the moonlight cascading onto her face. And as her eyes slowly opened, her dark lashes fluttered like the delicate wings of a raven, revealing an enchanting beauty that left one breathless. Like Sleeping Beauty, Kushina murmured. Entranced, while Minato stood beside her, momentarily lost in the sight of Haruhi awakening. After their mission concluded, Kushina had invited Minato for a ramen outing. The two blushing youths finished their meal and decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, gradually making their way home. Their hands brushed together gently, only to retract as swiftly as lightning. Minato had never known that the fiery girl could possess such a bashful side. As they passed by Haruhi's residence, Kushina broke the silence. "Minato, what do you feel for Haruhi?" "What?" Minato, caught off guard in front of the girl he admired, felt a bit flustered. "Why does everyone keep asking me this?" After a moment, he chuckled softly. "Perhaps it's because of Haruhi. Do you like her?" Kushina inhaled deeply and asked loudly. He smiled wryly and countered her question. "Kushina, do you think Haruhi likes me?" Kushina gazed at the boy before her, his experiences of war and missions having rendered him increasingly mature. The three of them had grown up together in their childhood. She had always teased that Haruhi had a crush on Minato, yet she understood that when Haruhi blushed and protested, it was not mere shyness but rather annoyance. She never anticipated that she herself would develop feelings for him. "I do not know. I truly do not know." Kushina, feeling a surge of frustration, tugged at her crimson locks, a hint of despair creeping into her demeanor. Minato, with a soft sigh, extended his hand to gently untangle her hair, mindful of its exquisite hue. Such beautiful red tresses should not be disheveled. The fiery pepper's cheeks flushed, and her earlier vexation was swiftly quelled by his words and tender gesture. "What do you care?" she retorted. Minato withdrew his hand, gazing up at the gentle moonlight. She resembled the moon, ethereal and unattainable, much like the moonbeams that cascade into the hearts of all, yet remain forever elusive, never to be possessed. Indeed, akin to the unparalleled beauty of silvery moonlight quietly gracing the earth. "Is that you, Haru?" Kushina looked up, unexpectedly spotting a figure with silvery hair cascading beside her. A small head tilted slightly on her shoulder, seemingly in blissful slumber. How long have you been here?" Haru, awakening, rubbed her eyes and instinctively shrank her neck against the chill. "Haru, what has happened?" Minato inquired gravely, surveying their surroundings. The village was peaceful, townsfolk and ninjas mingling harmoniously, creating a serene atmosphere. What? Is it already night? Haru, still dazed from her nap, blinked in surprise. Kushina crouched before her, waving her hand. Haru, how long have you been asleep here? I don't know. It should have still been daytime before, she replied. Minato, concerned, questioned, is everything all right? How could you sleep here for so long? Haru propped her head with her small hands, instinctively extending her sensory perception. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Until 5 meters, when she felt a prickling sensation and withdrew her awareness. Noticing her change in expression, Minato grew more vigilant, mirroring Kushina's crouched posture. Haru, if anything is amiss, please speak up. We can confront it together. It's nothing, just that my perception seems to have recovered a bit. Haru's demeanor softened. Indeed. She sensed his presence behind her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, full of joy. Is that so? Minato, reassured by her smile, stood upright. You two are on a date, aren't you? Haru inquired playfully, tilting her head as she glanced at Kushina and Minato. The fiery pepper's face turned crimson once more, hastily denying it. No, how could that be? We just happened to cross paths. Happened to cross paths? And shared a meal? Then walked together to my building? Yes, precisely that. Minato shook his head, observing the flustered Kushina attempting to explain herself and the teasing Haru. He clenched his fists. Determined, his flying thunder god technique was nearing completion, granting him the ability to protect them and safeguard the village. After bidding farewell to the two, Haru returned to her room. Sitting on her bed. You're here, aren't you? Sigh. Can I see you? Oh, silvery. Haru attempted to articulate, her sigh brimming with anticipation, as if longing for something. Yet, she remained unaware of what lay beyond the silver, enveloped in silence. A sense of longing tinged her sigh with a touch of melancholy. Apologies for my delay. Once my mental fortitude strengthens further, I should be able to meet you. Should I not? Kamishiro Haru threw herself onto the bed, feeling as though her mental prowess had gained a sentience of its own. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to pay a visit. The wood industry has never decreed that sentience is forbidden post-establishment. A formidable mental capacity is her foundation. Should it attain sentience and enable her to grow stronger, it would be entirely worthwhile to strive for that. Welcome. What flowers may I assist you with? A young man with a ponytail and gently golden hair approached, delicately handling a lily. Good day. I would like a white chrysanthemum, please. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The young man smiled as he set the lily aside and moved to a row of flower racks. Are you visiting a grave? Indeed. A dear friend of mine has passed away. That is truly unfortunate. Would you like it wrapped? The young man, under the moonlight, held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Kamishiro Haru spoke softly, her gaze filled with nostalgia. If you are not in a rush, might I suggest enjoying lunch at the Yamamoto residence before you depart? Mr. Yamamoto arranged the white chrysanthemums and retrieved a vase, pouring in some water before placing the flowers within. Then, I shall graciously accept your invitation. I apologize for the intrusion. Kamishiro Haru offered a slight bow, her cool voice exuding a sense of both proximity and distance. Please, do. The Yamamoto family maintained an impressive demeanor, especially as Kamishiro Haru was personally requested for treatment by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a loyal supporter of the Hokage and the wood industry, the Yamamoto family had no reason to deny treatment that could bolster their strength with Kamishiro Haru's capabilities. The lunch was not extravagant. Rather, it was a simple kaiseki meal, showcasing both the Yamamoto family's prowess and their respect for Kamishiro Haru as a guest. Thank you for the hospitality. Kamishiro Haru elegantly set down her chopsticks, delicately wiping her mouth with a napkin, her actions and etiquette impeccable. It is said that the fairy under the moonlight captivates all, upon witnessing her. One cannot help but acknowledge her striking beauty. If I were not already committed, I might have felt a stir of affection. Mr. Yamamoto set down his chopsticks, speaking half in jest. Mr. Yamamoto, you jest. Your brilliance as the most distinguished young head of the Yamamoto clan far outshines my own. Prior to her arrival, Namikaze Minato had shared numerous insights, including that the young man before her, only 2 or 3 years her senior, was already designated as the next clan leader of the Yamamoto family. Calculating the timeline, Minato was now 16, while Mr. Yamamoto was merely 17. And Kamishiro Haru was a year younger than Minato. Has it been so long since my arrival? May I call you Miss Haru directly? That would be perfectly acceptable, Mr. Yamamoto. Forgive my boldness, but I shall be forthright in my inquiry. Miss Haru, what is the status of your mental capacity? Mr. Yamamoto inquired immediately. For matters concerning mental prowess should not be delayed. Kamishiro Haru, still in her youth, had ample room for significant growth in her mental strength. If treatment were postponed, it could potentially impact her future. The previous conversation was briefly paused as Kamishiro Haru organized her thoughts to explain her situation to Yamamoto Kaichi. It turned out that the disruption of the human magnetic field due to combat had adversely affected her mental strength. Yamamoto Kaichi furrowed his brow and posed a question. Miss Haru, just how potent is your mental strength? Haru raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond. Oh, I deeply apologize. I had forgotten that Miss Haru is not a member of our family. Such issues with mental strength are typically encountered only by those of our lineage. Yamamoto Kaichi realized, offering an embarrassed smile. Not at all, Haru replied. Mr. Kaichi's intent is understood. Indeed, he continued. Generally speaking, the human magnetic field can be self-regulated and controlled. If one's mental strength does not surpass a certain threshold, variations in the magnetic field exert minimal influence on it. For instance, consider a rather feeble mental strength. Compared to our own, this weak mental capacity is entirely governed by the magnetic field, rendering it oblivious to its presence. Consequently, when the magnetic field shifts, it too undergoes alteration, yet the inherent mental strength remains unchanged, merely struggling to adapt. If we liken this to the relationship between the populace and the state, it becomes quite clear, regardless of how the state transforms, the citizens remain largely unaffected, experiencing only a brief period of adjustment before seamlessly integrating into the changes. However, if your mental strength is sufficiently formidable to influence, even command, the magnetic field within the body, then a disruption in that field can lead to severe repercussions for your mental faculties. Haru nodded, grasping the analogy. It is akin to the relationship between a president and the nation, quite straightforward. Thus, when I learned that Miss Haru's mental strength was indeed impacted by the human magnetic field, I instinctively related it to my own family's experiences. I sincerely apologize for that, Yamamoto Kaichi admitted, scratching his head with a smile. I understand now. So, does this imply that ancestors in Mr. Kaichi's family have encountered similar circumstances? Haru seized upon the critical point. Precisely. Therefore, I must devise a healing plan based on the intensity of your mental strength. Yamamoto Kaichi stated as he rose to his feet. Miss Haru, please wait a moment while I retrieve an instrument for testing mental strength. Very well, Haru replied, giving a slight bow as she watched him open the sliding door to the living room and step out. Sighing deeply, she reflected on the challenges of conversing with someone from a distinguished family. It required not only adherence to etiquette but also an awareness of the nuances in speech, wondering if their words held deeper meanings. It felt akin to deciphering innuendos. Shaking her head, she heard footsteps approaching the entrance. My apologies, Yamamoto Kaichi said as he returned, holding an instrument resembling a dial. Haru smiled. It's quite all right. Yamamoto paused, then cleared his throat and approached her. Miss Haru, your beauty is indeed formidable. A mere smile on the battlefield could very well sap the enemy's will to fight, ensnaring them in your allure. Mr. Kaichi, you jest. War is hardly a trivial affair. Haru replied, maintaining her composure. In the mountains, Yachi Yamaguchi chuckled softly, lifting the instrument and saying to Kamishiro Haru, this is a spirit power testing device passed down by our ancestors. Unfortunately, we find it difficult to replicate. Kamishiro Haru took the instrument, examining it closely. It bore a ring of colors, with a needle resting in the white sector. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black. Was this a mysterious aurora? Cough. Taking a deep breath, Kamishiro Haru nearly burst into laughter. The intensity of spirit power is categorized by these colors. Yachi pointed at the device, expressing regret. Alas, we seem to be a generation weaker. Our spirit power intensity has not reached the violet level. Legend has it that when the first clan leader acquired this instrument, the result was violet. And what of this black? Kamishiro Haru curiously fidgeted with it, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the device. According to legend, a divine maiden bestowed this instrument upon our ancestor and explained its functions, her spirit power intensity reaching the black level, a terrifying and unknown domain. Yachi's eyes sparkled with longing. What is the intensity of your spirit power? I must confess, my spirit power only reaches the blue level. According to the classifications, I barely qualify as an elite upper ninja. Although he spoke with a hint of embarrassment, there was a trace of pride on his face. One must understand that achieving elite upper ninja status at his age is a mark of extraordinary talent within the Yamaguchi clan. With age and experience, as well as the cultivation of spiritual techniques, his spirit power might even reach violet, akin to the first clan leader. In truth, spirit power intensity does not directly correlate with strength. For instance, there may be future individuals with peculiar traits, possessing two souls, whose spirit power reaches the intermediate ninja level even as genin, and some particularly strong upper ninjas. Conversely, there are those who frequently change bodies and exhibit weak spirit power. For example, Jiraiya's spirit power only reaches the blue level, or indigo. And how is the testing conducted? Simply by channeling spirit power into it. Kamishiro Haru, holding the instrument, gradually concentrated her spirit. As she focused, her spirit power coalesced in her hands. Oh, a delighted sigh escaped her lips. It had awakened once more. Kamishiro Haru understood that this indicated its excitement, akin to a child's glee. It thrived whenever she utilized it. Let us see how powerful my spirit power, yourself, truly is. As her spirit power gently flowed into the device, the needle whirled rapidly, even emanating a faint glow. It swiftly passed through red, orange, yellow, and green, barely skimming blue, and firmly settled on the cyan, yearning to push further into the violet realm. Unfortunately, a sudden sharp pain surged through her mind. The repercussions of a disrupted human magnetic field emerged once more, causing her spirit intensity to weaken, retreating slowly from cyan to the edge of the blue zone. Yachi's gaze transitioned from expected calm to incredulity, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment. As the needle retreated from the cyan hue, a flicker of solace graced his eyes. With the needle halting at the edge of blue, yet remaining within the cyan realm, he felt a sense of desolation. The patriarch of the Yamamoto clan, renowned for their mental prowess, found his abilities overshadowed by an outsider, namely, a girl who was 2 years his junior. SHJ Haru pressed her fingers against her temples, the sharp pang in her mind rendering her somewhat dizzy. Sigh. The exhalation carried a hint of urgency as her mental energy withdrew from the apparatus. Miss SHJ, are you all right? Yamamoto Hachi, noticing her altered expression, inquired with concern. SHJ Haru slightly shook her head and nodded gently. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Mr. Hachi, she then asked, so regarding my level of mental energy. Miss SHJ, you truly leave me in a state of embarrassment. It appears I have been viewing the world from the confines of a well, Yamamoto Hachi admitted, a blush of shame coloring his cheeks. He had been feeling a sense of pride moments ago, only to discover that this girl had already reached the shadow level of mental power. Had she not been injured, she might have even surpassed that threshold into the violet zone. A glimmer of surprise danced in Hachi's eyes, accompanied by a sense of reassurance. There was hope for the future of the Yamamoto clan. No, Mr. Hachi, you flatter me. My mental prowess is merely exceptional. I still have much to learn from you, SHJ Haru said gracefully, offering a respectful bow. Hachi promptly returned the gesture, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Miss SHJ. I shall speak plainly. Please, Mr. Hachi, proceed, she urged. Our clan possesses a secret technique known as the heart-to-heart method, which allows one's mental energy to manifest and enter another's body, thereby controlling their mental space and manipulating their physical form. You have heard of this technique, I presume? Indeed, SHJ Haru nodded. This technique is exceedingly advantageous for those who possess lesser mental strength. The speed of manifesting mental energy in flight is remarkably swift. Should one fail to react in time, they would find themselves utterly at the mercy of another. I can present two approaches. The first, which I can independently execute, involves employing the heart-to-heart method to channel my mental energy into your mental space, assisting you in organizing the chaotic magnetic field within your body. SHJ Haru pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was akin to external aid, similar to summoning foreign forces to restore order when one cannot govern their own realm. If her lack of control stemmed from insufficient mental strength, this method would be futile, as the power of another is ultimately theirs alone, once withdrawn. The chaos would inevitably return. However, since her inability to control her mental energy was due to external factors, this approach might be worth attempting. She nodded, indicating her willingness to try. The second approach would require consultation with the clan leader, granting you the ability to manipulate mental energy and manifest it, thereby empowering your own mental strength to resolve the disarray within your magnetic field. This was easily comprehensible, and SHJ Haru nodded in acknowledgement. Let us proceed with the first approach, she decided. Very well, Mr. Hachi, please proceed, she urged. Yamamoto Hachi nodded, instructing the servants to clear the dining table. As the two sat facing one another, their gazes locked in earnest anticipation. At this moment, Yamano Kaichi beheld the visage of the young maiden before him with remarkable clarity. Clad in a simple, elegant kimono and adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, her delicate brows and enchanting eyes sparkled like the stars in the heavens, radiating brilliance. Indeed, she had been compelled to master the art of makeup, and upon doing so, Kamijo Haru discovered that it was not as daunting as she had anticipated. Please, Miss Haru, relax and abandon your defenses. Otherwise, I fear my mental fortitude may not suffice to enter your mental space, Yamano Kaichi stated, his expression unyielding despite having endured a mental strain. Very well, Mr. Kaichi, you may commence, replied Kamijo Haru, taking a deep breath and gently closing her eyes. Secret art. Heart transference technique. In that instant, time seemed to slow, and with a wary, frustrated sigh, Kamijo Haru found herself capable of perceiving her surroundings with complete clarity through her mental prowess. Yamano Kaichi formed a seal with his hands, directing it towards himself. As a spiritual entity, resembling him closely, soared toward him. As the entity approached, Kamijo Haru sensed her mental energy brimming with vigilance, prepared to retaliate if necessary. It's all right. There's nothing to fear, she reassured herself within, as the sigh echoed once more. Do not listen. You must not suffer any further harm. Strangely, Kamijo Haru comprehended its intent. It will not harm me. The obstinate sigh formed a barrier, poised to repel Yamano Kaichi's mental energy. If you're unwilling, then so be it. Do not harm his mental force. Gradually, the barrier softened, transforming into a net, which ensnared Yamano Kaichi's mental energy and rebounded it back into his being. Yamano Kaichi's eyes widened in astonishment. Your mental energy can manifest externally? Kamijo Haru tilted her head in confusion. Manifest externally? Yes, it can even change its form. This revelation struck him profoundly. As a member of the Yamano clan, the external manifestation of mental energy was a unique secret art exclusive to their lineage. Such a rare technique could merely redirect mental energy, yet could not manipulate it into walls or nets. Wait, this matter pertains to the prophecy passed down within the Yamano clan. Hastily, Yamano Kaichi dashed out. Seemingly in search of the current clan leader, Kamijo Haru sat in the living room, perplexed. What is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Suddenly, the door was flung open with great force, and Yamano Kaichi returned, accompanied by an elderly man. The old man, his eyes clouded with age, gazed upon Kamijo Haru, and suddenly his expression brightened. He fell to the ground before her as if bowing down a mountain. Goddess, I, an old fool, am finally able to behold you once more. Kamijo Haru was taken aback, startled by the sudden turn of events, and quickly rose to evade the elder's reverence. Elder, why do you call me a goddess? Great-grandfather, could it be that Miss Haru is the one prophesied? Yamano Kaichi regarded the young maiden before him with incredulity. The elder wiped away his tears and rose from the ground. To see the goddess once more in this lifetime is an immense honor. I have no regrets in death. Elder, what are you speaking of? Although Haru Kamishiro harbored some suspicions, the nature of these speculations was so bizarre that they were utterly incredulous. Just as Yamamoto Hachiro intended to speak, he was halted by the elder. Pray tell, are you Miss Haru Kamishiro? Haru adjusted her kimono and offered a slight bow. Indeed. Esteemed elder, I am known as Haru Kamishiro. So strikingly similar, the elder murmured, while Yamamoto cast a glance at Haru that was laden with complexity. Esteemed elder? Oh. The elder snapped back to reality with a shiver, as if recollecting something. I am Yamamoto Sanin, presently the chief elder of the Yamamoto clan. Haru noticed a palpable fear in the elder's demeanor. The elder of the Yamamoto clan? I am indeed here. What do you mean by the prophecy you mentioned? Haru ventured to inquire, only to find that Yamamoto's eyes glimmered with fervor and a hint of trepidation. It is a lengthy tale, and if Miss Haru is intrigued, I would be honored to elucidate this history for you. Haru felt increasingly bewildered. Why was this elder being so deferential? Please, go on, elder. The inexplicable sense of familiarity compelled her to listen, and curiosity, albeit a troublesome trait, tugged at her. Under Yamamoto Hachiro's guidance, Haru was led to a tea room, where she quietly settled onto the tatami mat. In the center of the room, a pot of tea simmered, exuding warmth. The sound of water being poured from a bamboo spout in the courtyard resonated against the stones, infusing the room with a sense of tranquility. Miss Haru, the elder began. You may simply call me Sanin. Before I recount this story, may I audaciously inquire, Does Miss Haru have someone she holds dear? Haru was momentarily taken aback. Was this an attempt at matchmaking? Not at present. Her words did not align with her heart. Noticing the faint blush on Haru's face and her stubborn demeanor, Yamamoto Sennin exhibited a complex expression, one that encompassed solace, concern, regret, heartache, and a sense of understanding. Thus, the elder commenced his tale. Before the establishment of the Woodcraft Guild, I was but a child, living on this land with my family. Those were times of ceaseless strife, dominated by two formidable clans, the Senju and the Uchiha. Haru nodded. She was familiar with this history. At that time, the Inuzuka clan was not yet formed, merely existing in isolation, striving against those who sought to consume us. The Yamamoto clan was, in truth, a feeble lineage, distinguished only by our exceptional spiritual prowess. Our founding leader guided us through perilous battles, and it was through his formidable mental acuity and perception that we managed to survive, step by step. Haru seemed to recall something. Was this not reminiscent of her own past? Back then, the clan leader was known as Tenmaku, just as you are, Miss Haru. Observing her expression, Yamamoto Sennin nodded, his gaze imbued with reverence. Due to such keen perception, certain tribes grew wary and sought to annihilate us, aiming to enslave us for our spiritual and perceptive gifts. Kamishiro Haru fell into a profound silence. Had she lacked the ability to protect herself? Had she existed not in the peaceful realm of Mokai, but in an era of warfare, what fate would await her? Under the vigilant protection of the clan leader, we had narrowly escaped one crisis after another, yet that fateful day ultimately arrived. 5 foreign clans, accompanied by hundreds of ninjas, united and unleashed the torrent of water upon us, encircling our existence. In a desperate bid to save us, the clan leader initiated an extensive illusionary technique. The formidable assembly of hundreds of ninjas would not be underestimated in any nation. However, during that era, the ninjas were starkly polarized. Many possessed exceptional prowess while others were considerably weaker. The most formidable were often members of illustrious families, their bloodlines conferring a distinct advantage, and coupled with their insular pride. A vicious cycle ensued. Kamishiro Haru remained speechless, acutely aware that without a miracle, the Yamamoto clan would surely meet its demise. Yet, in that moment, a miracle transpired. As the clan leader's grand illusion unfolded, the sky transformed dramatically, lightning crackling and thunder roaring, accompanied by a massive vortex that descended, casting down a silhouette. As the sage of Yamamoto recounted this, his eyes brimmed with fervor. This scene was witnessed firsthand by the aged sage, a goddess with flowing white hair. Descended from the heavens, her beauty surpassing even that of an ethereal being. A faint lavender mark adorned her forehead, reminiscent of a celestial imprint, while her snow-white hair billowed gracefully, and her pristine kimono danced in the air, with delicate silver traces accentuating her eyes. All present stood in awe. The members of the 5 clans mistakenly believing this to be an illusion conjured by our clan leader, and they commanded an attack. At this juncture, the sage of Yamamoto abruptly halted. Kamishiro Haru too fell silent, her silvery hair cascading down her back, her simple kimono rendering her a serene observer of the elder's words. A sudden thud shattered the reverie. The sage regained his composure, gazing at the young woman before him with a complex expression, aside from a few distinguishing details. She was akin to another goddess. Then, the divine maiden furrowed her brow slightly, simply raising her hand, and suddenly, the heavens were filled with countless meteorites, trailing fiery tails, as they hurtled toward those who sought to assail her. Even more terrifying was the apparent control over these meteors, as they struck with unerring precision at each attacker. Within mere moments, the formidable legion of hundreds of ninjas was utterly obliterated. Fear etched across the sage's face as he turned to Kamishiro Haru. Realizing that the young maiden before him was not the deity of that time. Annihilation? Kamishiro Haru's heart stirred. Indeed, complete annihilation. Not a single survivor remained. Her gaze was devoid of emotion, exuding an otherworldly strength that seemed beyond the realm of mortals. She was, in essence, a goddess. The sage of Yamamoto suddenly rose, as if compelled to follow. And then, Kamishiro Haru inhaled deeply, suppressing her astonishment. Upon encountering our clan leader, the goddess appeared to grasp something profound. Exhaling a sigh of empathy. In that moment, she guided us away from the battlefield, her garments billowing elegantly in the wind. Subsequently, she guided us to forge alliances with the Akimichi and Nara clans, bestowing upon us the mystical art of spiritual projection and that enigmatic instrument. As she departed, she left behind a prophecy. The sage of the mountains gazes intently upon Kamiho Haru. Should you encounter her, treat her as you would me. Kamiho Haru silently contemplated these words, and before her appeared a woman with cascading white hair, as frigid as an iceberg, who gently tapped her forehead. A colossal surge of spiritual energy instantly shattered the barriers of time and space, descending upon Konoha Haru as if by divine intervention. It was merely the essence of fate. A thunderous explosion resonated within her spiritual realm, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, causing her to lose consciousness. A tempest of spiritual energy swept through the entire tea room. This is it. The goddess. The goddess has arrived. A miracle. The sage of the mountains, eyes alight with fervor, bowed deeply. We humbly welcome the descent of the goddess. The goddess cast a cold glance at the sage and proclaimed, "You have undertaken this significant task. I shall remember it. Take utmost care of her, lest there be any errors. We shall obey your command, goddess. The sage will brave fire and water, undeterred in our mission." Well, the sage mused. For the goddess's decree was the highest command. He had witnessed her saving the entire clan from peril, guiding them to establish connections, and maintaining the fragile peace they enjoyed, all gifts from the goddess. In his youth, he had been utterly captivated, yet he often pondered why the goddess never smiled. Why she remained aloof, as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. One night, while rising to relieve himself, he rubbed his bleary eyes and beheld the goddess seated beneath the moonlight. Beside her lay a small flask of sake, her kimono gently draped aside. She lifted a cup of clear sake to her lips, tilting her head back to drink, the liquid cascading down her alabaster neck. Only then did a semblance of human emotion grace her face. The young sage did not comprehend this then, but now he understood. That expression was sorrow, the profound grief of loss. It was this very realization that brought him to wonder about Konoha Haru, who bore such a striking resemblance to the goddess yet possessed her own emotions. This indicated that the goddess too had feelings. For reasons unknown, she had lost them, becoming eternally indifferent. As the sage pondered the passage of time, lamenting that soon there would be no one left to witness the goddess's divine form, he dispatched command after command to ensure Konoha Haru's well-being. "Ah, Haru. Haru, call my name. Silver white, silver white." Konoha Haru tightly closed her eyes, murmuring to herself, "Call my name. Hurry." Her voice was urgent, as though pursued by some unseen force. Silver white, silver white. Konoha Haru was only aware of those two words. Warmth enveloped her, and she longed to succumb to slumber. "Haru, quickly. If you do not call my name soon, your spiritual realm will collapse." Perhaps the goddess had not anticipated that her power, transcending time and space, would still be so immense, nearly overwhelming Konoha Haru's spiritual essence. Perhaps it was intentional. Silver white star. With a sudden jolt, Konoha Haru opened her eyes wide and shouted that name aloud. Ah, bang. The warm illusion was abruptly shattered, and a surge of mental energy coursed through her, immediately reorganizing her mental space. The immense psychic force merged with the slender thread bestowed by the divine maiden, instantly transcending its previous limitations. If one were to assess the strength of Konoha Haru's mental prowess now, it would have surpassed the azure threshold, reaching a violet level of intensity. She sat up from the bed, or rather, was gently assisted to sit up by a figure that appeared behind her. A hand reached out, tenderly lifting her upright. "Are you the Silver Star?" she inquired. The figure radiated a faint silver hue, devoid of any discernible emotion, its form entirely transparent. This was Konoha Haru's spiritual entity, distinct from the spiritual beings of the Yama clan, as it could linger outside her body and perform any task she desired. A familiar sigh, imbued with joy, resonated in the air. Konoha Haru's gaze softened as she reached out to caress its head, only to have her hand pass right through it. "Ah yes, you are a spiritual entity. Others cannot see or touch you." The Silver Star nodded and then returned to her interior, still somewhat weak and in need of nurturing. A knock echoed from outside the door, pulling Konoha Haru back to reality. A cool voice emanated from her lips. "Enter." With a gentle pull, the door opened to reveal a maid clad in a kimono. "Miss Konoha Haru, the young clan leader has prepared garments tailored to your measurements," she announced, kneeling beside her as she presented the clothing. "The attire you wore has been exchanged by the young lady and is currently being laundered." It then dawned on Konoha Haru that she was nestled in her blankets, clad in only a thin robe. "Do you require a meal? What time is it? How long have I been unconscious?" Before her fainting spell, she still possessed some awareness. "You have been in a state of unconsciousness for 2 days. It is now noon on January 4th. Is that so?" Konoha Haru rubbed her temples as the maid shifted to sit behind her. "The young lady will arrange your hair. If you have no objections, she will also prepare your meal." "Very well, thank you for your assistance." "It is my honor," the maid replied humbly. Once everything was in order, Ueda Haru donned a simple-hued kimono, her silver hair elegantly styled by the maid. She sat gracefully in the dining room, partaking of the midday meal prepared by the Yama clan. "Miss Haru," a voice greeted her as Yamashita Hachi approached. He had been notified of her awakening and awaited her completion before presenting himself. "Mr. Hachi, I am grateful for your care these past days." "No, it is our duty," he replied, a hint of awkwardness shadowing his demeanor. The elders had instructed him to interact with Ueda Haru in a formal manner, employing respectful language. "Mr. Hachi, there is no need for such formality. She is herself, and I am myself." Ueda Haru observed his discomfort and gently remarked, "Let us interact as equals." With that, Yamashita Hachi relaxed and seated himself across from her. "Over the past few days, a person named Namikaze Minato came looking for you. Is that so?" "I informed him that you were visiting the Yama clan, and upon hearing this, he departed." "Very well." As Tar Haruka leisurely enjoyed her lunch, she quietly listened to Yamashiro Kaichi recount the events of the past couple of days. Once the meal was finished, "What do you plan to do next?" Yamashiro Kaichi, unable to grasp Tar's intent, could only inquire. "If you require any secret techniques regarding spiritual energy, feel free to speak up. The higher-ups have already given their consent." Tar released her spiritual energy, her perceptive range now exceeding 5 meters, gradually expanding and recovering, and she believed it would eventually return to its former level. There was no need for Mr. Kaichi to worry. Her perception was slowly mending. "Is it true? The goddess has truly bestowed a miracle," Yamashiro Kaichi remarked with a hint of awe. "Indeed, the goddess," Tar echoed, reflecting on how the silver-white star behind her had also taken shape with the aid of that so-called goddess. "Therefore, should there be any future need for the Yamashiro clan, please do not hesitate to request. The Yamashiro clan will always be supporters of Miss Haruka." "Mr. Kaichi, you flatter me excessively." "No, this is our ancestral decree, a requirement bequeathed by the first clan leader." Tar refrained from further rebuttal, offering only a faint smile. "Then I shall trouble you. Mr. Kaichi, please remain here." "This is far enough," Tar said, holding the white chrysanthemum she had previously kept in a vase. "Then I shall not see you off. Take care, Miss Haruka. Farewell." As she walked slowly along the path to Uchiha Rika's grave, she placed the white chrysanthemum down. Gazing at the inscription on the tombstone, Tar fell into silence. "Haruka," a figure appeared behind her. "I knew you would come here." Tar turned to face the man before her. "Minato, how is your recovery?" "It's going well." "That's good. Rika would be pleased." "Indeed." Both fell into a contemplative silence, Tar uncertain of what to say, and Minato equally at a loss for words. "Minato." A figure dashed over, stirring up a whirlwind of crimson. "Ah, Haru-chan, where have you been these past few days? On a mission?" Tar cast a complex glance at Minato, who quickly turned to respond to Kushina, blinking her eyes to suppress her emotions. "Yes. And you? Have you been on a date with Minato these days?" "No, not at all. Just had a few meals together." "A few meals?" "Oh, Haru-chan, you naughty girl." In the 39th year of Konoha, on the evening of January 7th, at the training ground of the Hitaki clan, the clash of blades echoed as two figures passed each other. "Moon Rabbit, your wrist lacks strength. The 7-day holiday has made you lax." "Yes." Again. Clang, clang. Each of Tar's strikes was deftly parried by Hitaki Tsukumo, yet occasionally an unexpected blow would flash admiration in Tsukumo's eyes. With a snap, her small dagger flew from her hand, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the ground. "Not bad." She sheathed her white fang back on her back, dusted off her hands, and turned to return to her room. "You have a solid grasp of the basic sword techniques. The remaining experience and skills will rely on your continuous practice moving forward." "Yes." The gentle breeze escaped from Kamizuki Haru as she watched Hitaki Kakashi depart, when suddenly, a white towel was presented before her. A silver-haired boy, slightly older than a child, tilted his head and extended the towel, though his gaze kept drifting back towards her. "Thank you," Kamizuki Haru said as she accepted the towel, observing how the boy, somewhat haughtily, turned his head away, instinctively raising the mask from around his neck to conceal his mouth. "Kakashi, you are undeniably handsome. Why hide your face?" "Haru-nichan, you are also beautiful. Why not wear a mask to cover up?" Young Kakashi tugged at his mask as if it bore some shadowy significance. "Why conceal? Is it not acceptable?" Kamizuki Haru wiped the sweat from her face with the towel, her expression revealing her confusion. The beads of perspiration dampened the strands of silver hair that hung delicately over her forehead, and her long, sleek ponytail shimmered under the moonlight. clad in tight-fitting combat attire. Her skin, already fair and alluring, appeared even more enticing with the subtle fishnet stockings. Kakashi's cheeks flushed slightly as he forcibly turned his gaze away, unable to look at the captivating woman before him. Before he had learned to comprehend the world, Kakashi had known only the care of his father and the presence of Kamizuki Haru, whom he regarded as his father's disciple. She was the only woman close to him. And had their age difference not been so vast, her silver hair could easily have made her seem like Kakashi's elder sister. Surely, many must pursue you? Perhaps? It seems that no one is particularly interested in me. Kamizuki Haru tilted her head, arranging her silver locks. Could it be that I am too unattractive? That is impossible. Haru-nichan is the most beautiful, more so than a celestial being. Kakashi's eyes widened in sudden excitement as he fervently retorted, only to realize something and turn away in silence. Is that so? Thank you, Kakashi. Kamizuki Haru laughed, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, radiating a lively charm. Humph, if no one marries you in the future, I shall reluctantly take you as my bride. Kakashi blurted out, anyway, those girls keep saying they want to be my bride. It's quite bothersome. Kamizuki Haru was momentarily taken aback, placing her hand on Kakashi's head. Oh, so many like Kakashi, huh? What use is that? I intend to find a girl I truly like. What kind of girl does Kakashi prefer? As she ruffled his hair, Kakashi, with a maturity beyond his years, swatted her hand away. Don't mess it up. I am already an adult. Indeed. Kakashi pondered seriously for a moment before replying in a childlike voice. If I were to find someone, it would have to be someone like Haru-nichan. So, if you are ever alone, let us get married. Kamizuki Haru chuckled, the moonlight softly illuminating her face, bestowing upon her an aura of sanctity. Very well, you little rascal. Her beauty was unparalleled, ethereal and untouchable. Akin to moonlight, something to admire from afar, not to be trifled with. Kakashi adjusted his mask, feeling somewhat flustered. Then it settled. Let us make a promise. As SHT Haru extended her hand with a smile, she awkwardly linked her pinky with Kakashi's. Tsuki Usagi, came the sudden voice of Hitaki Tsukumo, prompting SHT Haru to hastily release Kakashi's hand and rise. Tomorrow, I will undertake a high-level mission, taking several UMBU members with me. The assessment will be entirely your responsibility. If it falls to me, it is indeed a task, she affirmed. With a respectful bow, SHT Haru acknowledged while Hitaki Tsukumo approached, casting a glance at the somewhat sulking Kakashi before turning his gaze away and patting her shoulder. Please take good care of Kakashi. What are you saying, Chief? SHT Haru retorted with a roll of her eyes. It was not as if they were parting for eternity. Perhaps, Hitaki Tsukumo replied with a smile. Beneath the moonlit sky, the fairy stood before him, embodying his longing. The figure in green twirled and danced in the moonlight, her charming smile, and every subtle expression found resonance within her. Haru, Hitaki Tsukumo suddenly called her name, momentarily catching SHT Haru off guard. In recent months within the UMBU, he had always referred to her as Tsuki Usagi, her code name, never by her true name. Watch closely. Hitaki Tsukumo's gaze turned steely, his feet shifting as he swiftly circled around SHT Haru. Kakashi's eyes widened as he looked at his father. That is my father's technique. As SHT Haru observed, she had to utilize her mental energy to focus, for without it, she would have been unable to perceive the intricacies of his movements. Hitaki Tsukumo's feet seemed to dance upon flashes of lightning, his actions swift and decisive. Whether turning or launching an attack, an unstoppable aura surged forth. If this technique were to be combined with the White Fang's blade techniques, the number of enemies who could react in time to evade would be exceedingly few. Such formidable strength from the White Fang. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with admiration. This is my father. Did you remember? Please do it again. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded, his feet flying as he approached SHT Haru directly this time, rather than circling her. Dodge me. He did not draw his blade but instead locked on to SHT Haru with his presence. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated her spirit. With a sigh, the world around her seemed to slow once more. With a slight tremor beneath her feet, she stepped lightly, her figure gliding away. Step by step, she moved gracefully, each motion fragrant with elegance. Time resumed its normal pace, and admiration glimmered in Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes. Under the moonlit sky of the Hitaki family, a man and a woman danced. In Kakashi's eyes, his father's demeanor seemed imbued with gentle warmth, his every step flawless, while the woman, resembling a fairy, glided with similar yet distinct motions. Had Kakashi known the poetic verse, he would have certainly used it to describe this moonlit maiden. The body swiftly soars like a flying duck, ethereal as a deity, lightly stepping upon the waves, leaving no trace. As he silently donned the white wolf mask, akin to a flash of white lightning, he vanished into the night, leaving her alone to dance gracefully in the courtyard. The youth gazed upward, unaware that his mask had inadvertently slipped down, watching his father depart, feeling an inexplicable distance. The year was 39 of the wood industry, on January 8th. The week-long holiday had concluded, and Konoha Haru returned to the Umbu to resume her clandestine duties. However, today's mission was rather peculiar, leaving her somewhat listless. The Umbu indeed cultivates one's willpower, familiarizing individuals with the true demeanor of a ninja amidst high-stakes tasks and a silent environment. This is often the reason why aspiring ninjas seek to gild their experience by joining the Umbu. It not only enhances one's resume, but also hones one's skills, a tempting shortcut for anyone. Thus, as a figure akin to a princess within the Umbu, Konoha Haru busied herself. The reason was simple. To evade the forthcoming evaluations after the new year, our esteemed Lord White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the head of the Umbu, had voluntarily undertaken a reconnaissance mission of a particular rank. He entrusted the assessment tasks entirely to Konoha Haru, his half-apprentice. Although she was but a half-apprentice, aside from combat experience and the ancestral White Fang techniques, Tsukumo had imparted everything else to her. What? You wish to learn the White Fang technique? Konoha Haru had no desire to become a stepmother to Kakashi. Nevertheless, it must be said that the strides taught to her by Tsukumo were exceptionally suited to her, enhancing her explosiveness, endurance, and even speed, as if they were tailor-made for her. The steps of the White Fang exuded sharpness and ferocity, while her own, through slight adjustments to the White Fang's movements, embodied grace and magnificence. After all, sharpness and ferocity do not quite suit a woman. Lord Tsuki Usagi, may the next ninja enter for the assessment? Ah, come in. Hinata Kinzuya, having emerged from the Second Great Ninja War, was a perceptive genius of the Hyuga clan, leading the sensory team and making repeated contributions. Yet, despite possessing the all-seeing Byakugan, he could not perceive the woman who occupied his thoughts day and night. Lady Haru, I know I may seem insignificant, but standing by your side fulfills me. Quietly walking through the corridors of the Umbu, he followed the shadows ahead. No one knew why this perceptive prodigy, who shone brightly in the sensory team, chose to abandon his path at the peak of his youth. Third Hokage, I wish to join the Umbu. Hokage-sama, I implore you. This is my lifelong request. Please forgive my selfish plea, but without her by my side, I lack motivation. I am profoundly grateful. I shall defend the wood industry with my life. As long as you are here, I fear nothing. Come in. The cold voice resonated. Hinata Kinzuya recognized it as hers, unique and irreplaceable. Yes, Kinzuya? Konoha Haru looked at the man before her, standing tall. What brings you to the Umbu? Yes. Kinzuya replied resolutely. I'm sorry. Please return. You have not passed the assessment. Next. Konoha Haru's expression hardened as she turned away, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. What? Not only was Hinata Kinzuya taken aback, but even the other Umbu ninjas undergoing the assessment were momentarily stunned. At this moment, the evaluation was entirely under the purview of Kamishiro Haru, whose words represented the will of the Umbu leader, Hatake Tsukumo. What are you standing there for? Someone, escort him back. Understood. An Umbu agent appeared instantaneously before Hinata Kinzuya, obstructing his line of sight. Please return. You have failed your assessment. Haru-sama. Captain Haru. Hinata Kinzuya exclaimed impulsively, attempting to push aside the Umbu agent before him. There is no Haru-sama here, only Lord Tsuki Usagi. The Umbu agent stood firm, merely extending a hand. Please return. Your assessment has indeed failed. Lord Tsuki Usagi, please give me a reason. Kamishiro Haru remained turned away from Hinata Kinzuya, her silver hair cascading over the back of her chair, unwavering and resolute. Lord Tsuki Usagi, if you do not provide me with a reason, I shall not depart. Hinata Kinzuya, do not persist with Lord Tsuki Usagi. The Umbu agent's voice rose slightly, tinged with irritation. This is no jest. Lord Tsuki Usagi is a disciple of the White Fang, the princess of the Umbu. You have no standing here. Return and take care of your preceptive class. Kamishiro Haru's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of the sweetness it once held. Hinata Kinzuya, like a stubborn bull, continued to struggle against the Umbu agent, who, exasperated, swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Thud. Hinata Kinzuya's body hit the ground heavily, his arms locked behind him. Yet he still lifted his gaze toward Kamishiro Haru's silhouette. Lord Tsuki Usagi, please grant me an opportunity to stand by your side. Haru-sama. Please allow me another chance to fight alongside you. I implore you. I wish to repay your kindness in protecting me. Kamishiro Haru's silver ponytail quivered slightly, as if recalling the moment they had stood before her, blocking the Chiyo puppet brigade. Hinata Kazuya, if you continue to pester, I will not tolerate it any longer. The Umbu agent declared with a fierce tone. Yet, before the words could fully escape, Kamishiro Haru's cool voice interjected, let him go. Yes. The Umbu agent promptly stood and returned to her side. Several capable Umbu agents surrounded Kamishiro Haru, this time. Hatake Tsukumo had not brought along his Umbu but had instead chosen familiar comrades to execute the mission in his name. The strength of these Umbu agents was remarkable, all averaging J9 level, tasked with protection and reconnaissance assassination missions. Faced with such formidable Umbu, Hinata Kazuya appeared utterly disheveled, leaving Kamishiro Haru with no sense of security. It is known that the Umbu is a place that rigorously tests individual prowess, with a high mortality rate. Kamishiro Haru was deeply reluctant to see her former subordinate join the Umbu. However, why did Hinata Kazuya plead so desperately to join? Lord Tsuki Usagi. Hinata Kazuya quickly rose from the ground, hope gleaming in his eyes. Kamishiro Haru turned to face him, rising from her chair, the rabbit mask obscuring her expression. Kazuya, yes. Who has given you the confidence to join the Umbu? It is my own will. I firmly believe that I can pass the assessment and join the Umbu. Is that so? Then why do you wish to enter the Umbu? This question momentarily left Hyuga Kazuya speechless, gazing at the girl before him. He uncharacteristically told a lie. I wish to repay Lady Haru's life-saving grace. His cheeks flushed crimson. What if I say it is unnecessary? The cool, somewhat resigned voice of Kamiho Haru responded. Then I would bear a lifetime of guilt. How cunning, to employ such a reason to remain by her side. Hyuga Kazuya's face turned even redder, yet in the next moment, he resolutely steeled his resolve. Sigh. Kamiho Haru exhaled softly. If you fail the assessment, you must obediently return to the sensory class, all right? Yes. Thank you so much. She turned her head, allowing the Umbu, who were preparing to take the stage as examiners, to descend. This round, I shall take charge. Kamiho Haru's prowess was not among the elite in the Umbu. She even fell short compared to some task enthusiasts. For her, joining the Umbu merely served to gain experience and foster her maturity. In terms of strength, she had acquired the steps of White Fang, the immense power of Tsunade, and her own burgeoning Silver Star, along with a recovering sensory ability. All of this provided her with an extraordinarily high starting point. Currently, Kamiho Haru needed only time. Once her body fully matured and she honed all her abilities with diligent practice, she would reach her apex. Fortunately, the Land of Wood was a peaceful realm, with many safeguarding the flourishing Kamiho Haru, granting her ample time to develop methodically. She had her own mentor, companions, aspirations, and even someone she harbored feelings for. She slightly adjusted her attire, donning a light outfit to enter the arena. Hyuga Kazuya had already assumed the initial stance of the Hyuga clan. Come at me. Kamiho Haru did not act arrogantly. Rather, she understood this boy all too well. In terms of sensory perception and the range of his Byakugan, few could compare. The Byakugan granted him a vision range of nearly 100 meters, a scope that expanded with his growing strength in a singular direction. Only the former Kamiho Haru could slightly rival him. However, he was not particularly remarkable in combat. Yes, Hyuga Kazuya charged straightforwardly, thrusting his palm forward. Lady Moon Rabbit, please be careful. Gentle fist technique, Bagua palm. Yet, Kamiho Haru had underestimated him. This strike was both swift and fierce, almost certain to hit within the field of his Byakugan's vision. In preparation for this entry into the Umbu, Hyuga Kazuya had diligently requested the clan head to train his combat skills for a long time. The head of the Hyuga clan had no reason to refuse, for a sensory genius compensating for close combat weaknesses promised immense future potential. Oh, you have truly worked hard. Kamiho Haru observed the rapidly approaching palm with admiration, yet showed no intention of evading. Lady Moon Rabbit, quickly dodge. Hyuga Kazuya, feeling a surge of anxiety, attempted to retract his force, but he witnessed Kamiho Haru's garment swirl, her silvery hair sweeping past his eyes, gracefully twirling behind him like a ballet dancer. A kunai was poised at his neck. Treat me as a target to eliminate. The words of Kamiju Haru were frigid, and the kunai clutched at her neck felt equally cold. Yet, her body radiated warmth, for the kunai's length was limited, compelling her to draw intimately close to Hinata Kazuya. The burgeoning pair pressed tightly against him, causing his ears to flush crimson. Indeed, I shall grant you another opportunity. Kamiju Haru swiftly departed from Hinata Kanzuya, standing quietly at a distance. Byakugan. 8 trigrams air palm. At this moment, Hinata Kanzuya was truly in the zone. Kamiju Haru was formidable, indeed exceedingly so in his eyes. In truth, she was exceptionally strong, although her overall prowess might not rival that of seasoned ninjas. The act of taking a life was not inherently difficult. With a swift strike, even a shadow-level expert could fall if caught off guard. Transitioning from a sensory ninja to a combat ninja, and ultimately to an explosive assassin, the terror of Kamiju Haru was evident. Her flawless execution of solo umbu missions attested to her prowess. With a slight step, having mastered the White Fang's footwork, Kamiju Haru's survival rate soared dramatically. If she could wholly master this movement, making it instinctual, it would become her signature stride. The airflow generated by the 8 trigrams air palm brushed past the hem of Kamiju Haru's attire, the wind tousling her long hair. Hinata Kanzuya swiftly advanced, striking towards her with a palm. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams fist. Palm after palm, Hinata Kanzuya's mastery of taijutsu was robust. Each strike aimed at the most vulnerable points of Kamiju Haru. The back-and-forth exchange unfolded in an instant, with Kamiju Haru finding herself at a disadvantage against Kanzuya's relentless barrage. In truth, this battle was not entirely fair for Kamiju Haru. If she opted to conclude the fight with genjutsu, it would lack meaning, failing to fulfill the assessment's purpose. Similarly, her monstrous strength was off the table, and her ninjutsu would hold little weight against Hinata Kanzuya's Byakugan. The Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra, and should it detect any abnormal gathering of her chakra, Kanzuya could easily evade her ninjutsu. Thus, she could only rely on her footwork and blade techniques to navigate the skirmish. 8 trigrams palm. Another strike aimed at Kamiju Haru's chest inadvertently targeted her bosom. Hinata Kanzuya's face flushed slightly, his instinctive withdrawal disrupting the rhythm that had initially suppressed Kamiju Haru. Seizing the moment, she swiftly pivoted, stepping out of Kanzuya's striking range and launching a flurry of shuriken. 8 trigrams revolving heaven. He quickly regained his composure, spinning his body, creating an inverted blue shield that deflected the shuriken. As the revolving heaven concluded, Hinata Kanzuya's vision blurred momentarily. Genjutsu, illusion manipulation, fire release, great fireball technique. Kamiju Haru, somewhat vexed, unleashed a series of relentless strikes. What? Hadn't they agreed to engage with footwork and blade techniques? What engagement? Strike first and question later. As long as she survived, there was hope. Her medical ninjutsu was inherited from Tsunade. Watching the great fireball hurtle towards him, Hinata Kanzuya felt a jolt of trepidation. Originally, she had already become so formidable. The girl who once stood before me, devoid of any powerful ninjutsu, had now developed the ability to unleash such potent techniques. I refused to succumb to defeat. To concede here would mean I might never again see her silhouette, let alone fight alongside her. As the great fireball approached, the intense heat distorted the air, and beads of sweat began to form on Hinata Kanzuya's forehead. His feet were ensnared by an illusion, rendering him immobile. Boom. The fireball crashed down, creating a cloud of smoke. Was it over? Kamishiro Haru let out a sigh, contemplating a return to the sensory unit. He turned to signal the umbu, preparing to administer treatment. But it was not finished. The smoke suddenly parted, and a figure dashed forth, covered in soot and blood. He still raced forward with fervor. Lady Tsukihime, this is my final strike. If I fail the assessment again, then so be it. The bloodied Hinata Kanzuya's gaze remained resolute, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Kamishiro Haru. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams. 128 palms. A vast 8 trigrams space materialized beneath Kamishiro Haru, directly locking onto her form. The umbu, who had been poised to intervene, halted, casting an approving glance at the determined youth. Regardless of the outcome, his spirit was commendable. 2 palms. A pair of hands struck Kamishiro Haru, who was rendered motionless. 4 palms. 8 palms. Hinata Kanzuya's speed escalated, and Kamishiro Haru found herself utterly immobilized within the 8 trigram space. 64. Regrettably, after executing 32 palms, he could no longer muster the strength for the final 64, collapsing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Well done, Kanzuya. Kamishiro Haru removed her mask, coughed lightly, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Had his strength not waned, those 32 strikes would have inflicted considerable damage upon her. You have passed. Take him away. Once he awakens, bring him to select a mask. Kamishiro Haru addressed the umbu preparing to enter the fray with a hint of chakra-infused healing. Understood. After Hinata Kanzuya was escorted away, Kamishiro Haru observed several more assessments. Her role was merely to oversee and decide on passage. The specific evaluations were left to the specialized Umbu. It must be said that following the new year, an abundance of ninjas had prepared to vie for a position within the Umbu. As each assessment unfolded, Kamishiro Haru began to feel a growing irritation. It felt like a waste of time. It would be far better to train or undertake missions. She had numerous skills to master and familiarize herself with. Lady Tsukihime. An Umbu donning an eagle mask appeared behind Kamishiro Haru, his voice laced with excitement. Kanzuya? You've recovered? Turning to the masked Hinata Kanzuya, she placed a hand on his shoulder, using chakra to assess his condition. Indeed, he was merely fatigued, albeit somewhat weakened. Another Umbu emerged behind Kamishiro Haru, his voice stern with reproach. Hawk. In the Umbu, the utmost priority is to obey orders. No wandering about is permitted. As Hinata Kanzuya found himself somewhat taken aback, Kamishiro Haru waved his hand dismissively. Very well, let him follow me. Lady Tsukihime. Hinata Kanzuya exclaimed with great excitement, promptly bowing in agreement. The Umbu member had no choice but to acquiesce, having just emphasized the importance of obeying orders. One cannot contradict oneself. Yes, Falcon. Keep watch beside me. Understood. Hinata Kanzuya turned his gaze towards Kamishiro Haru, who appeared nonchalantly absorbed in observing the assessment, and his heart surged with exhilaration. At last, he could once more stand behind her. This was indeed a welcome development. As an Umbu, one must maintain composure and tranquility. As February quietly approached, it marked the conclusion of the rigorous and harsh selection process, resulting in the infusion of fresh blood into the Umbu ranks. Before reorganizing assignments, the Umbu leader needed to allocate tasks and provide motivation. Alas, due to the abrupt departure of Hatake Tsukumo, the responsibility once again fell upon Kamishiro Haru. What? You speak of a vice captain? Nonsense. With the little princess, the fairy under the moonlight addressing these newcomers, what need is there for a vice captain? Clearing his throat, Kamishiro Haru, with his ponytail swaying, stepped onto the high platform of the Umbu hall. By this time, the remaining ninjas in the hall had gathered, all eyes fixed intently on the girl standing on the platform. Everyone, a cool voice resonated from the girl standing above. Despite her mask obscuring her unparalleled beauty, her aura and figure undeniably marked her as a captivating presence. Wait, perhaps the influx of new members was indeed influenced by Kamishiro Haru's presence in the department? Yes. The Umbu ninjas responded in a low, but unified tone, causing Kamishiro Haru's heart to tremble slightly. We are the Umbu, a special operations assassination unit. I expect you to shed all habits from before entering the Umbu and regard yourselves as shadows. Once you have joined the Umbu, your previous life ceases to exist. At this moment, standing here, you possess only your code name. In essence, you are but tools. Do you understand? Kamishiro Haru raised her chin slightly, her cool voice laced with indifference. After a brief moment of initial discomfort, she had grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Yes. The synchronized response brought a satisfied nod from her. Remember well, in the Umbu, what must be obeyed and adhered to her orders. Questioning why is not permitted, only execution of tasks is required. Failure to execute appropriately indicates inadequacy. Everything must prioritize the mission. Do you comprehend? Yes. I eagerly anticipate your performance. But heed this final counsel. Her silver hair billowed as she extended her hand. We are the Umbu, a force hidden in darkness. Yet, retain your true selves. And remember not to be consumed by the shadows. Yes. With a graceful wave of her slender, pale fingers, seemingly pointing towards the distance, she declared, Now, let us set forth. Return alive. Dismissed. In an instant, the hall was emptied of all traces of the Umbu members, leaving Kamishiro Haru standing alone on the platform. Removing the mask, she left her enchanting beauty for the darkness to behold. Her mission was eternally solitary, a path of loneliness ordained by Kakashi Hatake, designed to expedite her growth. I shall continuously, relentlessly, strengthen myself. The ensuing 2 months were fraught with trepidation, marked by the grim tally of casualties within the Umbu and the completion of missions. Haru Uchiha, in a frenzy, seized one mission after another, upon accomplishing all solo tasks. She ventured into duo and even trio assignments. Alone, with a blade in hand, she departed with elegance and returned, bloody yet triumphant. Lady Moonrabbit, with a mission completion rate of 100, topped the charts. The trembling lips of the Umbu, tasked with recording her achievements, uttered the figures in reverence as they gazed upon the girl who had changed into fresh attire. What of the casualties within the Umbu? A voice, increasingly cold and detached, echoed back. Haru Uchiha, her silver hair flowing, stood resolutely with a small sword at her waist. For a fleeting moment, they perceived another Kakashi Hitaki in her. Shaking his head, the statistician from the Umbu hastily spoke. Lady Moonrabbit, the Umbu has suffered significant losses. It is anticipated that half of the personnel will be unable to continue their duties and will require a hiatus for recuperation and recruitment, a month of recovery, during which only ordinary missions will be undertaken, with full authority given to the deputy minister. Understood. In an instant, she departed the Umbu, extricating herself from the shadows and immersing in the light. The serenity of the world felt almost surreal. Yet how many were aware of the sacrifices that lay beneath this peace? Finally, she could exhale. The pressures of the Umbu had nearly driven her to madness, and indeed, she was perilously close to losing her sanity. Plunging into the water, the temperature of the bath was just right, enveloping her reddened skin. Bubbles surfaced as Haru Uchiha lifted her head from the water. Has it already been 2 months? Throughout this period, she had continuously engaged in tasks, fighting, to hone her skills and nurture her spirit. With her gradually restored senses and familiar steps, she completed missions with remarkable efficiency. She could now eliminate targets with an unfaltering demeanor and face crises with composure. Is this truly acceptable? Water splashed around her, droplets falling upon her heart. What else could she do to grow stronger? A soft sensation enveloped her. She knew that the silver star had embraced her, as if offering solace. I am fine. If I do not grow stronger, I will be unable to retain those I wish to keep. Sighing, she reassured herself, I know I am fine. Truly. Haru Uchiha leaned her head against the edge of the bathtub, closing her eyes. I am simply exhausted. What did you say? Sarutobi Hizashi, with his pipe, wrapped it upon the table. The Umbu missions are temporarily vacant, and there is a severe personnel loss. We need to replenish our ranks. Danzo, with a grim expression, retorted. Hizashi, I would refrain from saying anything if Tobarama were here. Now that he is not, leaving the Umbu in the hands of that little girl has resulted in complications. Hizashi exhaled a plume of smoke, reclining against his chair. What is the status of the missions? Most of the accomplishments were achieved by Lady Moonrabbit, with a success rate of 100%. Is that so? With a wave, the Umbu report was dismissed, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi in a contemplative silence. Danzo, leaning heavily on his cane, struck the ground with force. This is utterly unacceptable. Does she believe she is the White Fang? Hizashi, I demand the disbandment of the Umbu, retaining a portion to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze deepened, pondering the course of action. We shall establish another Umbu unit, tasked with curbing the dominance of the current Umbu while also serving to supervise and execute covert missions. The existence of the Umbu has become known to far too many. A high mortality rate would adversely affect its future developments. Hizashi turned to his old friend, a decisive glint appearing in his eyes. Allow the girl to take a month off for rest. As for the new Umbu you propose, let it serve as a response to the recent heavy casualties of the existing unit, and you shall be given full authority over it. Danzo slightly lowered his head and turned to leave. Very well. Hizashi resumed his pipe, exhaling a long breath as his gaze drifted towards the horizon. Ah, you old coot. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Never mind. Let that young lady rest as well. Thus, Lady Moonrabbit, I implore you to take a month to recuperate and restore your health. The Umbu conveyed the third Hokage's sentiments delicately, and Kamizuki Kid maintained her composure, responding coolly, understood. Her silver ponytail cascaded loosely, unbound, as she languidly leaned against the window, waving at the ninjas outside. The Umbu nearby glanced around, lowering his voice slightly. Lady Moonrabbit. Kamizuki Kid looked up at him as he approached closer, whispering, If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We have dispatched an Umbu to remain at your side, ready to obey your commands. Ah, very well, you may leave. Yes. Kid shook her head, watching the Umbu depart, her mental energy sweeping the surroundings. Before she spoke, Falcon, descend. Hyuga Kinzuya, having honed his body flicker technique during the month-long mission, appeared before her in an instant. Lady Moonrabbit, do you have any instructions? Kid lazily closed the window and reclined on the bed, resting her head on a beautiful pillow. Her silver hair spilled across the sheets, accentuating her alluring curves. How have you been feeling lately? Hyuga Kinzuya dared not lift his gaze, merely replying with his head bowed. I have adapted to the rhythm of the Umbu. That is good to hear. She turned over, exposing an expanse of fair skin, her petite navel drawing attention to its presence. She pressed the back of her hand to her forehead, wearing the loose pale pink pajamas that Kushina had bought for her. I still feel a bit fatigued. You may leave now. Kid waved her hand, requesting that Kinzuya summon Kushina for her. Yes. Hyuga Kinzuya raised his head, a slight flush on his face, before vanishing from sight. I shall rest a little longer. Kid, I have come to see you. Kushina kicked open the door of Kid's residence, rushing in with Minato in tow. Subsequently, she blushed as she pushed Minato out. Minato, please help fix the door for Kid. In silence, the ever-determined Naruto Uzumaki found a hammer from an unknown source. Was it an 80-pound hammer or a 40-pound one? No matter. Resigned to his fate, he began to tidy up the mess he had made for Kushina. Hina-chan, hurry and get dressed. Watergate almost saw you. Let him look. What's the big deal? What are you saying? You are a girl. How can you let a man see your body, especially Naruto? And what of Naruto? I'm trying to sleep. In any case, Naruto must not see your body. No, he shouldn't see any woman's body. With a flushed face, Kushina rummaged through the wardrobe of Haru Uchiha, searching for a suitable outfit for her. It's not like he hasn't seen before, Haru mumbled, turning over and waking up instantly. The shimmering waters of the hot spring reminded her that she hadn't considered the need to undress for a dip. Would she truly be left exposed? Hina-chan, how about this dress? Kushina finally extracted a lovely Lolita outfit she had previously bought for her and glanced at Haru, whose expression was one of surprise and uncertainty. What's wrong? Did you say something? No. Kushina appeared not to have heard, and Haru sighed in relief. Was it Naruto who woke me? I wonder if he did anything. But surely, Naruto wouldn't. Haru bit her lip, her jelly-like lips pressed together. She raised her hand, inhaling deeply. Oh dear, your bust is quite ample. All right, stand up and straighten your skirt. Here, white stockings. Headpiece. Done. Just as Haru was still contemplating, Kushina had already dressed her in the outfit. In the grand mirror, a girl adorned in a pristine white Lolita dress, with cascading silver hair, appeared. Her exquisitely breathtaking features and cool, serene expression were simply irresistible. The silver hair was tied with 2 black bows, and strands had been delicately divided and adorned with ribbons. Moreover, the Lolita dress accentuated Haru's gracefulness, making her stand out even more. The white stockings added an air of purity and allure to her already flawless legs, which could make countless admirers kneel in awe. She was nothing short of a goddess. Kushina was thoroughly satisfied with her styling. Perhaps I should have a daughter in the future. That way, I could dress her up every day. You should just have a son. Haru quietly tugged at the hem of her skirt, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But then again, it might be nice to relax. Why? Don't you think dressing up a son would be more fun? Exactly. Ha ha ha. I will dress my son like a girl. Haru-chan, you must help me. Naruto? When Haru and Kushina finally emerged, Naruto stood frozen for several seconds. Kushina approached him and poked his elbow. Well, what do you think? Isn't my Haru-chan beautiful? Beautiful. Isn't she lovely? Lovely. Do you like her? Very much. As Naruto regained his composure, it seemed that little Kushina had formed a tiny fist in her hand. Enough. Stop teasing him. Do you not know who Minato likes? Haruno Sakura shot a glance at Kushina, her previously icy demeanor melting away in the presence of these two. There was no need for pretense. What nonsense. Sakura is so adorable. Surely he must like her. Fool, he likes you. With a chuckle, Minato awkwardly exited the room, while Kushina's cheeks flushed. Sakura, let us go shopping. You can't change the subject. Shall I continue? Minato likes, shopping it is. After attracting the attention of numerous onlookers and causing several wooden structures to be damaged, a still eager Kushina finally led Sakura to a dango shop where they settled down. May I take your orders? 3 servings of 3-colored dango and 3 cups of barley tea, please. Certainly, please wait a moment. As the server turned to head to the kitchen, Kushina joyfully clasped Sakura's arm. This is wonderful. Truly, Sakura is the most beautiful. Strolling through the streets with such a lovely companion feels like a display of pride. Sakura, feeling somewhat like a pet, resigned herself to the embrace. Minato observed the two with a smile, but as the only male present, he felt the weight of many gazes upon him, some filled with envy and jealousy. Here are your 3-colored dango and barley tea. Enjoy. The server set down the dango, stealing a glance at Sakura before blushing and retreating. Sakura's allure has always been formidable. Just as grand as your figure, Kushina quipped. What did you say? Sakura retorted, feeling provoked as Kushina's hand ventured to her waist, playfully tickling her. Hey. Minato picked up a skewer of dango and tasted it. Quite delightful. Sweet, which is surprising considering Sakura's preference for such confections. Sakura, would you accompany me to practice a jutsu shortly? The playful banter between the two ceased as they turned their attention to Minato. Why? I've recently mastered a new technique and wish to test it. Minato produced a kunai adorned with peculiar symbols. Flying Thunder God? Sakura accepted the kunai. Though the symbols were obscure to her, she had heard of this renowned technique. Yes. After experimentation, I discovered that the symbols for Flying Thunder God can be modified, tailored to one's personal style. I prefer text over the second Hokage's symbols. Text. Sakura returned the kunai, contemplating the symbols. I was considering inscribing Super Speed Spatial Breakthrough Flying Thunder God on it. Minato pondered seriously. Wait, what? Super Speed Spatial Breakthrough Flying Thunder God. Sakura and Kushina exchanged glances, resolutely opposing the idea. No way. Eh? Minato looked surprised, then lowered his head and thought. You're right. It's too lengthy. How about Super Speed Spatial Breakthrough Seal instead? No. Perhaps Spatial Breakthrough Flying Thunder God? It is inaccurate to say so, it fails to convey the swiftness. Kamizuki Haru glanced at Kushina, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. While Namikaze Minato possessed many admirable qualities, his unconventional naming choices seemed rather peculiar. After pondering for a moment, Kamizuki Haru's gaze lingered on both Minato and Kushina before she inquired, Minato, do you have an affinity for ninjas? Indeed, I do. And what of Kushina? What are you saying? Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson as she cupped her face, feeling the warmth radiate. Love. Bang. Ah, I broke one. Observing the fallen Kushina, Kamizuki Haru's expression grew intricate. This was, after all, a confession unexpectedly delivered. Is that so? What about calling it the sword of enduring love? Sounds good. Minato nodded, his gaze directed at Kamizuki Haru, pure and untainted. On that day at the hot springs, did you happen to see my... What? No, nothing. Unlikely. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. Kamizuki Haru shook her head, popping a trio of dango into her mouth, her hand resting thoughtfully under her delicate chin as her gaze drifted afar. Minato turned his attention to Kamizuki Haru, then lowered his gaze to the kunai. Let us customize a kunai, one with 3 pointed tips to represent the 3 of us. Let us go. With Kushina on his back, Minato followed Kamizuki Haru, watching her silhouette, sighing inwardly. I'm sorry, Haru. There will never be a possibility between us. It is best to pretend nothing ever transpired. At the training ground, Minato and Kamizuki Haru stood opposite one another. Haru, are you prepared? Minato held a specially crafted kunai, emblazoned with the word sword of enduring love. By mere coincidence, upon arriving at the ninja tool shop, they found a batch of customers who had abandoned their whimsically designed kunai. The reason for their abandonment was the increased air resistance caused by the 3-pronged design, rendering the kunai slower than the traditional single-pronged variant. Furthermore, the excessive length and weight of the kunai's rear affected its handling. What was Minato proficient in? Speed, along with an extraordinary kunai throwing technique. Moreover, employing such a kunai for the Flying Thunder God technique was perfectly suitable. The slightly elongated rear could be used to engrave the Flying Thunder God seal, while the 3-pointed tips allowed it to embed itself in various terrains, enhancing the stealth of the technique's application. Yes, Kamizuki Haru donned a Lolita dress and black stilettos, which hindered her movement somewhat. Nevertheless, she was eager to test the Silver Star. The Silver Star had previously informed her during a mission that it had been sufficiently nurtured and was now ready to fight alongside her. Haru, do you not wish to change your attire? How can you battle like this? Kushina had regained consciousness, though she still blushed when looking at Minato. To have one's affections reciprocated at the right moment is indeed a stroke of fortune. It's all right. Kamizuki Haru shook her head, asserting that the Silver Star's attack style did not require her to make significant movements. Then I shall proceed. Seeing that Kamizuki Haru had made up her mind, Minato prepared to take action. Show no mercy, let me witness your current prowess, Minato Namikaze. It is worth noting that we have never truly competed before. This will be our first, and perhaps our last, encounter. Whoosh, a specially crafted kunai soared toward Haru Uchiha with remarkable swiftness. Haru understood that this was a reminder from Minato. The Silver Star. Oh. The silvery spiritual entity materialized instantaneously, extending a hand to grasp the kunai and reversing its trajectory. What? Minato was taken aback. What manner of technique is this? She stood frozen, watching as the kunai returned to her of its own accord. Haru's spiritual entity, the Silver Star, was imperceptible to the average observer, visible only to those of the clan residing in the mountains during their spiritual projection. Otherwise, only those with a sage-level perception could detect it. Minato, her face solemn, received the kunai. If she could not decipher Haru's ninjutsu, she would remain invincible. Indeed, any action here could be construed as ninjutsu, including Haru's Silver Star. It could easily be articulated as mental secret technique. Silver Star. The Silver Star was the manifestation of her spiritual energy, meaning whatever she could wield, it could as well, and even more adeptly. As long as Haru transmitted chakra to it, it could unleash ninjutsu, as well as Tsunade's unique monstrous strength. The existence of the Silver Star significantly compensated for Haru's physical frailty. In other words, as long as her chakra was sufficient, she could maintain the Silver Star, providing it chakra for limitless usage of ninjutsu without the burden of her own body. Alas, the most she experienced upon its return was a slight headache and mental strain. Unfortunately, Haru was not yet capable of recklessly expending chakra. Her reserves paled in comparison to that of her concerned kin from the Uzumaki clan standing nearby. Indeed. You are formidable, Minato remarked. Then let us commence in earnest. The wind swept through, stirring up dust in the training ground. The golden-haired youth formed hand seals, while the silver-haired maiden merely stood still, her skirt and long hair billowing in the breeze. Do your best. Kushina's voice rang out from the sidelines. Minato's eyes narrowed, and he sprang into action. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from his lips. Haru pressed down her skirt to prevent it from being lifted by the gust. Boom. A tremendous force suddenly manifested before Haru, shattering the earth and raising a wall of dirt to shield her from the raging winds. Minato, swiftly approaching, found his path obstructed by the earthen barrier. He pressed against it and executed a quick flip. Kunai launch. 3 specialized kunai arced around the wall, descending vertically toward Haru. Silver Star. Oh. The silvery spiritual entity sprang into action, seizing the 3 kunai. Flying Thunder God. With a swift flash of golden light, he suddenly appeared before Kamitachi Haru, a kunai materializing in his hand. The space-time ninjutsu was executed with such swiftness that it left no room for reaction. Kamitachi Haru's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated the staggering speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, how could the coordinates be so precise? Her gaze flickered to the special kunai ensnared by the silver-white star in the sky. Could it be that the Flying Thunder God's teleportation has a certain range? In an instant, she concentrated her spirit, and time seemed to slow down. With a whoosh, the entire world appeared to transition into slow motion as Kamitachi Haru grasped the wrist of Minato Namikaze, stepping forward with her delicate foot clad in white silk. Her other hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike him. Suddenly, the flow of time returned to normal. Minato was taken aback by her abrupt reaction. A blow from her fist would spell immediate doom. With a flash of golden light, Minato vanished from her grasp, leaving only an imprint on the earth wall. Sensing the faint presence behind the wall, Kamitachi Haru detected Minato, who was gasping for breath. The Flying Thunder God technique consumed a considerable amount of chakra, and his mastery of it was still unsteady, preventing him from using it indiscriminately. The rapid movements and attacks also placed a strain on his mental fortitude. Truly, she is formidable, he thought as he stepped out from behind the wall, smiling. The Flying Thunder God is indeed a rather deceptive ninjutsu, he remarked. Kamitachi Haru replied with a cool tone. Isn't your technique equally deceptive? Humph. Let us continue. Minato chuckled, his figure flickering as he reappeared before Kamitachi Haru once more. Wind release. Gale palm. Silver white star. Mighty strength. Minato felt a sudden force surge through the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In a flash, he utilized the Flying Thunder God to retreat a safe distance behind Kamitachi Haru. He discarded the kunai, but before it could travel far, Minato was already at its side. A punch came hurtling toward Kamitachi Haru, and she found herself unable to counter in time, compelled to intercept. With a slap, her palm connected with Minato's wrist. But he deftly countered, turning his hand to meet hers. Her slender fingers tightened, attempting to grasp him, but lacking the strength of Minato, she could not secure her hold. Instead, he captured her palm effortlessly, their fingers intertwined. Unfazed, Kamitachi Haru exerted force to ensure Minato was firmly gripped, while her other hand readied her mighty strength. Yet, Minato's free hand pressed down on her wrist, preparing for a shoulder throw. In that moment, the silver-white star unleashed its own surge of strength, sensing the shift in the air, but the golden flash vanished in an instant. That was close. Kamitachi Haru bit her lip, pondering how to capture this elusive opponent. Haru, you are truly impressive. Let me try out an idea of mine. With a smile, Minato extended a hand from his new position. We are all aware that tailed beasts are terrifying creatures, possessing a unique ninjutsu known as Tailed Beast Bomb. I envision creating an unmarked ninjutsu that mimics the form of the Tailed Beast Bomb. A gentle breeze gathers in his hands, gradually forming a miniature whirlwind. As the air seems to swirl around. Unfortunately, I have yet to complete this ninjutsu, but it already possesses a certain lethality. Thus, you must be cautious, Haru. Uchiha Haru stared blankly at the vortex in Minato's hands, extending her own hand as a flash of lightning materialized within it. The sound echoed like a bird's call. As the lightning coalesced, its volume steadily increasing. Minato, taken aback, observed the lightning in Haru's grasp. It was likely the Chidori. The concept had long been conceived and could be easily executed, yet for Haru, Chidori was not practical. With her remarkable physical prowess, she could utilize her blade in close combat. Now armed with the Silver Star, Chidori had become somewhat redundant, leading her to refrain from developing it. Perhaps she should teach it to Kakashi instead. After pondering for a moment, Haru nodded in agreement. After all, he was the original inventor. How intriguing. I shall take my turn. With a swift motion, a flash of gold appeared as Minato instantaneously materialized beside Haru. When had he placed his mark? Haru was taken aback, yet instinctively unleashed her incomplete Chidori. Minato simultaneously launched his unfinished Rasengan, marking the first collision between Chidori and Rasengan. A fierce gust erupted. As Kushina anxiously observed the two figures amidst the smoke, any misfortune befalling either would cause her heartache. Alas, the Silver Star enveloped Haru, who merely took a few graceful steps back, elegantly shaking her skirt. Glancing at her wrist, she found, as expected, a mark on her sleeve. Minato, get rid of this. It looks dreadful. Yes. Ultimately, their sparring session concluded without incident, as Minato recognized that he was still no match for Haru. Her reaction speed matched his, and that peculiar ninjutsu remained an enigma to him. Perhaps when he fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, along with his developed Spiral Gale, imitating the tailed beast's formidable wind ball, he would stand a chance. By the way, what shall we name your ninjutsu? Spiral Gale. Stop. It shall be called Rasengan. No objections allowed. Oh, very well. Once the Rasengan is completed, in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God, I shall increase my speed to triumph over Haru. Should we create a combined ninjutsu, perhaps Flying Thunder God and Rasengan? How about calling it Spiral Flash Super Will Dance, Style 3? Just as Minato was lost in thought, Haru and Kushina had vanished without a trace, leaving one to feel a pang of sympathy for his lack of creativity. Morning arrived. The hazy sunlight broke through the thin mist, gradually evaporating the fog. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi, a boy, clad in blue with goggles, burst through the door of the Hitaki household, carelessly intruding. Obito, slow down. Behind him followed a girl with a face adorned in bright yellow, who, feeling somewhat anxious, glanced around before rushing in. What does it matter? After all, there is no one at Kakashi's house. The girl hurriedly entered, grasped the boy's hand, and scolded, Obito, even if no one is here, you cannot just barge into Kakashi's home. Hey, Rin, did I just see a goddess? Uchiha Obito gazed ahead in a daze, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Noera Rin tugged at the boy before her, reproaching, Obito, what nonsense are you talking? How could a divine being possibly be in Kakashi's house? Listen to me, do not invade someone else's home. It is improper behavior. No, Rin, look. Obito's hand trembled as he pointed forward. Rin, momentarily dissatisfied, raised her head but was rendered speechless the next moment. Sunlight streamed down at an angle, resembling a beam of light or a grand spotlight. A thin mist enveloped the air, and a woman clad in white danced gracefully amidst the fog. Her silvery hair swirled in rhythm, and the faint sorrow reflected in her eyes could not overshadow her flawless beauty. Her alabaster fingertips traced enchanting arcs through the air, while the hem of her dress fluttered in the gentle yet warm morning light, as if the entire world was caught in a harmonious melody. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and her enchanting figure spun languidly, bestowing the world with its most exquisite blessing. Goddess, Rin murmured, standing alongside Obito, both entranced by the sight. Hey, what are you two staring at my sister Haru for? A voice filled with disdain interrupted, the deadpan gaze of Kakashi's mask highlighting his other concealed features. Hey Kakashi. Obito stammered. Who is that? Kakashi scratched his head. That's my sister Haru. I happened to meet her last night and asked her to teach me training. School starts in a month. At that moment, the three children, barely 5 years old, had only Kakashi showing signs of maturity. His father, the renowned Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of the Leaf, cast a long shadow under which Kakashi's self-esteem was stirred. I am Kakashi, the unique Kakashi, and I will not be presented merely as the son of the White Fang. Indeed, just like Sister Haru, though a student of the White Fang, she has never relied on his name. Sister Haru? Obito pointed at the still dancing Kamizato Haru and whispered, "That ethereal being who doesn't seem of this world is your sister?" Sort of. Kakashi scratched his face, diverting his gaze. "I don't believe it." Uchiha Obito shook Kakashi's shoulders. "How could you possibly have such a beautiful sister? Believe it or not. Kakashi, you." Observing the two ready to quarrel, Noera Rin quickly intervened. All right, Obito, let go." Humph. Uchiha Obito expressed his unwillingness to argue with someone so foolish. Rin's words are the most pleasant to hear. Kakashi retorted, "You are such a simpleton." "Kakashi, is she the legendary lady?" Noera Rin inquired softly, casting a glance at Kamizato Haru, seemingly reluctant to disturb her. "Which lady?" Tobi's interest suddenly piqued. After all, he aspired to become the Hokage, and it was essential to be acquainted with prominent figures. Kakashi adjusted his mask, illuminated by the moonlight. While the silver canopy above was reminiscent of celestial beings, the esteemed Shinju Haruka was none other than my sister, though she no longer used that moniker. Well, Rin's eyes sparkled instantly, akin to a starstruck fan catching sight of their idol. Unbeknownst to Haruka, her accolades had already begun to evoke a star-like phenomenon. Is she truly Shinju Haruka? Uchiha Tobi was momentarily taken aback, gazing towards her in the distance. So, she is the woman my elder brother has incessantly spoken of? No wonder she might be staying at my home until April, until my schooling begins. Would you like to join us for training? Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at his two friends. Oh no, Tobi initially intended to decline, but Rin readily agreed. Yes, both Tobi and I will come. There's no helping it. I shall grant you this favor. Tobi, his cheeks flushed, shot a fierce look at Rin and then at Kakashi. Kakashi responded with a detached "oh," observing Haruka as she danced, attempting to mimic some of her steps. Rin and Tobi exchanged puzzled glances. Haha, Kakashi, are you going to learn to dance? Tobi instantly activated his teasing mode. Fool, can't you see that Haruka's dance encapsulates intricate steps? Kakashi's scornful gaze fell squarely upon Tobi. Uchiha Tobi stared blankly at the twirling and leaping Haruka. Her dance was captivating, even capable of halting time itself. However, he genuinely could not discern the steps. Rin furrowed her brow as well, unable to identify the movements, yet she instinctively began to follow Haruka's dance. Kakashi had observed Shikaku instructing Haruka in her steps and was thus familiar with her dance routine. It was a refinement based on Shikaku's technique, tailored to suit her individual style. Kakashi was currently selecting steps that resonated with him, committing them to memory. With no mother present and a father often away on missions, Kakashi had to teach himself. In truth, Haruka had noticed Tobi the moment he intruded upon the Hatake residence. Upon recognizing him as a member of the Uchiha clan, she hesitated briefly. However, seeing him approach, Kakashi eased her wariness, allowing her to resume practicing her steps. Shikaku's teachings were initially too fierce, and by incorporating more fluid movements suited for a woman's physique, one could evade attacks more effectively. Gradually, as the sun ascended and the mist dissipated, Haruka finally ceased her movements, vanishing into the haze and returning to her room. What happened to the goddess? After witnessing Haruka's grace, Tobi had dubbed her a goddess. Perhaps she has gone to change her clothes. Kakashi also halted, wiping the sweat from his brow, as he observed Rin diligently imitating Haruka's dance. Shaking his head in disbelief. Lin, your approach is futile. Qingtian's dance is suited solely for her battles. Nevertheless, that dance is quite beautiful. I can learn it and perform it well too. Yara Lin halted her steps, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Uchiha Obito felt a pang of imbalance, exclaiming, Hey, I've worked hard for so long. Yet a single word from Kakashi brings a smile to Lin's face. Lin, look, I can do it too. Obito, who had never comprehended Qingtian's steps, instinctively mimicked Kakashi's movements. At that moment, he attempted to imitate Qingtian's dance, producing a comical and clumsy result that evoked laughter. Haha. Lin was amused, her sweet smile shining brightly. Stop it, Obito. Hee. Obito scratched his head, feeling a bit foolish. Kakashi rolled his eyes, contemplating whether there had been an error in his earlier steps. Just then, a cool voice resonated through the room. You three, come in for dinner. Adorned in a plain kimono, her silvery hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, Qingtian sat at the dining table. The lengthy hem of her kimono fell elegantly behind her, and an umbu swiftly appeared to tidy it before disappearing again. Let us begin. Kakashi and the others picked up their chopsticks, hastily attending to the food before them. Xingtian adjusted the sleeves of her kimono slightly, revealing her fair, smooth arms. With delicate fingers, she used her chopsticks to pick apart a piece of fish and brought it to her lips. The elegance of her movements momentarily distracted the still ravenous Obito, while Lin appeared quite reserved. Only Kakashi seemed unfazed, continuing his meal. What a joke. She frequently dines at my house, Kakashi thought, shoving a piece of fish into his mouth as he glared with his deadpan eyes. Kakashi, your chopsticks are the wrong way around, came the cool voice, prompting him to cough. Coughing, Kakashi glanced at the three children, his gaze landing on Uchiha Obito, warmth emanating from his eyes. You are Obito? Ah, yes, I am. My name is Uchiha Obito. I am 5 years old, just a bit older than that rascal Kakashi. What can I do for you, goddess? Obito exclaimed, slamming his chopsticks down and standing tall, visibly anxious. Even Lin felt a surge of nervousness, setting her chopsticks aside and sitting up straight. Goddess? Xingtian blinked, a soft laugh escaping her lips. If we were to speak honestly, you should call me sister. Huh? Uchiha Obito looked momentarily bewildered. I grew up with Yohua. You are Yohua's younger brother. Shouldn't you call me sister? Xingtian placed her chopsticks down, resting her hands on her lap, her plain kimono fitting her surprisingly well at that moment. Ah, yes, goddess sister. Uchiha Obito blushed slightly, swallowing hard before speaking loudly. If you have any problems, come to me. You can treat me like a real sister. Xingtian's demeanor softened, her voice becoming gentle. Her unmatched tone, devoid of its former chill, was utterly enchanting. Yes, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. After losing his elder brother, Liohua, he had now gained a sister. Please sit down and eat, Xingtian gestured, patting the air lightly. Uchiha Obito appeared to be caught off guard, his shoulder moving slightly as he gazed in astonishment at Kamizuki Hikari before taking a seat. Obediently, she began to gently tousle his hair in the air. Obito genuinely felt the tender caress on his head, his eyes glistening with emotion. Goddess sister. Kamizuki Hikari turned her attention to the little girl who had been watching her intently, inquiring, What is your name? Noira Rin, the girl replied softly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rin, why do you keep staring at me? Kamizuki's voice was soft, almost playful. I admire you so much. The fairy under the moonlight is unparalleled, Rin exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Is that so? Kamizuki was momentarily taken aback by the response, realizing she had a little fan. Yes. Rin gazed ardently at the enchanting girl before her, captivated by her exquisite beauty and flawless features. Even her voice was astonishing. Thank you. In turn, Kamizuki tousled Rin's hair, which elicited a blissful squint from the girl, resembling a pampered kitten. Stealing a glance at Kakashi, who awkwardly turned his head away, quietly eating while occasionally sneaking glances at her, Kamizuki Hikari stifled a giggle. Kakashi, once you finish your meal, I will teach you how to refine chakra. Kakashi hastened his eating in response. Is this the new generation of the Wood Village? Kamizuki pondered, reflecting on the third Hokage's words. Where the leaves dance, there is fire burning. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. This was indeed the new growth of the Wood Village. By the way, the Wood Village still lacks an orphanage, she mused, tilting her head. Eagle. Yes. Hinata Nari appeared instantly behind her, bowing his head in anticipation of her command. Please inquire with the third Hokage whether it is permissible to establish an orphanage for the new growth of the Wood Village. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two younger children, Kamizuki continued speaking. Kakashi, accustomed to such behavior, thought of his father, who was similar. He will surely agree. Kamizuki resumed using her chopsticks. Go ahead. Yes. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who prioritized the future development of the Wood Village, sent Kamizuki an encouraging message. The orphanage would be financed by the village, granted a green light for immediate construction. Moreover, Kamizuki received a special mission to visit the hospital and assess the orphans from the battlefield to determine their eligibility for the Wood Village orphanage. Once they entered the orphanage, they would essentially become part of the Wood Village, a remarkably lenient policy. Meanwhile, in a hidden location beneath the Wood Village, what does that little girl intend to do? Danzo leaned on his cane, flanked by several ninjas concealed in the shadows. Never mind, the foundation is nearly complete. After the orphanage is established, I can investigate at my leisure. At the Hitaki residence, the three who had concluded their first day of training sat together, exchanging thoughts. The outcome was that Uchiha Obito had swiftly taken the lead in the conversation. Wow, the goddess sister is incredibly cool. Uchiha Obito danced with excitement as he spoke to Rin, and with a strikingly alluring voice, the hawk from the Umbu appeared instantaneously, creating quite a commotion. Rin gazed at him with admiration, yearning to be as formidable as Lady Kurenai someday. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering if this was truly so surprising. Indeed, the offspring of influential families are distinctly different. Speaking of which, Kakashi, I can sense the presence of chakra. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall be able to refine it. Obito proudly adjusted his goggles and proclaimed. Rin had already begun her refining process, giggling, you surely haven't sensed it yet. Obito teased with a mocking grin. Kakashi sighed. Pondering where this newfound confidence of yours came from, my chakra has already circulated throughout my body. What? Obito exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Kakashi in disbelief. Look. Kakashi, with an expressionless face, extended his hand, revealing a faint blue membrane, a manifestation of chakra enveloping his palm. Oh no, how dare you get ahead of me? Obito lamented, clutching his head in frustration. By the way, doesn't Lady Kurenai have any missions? Rin inquired enviously, glancing at Kakashi's palm, shifting the topic. She doesn't. She is on leave, Kakashi replied as he retracted his chakra. Practice diligently. Lady Kurenai mentioned she would teach me a powerful jutsu. But I am not nearly capable enough yet. What? The Divine Lady is going to teach you jutsu? No way. I want to learn too. Fool. I'll challenge you. No fighting. Uchiha Kurenai sat beneath the moonlight, her simple kimono flowing gracefully over the rooftop, marking yet another peaceful day. A loud clatter echoed as chopsticks fell to the ground. Before eating, one must wash their hands, Kurenai said leisurely as she picked up the chopsticks. Watching the aggrieved Obito obediently head to wash his hands, while Rin comforted him, and Kakashi disdainfully ate his meal. Looking out the window, cherry blossoms were cascading down, and the splendid early April weather lifted Kurenai's spirits. Rising from the dining table, she strolled slowly to the door. Hugakaze appeared before her. Lady Kurenai, he began. The third Hokage has informed me that the arrangements regarding the orphanage are nearing completion, and they plan to commence construction soon. Please find the time to visit the hospital and select a few children to join the orphanage. Very well. With that, Hugakaze vanished, and 3 children emerged, having tidied the dining table, laughing and playing. The cherry blossoms were also in full bloom. It was time for them to head to the Ninja Academy. Kurenai, with her silver hair cascading down, donned a simple kimono, her feet adorned with pristine two-toed socks and light wooden sandals, even with her legs modestly covered. The elegance of her form could not be concealed. Her exquisite face bore a serene expression, and paired with the kimono, she radiated an aura of regal grace. Once you arrive at school, be sure to make good friends. They may very well become your teammates and steadfast support in the future, Kurenai advised. Recalling Kushina and her companions, as she turned to address the 3 children. As she sent her 3 children off to the ninja school, she turned gracefully away under the watchful eyes of numerous parents, akin to a feather gliding through the air. Strolling alone down the wooden streets, she realized it had been quite some time since she had ventured out solo. Memories of her childhood, when she would run around the wooden paths to build her stamina, flooded her mind with a sense of nostalgia. It occurred to her that she still did not know who it was that often shouted wooden impact during her training sessions. Kanzaki Hikari ambled along the street, the slightly elongated hem of her attire trailing softly behind her. With her long hair gathered into a modest bun, she had unknowingly grown accustomed to her feminine identity. She retrieved a hairpin from a nearby stall and secured it in her bun, then picked up a small fan, blending seamlessly with the ordinary women around her. Hinata Kanzuya, having paid for his purchases, cast a deep glance at the striking young woman ahead, letting out a barely audible sigh as he vanished into the shadows. How could I ever be worthy of her? Just as Kanzaki Hikari was meandering through the wooden streets, a somewhat urgent voice pierced the air. Hey, make way. If I'm late, I'll have to do 1,000 push-ups. Oh. The wooden tornado. Kanzaki Hikari found herself drawn to the sound and turned to see a green creature barreling towards her. Kakashi? Make way. I can't stop. Might Guy lamented his predicament, having been summoned early in the morning by his father for training, only to collapse from exhaustion on the training field. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he would be late for the ninja school's opening ceremony. In a flurry, he dashed past his sluggish father, racing towards the school. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him. Looking up, he was taken aback by the sight of a breathtaking woman, momentarily stunned. Lady Hikari. Hinata Kazuya swiftly materialized before Kanzaki Hikari, eyeing the clumsy, green-headed figure with caution. Not to worry, Kanzaki Hikari replied softly, Silver Star. The silver star radiated outward, forming a net that ensnared the frenetic green head. Might Guy squeezed his eyes shut and pushed off the ground, thinking he was about to collide. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a soft embrace, reminiscent of his mother's warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was standing safely, facing a cloaked figure adorned with an animal mask, behind whom stood the exquisite woman. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Might Guy exclaimed, bowing in apology. When he raised his head, he found himself captivated by Kanzaki Hikari's presence. Son, don't stop. You're going to be late. Another voice called out. Kanzaki Hikari raised an eyebrow, finding the voice strangely familiar. Father, I almost collided with someone. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Might Guy, clad in a snug green suit, rushed to his son's side, glancing at the wary Hinata Kazuya and the enchanting Kanzaki Hikari behind him. Oh, it is indeed the esteemed Umbu. My son inadvertently offended you. Please forgive his clumsiness. Hinata Kazuya remained silent until Kanzaki Hikari spoke up. A chilling voice suddenly captivated the ears of the two individuals with green watermelon-like heads. No worries. Let us proceed. Indeed, Hinata and Kei vanished from the spot, while Kamizaki Haru retracted the fan in his hand and approached Might Guy. What is your name? Guy. Might Guy. Is that so? Strive to become a great ninja. Ah. Yes. Kamizaki Haru placed the fan into Might Guy's hands, advising him not to be so hasty next time. Indeed, a fan is not quite suitable for me. A fragrant breeze swept past the two stationary figures, fading into the distance. Moments later, Might Guy finally reacted. Father. Ah, you need not say more. I shall become a great ninja. Before that, it seems you are late. Ah, run. The opening ceremony of the ninja school concluded splendidly amidst the chaos created by the two green watermelon-headed individuals. Hey, I heard you were the top-rated genius of this class? What is your name? Kakashi? Might Guy intercepted Kakashi, who was about to seek out Obito and Rin. Hatake Kakashi. Excellent. Now, Kakashi, I challenge you to a duel. Kakashi scratched his head, his dead fish eyes narrowing. Is this person perhaps a fool? No. Why not? You are too weak. Kakashi spoke the truth. Under Kamizaki Haru's training, he had already mastered chakra manipulation and was practicing hand seals. With his innate talent, he would soon learn ninjutsu. Had it not been for the basic knowledge required at the ninja school, he might not have even considered attending. In terms of physical skills, he had been stealthily learning Kamizaki Haru's techniques every morning, which was already sufficient for him to digest and practice for a long time. Ah, damn it. Wood style, Gale Palm. Without further ado, Might Guy executed a spinning kick. Smack. Kakashi remained unfazed, catching the kick with one hand and disdainfully remarked, Have you eaten? Your strength is far too feeble. It is utterly inadequate. No. Is that so? Then go eat something. Get lost. I have no interest in your level of skill. Fine. Might Guy descended from the air, resolute. Kakashi, you shall be my lifelong rival. Let us go. Together, we will dine. Hatake Kakashi? What just happened? Kakashi, let me tell you. This morning, I encountered a beautiful older sister whom I admire. How wonderful it would be to marry her. Kakashi, forcibly pulled along, remained bewildered. However, recalling Kamizaki Haru's advice about making friends, he ceased his struggles. Well, I suppose this could also be considered friendship? After all, she is not as beautiful as the one I wish to marry. Kakashi interjected, shaking off Gaia's hand, walking beside him. Nonsense. That older sister is the most beautiful. Humph. Ah. Let us duel, Kakashi. The second battle. Let us see who reaches the dining hall first. Come on. Konoha Hospital. 2 years have elapsed since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Resource allocation and reparations have been duly addressed. The injured returning from the battlefield have largely recuperated, and Konoha Hospital has now emerged from its busy period. The wounded who needed to return home have all departed. The hospital now hosts only a few ninjas who were injured during routine missions, alongside orphans collected from the ravages of war. Oh. If only Lady Tsunade were still in the village, sighed a young nurse wistfully. Indeed, if Lady Tsunade were here, our burdens would be considerably lighter, remarked another young nurse, tidying her instruments with a smile. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last visited the hospital. thought Kamizawa Haru as she stood at the entrance of the wooden hospital, recalling her past experiences lying on a hospital bed. A subtle smile graced her lips as she tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear and stepped inside slowly. "Good day, esteemed ninja. How may I assist you?" A young nurse at the front desk bowed upon noticing her entry. "I merely came to take a look," a cool voice responded, prompting the nurse to lift her gaze in surprise. Unsurprisingly, the voice belonged to a stunning beauty clad in an exquisite kimono. She resembled not a ninja, but rather the daughter of a noble family or perhaps a princess. "Ah, my lady, this is a hospital designated for ninjas, and there is little of interest to see here. I kindly ask you to leave, lest you encounter something unsettling," the nurse said, bowing again with a sense of urgency. Such a beautiful young lady should not behold the blood and the sordidness of the patients within the hospital. Kamizawa Haru stifled a laugh. For as a member of the Umbu, what could she possibly find disturbing? She stepped further inside, her wooden sandals echoing softly against the floor. "My lady." The nurse began to speak, but Hyuga Kanzuya appeared before her, brandishing a badge. "Umbu. Ah, yes. My apologies. Please, proceed." The nurse quickly lowered her head, gesturing for Kamizawa Haru to enter. Passing by the room she once occupied, she glanced inside to find a young girl asleep on the bed, her lips pale, and 4 drip hanging by her side. Kamizawa Haru approached silently, standing at the bedside and gazing at the child. "To sleep in the same bed I once occupied. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Sister, are you an angel?" The little girl inquired, her long, lustrous black hair framing her face and her eyes glimmering like rubies. Kamizawa Haru's expression softened. "Why do you say that?" "The nurse said that one day, an angel sister would come to take me to a very happy place." The girl replied, her innocent smile brightening her face. "The nurse also said that the angel sister is very beautiful, the most beautiful in the world." Kamizawa Haru reached out to gently pat the girl's head, her other hand resting on the child's wrist. "You are so beautiful, dear sister. You must be the most beautiful in the world, which makes you my angel sister. Are you going to take me to another place?" A hint of reluctance flickered in the girl's eyes. "But alas, I have not yet attended ninja school." "Do you wish to go to ninja school?" "Yes. There are many children my age there. It would surely be delightful." Kamizawa Haru withdrew her hand from the girl's wrist, smiling gently as she replied, "How about I take you to school, dear sister?" "I'm afraid not," the nurse replied. "Only Lady Tsunade can cure your ailment, but her whereabouts remain unknown." The little girl, somewhat disheartened, lowered her head. It was not Lady Tsunade's fault, after all, as her own frail body was to blame. "What is your name?" "Why, Hike. I am 6 years old this year." "Is that so?" A soft green light emanated from Haruno Sakura's hand as she gently leaned forward, brushing the long hair that fell before her shoulders. The green light enveloped Hike. At that moment, Hike closed her eyes, feeling a comforting warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. "All right, you can start school tomorrow. Be good and trust me." Haruno Sakura straightened up, her silvery hair cascading down her shoulders. "Sister, what is your name?" Hike timidly inquired, feeling markedly better. "Sakura." She tucked her hand back into her sleeve and walked gracefully towards the door, which opened automatically as she approached, as if yielding to her presence. "How impressive. I want to become a ninja like that too." Hike gazed adoringly at the departing Sakura, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Subsequently, Hinata Hanabi sent a letter to the director, and after Hike was confirmed healed, she was enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Unbeknownst to Sakura, her subtle gesture had set a young girl on the path of illusion, forever altering her destiny. "Excuse me, where have the children left behind by the war been settled?" Sakura inquired of a busy nurse, who paused to wipe her brow, her curiosity piqued. "Ah, oh my." Sakura was taken aback as the nurse began to dance with excitement. You. No, you are the moonlit fairy, Lady Sakura." Sakura recognized the nurse's familiar face. "And you are?" "Lady Sakura, do you not remember? I was the one who cared for you before, hee." "Oh, you are the nurse who advised me against jumping out the window?" Sakura smiled gently. "I must have startled you before, didn't I? You remember me. I am so thrilled. This is something to boast about for a year." The nurse thought excitedly. My apologies. No. You must be heading to where those children are, right? I shall lead you there." "Thank you kindly." Sakura bowed slightly, and the nurse playfully responded, "I can hardly accept such a grand gesture from a fairy. Such a tease. I never expected Lady Sakura to be so approachable, truly beautiful and humble. The man who marries her will be incredibly fortunate." The nurse's mind raced as she guided Sakura to the location of the war orphans. Those children are so unfortunate. Their parents perished in the war, leaving them with nowhere to go, so we had no choice but to take them in. Thankfully, the Hokage provided some funding for their sustenance. Alas, poor children, the nurse lamented as she chattered away. Sakura listened in silence, her heart heavy. War is always this cruel. After a brief moment, the nurse escorted Kamishiro Haru to the upper floor of the hospital and opened the door to a room. Children, your sister is here to see you. Come and greet her. Sister. A group of children, all around 3 or 4 years old, rushed out, while some slightly older ones remained seated, casting cold glances toward the door. These were the indelible scars left by war. Kamishiro Haru stood behind the nurse, observing her as she comforted the children with a tender gaze. Nurse, who is this beautiful sister? One child inquired, pointing at Kamishiro Haru. She is a fairy under the moonlight. You can call her Sister Haru. Wow, is that true? A fairy? The children erupted in excited chatter. Their eyes filled with admiration. Even the older ones cast curious glances in her direction. Kamishiro Haru reached out to gently pat the closest child's head, saying, once the orphanage is established, they can all go there. Orphanage? The nurse was momentarily taken aback, then quickly bowed her head, exclaiming, thank you, Lady Haru. You have created a haven for these children. Sister, hug. Before Haru could collect her thoughts, a child who had just learned to walk slowly approached and wrapped their arms around her leg. Hug. Reluctantly, Kamishiro Haru picked up the child and cradled them in her arms. What is your name? How old are you? Hug. The nurse observed the child in Haru's embrace and sighed. This child is quite unfortunate. We rescued him from the body of a pregnant woman. At first, we thought he wouldn't survive, but his will to live is astonishing. Kamishiro Haru looked at the child, who unabashedly met her gaze. How old is he? 1 year old, and he has yet to be named. Is that so? Kamishiro Haru gently bounced the child, noting his weight, indicating he had grown well. How about we name you Tenzo, meaning treasure bestowed by heaven? You must live strong. Tenzo. Tenzo. The child clapped excitedly, seemingly enchanted by his new name. Thank you for the name, Lady Haru. The nurse quickly bowed, then took Tenzo from Haru's arms, feeling that someone of Haru's stature should not be holding a child, which felt somewhat out of place. All right, I have checked on all the children here. There are no issues. Once the orphanage is completed, those willing to go can do so. Kamishiro Haru let her silver star sweep around, sensing no malice, before speaking. Understood, Lady Haru. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Hinata Kanzuya suddenly appeared before her. What is it, Falcon? Yes, news has arrived. The third Hokage has personally appointed a director and wishes for you to take a look. Very well, let us proceed. As she turned, her silver hair fluttered slightly. Her regal beauty and grace indelibly etched into her being, leaving an unforgettable impression on the children. As Kamishiro Haru stepped out of the hospital doors, a somewhat somber voice echoed from behind her. Hinata Kanzuya suddenly appeared, standing in front of Uchiha Haru with a hint of caution. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he respectfully bowed and vanished once more. Haru, Orochimaru, you've returned? Uchiha Haru exclaimed with surprise, realizing it had been quite some time since they last met, most likely not since the war, as they had been separated by the battlefield, making their reunion all the more rare. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, his tongue playfully gliding over his lips. It has been a while, Haru. Lately, it seems the name of the moonlit fairy has garnered quite a reputation. Are you still accustomed to it? He regarded Uchiha Haru with keen interest, leaning lazily against the wall. Quite well, actually, Haru responded gracefully, bowing once more. I must head to the third Hokage now. Let us converse as we walk. It appears you have adjusted well, Orochimaru remarked, pushing himself off the wall, standing upright, and walking alongside Uchiha Haru. Let us pay a visit to the teacher as well. As they walked side by side in silence, it wasn't until they reached the door of the Hokage's office that Orochimaru spoke again. I hear you plan to establish an orphanage? Yes. I am here to discuss that matter, Haru replied nonchalantly. The third Hokage surely hopes to facilitate this endeavor. The will of fire, is it? Orochimaru chuckled, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Knock, knock. Come in. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated from within. Uchiha Haru opened the door and stepped inside at a measured pace. I have come to see you, third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. His cool voice echoed in the office, and the occupants turned their gazes toward him. Teacher, it has been a long time. Orochimaru emerged from behind Uchiha Haru, standing beside him. Haru, you've arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, extinguishing his pipe and clearing his throat. Teacher, Your indifference grieves me, Orochimaru said with a low chuckle, licking his lips. Orochimaru, are you truly capable of feeling sorrow? Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, knowing his disciple well. Heh. Orochimaru merely smiled, pondering whether his teacher truly understood him. Humph. Danzo disdainfully tapped his cane against the floor, scoffing. This is the Hokage's office. Uchiha Haru shifted his gaze before returning it indifferently. Rude fool. Danzo struck the ground with his cane again, appearing somewhat angered. How absurd. Back when Tsunade was here, she never feared Danzo. Now that she has grown, coupled with the presence of Orochimaru, would she still fear him? Humph. Uchiha Haru responded with a cold snort, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. What an absurdity. Why is this bandaged old man confronting me? Ahem. Enough. Arrange for Yakushi Nanoyu to enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted the strange tension with a cough, causing Danzo to turn his head. Uchiha Haru remained silent, his gaze lowered, while Orochimaru appeared intrigued, surveying his surroundings. Knock, knock. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out once more. The door to the Hokage's office opened again, revealing a woman with light golden hair, wearing glasses, and bearing a countenance filled with compassion. The third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, and Lord Danzo stood before Yakushi Nanoyu, who bowed respectfully. Upon seeing Uchiha Haru, she reacted as if suddenly remembering, and also bowed to her, addressing her as Lady Moonrabbit. Do you know me? Uchiha Haru squinted, attempting to discern any familiarity in the woman before her. Indeed, Yakushi Nanoyu replied succinctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. She is a former member of the Umbu, now a root ninja under Danzo's command. Oh, when was this root established? How was I not informed? Uchiha Haru furrowed her brow, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. During your month of leave, Danzo's cold voice resonated. This was a decision made here. Is that so? Uchiha Haru glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing his silence, which seemed to imply his agreement with the statement. Hee. Orochimaru licked his lips. How intriguing. While Kakashi is on a mission, they arrange for Uchiha Haru to rest and use her absence as a pretext to establish a private force. Truly delightful. Since it is the Hokage's decision, I shall refrain from further comments, Uchiha Haru stated. Uchiha Haru, mind your words. The two advisors, observing her impudent attitude, reprimanded sternly. Do not think that just because you are referred to as the Fairy of the Moonlight that you can overshadow the Hokage. Uchiha Haru frowned. She was aware that the title originated from Kakashi and Tsunade, and though she found it rather flattering, she did not appreciate their audacity to speak in such a manner. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it upon Uchiha Haru. This matter ends here. His implication was clear. The affairs of the Umbu and the root were to be concluded at this juncture. Then we shall await White Fang's return to discuss further. Uchiha Haru pursed her lips, acknowledging that her lack of strength was the root of her current predicament. If she were stronger, would she need to endure such humiliation? I have no objections. Uchiha Haru cast a glance at the smiling Yakushi Nanoyu before turning to leave. My apologies, she said, her long hair swaying as she turned towards the door. Hee. I shall take my leave as well, Orochimaru remarked. Little Haru, you are indeed fascinating. Watching your growth provides a modicum of amusement in my long life. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the two depart from the Hokage's office, picked up his pipe, and exhaled a barely audible sigh. Hiruzen, look at these two. Absolutely outrageous. Tsunade exclaimed in anger, with Mito Gaiden joining in, one Umbu, one elite Jonin. And yet they dare to show us such disdain. What kind of decorum is this? Danzo snorted, silent and brooding. Very well, since the initiator of the orphanage has no objections. We shall proceed with the appointment of the director. Yakushi, I trust you. Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his hat and turned away, gazing into the distance. For the sake of the children, I will do my utmost to care for them, Yakushi Nanoyu replied, her head bowed in submission. That is good to hear. Danzo leaned heavily on his cane, silently exiting as well. No one noticed the fleeting expression in pharmacist Yano's eyes. Shaoqing, what are your plans next? Orochimaru followed Kamizuki Haru out of the Hokage building, observing as she walked purposefully into the distance. To eat, she replied. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He accompanied her leisurely toward the shopping district, a place he had not roamed in quite some time. The wood industry is beautiful, isn't it? He remarked, his enthusiasm evident as he strolled beside her. Suddenly, he halted, taken aback by her words. Shaoqing, what did you say? Nothing. The wood industry is beautiful and peaceful, yet it is also quite dirty. Orochimaru licked his lips and matched her pace once more. How intriguing, he mused. Upon noticing her stop, he too paused, and looked up. A dango shop? He asked, his gaze laced with curiosity, quickly replaced by understanding. Although Xiaoqing had once been a boy, she had now fully embraced her softer side. And her fondness for sweets was entirely natural. In truth, he had no aversion to sweets. For a scientist, sampling a variety of experiences was an essential part of life. The usual, Kamizuki Haru said as she took a seat, her gaze wandering, lost in thought. I'll have what she's having, Orochimaru instructed, narrowing his eyes as he watched her intently. Certainly. Please hold on, the server replied, blushing as she hurried away, soon returning with a plate of dango for Kamizuki Haru. It seems that child is fond of your current form, Orochimaru observed, casting a glance at the server who was apologizing to other guests. He plucked a skewer of 3-color dango from Kamizuki Haru's plate and tasted it. The flavor is acceptable, though perhaps a tad too sweet. Licking his lips, he fixed his slit pupils on her. She remained unperturbed, taking a skewer from her now partially empty plate and savoring it. Orochimaru, must you be so blunt? Blunt? I haven't even bared any bones, he retorted, glancing at himself in mock confusion. A smile graced Kamizuki Haru's lips, her previously cold demeanor momentarily warmed, causing the nearby table engaged in a heated argument to fall silent, staring at her in awe. Clearing her throat, she lifted her teacup and elegantly sipped the barley tea before setting down the dango. Speak. What is it you desire? Having finished his dango, Orochimaru twirled the skewer in his hand. I need several children. Several? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze challenging as it met hers. You're not curious about what I intend to do with them? Why should I concern myself with your childbearing? Orochimaru choked, the skewer slipping from his grasp. Your dango, the server said, placing the dango and tea before him and stealing a glance at Kamizuki Haru before hastily departing. Can you now bear children on your own? Kamizuki Haru asked, taking a skewer from Orochimaru's plate, lifting her silver hair, and indulging in the treat with a blissful squint. This skewer must contain 10% more sweetness than the last. Orochimaru reclined in his chair, arms crossed. Indeed, this skewer is rather sweet. She set down the bamboo stick and picked up another skewer of meatballs. What purpose do children serve? For experimentation. Orochimaru's bluntness left Uchiha Haru momentarily stunned, followed by a bite of the meatball. Oh, what is the matter? Are you not surprised? Orochimaru seemed intent on piercing through Haru's facade. Surprised? Why should I be? If I were to reflect on a past life, I might have felt disgusted by the notion of using children for experiments. Yet in this life, I am uncertain of the blood on my hands, how much of it belongs to those I did not wish to slay. Is that so? You truly are intriguing. Orochimaru chuckled with delight, recognizing the sincerity in Haru's words. As a ninja, one can wield a blade to take lives, forsaking personal beliefs to fulfill missions. Haru swallowed the meatball, her cool voice resonating in Orochimaru's mind. Then what is the necessity of establishing a double standard? Everyone meets their end. The manner of death merely differs. Lifting a cup of jinmeika, she took a sip and gently placed it on the table, as if dropping a weight upon Orochimaru's heart. Some children may be fortunate enough to live peacefully until their last breath, while others may be less fortunate, becoming ninjas and perishing on the battlefield. Moreover, some may become the targets of other ninja slaughter. If that is the case, being chosen as your subject, living without the constant fear of death, and even dying to make it harder for others to perish, what is there to complain about? She rose, pulling out a piece of paper to wipe her hands. It is all the same. Uchiha Haru's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Orochimaru. As you said, strength signifies everything. They may accept your experiments, and when they grow strong enough to consider you as their subject, you would not resist, would you? Precisely. Splendid. Orochimaru exclaimed, rising fervently and extending a hand towards Haru. Indeed, you are remarkable. Humph. The bill, please. Uchiha Haru turned and left the meatball shop. Choose the children you desire yourself. However, I have one condition. You must take good care of them. Only those who willingly participate in the experiments may do so. Orochimaru licked his lips and produced silver coins from his bag, placing them on the table. No problem. This is our mutual understanding. Shadow clone technique. 3 silver-haired children appeared. 2 girls painted with face paint and 1 in empty space. Hey, where's my clone? Uchiha Obito grasped his hair, glancing around, but found only emptiness. 3 pairs of lifeless eyes glared at him. Idiot. Kakashi, you bastard. Say that again. Uchiha Obito swung a fist, only to hear a childlike voice respond. Substitution technique. Smack. His fist struck the wood, instantly swelling. Wah, you're cheating. Ignoring Obito's cries, Kakashi quickly approached Uchiha Haru, who sat in the courtyard, sipping tea in a trance. Sister Haru, what's wrong? What is it, Kakashi? As September unfolds, the air becomes cooler, and the yard is already adorned with golden autumn leaves. The wind stirs gently, carrying a refreshing chill. In just a week, the final examinations of the first semester will commence. I am aware that since the conclusion of the last holiday, a significant portion of the UMBU's tasks has been delegated due to the existence of the root. The UMBU members, seeing that Kamizuki Hikari, the acting leader, remained silent, quietly adhered to the orders. Having assistance in reducing the mortality rate of the UMBU is, in fact, a fortuitous development for the ninjas involved. However, Kamizuki Hikari understands that fundamentally, this is a concerted effort from above to cultivate, or rather, to enhance the strength of the root, which serves to undermine the exclusive UMBU of the Hokage. Consequently, Kamizuki Hikari has enjoyed a more leisurely lifestyle, akin to a vacation, occasionally undertaking missions while primarily focusing on solitary training to nurture her spiritual energy. For her, everything is a gradual process, even if she refrains from engaging in life and death tasks. Her abilities will still evolve progressively. A thud resounded as a bamboo tube struck a stone, startling a flock of birds. Hikarine, are you listening? The silver-haired young boy, with lifeless eyes, tugged at his mask. The silver-haired girl before him appeared lost in thought. Kamizuki Hikari snapped back to reality, casting an apologetic glance at Kakashi. I'm sorry, what was that? I mean, this book is rather dull. I have grasped everything I need to know. The remaining knowledge can only be acquired through practical experience. Kakashi turned and tossed a kunai backhandedly. Oh no, my goggles. Uchiha Obito cried out from a distance. Clutching his goggles. I can complete all the requirements for the graduation exam. I believe I shouldn't waste my time in school. Take this punch. Uchiha Obito approached Kakashi once more. You are annoying, Kakashi exclaimed, a hashtag appearing above his head as he swiftly turned and kicked Obito away, prompting Rin to rush over. In light of all this, since my father is absent, I must rely on you. Thud silence ensued. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? Kamizuki Hikari returned to her senses, ruffling the silver-haired boy's head, oblivious to his growing irritation. I just want to graduate. Ninja school is so boring. Hey, Kakashi, my rival, come duel with me. A boisterous boy repeatedly sought Kakashi after learning of his family lineage. Hello, Hikarine. Hello. Kamizuki Hikari greeted the previously blushing boy, who was now gradually acclimating to her presence. Kakashi remarked, excellent. Just as I wished to vent, a punching bag has arrived. What style? Great whirlwind. Wow. You're so spirited today. Come on. Might Guy, after enduring a spinning kick from Kakashi, excitedly wiped the shoe prints off his body and charged forward. Today really seems endless, doesn't it? Let us go. Let us keep fighting until we're all exhausted. Kakashi, exasperated yet smiling, engaged in a tussle with Might Guy. The essence of youth. Kamizuki Hikari mused, observing the two grappling with each other. Indeed, this is youth. Might Guy's eyes sparkled as he suddenly executed a grand spin. What style? Great whirlwind. Body replacement technique. With a resounding crack, the wooden post was shattered. Might Guy stood in place, his expression complex. Hey, Kakashi, you're cheating. Kakashi replied, perplexed. What do you mean? You can't use the substitution technique. We haven't taught that yet. Besides, I don't even know any ninjutsu. Is it my fault then? Youth is all about striving. Use whatever you want. Your chakra will eventually run out. While I 1T expend any chakra. Let us see whose chakra depletes first, yours or my stamina. Kakashi silently pinched the bridge of his nose, his deadpan eyes wide with exasperation. Uchiha Rin narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the boy who was so keen on spouting about youth. No ninjutsu? He reminds me a bit of my younger self. Though at least I could use genjutsu. This child seems to possess only taijutsu, yet he has remarkable talent in it. Even the exceptionally gifted Kakashi found himself learning taijutsu from Might Guy, often feeling suppressed by him. I'll hit. Hit. Counterattack, Kakashi. Honestly, you're quite bothersome. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Kakashi swiftly pivoted, executing a rapid series of hand seals, sending a thin bolt of lightning from his hands that struck the unguarded Might Guy. Wow. As expected of my lifelong rival. You win again this time. The electrified boy lay on the ground, his body tingling, while Kakashi panted heavily. Impressive. Obito exclaimed, his mouth agape. Typically, at the Ninja Academy, Their games merely involved mock battles. He had never witnessed someone with Kakashi's extraordinary combat talent, capable of rivaling even a lower-ranked ninja. Indeed, Kakashi is incredible. Rin smiled at Obito, encouraging him, "You should strive hard too." "Of course. I am Uchiha Obito." He adjusted his broken goggles, the sunlight making him appear somewhat comical. Rin giggled softly. Kakashi cast a glance over, letting out a sigh. "Ah, you're still just a child. I've already surpassed you by such a distance." "Sister Akira, I understand now. Graduation, right?" "Yes." Akira stretched lazily and stood up. "Let us go. We need to handle your graduation paperwork at the Ninja Academy." "Really? I got it." Coincidentally, Heide Chiraku was their homeroom teacher, and seeing him again evoked mixed feelings in Akira. "Let Kakashi conduct the test. We will take care of the other paperwork." Akira nodded, allowing Kakashi to follow the assigned teacher for the test. "By the way, Akira, you've grown quite a bit." Once Kakashi had left, Heide Chiraku remarked, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Indeed, Mr. Haidt." She slightly bowed, a gentle smile gracing her face. "How have you been lately? The title of Moonlit Fairy has made me quite proud." Haidt chuckled, "Though I haven't taught you anything specific. Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, teacher." The children from back then have now grown into young ladies. Haidt sighed, reflecting on the passage of time. "Report. Kakashi has passed the test. Thank you for your hard work." Haru Uemura gazed in astonishment at the beleaguered Chunin, who was engaged in the testing process, then turned her attention to Kakashi, who was scratching his head with a vacant expression. A light chuckle escaped her lips. It was quite playful. It was evident that the teacher was not a combatant. "Kakashi, go accept a mission." Dressed in a kimono, Uemura accompanied Kakashi as they traversed the wooden streets. She had just taken the silver-haired young boy for a brief tour of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Given that Kakashi was alone at the moment, it was impractical to assemble a team, so she decided to have him undertake some tasks under her guidance. "Why?" Kakashi questioned, his eyes wide and unblinking, directed at the girl who appeared to treat the mission with casual indifference. Logically, she was not much older than he, merely 10 years his senior. Yet, in terms of poise, Uemura's distinctive presence utterly overshadowed the still-developing young boy. "You must cultivate your independence." During their time in the squad, all missions were assigned by Minato, requiring her only to follow his lead. While in the Umbu, she simply received missions with all directives clearly outlined, leaving no burden on her mind. Kakashi scratched his head in annoyance as he approached the mission reception area and engaged in conversation with the Chunin. "Hey, old man." He tugged at his mask. "What's the matter, little one? Are you lost?" The Chunin leaned down kindly, assuming Kakashi was merely a misguided child. "No. I'm here to accept a mission." Kakashi's eyebrows twitched. "A mission? Huh. Missions are for ninjas. You are far too young." The Chunin laughed heartily, finding it amusing that such a young child would attempt to mimic a ninja seeking a mission. Due to his premature birth, despite Tsunade's treatment, Kakashi was slightly shorter than his peers. At that moment, the 5-year-old Kakashi appeared akin to a 3- or 4-year-old child. "I am a genin. Here is my forehead protector." Kakashi pulled out his forehead protector, which was somewhat oversized, from his pocket and angrily placed it on his forehead. Yet, in the next moment, the Chunin removed it. "Child, ninja forehead protectors are not toys. Where did you find this? Which ninja was so careless?" The Chunin's irritation was palpable, and Kakashi, now even more incensed, jumped up and snatched the forehead protector back from the Chunin's grasp. "I've told you, I am a ninja. The Hokage himself has recognized me." Before the Chunin could respond, a cool voice interrupted. "Kakashi, why have you been taking so long to accept your mission?" Uemura, who had been watching from a distance, approached upon witnessing Kakashi's antics. "Ah, Lady Uemura." Upon her arrival, the Chunin quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. "Are you here on a mission, Lady Uemura? You want to give me a task?" Kakashi was so furious he could hardly articulate his feelings. He was unable to retaliate and dared not cause a scene in Konoha. All that remained was to seek redress. Uemura shifted her gaze, coolly scrutinizing the ninja. Is this child truly a ninja? Indeed, Uemura confirmed with a nod, and suddenly, Hinata appeared before her, producing a document. "This little one is not aware. I shall assign him a mission. It suffices to take just one level." Uchiha Haru seemed to reminisce about the sensations of undertaking missions alongside her comrades, a slight smile gracing her lips. Little did she anticipate that this subtle gesture would utterly captivate the attention of a certain Chunin, who stood there, momentarily entranced and unable to regain his composure. "Humph." Hinata Kinzuya let out a soft snort, prompting the Chunin to snap back to reality and hurriedly respond, "Yes, yes, yes, Hawk." Uchiha Haru chuckled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, Hinata Kanzuya vanished from sight. Shaking her head, she observed Kakashi as he obtained the scroll denoting the mission level. His expression markedly unusual upon opening it. "Sister Haru, 5 missions must be completed before sunset. Failure to do so means no dinner." Gently ruffling his hair, she bestowed upon him a mesmerizing smile before turning to depart, leaving Kakashi with a breathtaking view of her silhouette and her silver hair dancing in the breeze. Kakashi exclaimed, "I must say something. The high-level missions felt quite tedious and exhausting for the former Team 7. 5 in a single day was truly their limit." Indeed, there were 3 members in Team 7, whereas Kakashi was alone in his squad. It was time to cultivate patience. Thud. Uchiha Haru cradled her tea, her mental energy merging into the spatial realm, nurturing and refining it gradually. The silvery star enveloped her, a joyful consciousness emanating from it. Thud. The sound of a water bamboo striking against the rocks echoed as nightfall quietly descended. "Lady Haru, it's time for dinner," Hinata Kanzuya declared, appearing before her in an instant, his mask obscuring his features, with the meal already prepared. "Understood." Uchiha Haru withdrew from the spatial realm, her gaze gradually sharpening, regaining its vivacity. "Where is Kakashi?" "He is still engaged in his mission." "Is that so?" After swiftly consuming her meal, she once again immersed herself in the spiritual space. To the casual observer, she appeared leisurely. However, her continual practice of mental cultivation, always in a state of reverie, remained evident to Hinata Kanzuya. "Lady Haru works too hard," he remarked, diligently training his Byakugan. Since he could not contribute to her strength, he resolved to at least become her eyes. Thud. The gentle sound of flowing water enveloped the courtyard in tranquility. Uchiha Haru found her stay at the Hitaki residence quite comfortable, considerably more so than her own cramped quarters. Every necessity was meticulously provided for, making it an ideal sanctuary for introspection. Recently, Minato and Kushina had been fervently involved with each other. Leaving little time to attend to her, Minato was diligently undertaking high-level missions while accumulating essential knowledge, all in preparation for the role of Hokage. Thud. The silvery star had been nurtured well of late, enabling her to utilize it for certain ninjutsu, and the chakra required to sustain the silvery star had notably diminished. With further familiarization and nurturing, she should be able to lower the chakra requirements even more. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Uchiha Haru's thoughts as the door was flung open. Emerging from her mental space, she slowly opened her eyes. "Kakashi, you have returned?" The moon had hung in the sky for quite some time, and the night was deep. "I have completed 5 missions." He was covered in dirt, gasping for breath as he tossed the proof of task completion to Kamiho Haru. The document paused before her, unfolding slowly in the air. "Well done," she remarked with a faint smile, and the proof rolled up like a scroll, landing on the ground. No matter how many times he witnessed this enigmatic phenomenon, Kakashi could never quite grasp it, as if some unseen force were acting on Haru's behalf. Bloodline limit? No. Given his extensive reading of the Hitaki family's archives, this did not belong to the realm of bloodline abilities. Never mind, he thought. He was far too weary. Suddenly, Hinata Yaya appeared before Kakashi, cradling his fallen form and placing him in front of Kamiho Haru. A sudden glow of green light enveloped Kakashi, shimmering as it passed over him. This was medical ninjutsu. Hinata Yaya's eyes widened as he activated his Byakugan, sensing an inexplicable flow of chakra in the air. Despite the apparent emptiness, truly, it was baffling. Sweet dreams, Kakashi. List the tasks by rank. On that day, the mission reception finally remembered the dread instilled by Team 7. "Sir, we have none left." "There must be some." Hinata Yaya pounded the table, his masked face betraying a resolute aura that pressed down on the Chunin assigning missions. After enduring various tasks, his strength had steadily progressed into the ranks of Jainin, and combined with his long-range Byakugan, he was considered formidable within the Umbu. But all the missions have been claimed. The Chunin lamented, his face drawn, aware that this Umbu was not to be trifled with, especially with that silver-haired woman looming in the distance. If Lord Haru demands it, then it must be done. Hurry and procure one. Hinata Yaya slapped the table with fervor. "Where am I supposed to find one?" "All right, Hawk," Kamiho Haru approached, exasperated. "Why is it so difficult for both of you to accept the task?" "Lord Haru." Hinata Yaya quickly turned to stand behind her. "We truly have none left." The Chunin was nearly in tears. That silver-haired brat had been exhausting all the high-ranked missions lately. Do not fret. Speak slowly. What happened? Her cool voice flowed like a gentle stream, soothing the Chunin's troubled heart, prompting him to divulge Kakashi's actions. Are you saying Kakashi has completed all the missions? Konoha Haru asked incredulously. She had merely suggested that he take on tasks himself, never anticipating that Kakashi would become a task enthusiast. Ever since a month ago, when 5 high-ranked missions in a single day had nearly driven him to madness. Kakashi seemed to have transformed, fervently accepting high-level missions, adopting an attitude that he would forego sleep until all tasks were completed. Indeed, I merely mentioned Lord Haru's previous experiences to him. Konoha Haru understood. This young boy had quite a strong sense of pride. Uncle, hand over the mission. A figure appeared beside Konoha Haru, a youthful voice chiming in. Kakashi, how have the recent missions felt? Are they more comfortable than school? She accurately placed her hand atop the silver-haired boy's head, ruffling his hair. Well, it's not bad. Kakashi gazed with his dead fish eyes, instinctively disregarding the chakra of Kamizumi Haru, which was all too familiar to him. It was indeed a miscalculation to appear right beside her. He thought to himself, let us assign her a mission of equal rank. Haru clearly felt the hand resting on her head, gently nudging her upwards. Kakashi seemed rather exhilarated. After all, high-ranking missions could be rather monotonous. A Chunin hurriedly presented a scroll, detailing the task of eliminating a band of bandits lurking near the timberland, with a reward of 50. Quite decent, indeed. Haru glanced at it, tossed the scroll to Kakashi, and turned to walk towards the village's outskirts. The sound of her wooden clogs echoed with a rhythmic clack against the ground. I'll give you 10 minutes. Meet at the village entrance, she called back. Kakashi took the scroll, his dead fish eyes following the girl who had already distanced herself. Her silky silver hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a simple kimono that hadn't been changed, accompanied by 2-toed socks, resembling someone on an outing. It appeared that she intended for him to handle everything. Didn't he? With a sigh, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, preparing the necessary ninja tools before dashing towards the village entrance. One couldn't deny that during this period, in order to complete that wave of high-ranking missions, Kakashi's execution efficiency had remarkably increased. How do you plan to accomplish this task? Haru knelt in the woods, not far from the bandit group, while Hinata Yoshi had already laid out a cloth and brought forth a basket containing refreshments and tea. So, you truly came for a picnic? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, seriously pulling out a map, and began to mark it. Can you ascertain the approximate number of bandits? After surveying the terrain, Kakashi inquired. Haru held a teacup, her gaze distant. Hinata Yoshi scanned the area with his Byakugan and replied, approximately 20. As for their strength, they are slightly stronger than average, equipped with some iron gear. Wait a moment. Initially, Hinata had merely glanced around, but suddenly he spotted a chakra point. These are rogue ninjas. Their strength does not reach the Chunin level. They are precisely the targets for Kakashi's training. Haru opened her eyes, returning from her reverie. How is it? Have you formulated a plan? Kakashi picked up a twig from the ground, earnestly poking and marking the map. I will circle around from that hillside. It would be troublesome for you, Haru. Do you still want me to take action? Haru raised an eyebrow, tilting her head, her flowing silver hair cascading down. No. You merely need to stand in front of the camp where the bandits are stationed, Kakashi stated expressionlessly. Just standing there will surely draw their attention, won't it? Oh, Haru replied, taking a piece of mung bean cake from the box before her and popping it into her mouth. This is quite sweet. I should buy more next time. Indeed. At this moment, Hinata Yoshi played the role of a diligent steward, dutifully acting as Haru's bodyguard. Kakashi sighed. Continuing to study the terrain, the bandits had chosen a strategic location for their camp, nestled near a stream and backed by a small hillside. The forest enveloped the area completely, rendering it somewhat impenetrable for the average person. However, for a ninja, it posed no significant challenge. 20 individuals, along with a rogue lower-ranking ninja, were somewhat overwhelming for Kakashi. Thus, he resolved to have Kamiyo draw attention at the front gate while he stealthily descended from the hillside to eliminate most of the adversaries, thereby facilitating their mission. The operation was set to commence at night. After sharing his plan with Kamiyo, she offered no objections, though she seemed distracted. Surely, she was truly listening. Kakashi scratched his head, lamenting the misfortune of having such a sister leading the team. As dusk quietly descended, the air within the forest grew dense and humid, an uncomfortable chill mingling with the moisture. The bandits' camp had ignited a fire, with a group of burly men gathered around, roasting the game they had hunted. Boss. That merchant convoy today was utterly cowardly. They coughed up the money with barely any pressure, chuckled a shifty-eyed bandit, taking a hearty bite of leg meat. Huh. They dare send a few inconsequential lower ninjas for protection? Do they underestimate us? The raucous voices echoed. For even though a band of 20 bandits posed a challenge for average lower ninjas, the presence of a rogue lower ninja among them, their leader, heightened the stakes. The bandit leader, chuckling derisively, warned, "After tonight, we'll switch locations at dawn. We mustn't let the ninjas approach. You worry too much, boss. Those ninjas have no time for us. Ordinary lower ninjas are no match." And the mid-ranking ones 1T intervened, the others chimed in. Yet, the leader shook his head. Aware of the terrifying prowess of the great ninja villages, having failed to ascend to mid-ranking status himself. It was this very vigilance that had allowed him to survive and amass a loyal following. Enough chatter, let us feast. As the fire flickered, the guard bandit, listening to the revelry within, couldn't help but swallow hard. If only a woman were here, he mused. Just then, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before him. The moon broke free from the clouds, its silvery light cascading over her figure as if it were illuminating her alone. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. I haven't eaten yet. Could you spare me a bit? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an unparalleled smile that made even the heavens pale in comparison. The guard bandit rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could such a stunning woman exist? Is there no food? She blinked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Yes, yes, yes. The bandit suddenly erupted with excitement, shouting towards the camp, "Hey, bring out some food." "Huh, dog, are you hungry? Losers of the game must abide by their bets." Another bandit teased. "Dog." The guard bandit retorted angrily, "You're barking nonsense. There's a stunning girl at the gate asking for food." The camp fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement as a swarm of people rushed out. A stunning girl? Where? Where? Upon encountering a throng of people, Kameho Harumi's face lit up with a smile. "I am feeling somewhat hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" It had been quite a while since she had engaged in such merriment, and a little indulgence was indeed refreshing. The previously aloof demeanor transformed as the sweet and playful essence of a young maiden enveloped the entire campsite. Of course, we have food." A crafty-looking brigand took the lead, brandishing a piece of meat, waving it enticingly. "Look at this sizable cut. Isn't it splendid?" Despite his appearance, he was, in fact, the strategist of the bandits, holding a significant position among them. "Really? It seems incredibly delicious," exclaimed Kameho Harumi, her voice taking on a delightful lilt. "Dear brothers, I wish to partake in your feast." A wave of laughter rippled through the bandits, some unable to contain their mirth, covering their noses or bending over in suppressed laughter. A barely audible sound slipped from behind Kameho Harumi, unnoticed by the bandits, who remained transfixed by her presence. The charm of Lady Harumi is simply overpowering. Not a single one of these brigands can be spared. Hinata Kanzuya removed his mask, wiped away the blood from his nose, and reaffixed it. "Having witnessed such a side of my goddess, do they truly believe they can leave unscathed? What is the matter? I desire meat." Kameho Harumi's gaze flicked toward the hillside behind the camp, where a silver-haired boy was present. Among the 19 brigands before her, none possessed chakra, implying that the wandering genin remained seated within the camp. "Hey there, little girl, if you say just one word, I'll grant you some food, all right?" The brigand grinned mischievously, lifting the meaty leg bone higher. "All right, what do you want me to say?" Kameho Harumi narrowed her eyes playfully, her smile innocent. "What is this?" The brigand pointed at the meat in his hand. "Meat," she replied, tilting her head, seemingly oblivious to his inquiry. "And what about this?" He gestured toward the bone. "Bone? No, this is a stick. And together? Meat stick? Together?" Kameho Harumi extended a finger to her lips, tilting her head in thought, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders. Her breathtaking beauty leaving the onlookers breathless. In fact, the bandits themselves were nearly gasping for air, eagerly anticipating the unique beauty before them to utter the phrase in her sweet, melodic voice. "Come now, say it. I want to eat yours." The brigand, with his shifty eyes, breathed heavily, his gaze slightly reddening as he pointed to the meat bone in his hand. The band of brigands held their breath in silence, quietly applauding their cunning strategist. "Anshan, I wish to eat your meat." Kameho Harumi's eyelashes fluttered delicately, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as her lips parted slightly, each syllable resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. "Meat? What meat? Do continue." At that moment, even Hinata Kanzuya held his breath, his face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi, standing atop the hillside, gazed down at the campsite, unable to suppress his admiration. This wandering ninja is indeed remarkable. He possesses a keen sense of management and has developed his operations exceptionally well. If sanctions were to be lifted, it could potentially evolve into a formidable tribe, perhaps even attracting more powerful wandering ninjas. Gazing into the distance under the moonlight, the silver-haired girl had captivated everyone's attention. Squinting slightly, he counted the number of those drawn away, 19. One remained in the camp. Kakashi lowered his body, adjusted his mask, and leaped down the mountainside. Before the campfire, the wandering ninja ate roasted meat alone, quietly sipping from a flask. A group of inept fellows had scattered due to a woman. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had savored a woman's touch. Wiping his mouth, he shook his head. No, he would wait until the commotion subsided before seeking out a few women for pleasure. Just as he was about to take another bite of the roasted meat, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Who goes there? The meat in his hand flew away, only to be replaced by several kunai that flew back. Embedded in the ground, the wandering ninja's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retreated. A child? His eyes fell upon the figure before him, a small silver-haired boy with a headband, appearing quite comical. Kid, I don't know who you are, but I know you're going to die here today. Despite facing a child, he did not let his guard down, drawing his katana and slashing forward. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full strength. This principle was well understood. Or rather, it is a truth understood by any competent ninja. Life is but a fleeting moment, unless one's strength has reached a certain level where one can afford to be careless. Otherwise, in a state of weakness, even a kunai or an unassuming shuriken could spell one's demise. Clang! The blades clashed, and Kakashi felt a surge of force that sent him flying. Damn it! Is there such a vast difference in strength between me and an adult? Kakashi's expression changed instantly. At 5 years old, his body was far from fully developed. Facing an adult ninja, the disparity in power was enough to knock the wind out of him. Oh, still so weak. Who sent you here? Although the wandering genin had not passed the Chunin exam, his combat experience from countless battles far surpassed Kakashi's. Humph, Kakashi said nothing, adjusting his position in midair before landing. A ninja from the wood village? Through the firelight, he caught sight of Kakashi's headband. He was so small. The wood village has fallen. Enough with the idle chatter. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Since he could not rely on strength, he would have to depend on speed and agility. He pivoted on his feet, rapidly closing the distance to the genin, his short blades slashing at a cunning angle. Huh. The genin was startled. Kakashi's speed was astonishing, and he had no time to react, only managing to awkwardly shift his body backward. Kakashi's blade grazed his arm. Damn it. You actually managed to injure me, a child. The genin felt a surge of anger as he sheathed his katana. Surrendering the fight? Kakashi, gripping his short blade warily, sensed that this wound had not inflicted significant damage, and he doubted it would lead to the abandonment of the battle. As anticipated, the lower-ranking ninja began to form hand seals. Although his speed was not remarkable, the length of the seals suggested a formidable technique. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Oh, dear brother, I crave your flesh, uttered Kamiya Haru, pausing momentarily, her gaze imbued with enchanting allure. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, and her cherry blossom lips glistened. A tantalizing tongue slipped from her mouth, caressing her pearly white teeth, lightly pressing against her jelly-like, translucent lips. Gulp. A throng of bandits swallowed hard, and even Hinata was taken aback. Flesh, how enticing. Just then, a surge of chakra erupted within the camp, and the small stream nearby began to churn violently. The water, drawn by the chakra, gradually coalesced into a vague form of a water dragon. Not good. The camp is under attack. The bandit with shifty eyes, though seemingly lecherous, was the first to react. Capture that woman. The rest of you, return and assist the leader. The bandits snapped out of the suggestive ambience, some in a fit of indignation. Split into two groups, one charged toward Kamiya Haru, while the other clamored to rush inside. Boss, we're coming. Hold on. You vile woman. How dare you deceive us? Kamiya Haru sighed. Kakashi was still too young. Genjutsu, illusionary world. She raised her middle and index fingers, forming a seal. Her mental energy surged forth, effortlessly controlling the 19 bandits. Lady Haru. It was then that Hinata appeared before Kamiya Haru, turning his head away in embarrassment. I'll take care of them. Kamiya Haru felt puzzled. This was Kakashi's mission. Why was he so agitated? What's wrong? By the way, it seemed like you took a bit longer to appear. Were you daydreaming? They have witnessed a private side of Lady Haru. They must be silenced. Hinata brimmed with murderous intent, his fist cracking ominously. Private side? What do you mean? Kamiya Haru tilted her head in confusion. wondering what was so private about merely reciting a phrase. Lady Haru. Hinata tightened his grip on his mask. His face flushed beneath it. Forget it. I've had my fun. Kamiju Haru composed herself. Occasionally relaxing felt remarkably good. She understood his insinuation. Despite the word being inappropriate for a girl to utter, she had not said it yet. Falcon. As Kamiju Haru's voice gradually became languid, she stretched her body, her exquisite form on display for all to see. Ah, yet another reason to silence them. Hinata promptly replied, understood. Keep an eye on them. Once Kakashi deals with that lower-ranking ninja inside, coordinate to finish them off. Understood. With a casual sweep of her silver hair that had fallen over her forehead, Kamiju Haru slightly narrowed her eyes, drifting into a reverie. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Chakra erupted, and this level of ninjutsu nearly exhausted the lower ninja's chakra. This was his trump card. It must be said that possessing a jutsu of this caliber at the lower ninja stage was both a matter of pride and, simultaneously, a rather foolish endeavor. For a low-ranking ninja, the glaring deficiencies of insufficient chakra and inadequate control over it render the reckless attempt to employ advanced ninjutsu a path to self-destruction. A grand torrent of water coalesced into a nebulous dragon form, roaring fiercely at Kakashi. The water dragon spiraled through the sky, propelled by the rough guidance of its bandit leader, hurtling towards Kakashi with ferocity. Damn it, didn't those bastards see my water dragon? Indeed. This colossal water dragon served not only to attack and intimidate, but also to convey a vital warning. With this singular water bullet, he aimed to startle the ordinary foes across from him, allowing his bandit crew to encircle and subdue them, disarming their adversaries in the process. It was precisely for this reason that the bandit leader dared to expend his chakra to unleash such ninjutsu. However, this time things did not proceed as smoothly. His bandit squad failed to advance, compelling him to grit his teeth and maintain control over the dragon without letting it dissipate. Kakashi's figure appeared diminutive in contrast to the water dragon, akin to wielding a cannon against a mosquito. At first, he was indeed startled by the water bullet. Only a select few nin and the majority of nin employed high-level ninjutsu as standard tactics. Nevertheless, being an official offspring who had witnessed numerous nin in action, he swiftly regained his composure, stamping his foot firmly against the ground. Kakashi rolled to the side, avoiding the brunt of the impact. The water dragon crashed onto the ground, sending a spray of water into the air. The force of the water bullet was tremendous. Kakashi did not evade entirely, sustaining scrapes on his limbs from the rush of water. The impact sent him careening uncontrollably, rolling several times upon the ground. Damn! Driving his short blade into the earth, Kakashi struggled to stabilize himself, momentarily blinded by a flurry of white. Shaking his head vigorously, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Such an incident on his first live mission was truly humiliating. Had it been a solo task, he surely would have failed. As long as the bandits surrounded him, Kakashi would have no choice but to surrender. The magnitude of the commotion suggested that the bandits at the entrance had not yet joined the fray, indicating that the previous intervention by Shira was indeed effective. Extracting his short blade from the soil, Kakashi felt a tingling numbness in his limbs, rendering close combat an impossibility. With no other options left, he resolved to attempt a different strategy. The water bullet returned without success, and the bandit leader, filled with resentment, withdrew his blade once more. With chakra dwindling, he was left to resolve the situation through hand-to-hand combat against the young ninja. Observing the boy's precarious state, he felt confident of a swift resolution. Kakashi's gaze fixated on the advancing bandit leader, realizing for the first time that life and death could hinge on a fleeting moment. His hand, clutching the knife, began to tremble, and his limbs felt increasingly numb. The opponent had already begun to charge, determination to kill gleaming in his eyes. The sound of shoes striking the earth grew louder, approaching ever closer. Sheathing his short blade, Kakashi caught sight of the bandit's astonished yet murderous gaze. Die, brat. The katana traced a semicircle, slicing through Kakashi's form. He could see his body cleave in two, blood spraying like a tempest. Body replacement technique. Bang. A wooden stake was severed, and the blade spun swiftly in a circle. It had been anticipated all along. The bandit leader, having survived thus far, undoubtedly possessed experience surpassing that of Kakashi. In a rapid turn, the blade sliced through Kakashi's form behind him. With a poof, Kakashi transformed into a wisp of white vapor. A mere shadow of himself. A clone technique? What? Lightning release. A flash of electric brilliance struck the bandit leader, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Yet he continued resolutely towards Kakashi's true form. Kakashi, panting heavily from the side, realized that the electric shock capable of incapacitating Might Guy was ineffective against the bandit leader. Beyond the physical disparity, an equally significant difference in willpower loomed. The bandit leader's speed had diminished considerably, albeit the effects of the paralysis lingered. "You little brat. You can't move either, can you?" With a vicious grin, the bandit leader remarked, "Though I am unaware of who outside could possibly summon my subordinates. Killing you here would suffice. You're quite impressive for someone so young, nearly catching up to me. So do hurry and die." The blade was long enough to pierce Kakashi directly, yet the bandit leader refrained from this course of action. To thrust the blade would afford Kakashi a chance to retaliate. A clean decapitation would ensure no opportunity for counterattack. He advanced a few more steps. "I hadn't intended to employ this jutsu, having only just learned it a few hours ago." Kakashi adjusted his mask, facing imminent death. Lowering his gaze, he steadied his trembling limbs and began to weave hand signs. "You still possess chakra." The bandit leader panicked, quickening his steps. But alas, hindered by the paralysis, movement was arduous. Just as he stepped into the range for decapitation, Kakashi halted his signs. "Prepare to die. The one who shall perish is you." Lightning release. 1,000 birds. In a flash of lightning, Kakashi, driven by forcibly stimulated cells, propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the descending blade, directing his own 1,000 birds towards the bandit leader's heart. The technique cleaved through flesh as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, piercing the chest and obliterating the heart. With a thud, the blade fell to the ground. The bandit leader, affected by paralysis and blood loss, could no longer move. "You're quite strong, little brat. What is your name?" "Hatake Kakashi." "Is that so?" "My name is—" The bandit leader's voice faded, his body slowly slumping as life ebbed away. In the end, even his name dissipated into the ether. With a crash, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Pulling down his mask, he inhaled greedily, savoring the air of life. His arm had completely lost sensation. Forcibly employing 1,000 birds had taken a toll on his frail body. Yet, it must be said that this technique aligned inexplicably well with Kakashi. At his age, he lacked the strength for a decisive blow. At most, he could sever a throat or plunge a blade into a heart. However, 1,000 birds granted him a means of rapid, devastating power. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as Hinata Hate and Konoha Haru stood before the camp. Hinata activated his Byakugan, witnessing the final moments of the fierce battle. And even he felt a pang of anxiety for Kakashi. A moment's hesitation could spell death. Glancing back at Konoha Haru, who remained lost in thought with his eyes narrowed, Hinata couldn't help but admire his calm demeanor. Haru had evidently foreseen the outcome. Kakashi, being the son of Tsukumo and a prominent figure in the Umbu, would leave everyone at a loss as to how to bear Tsukumo's wrath should he perish. "Falcon, bring Kakashi here," Konoha Haru suddenly commanded. The bandits, initially brimming with confidence upon hearing the sounds of conflict within the camp, turned pale the instant the water dragon vanished and the birds began to sing. Coupled with Haru's words, their certainty of their leader's defeat solidified. "Please spare us," the scruffy bandit pleaded. Konoha Haru's genjutsu had not dulled their senses. It merely immobilized them. "Oh, I almost forgot about you," he remarked coolly. "Handle them shortly." His voice pronounced their death sentence, leaving 19 bandits trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter. Unable to move, turning back, Konoha Haru knew that since it was a mission, it must be completed. The kill order from Konoha implied that their organization had claimed more than one life. Understood, Hinata vanished from Haru's sight, having long desired to silence these bandits. He appeared beside Kakashi, who lay gasping for breath. Upon noticing Hinata's approach, Kakashi hastily pulled up his mask, ready to rise in vigilance. "Good awareness," Hinata commended. Relieved to see Hinata, Kakashi slumped against him, collapsing into his embrace. "Did Sister Haru intervene?" Kakashi asked. "Of course. Had she not, you would be doomed," Hinata replied. Setting Kakashi down before Konoha Haru, Hinata turned to deal with the bandits as the night deepened, their screams echoing through the darkness. "Sister Haru, I apologize," Kakashi murmured, observing the green light emanating from the empty air as Konoha Haru knelt beside him. Indeed, Haru nodded in acknowledgement. "This mission was poorly planned. I underestimated the enemy. What should be done then?" The proper strategy would have been to wait until they fell asleep, eliminating them one by one before finally confronting the bandit leader. Konoha Haru nodded in agreement, the green light dissipating as Kakashi's wounds were tended to. "Until your body matures, refrain from using Chidori excessively, and practice more of White Fang's sword techniques. Understood. Kakashi clenched his fist, feeling his senses return, and couldn't help but praise, Sister Haru, your medical ninjutsu is remarkable. You little rascal, Kamaho Haru teased, ruffling Kakashi's hair. Done, Lord Haru, came the report. Let us return. Indeed. Under the gentle embrace of the moonlight. The trio swiftly returned to Konoha, leaving the campsite abandoned, awaiting the ninja from Konoha to address the aftermath. Kakashi had independently accomplished a high-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, picked up the mission report detailing the intel on Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi. Well done, that boy, he mused, exhaling clouds of smoke, contemplating the promising future of Konoha's young talents. The vitality of Konoha's new sprouts indicated the flourishing of towering trees in the future. This child was merely 5 years old. Perhaps it was time to consider training him for the role of Hokage. Setting the report aside, he gazed into the distance at Hokage Rock, where generations had passed, embodying the enduring will of fire. Kakashi? Hokage? Danzo stood at the doorway of the Hokage's office, turning away with a dismissive thought. Perhaps it would be better for him to join Root. Humph. The position of Hokage was not something these youngsters could aspire to. If anyone should, it would be Danzo's gaze darkened as he suppressed his thoughts. Time rolled forward, and the weather began to chill. Seasons changed, and the years flowed like water, marking the impending end of Konoha's 39th year. He exhaled a cloud of white mist, rubbing his hands together. As the cold settled in, he added several layers of warm clothing to his once simple kimono, infusing it with a sense of warmth. Silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, bestowing a sweet charm upon Uchiha Shursui. The new year was approaching. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized he had been here for nearly a decade. A shy smile graced Uchiha Shursui's face as he reminisced about his arrival. I wonder how Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya-sensei, and Tsunade Nichin are faring. Lost in thought, a flash of gold suddenly appeared before him. Shursui-chan, I sensed you were thinking of me. The vibrant red-haired Kushina released her embrace of Namikaze Minato and dashed towards Uchiha Shursui. So warm, let me snuggle. Uchiha Shursui's gaze met Minato's steady eyes. The previously cold demeanor transformed into one of warmth. Long time no see. Safeguarding his kunai, Minato returned the smile. Indeed, long time no see. Shursui-chan, why didn't you ask about me? Kushina playfully nudged Uchiha Shursui's face, and he could only offer a resigned comfort in response. All right. Minato then shifted his attention back to Kushina, and Uchiha Shursui withdrew his gaze, suppressing his thoughts. Shall we go grab a bite? Kushina, oblivious to the interaction between the two, cheerfully raised her chin. No? Uchiha Shursui inquired, puzzled. Yes. With Minato's Flying Thunder God, it will be quick. Was the Flying Thunder God technique intended for such purposes? Minato chuckled resignedly, extending his hand towards Uchiha Shursui. Let us go. I left a mark at the dango shop. He swallowed the words about the first mark. Let's all go together. Kushina pulled Uchiha Shursui to his feet and dashed into Minato's embrace. Minato wrapped his arms around Kushina and extended his hand to Uchiha Shursui. Very well then. As their hands met, an electric sensation coursed through, prompting Kamikaze to instinctively retract hers. What was happening? There seemed to be an unsettling feeling within her. Yet, she tightened her grip. His large hand enveloped her cold little one, radiating warmth akin to the sun. Let us go, Minato. Konoha. A fleeting flash of golden light disappeared. Recently, Kushina found herself caught in a delicate balance of happiness and distress. The joy stemmed from being with the person she cherished, even though it remained unspoken. Ever since Minato rescued her last time and complimented her flowing red hair, her heart had completely succumbed to him. With each encounter, she discerned that Minato harbored feelings for her. At the dango shop, she distinctly heard his confession of love. Initially, she planned to maintain a semblance of restraint, but inexplicably, she found herself unable to resist drawing closer to him each time they met. Gradually, everyone grew accustomed to their presence together. However, a shadow of worry loomed over her. Her dear friend, a woman of ethereal beauty, seemed to harbor feelings for her man. What should she do if she sensed a connection between her husband and her best friend? Anxiety gripped her. In terms of looks and figure, her friend was certainly her superior, which led her to feel increasingly insecure. Thoughts such as, will Minato leave me for Konoha? Plagued her mind. No, that won't happen. Stay positive, Kushina. Minato and Konoha have been your friends since childhood. It had been a long time since she last saw Konoha. Perhaps she could invite Minato to visit her. Dango, please enjoy. She picked up a skewer of 3-colored dango, savoring the sweetness as it graced her lips. Konoha squinted slightly. observing the interaction between Kushina and Minato across the table, feeding each other dango, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Konoha, I must tell you. The shop that sells mung bean cakes seems to be launching a new product soon. Oh, really? She lazily leaned back in her chair, her bamboo skewer in hand, directing her gaze towards the two before her. Yes, it seems that in March next year, they will release Sakura cakes. I've heard that they will taste of cherry blossoms. Kushina excitedly shared with Konoha, gripping Minato's shirt tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. That sounds delightful. We should go try some when we have the chance. Konoha remained seated, offering no additional reactions. She lifted her teacup, sipping the warm brew, casting a puzzled glance at Kushina, who appeared to have relaxed. Kushina released her grip on Minato's shirt, anxiety creeping in. What if her conversation sparked interaction between Konoha and Minato, revealing something she wished to keep hidden? Minato. Konoha's cool voice broke the silence, causing Kushina to tense once more. Clutching Minato's shirt, Minato reached out, holding Kushina's hand reassuringly. What's wrong? How's your Flying Thunder God technique faring? Ah, so it was a matter of ninjutsu. It seemed that perhaps only she was preoccupied with matters of the heart. Kushina blinked her eyes, realizing that for both the man beside her and the girl before them, the pursuit of strength seemed to take precedence. Listening to Minato explain the Flying Thunder God technique to Hinata, she felt a twinge of self-mockery as she released her grip. How foolish of me to be so anxious. Hinata is simply my beloved Hinata, and Minato is my cherished Minato. For the three of them, love might just be a natural occurrence, blossoming alongside their emotions. Should we have another bout? Minato's eyes sparkled with determination. He had recently honed his Flying Thunder God technique and wondered if he could surpass Hinata. Perhaps not, considering my current attire makes it rather impractical to engage in combat. Hinata shook her head, tucking her silvery hair behind her ear. Indeed, wearing a kimono adorned with various decorations is hardly suitable for a fight. How about a snowball fight instead? Kushina suggested, noticing Minato's slight disappointment. A snowball fight? Before either could react, a commotion erupted outside the dumpling shop. Pervert. Capture the peeping Tom. How dare he spy on the women's hot springs? A white-haired ogre. Stop right there. Boom. A pit was formed in the snow outside the dumpling shop. Then, a voice familiar to all three of them rang out. Oh dear. Stop it. Oh no, not there. Ouch. Is that perverted teacher? Hinata paused, surprised. He has returned? Away with you, peeping Tom. After the group of women had thoroughly vented their frustrations, they departed, leaving behind a man covered in shoe prints. Jiraiya-sensei? As they stepped out of the dumpling shop, Minato called out uncertainly. The man in the snow resembled Jiraiya but wore a different outfit than before. Clad in a plain blue garment, draped in a striking red robe, and carrying a scroll on his back, he was unrecognizable without that familiar voice and his distinctive white hair. Ahem. Tada. I am the white-haired sage of Mount Myaboku. The Toad Messenger. The legendary Sannin. Unbeatable in any direction, even silencing crying children with my beauty, Jiraiya-sama has arrived, accompanied by a flourish of music. Jiraiya tossed his long hair back and summoned a toad, standing atop it with the shoe prints failing to mar his performance, striking a pose with one hand extended. Incoherent. Hinata offered her assessment. Somewhat foolish. She reiterated her critique. Jiraiya-sensei, do you need help turning off the recording device? Minato approached the recorder, lifting it in inquiry. Oh. Yes, thank you. Jiraiya climbed down from the toad, blushing slightly as he scratched his cheek, resolving to choose different words next time. Jiraiya-sensei, has your strength increased once more? Minato handed Jiraiya a towel to dry off, and given the spaciousness of the Hitaki residence, Hinata suggested they all stay there for a while. Indeed, since my conquest of the formidable Fumita in the Land of Rain, I have now gained the ability to commune with it. Jiraiya vaguely glossed over the events in the Land of Rain, proudly raising his forehead protector. It was then that Ueda Haru and the others noticed that Jiraiya had replaced his original Konoha forehead protector with one inscribed with the character for oil. This was a token bestowed by the great sage of the Toads, a testament to his affiliation with Myaboku Mountain. Ueda Haru glanced at the forehead protector, feeling a sense of greasiness emanating from it. So, in the Land of Rain, did you perhaps do something that you take pride in, perverted teacher? Of course not. I, Jiraiya, am a true hero. Jiraiya gestured with his thumb, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Oh, then, my heroic teacher. May I inquire about the illicit deeds you engaged in while in the Land of Rain? What are you saying, Haru? There is nothing to cough about. As Ueda Haru inched closer, Jiraiya instinctively retreated. Damn it, this girl is becoming more womanly by the day, even reminiscent of Tsunade. Kamitani Haru's exquisite visage drew near to Jiraiya, her proud figure pressing against him, leaving him feeling utterly disconcerted. Come now, confess honestly. Jiraiya's retreat came to an abrupt halt. As if an unseen force held him in place. It was Haru's ninjutsu at work. Namikaze Minato held hands with Kushina, silently observing. He too was curious about what Jiraiya had done in the Land of Rain. This Jiraiya attempted to break free, but found himself unable to escape. Haru, your strength has increased remarkably. Your teacher is quite gratified. He hastily praised her, hoping to divert the conversation. Kamitani Haru stood upright, regarding Jiraiya with disdain. If you wish to change the topic, you ought to devise a more clever approach. Come now, teacher, confess honestly, what clandestine affairs have you been involved in? Have you secretly found us a matron? Jiraiya, flustered and indignant, exclaimed, how could that be? You must know that I am fond of. Oh no, I've said too much. Oh, who is it that you are fond of? Kamitani Haru inquired. Perhaps he did not mean Tsunade? Of course, it is my most adorable and proudest disciple, Haru. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, drenched in cold sweat. Surely, his affection for Tsunade had not been revealed. TCH, Kamitani Haru shot him a disapproving glance. Her grip tightening with a force that made Jiraiya cry out. All right, I will speak. Just release your ninjutsu. Faced with his own disciple, Jiraiya could not raise a hand against her, yielding instead to the young girl's formidable presence. Silver Star. Sigh. She relinquished her technique, tossing her silver hair back, crossing her arms as she made her way to the table, kneeling gracefully. All right, let us hear it. Seeing Jiraiya dejectedly sit down beside Kamitani Haru, Namikaze Minato and Kushina exchanged smiles. How wonderful it is, the 7th squad has reunited once more. Ryuka, did you see this? Sigh. It was merely after we parted ways with you all. Jiraiya lifted a teacup, reminiscing fondly. I assisted the remaining forces in their retreat from the Land of Rain. At that time, Tsunade and Orochimaru were still present. But stay on topic. Haru, with a fervent gaze, took a sip of tea as she fixed her eyes intently on Jiraiya. In a modest village within the Land of Rain, akin to a slum, I discovered 3 children. Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. The ravages of war had shattered peace, thrusting children who could have otherwise lived happily into the depths of suffering. They could have laughed radiantly, yet were mercilessly ensnared by the clutches of poverty wrought by conflict. They resorted to stealing bread in the streets and were apprehended when discovered. It was then that I chanced upon them and swiftly intervened to rescue them. Compassion glimmered in Jiraiya's eyes. They beseeched me to teach them ninjutsu. Though I adhered to the principles of the battlefield, which deemed instructing foreign nationals as treason, I was unable to resist their heartfelt pleas. Thus, you compromised the principles of the battlefield? You taught the children of the enemy ninjutsu? Haru raised an eyebrow, while Minato furrowed his brow. Kushina, though innocent, understood the gravity of the matter. Indeed, Jiraiya sighed. One of them is Yahiko. In him, I perceive the essence of the prophesied child. Perhaps he can usher in peace to the world. The prophesied child? Haru blinked in surprise. What is that? Typically, such a figure is the protagonist, like Naruto. But he hasn't been born yet. She glanced at Kushina, who tilted her head in confusion. The prophesied child is the guidance bestowed upon me by the great sage of the mountains. It foretells that peace will be brought forth by this child. And I shall be his guiding light, Jiraiya declared proudly, giving a thumbs up. Then you believe that Yahiko might be the prophesied child, sensei? Minato, also a disciple of Jiraiya, inquired with a bemused expression. Yes, but I am uncertain. Perhaps even Minato could be the prophesied child, Jiraiya mused. We all fight for peace, for love and justice. With a sigh, he continued, Yahiko possesses ideals and a sense of righteousness. However, his talent is somewhat lacking compared to Konan and Nagato, making his comprehension a bit weaker. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a silver-haired boy entered, looking bewildered at the gathering of people in the room. What on earth? Why are there so many people in my house? Who is this greasy old man with white hair? Kakashi, you're back? Haru's melodious voice floated through the room, filled with warmth as she faced those closest to her, shedding the need for her usual icy demeanor. Yeah, Kakashi adjusted his mask, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, which was rather uncomfortable. I'm going to bed. All right, Haru offered him a gentle smile, causing Kakashi to momentarily freeze, as though a cotton candy had been placed in his heart. What's wrong? She tilted her head, appearing slightly puzzled. Nothing, he replied, the mask concealing his flushed cheeks. Tugging at his mask, with his ears burning, Kakashi turned and retreated to his room. Xiaoqing, your charm is too potent. Even that arrogant child is utterly captivated by you. Kushina laughed, doubling over in amusement as she pulled Minato closer. Fortunately, Minato has grown accustomed to your smile. Otherwise, I fear he might be utterly enchanted by you. What are you saying, Kushina? Is your mischievousness acting up again? Haru leapt toward Kushina, while Minato chuckled and vacated his spot to sit beside Jiraiya. It has been a long time since such warmth filled the air. Propping his chin on his hand, Jiraiya produced a bottle of sake and 2 cups from seemingly nowhere. Minato, care for a drink? But I'm still underage. What does that matter? Come now. With a wry smile, Minato lifted his cup, observing the 2 girls and their playful antics, and drained his glass of sake. Have you and Kushina become an item? Indeed. Jiraiya shook the sake bottle, refilling Minato's cup. And what about Haru? What are your plans? Minato gazed into his cup of sake. Our meeting was a most beautiful accident. He tilted his head back to finish the drink. As I grow older, I find myself at a loss for how to express this feeling. Minato's gaze grew somber as he looked at the 2 girls. Jiraiya let out a scoff, unsure if it was self-mockery or a jest at his apprentice's expense. Perhaps it was more self-mockery. The girl resembled Tsunade, just as he resembled Minato. Enough of that. Let us drink. With their cups filled, they began to drink, with no appetizers to accompany the sake, only the 2 girls before them and their shared memories. You 2 are sneaking drinks. After enough playful antics, Haru and Kushina suddenly noticed the 2 men toasting with their cups. What do you say, Haru? Care for a drink? Jiraiya leered as he shook the bottle. A girl becomes more beautiful with a touch of alcohol, just like Tsunade, who adored her drinks. The statement was cut short by a burp. Perhaps not, Haru replied, knowing her body had a negative tolerance for alcohol since the last time she had sweet wine. Oh. Come on, it's such a joyous day. The daring Kushina dashed out and soon returned with a bottle of sake and 2 cups. Kushina, you 2 get tipsy from a drink. Just as Haru attempted to intervene, she noticed Kushina's cheeks had already turned rosy. That little rascal has been sneaking drinks. Come on, Haru, let us drink. The red-haired girl, slightly intoxicated, leaned against Haru's shoulder. Kushina, you're drunk. Come on. No, please don't. It's so embarrassing. The 2 older men, upon witnessing Kushina tumble onto Haru, turned crimson and swiftly averted their gazes. Ahem, the moonlight is quite lovely tonight. Indeed. The room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere, as if celebrating the return of Team 7. In the 40th year of Konoha. This new year was spent in a haze of intoxication, unlike previous years when they would visit the shrine. Instead, a group of them, slightly dazed, accepted Kakashi's deadpan gaze as they finished breakfast. Haru, her face flushed, dressed quickly, cursing Kushina for having taken advantage of her the previous day. Kushina hung onto Minato like a koala, appearing as if she had slept well. Indeed, after a night of revelry, I found myself entangled with Kamizuki Hikari, exchanging tender kisses and warm embraces, a matter that brings a flush of embarrassment to my cheeks. As Hikari splashed warm water upon her face, the silvery star enveloped her, alleviating the throbbing in her head. Thank you, I sighed. The voice of the silvery star resonated with joy. To Hikari, it was akin to a cherished child. Perhaps only Jiraiya, seasoned in the ways of indulgence, seemed unfazed as he devoured breakfast, while even Kakashi appeared restless. Why the restlessness, one might wonder. The soundproofing of the Hitaki residence left much to be desired. A change of accommodations would be prudent next time. After a yawn, the group hastily finished their breakfast, preparing to pay their respects at the tomb of Ryuka. Oh no, we're late. The door of the Hitaki home burst open, and a youth adorned with protective goggles rushed in. How dreadful. I actually fell asleep during the first shrine visit of the new year. Kakashi, come out. Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, turned towards Uchiha Obito. What an imbecile. What? Kakashi, did you actually go? No, Kakashi replied, digging at his ear. Then stop blabbering and let us go. Rin is waiting for us. As Kakashi was pulled away by Obito, Hikari stifled a laugh. Is that Ryuka's brother? Indeed. Let us go. Knowing his brother is in good health will surely bring joy to Ryuka. After paying homage to Ryuka, the group dispersed. Jiraiya had matters to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Minato and Kushina had tasks to complete. Notably, due to Minato's efforts, Kushina had begun to take her training seriously, accompanying her husband on missions within the village. After arranging matters for the ANBU, Hikari meandered along the street. Hinata Hanabi was not by her side. as she had entrusted certain ANBU affairs to him. During the new year, the number of ANBU missions had significantly diminished. Nevertheless, fundamental protection and awareness remained imperative. With Hanabi's Byakugan assisting, their vigilance was nearly flawless. Unconsciously wandering into the dango shop, Hikari was pleasantly surprised to find it still open during the festive season. The server who had been covertly observing her appeared to be on leave, with the proprietor personally serving her meal. How tranquil it is, if only peace could persist. Yet, such a notion was futile. A dark voice suddenly echoed in her ear. I'll have the same. With purple eyeshadow, golden slit pupils, and pallid skin, it was Orochimaru. Little Hikari, another year has passed, he said, licking his lips. Indeed, she replied, taking a bite of dango while regarding Orochimaru. The laboratory has been constructed. Yes. The children have been chosen, and those willing to accompany me are already settled in the lab. That is good. Would you like to visit the laboratory? Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Hikari, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, I have nothing else to occupy my time. Hikari rose from her seat, following Orochimaru out of the dango shop. The guest, your meatballs. The proprietor gazed silently at the coins on the table, gently setting down the meatballs in his hand. The young girl had become a regular, visiting repeatedly. Orochimaru, accompanied by Kabuto, approached a building and looked up. Orochimaru's instrument shop, she mused. With a name like that, who would come to purchase instruments? Orochimaru shrugged. After all, it was merely a title. Entering the establishment, they arrived before a wall, upon which Orochimaru raised a finger. Open. The wall gradually softened, revealing a dark passageway before them. Orochimaru, this passage is too dim. Perhaps you should install some lights. Orochimaru observed Kabuto with curiosity. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? It's just a laboratory. I've been to many and seen blood before. Hey, it's nothing. I'll install lights later. Orochimaru walked ahead, with Kabuto closely following. After traversing the dark corridor, they emerged into a vast underground expanse, hollowed out by Orochimaru, resembling a serpent's lair, adorned with numerous passageways and chambers. Come, let me show you the children. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze wandering curiously around. Kabuto approached the door of a room, which was opened to reveal an interior that was unexpectedly warm and bright, contrary to her expectations of darkness. Orochimaru-sama, you have returned. A group of children gathered around, their eyes reflecting a mixture of longing and reverence. Ah, Orochimaru replied, turning to Kabuto. So, little Kabuto, does this satisfy your request? Sister, hug. Just as Kabuto was about to nod in agreement, a small figure wrapped its arms around her legs. Are you Tenzu? Yes. Kabuto lifted him up, Tenzu gazing intently at her. How old are you to be here? I'm 2. Orochimaru-sama is very good. I want to repay him. Tenzu responded in his still clumsy speech, prompting Kabuto to gently pat his head. You are truly a good child. Setting Tenzu down, she squinted slightly at Orochimaru. Little Kabuto, are you now at ease? Orochimaru licked his lips, surprised to discover this maternal side of her. Kabuto tilted her head. Why shouldn't I have a maternal side? After all, I consider myself a girl now. Heh. Orochimaru exited the room, leading Kabuto to a laboratory. A whiff of blood assailed her senses, causing her to furrow her brows momentarily before relaxing. What are you researching? Everything. Forbidden techniques, souls, minds. However, my greatest interest lies in immortality. His expression was fervent as he pointed to the creatures on the operating table. We owe a debt of gratitude to these natural beings. Their contributions have propelled my experiments forward. The only dissatisfaction I have is that they are too well fed. The excess fat complicates dissection. Kabuto stepped closer, examining the indescribable specimens. Are you currently studying spiritual entities? As Tsunade's heir to medical ninjutsu, Kabuto possessed an understanding of the physical body that rivaled Orochimaru's. Indeed. And what comes next? I have acquired some dubious items, intending to conduct a thorough investigation. What items, you ask? Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing a certain danger in Orochimaru's gaze. The cells of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Shaoqing, I implore you to assist me. Orochimaru looked at Shaoqing with anticipation, for this young woman was his kindred spirit. Perhaps the only one in this world capable of aiding him flawlessly. What do you intend to do? To uncover the formidable secrets of Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, to delve into the matters of reincarnation and cells. To elaborate, it concerns the very essence of life. Orochimaru's smile was shrouded in mystery. The essence of life? Shaoqing scoffed. for such matters are not easily researched. Even the scientific advancements of previous generations dared not aspire to comprehend the meaning of life. Haha. I have already conceived the idea of immortality. Orochimaru momentarily shifted the discourse to the topic of eternal life. Through my research, I have discovered that the aging of the human soul is remarkably slow, while the body cannot sustain the prolonged existence of the soul. Thus, I conceived a notion, through the exchange of bodies, guiding the soul into another vessel, and when that body too ages, to once again redirect the soul, thereby achieving the immortality of the soul, which is to say, eternal life. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with fervor. Xiaoqing sighed. It is impossible. Such actions would weaken your soul. A person's body and soul are intricately intertwined, and you are well aware of this. Xiaoqing herself was a testament to this truth. Her soul had not harmonized with her body, resulting in her childhood afflictions. It was only after Orochimaru aided her in aligning her soul with her body that she transformed into the moonlit fairy she is now. I understand. This is precisely why I am studying the body of Senju Hashirama, in hopes of discovering alternative methods. He licked his lips. With your mental prowess and medical ninjutsu, Xiaoqing, we should be able to uncover some fascinating findings. Please assist me. Xiaoqing sighed. Without sufficient strength, one must endure hardship. Without sufficient strength, one cannot protect what they wish to safeguard. Let us embark on the path toward truth. Ha ha ha, Xiaoqing, you truly are remarkable. Silence. Scalpel. Tweezers. Medical instruments danced through the air, and aside from the two individuals bustling at the laboratory table, it seemed as though another presence was aiding them. Xiaoqing, I must say, your ninjutsu is simply extraordinary. Removing his mask, Orochimaru smiled. I wish to learn it. Xiaoqing similarly removed her mask, discarding her gloves and letting her silvery long hair cascade down. That is impossible. Only I can wield this ninjutsu. Hiki, how enviable. As she departed the laboratory, Orochimaru donned his mask once more, continuing with the subsequent steps. During this period, they maintained their experimental state, with Xiaoqing assisting in operations that Orochimaru could not complete, while he handled all subsequent processing. Have I, then, dedicated myself to the pursuit of science? With her eyes briefly closed to dispel the gruesome sights before her, Haru exhaled deeply and made her way to the room where the children were gathered. Sister Haru. A throng of children rushed towards her, familiar faces among them, several of whom had willingly volunteered for the experiments. Some pharmacological trials had even been conducted under Haru's careful observation. Fortunately, the resolve of these children was unwavering. And with Haru's assistance, Orochimaru's experiments progressed swiftly, yielding successful medicinal results. Without Haru, the chances of survival for these children would have been considerably diminished. Sister. Hug. Tenzu dashed over, wrapping his arms around Haru's leg, a habit he had seemingly formed. Lifting him into her embrace, Haru playfully teased him, only to be met with his anxious inquiry. Sister, will something happen? Why do you say that? She asked, puzzled. Orochimaru had arranged everything meticulously, and the children seemed content. Having gained several pounds, there should be no cause for concern. Orochimaru-sama said he would give Tenzu some cells, he replied. Did Tenzu agree? It was Tenzu's own request. Can the cells from Hashirama be injected into a human body now? Haru raised an eyebrow. What prompted Tenzu to make such a request? She inquired gently, her voice imbued with warmth. To become stronger, to protect you, sister. The shadows of war were indelibly etched in the minds of these children. Tenzu's tone was resolute as Haru affectionately ruffled his hair. Little Haru, Orochimaru approached, indicating that the experiment had reached its conclusion. Setting Tenzu down, Haru turned to question Orochimaru. Why did you agree to inject Tenzu with Hashirama's cells? They are not fully researched yet, are they? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru replied, in prior animal experiments, Hashirama's cells were incompatible. However, upon examining human muscle tissue, I discovered that these cells could indeed survive within it. Yet, ordinary human cells cannot endure for long. I require a resolute living subject to conduct the trial, to prevent the dominant Hashirama cells from consuming the host's own cells. Haru understood Orochimaru's reasoning and furrowed her brow. But Tenzu shouldn't be the one. He's only 2 years old. I am aware of his desire for strength. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils locked onto Haru, then softened as he turned his gaze towards Tenzu. Momentarily taken aback, Haru had never witnessed such gentleness in Orochimaru's gaze. Following his line of sight, she beheld Tenzu's steadfast eyes. Despite his tender age, he was resolute in his intentions. Then let it be, she declared. The innocent voice pierced through the soundproof walls of the laboratory, marking the first time such a harrowing sound had echoed within Orochimaru's domain. Hold on, Tenzu. Haru grasped his small hand tightly, a green light emanating from her palm, casting a glow in the air. The dual medical ninjutsu safeguarded Tenzu's life. Orochimaru, now serious, narrowed his golden pupils, his pale hand clenched tightly on the side of the experimental table. Another wave of pain surged forth, the cells of Hashirama exhibiting formidable strength. Even a mere strand of them introduced into Tianzong's body inflicted immense suffering. Without the support of Kamizuki Seiren's medical ninjutsu, Tianzong would likely have been grievously injured. A weak groan escaped his lips, and it seemed that he had lost consciousness. Kamizuki Seiren's complexion turned ashen. The overwhelming output of chakra had left her utterly drained. Orochimaru tightened his grip and then relaxed it, delivering a powerful fist to the experimental table. The sound of glass vials clashing echoed throughout the room. It was a failure. Hold on, Tianzong. Kamizuki Seiren bit her lip. The chakra of the Silver Star was running low. As the Silver Star integrated into her being, the mental strain it imposed rendered her even paler. She noticed the Hashirama cells within Tianzong beginning to rebel, gradually consuming his own cells. The green light in her hand flickered intermittently, yet she persevered. Seiren, give up. If this continues, you will exhaust yourself. Orochimaru approached her from behind, his gaze filled with complexity. No, if I give up, Tianzong will die. Orochimaru fell silent. Due to Seiren's determination, he had done his best to safeguard these children, striving to prevent casualties from his experiments. The possibility of Tianzong dying as a result of his experiment filled him with a sense of defeat, indicating that something had gone awry. Tianzong, hold on. The Hashirama cells continued to consume Tianzong's own cells in increasing numbers. Just as Kamizuki Seiren felt she could no longer endure, a miracle occurred. The Hashirama cells ceased their consumption, reaching a state of equilibrium with Tianzong's cells. A tender voice resonated within the laboratory. Sister, Lord Orochimaru, I no longer feel pain. Wood release. A piece of wood appeared in Tianzong's hand, which he joyfully presented to Kamizuki Seiren. Sister, wood. Success. Tianzong, that's wonderful. Kamizuki Seiren affectionately ruffled his hair. Having ensured Tianzong's well-being after an extended period in the subterranean laboratory, she decided to teach him further before venturing outside. In the mountains, as in the depths, there was no sun or moon. When she informed Orochimaru of her intention to ascend, he was still drowsily tinkering with his equipment. Go on, go on. Just tell them I am training. With a wave of his hand, she exited Orochimaru's lair, a gentle autumn breeze tousling her long hair. Is it already autumn? It felt as though she had been transported to another world. As she strolled towards the Hitaki residence, she suddenly realized that she had grown accustomed to thinking of this place as home, having not visited her former small apartment in quite some time. Sister Seiren? A youthful voice called out, You're back? Have you been on a mission? Kakashi had just returned from an assignment, and upon seeing the silver-haired figure standing somewhat bewildered at the door, a smile tugged at his lips. For ninjas, the days of separation were familiar. After all, it had been a long time since Tsukumo had returned. Kakashi. Kamizuki Seiren turned her head to see the silver-haired boy had opened the door and was reaching out to her. Welcome home. Where there are those who miss you. That place is home. What else matters? She shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. I have returned. With a quiet thud, the two sat across from each other, while several maidens presented the meal. Sister Haru, where have you been lately? Kakashi glanced sideways, lowering his mask. In her presence, there was no need for the mask. After all, her beauty eclipsed his, and she was the closest person to him, even more so than his father, who was often away. I was out attending to some matters, Haru replied nonchalantly, extending her delicate fingers to pick at the food before her. This is a secretive tone, Kakashi mused, shaking his head as a silence enveloped the room. How have you been, Kakashi? Same as usual, navigating through missions. The life of a ninja was hardly thrilling. Tasks, and more tasks, intertwined with combat and bloodshed. Beyond that, it was merely a cycle of relaxation and training. What is it like to undertake missions alone? It's manageable, Kakashi replied, taking a bite of his meal while casting a glance at Haru, hesitating as if he had more to say. Is something on your mind? Speak freely. She placed her chopsticks down, elegantly wiping her mouth with a nearby napkin, her gaze fixed on Kakashi. Well, Sister Haru, I wish to advance to CH Nin. CH Nin? It's only been a year. Are you eager to run before you can walk? Indeed. Kakashi also set down his chopsticks, his expression serious as he regarded Haru. I believe my abilities have reached the level of Nin, and in terms of knowledge and leadership, thanks to a certain individual. I have been handling missions solo and am capable of leading a team. Haru tucked a silver strand of hair behind her ear and cleared her throat. Thus, I wish to attempt the Nin exam. Why not wait for the official Nin examination? As the maidens brought in more dishes and some tea, Haru picked up a piece of sakura cake. Kakashi's eyes widened in dismay as he looked at the content young lady. No one. Let me. Register. I missed it. His expression was one of deep lament, his gaze seemingly lethal. Upon returning from a mission one day, Kakashi noticed an unusual seriousness among the ninjas of Konoha, initially thinking something significant had occurred. However, upon inquiry, he learned that the Nin exam had concluded, and they were awaiting the results. Ahem. This sakura cake is quite sweet. Would you like to try some, Sister Haru? All right. I understand. Tomorrow I will take you to see Lord Third Hokage. The next day, in the Hokage's office. In summary, this was my oversight. I brought Kakashi to make up for the previous Nin assessment. Haru observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had concealed his pipe, and explained Kakashi's situation. Oh, no problem. But Kakashi is still quite young. Are you certain he possesses the capability to become a Nin? She glanced down at the silver-haired boy standing beside her, his expression inscrutable. Absolutely. Then I shall leave the assessment to you. Fortuitously, I have some free time now, and I shall serve as the judge. I, too, am eager to witness your current prowess. Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, taking solace in the sight of the two youths before him, newborn talents of the hidden leaf. Indeed, they were at the training grounds for their assessment. Kakashi and Kamisato Haru stood opposed, fingers raised to form a contrasting seal. Are you nervous, Kakashi? Kamizato's voice drifted across, prompting the silver-haired boy to shake his head. Noticing both were prepared, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and produced a kunai. As it struck the ground, the match commenced. Understood? With no dissent, he hurled the kunai into the air. Kakashi's gaze was not drawn to the kunai. Rather, it was fixated firmly on Kamisato Haru. This action elicited a nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stroked his beard as a member of the Umbu appeared behind him, placing a chair down. You've worked hard. With a soft thud, the kunai embedded itself into the ground, and Kakashi sprang into action. Quite swift. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged the Umbu with a nod, watching as they vanished, before leisurely settling into his chair and enjoying a puff of his pipe. Clang. The short blade flashed, slicing through the air before Kamisato Haru. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Kakashi felt as though he had struck a wall, unable to advance further. Bracing himself, he leaned back, executing a backflip, landing deftly before charging once more. Clang, clang, clang. Kakashi changed his attack direction thrice in quick succession, while Kamisato Haru merely stood poised, her delicate hands modestly positioned before her. The soft fabric of her kimono swayed with the breeze stirred by Kakashi's onslaught, as she remained there, embodying a serene stillness. What ninjutsu is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. He observed Kamisato Haru's lack of movement, yet a form of absolute defense seemed to envelop her. Mental energy? A subtle perception revealed that a unique aura of mental force surrounded her. Mental mysticism? It appeared that the illusion and sensory ninjas of yore had evolved into this. Taking a puff from his pipe, he watched as Kakashi repeatedly returned empty-handed. Kakashi, what will you do now? Kamisato Haru's cool voice rang out, still standing firm, quietly observing Kakashi's relentless assaults. How frustratingly crafty. Indeed, such tactics undermined the essence of the assessment. She nodded, retracting the silver-white star. Very well. If you can touch the hem of my garment, I shall consider you the victor. As time progressed, Kamisato Haru's prowess steadily ascended at this moment. Her abilities had firmly placed her within the ranks of elite Nin, teetering on the brink of surpassing the shadow level. Sister Haru, do you look down upon me? Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade, biting his lip. How could that be? Kamisato Haru stifled a laugh, and in that fleeting instant, Kakashi unleashed his ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning strike. A flash of lightning swiftly struck Kamisato Haru, inducing a sensation of paralysis. Well executed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had deftly lured his adversary into his rhythm before rapidly unleashing the previously sealed ninjutsu at this opportune moment, choosing to employ swift control-type ninjutsu rather than lethal techniques. Kakashi demonstrated remarkable insight. By subduing Kamizuki Haru, he could engage more effectively. Indeed, destructive ninjutsu typically lacks the swiftness required to counter the unique footwork of Kamizuki Haru. Furthermore, in the face of an evident disparity in strength, the essence of assessment lies in showcasing one's abilities to the best advantage. An odd, tingling sensation enveloped him. Kamizuki Haru parted her delicate lips, and under the influence of the numbing feeling, she experienced a peculiar yet inexplicably pleasant sensation. Her previously cool tone transformed into a sweet, almost coy voice, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to cough repeatedly. Kakashi, too, wore an expression of bewilderment, yet being merely a child, he gripped his dagger tightly and charged forward. A flash of light erupted as the blade aimed for Kamizuki Haru's waist. The disparity in height posed a challenge for Kakashi. Rather than retreating, Kamizuki Haru stepped closer. Her dainty feet clad in traditional wooden clogs moving forward, extending a pristine finger to tap lightly on Kakashi's forehead. Boom. Kakashi was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing against the wall and enveloped in a cloud of dust. "Don't use shadow clones to confuse me. It's futile," she remarked. With a gentle stomp of her clog, the ground beneath her caved in, startling Kakashi from his concealed position. "Oh, the remarkable strength of Tsunade," Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. "When did you master Earth Release?" "I encountered an Earth Release ninja previously, who was subdued by my lightning release, and I extracted this knowledge from him," Kakashi replied, resignedly clutching his dagger, now fully aware of Kamizuki Haru's formidable prowess, which had surpassed his expectations. "So you can wield both elemental types of ninjutsu? Quite impressive." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again, increasingly impressed by this young prodigy. Once more, this time, Kakashi eschewed a straightforward approach. He stepped onto the path of the white fang, his movements becoming sharp and deceptive. The dagger sliced through the air in an intricate manner, embodying the white fang's techniques. Kamizuki Haru nodded in approval. Kakashi had not neglected his training, and her own feet began to move, albeit with a tingling discomfort. This feels somewhat unpleasant," she murmured, stepping forward, her supple form swaying to an unspoken rhythm. Kakashi moved swiftly, occasionally striking at Kamizuki Haru, who danced gracefully amidst the flashing blades, transforming the encounter into not merely an assessment, but a captivating performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in awe, realizing the new generation of Konoha was formidable, particularly Kamizuki Haru, whose footwork resembled that of a celestial maiden, a title that SHM had aptly conceived in years past. Whoosh! As the dagger sliced through the air, the two engaged in a graceful interplay, akin to a duet. Silver hair billowed, and her enchanting movements took on an ethereal quality. Genjutsu, the construction of illusions, enveloped Kamizuki Haru's dance in an increasingly nebulous haze, leading Kakashi into a state of confusion. Why must they fight? Oh, but isn't Sister Haru merely playing with me? The dense mist shrouded Kakashi's eyes, gradually causing him to lower the blade in his hand, seemingly entranced by a beautiful illusion. In this dreamlike realm, every expression and gesture of Haru Uchiha was utterly captivating. No, Kakashi shook his head, gazing at the ethereal girl before him, gripping his short blade tightly. Lightning release. Chidori. Huh. Kakashi abruptly opened his eyes, his hands swiftly forming seals as lightning surged forth. Enough. That will suffice. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, declaring in a clear voice, "Hatake Kakashi, you have passed the assessment." After leading Kakashi out of the Hokage's office and healing the muscle tears caused by Chidori, she accompanied him to the dango shop. As a celebration, "Today you shall treat us," Haru said with a gentle gaze, ruffling the hair of the boy who resembled a younger brother. "But you are the elder sister. How can you ask me to pay?" Kakashi retorted with his deadpan stare, randomly poking at the menu for a few dango. It was worth noting that he had little affinity for sweet foods. "You are not without funds," she replied. He ordered the customary 3-color dango and handed the menu to the proprietor. Harudano, if it pleases you, allow me to treat. You paid far too much last time." The dango shop owner rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the excessive silver left by Orochimaru during his last visit. "Look, someone is treating," Kakashi said, propping his chin on one hand, feigning boredom. No, please allow me to." Unable to resist the shop owner's enthusiasm, Haru reluctantly acquiesced. "So, Kakashi, what are your thoughts now that you've been promoted to Chunin?" Haru asked, taking a skewer of dango and happily placing it in her mouth. "Thoughts?" Kakashi said, shaking the dango in his hand with disdain, looking rather uninterested. "Not much, really. All I desire is to catch up to my father's legacy, then surpass him and become Kakashi of Konoha, not just the son of White Fang." "Is that so?" You are quite ambitious, she remarked, tousling his hair. Noticing he wasn't eating the dango, she snatched it from him. Indeed, dango is the best. Then why am I here celebrating if I don't eat? Kakashi glared at his sister, who had taken his dango, with a look of resignation. Eh? Will you accompany me to Konoha Hospital? After filling their stomachs. Haru led the famished Kakashi around until they arrived at the hospital. The hospital? What for? He asked, his stomach growling. He regretted not having eaten more dango earlier. By the way, how does a woman's appetite work? She devoured my share of dango without a second thought, he mused, tugging at his mask, his eyes vacant, feeling famished. Just keep up. To Kakashi's surprise, Haru was held in high regard at Konoha Hospital. Every nurse greeted her with utmost respect. The reason for this was simple. Haru had established an orphanage and had sent the children from the hospital there. In addition to being credited by the director for healing Yuhi Kurinai with medical ninjutsu that rivaled Tsunade's. Haridano. Greetings, Haridano. With a gentle smile. Kamishiro Haru was met by a small nurse who hurried over. Lady Haru, you've arrived. It was the nurse who had previously cared for her. Indeed. Are there any new children recently? You truly have a heart of gold. As it happens, a child has just been brought in, and he has silver hair as well. The nurse's gaze shifted to Kakashi. Is this your brother? Yes, Haru replied, slightly bowing. Kakashi, say hello. Hello, Kakashi said, forcing a smile. I'm starving, by the way. What is interesting in the hospital? Oh, Lady Haru, the director of the orphanage is also here to see the children. Would you like to go visit? Oh. The small nurse led Haru and Kakashi upstairs to the same room as before. Standing at the door, they could hear the voice of the pharmacist, Yanoyu. Everyone. Be good now. Here, we have milk. Over there, no fighting. Be good friends. Yes, that's a wonderful drawing. Suddenly, the door opened on its own. And Yanoyu turned to see them, cradling a child, whose fine silver hair had just begun to grow in. Wow. The child, startled by the opening door, began to cry. There, don't cry, little one, it's all right, Yanoyu cooed, gently rocking the infant as if in a cradle. Her long golden hair and nun's attire presented her as a figure of serenity, prompting Haru to nod appreciatively and lower her voice. The small nurse intended to inform Yanoyu of Haru's arrival but was silenced by a gentle shake of Haru's head. The baby's cries subsided, and he nestled against Yanoyu's chest, drifting into a peaceful sleep. Yanoyu carefully placed him in a nearby bed, covered him with a blanket, and cautioned the other children not to disturb him before approaching Haru. With a deep bow, she softly greeted, Lady Haru, greetings. Greetings, Haru replied, inclining her head and glancing at the children inside. Is that child named Do? Yes. He was born not long ago and lost his parents. It is truly tragic. Yanoyu said with compassion in her eyes. I named him Do, hoping he would understand the art of medicine and possess the strength of a warrior. Do, meaning the helmet worn by Japanese samurai, symbolizes the protection of the most cherished things. What a lovely name, Haru remarked softly, her heart warming towards children. Is Lady Haru here for something in particular? Yanoyu seemed to notice Kakashi, who was curiously peeking inside. I merely came to visit and unexpectedly found you here, Haru replied, reflecting on the genuine kindness in Yanoyu's demeanor, unable to fathom why such a person would be rooted in this place. This is my brother, Hatake Kakashi. Noticing her continued interest in Kakashi, Haru felt compelled to make the introduction. Hello, Kakashi said, awkwardly managing another greeting. What a hassle. I am utterly famished. Kakashi's stomach rumbled, and he hastily covered it, a faint blush creeping onto his face, thankfully hidden behind his mask. Are you hungry? The perceptive Kushina Uzumaki heard the sound emanating from Kakashi's belly and gently extended her hand. Come, allow me to take you inside. There are milk and bread. Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss, but the gentle push from Kamizuki Izumo urged him to grasp Kushina Uzumaki's hand. This simple gesture caused Kakashi's cheeks to flush. Nanoyu's hand was soft, radiating a nurturing warmth that momentarily left Kakashi dazed. Throughout his life, Kakashi had only known the taciturn presence of his father, and the closest he had to warmth was the occasionally sweet demeanor of Kamizuki Izumo. He had never truly experienced the essence of maternal love, and he had thought himself accustomed to this absence. Logically, as the only woman in his life, Izumo should have evoked a sense of maternal affection in him. Yet, to Kakashi, the exquisitely beautiful Izumo could only be regarded as an elder sister, never a mother. Thus, when touched by the overt maternal instincts of Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi awkwardly turned his head away. Here, this is milk, and this is bread. Please hold them carefully. Kushina Uzumaki handed the food to Kakashi, pointing out each item. I understand. I am not a child anymore. Kakashi replied, taking the food with a hint of weakness as he seated himself nearby. Aware that his underdeveloped physique spoke little of his maturity. Indeed, Kakashi is the best. Just sit here and enjoy your meal. Nanoyu smiled as she gently ruffled his hair, her touch soft and tender. Izumo stood silently beside them, observing. She could sense Nanoyu's genuine affection for Kakashi, which only deepened her confusion. Once Kakashi was settled, Kushina Uzumaki approached Izumo, who remained at the doorway, as the little nurse had departed to attend to her duties. Lady Usagi, may I have a moment of your time? Nanoyu said respectfully, glancing around to ensure their privacy. Oh, Izumo replied, somewhat startled. She had previously noticed that despite being from the root, Nanoyu showed her a remarkable level of respect. Following her to a secluded corner of the hospital corridor, where they were alone, Kushina Uzumaki immediately knelt before her. Umbu Infiltrator, be at your service, Lady Usagi. Izumo was taken aback. Infiltrator? I was unaware of this. As a professional intelligence officer, Kushina Uzumaki had flawlessly executed her role, particularly excelling in confidentiality. When Danzo sought candidates for the Umbu, the deputy minister took the opportunity to embed her within, but unfortunately, the sealing jutsu imposed by Root prevented her from disclosing much information. Please forgive me, my lady. Kushina Uzumaki expressed with a look of remorse, explaining that without the sealing jutsu, she could not gain Danzo's trust, which required significant sacrifice to infiltrate. Is that so? Now it all makes sense, Izumo remarked, a light of understanding dawning upon her. No wonder I always found Kushina Uzumaki to be somewhat peculiar. She has always been a part of the Umbu. Recently, Danzo has been investigating undercover agents, and I sense that I may be a suspect. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fong hurriedly apologized. It's all right. Your safety is of utmost importance, Kamizuki reassured, her eyes narrowing slightly. What are Danzo's true intentions? Let us declare publicly that it was I who placed Do in the orphanage. If Danzo has ulterior motives, he will undoubtedly act upon hearing this news. Indeed. Now, let us return. It would be impolite to keep the children waiting. Kamizuki turned, her wooden sandals softly touching the ground, her pace leisurely as if lost in thought. Sister Hikari. Kakashi, having satisfied his hunger, emerged through the door, spotting Kamizuki in a daze in the corridor. The gentle elder sister had returned. She must be the head of the orphanage, she proposed, exuding a maternal warmth. Ah, Kakashi, Kamizuki responded, snapping back to reality. What is it? Nothing. I was just wondering if I am perhaps not very adept at strategy. Kakashi replied, his expression perplexed. Never mind, it's nothing. Kamizuki shook her head and affectionately ruffled Kakashi's silver hair. Sister Hikari, I don't quite grasp your thoughts. If one possesses immense power, is strategy still of any use? Kakashi remarked disdainfully, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. At a certain level of strength, strategy becomes futile, much like my father. Kamizuki paused for a moment before responding, indeed, if only one could attain the strength of your father. But if your father perished due to someone else's schemes, what would that imply? That he was not strong enough, correct? My father is the strongest, Kakashi asserted emphatically. The formalities for Do were swiftly completed. To affirm that it was Kamizuki who personally requested his admission to the orphanage, she even held Do in her arms, feeling the weight of life. Yet, the most vexing part was that Do clung to her stubbornly, rendering even Yakushi Nono's embrace ineffective. Amused yet exasperated, Kamizuki stayed with him until he finally fell asleep before departing from the orphanage. As expected, this news soon reached Danzo's ears. In the depths of Konoha, at the root base, Danzo's expression darkened as he sat in his chair, his unbandaged hand drumming against the armrest. You mean that little girl specifically placed a child in the orphanage? Yes, replied a tightly clad ninja, kneeling before Danzo. Does that child possess any special traits? No. The ninja named Q answered, raising his head, his golden hair falling around his glasses, his expression one of pity. Nothing noteworthy has been discovered. Is that so? You should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Danzo leaned back, his mistrust evident towards the woman before him, who had come from the Umbu. Her claim that the child was unremarkable could very well be a facade. I would not dare. Yakushi Nono's expression remained unchanged as she adjusted her glasses. Humph. Your next mission is to investigate the situation in the land of Earth. They seem to be stirring once more. Danzo grunted, issuing another task. Lord Danzo. The orphanage requires supervision. If you do not attend to it, the orphanage will vanish by tomorrow. Understood. Pharmacist Yano Yu silently nodded, remaining reticent. Danzo, satisfied, stood from his chair, leaning on his cane as he approached the bowed head of Yano Yu, resting a hand gently upon it. Be obedient, and someone will take good care of the children for you, he murmured. The exceptional intelligence officer of the Umbu, Hitsuji. Lord Suki Usagi, I can only do so much. May the children remain safe, and may I survive in the land of Earth. Since that fateful day, Kamizawa Haru had not visited the orphanage, both to avoid suspicion and to further convince the increasingly paranoid Danzo that something was amiss there. The rhythm of events repeated itself. Yet Kakashi no longer needed to lead missions. He had established his own pace and efficiency. Notably, under Haru's guidance, the young boy guy had successfully become a genin. Yes, that day, the boy had wept a river of tears in Kakashi's embrace, continuously nurturing her mental fortitude, honing her ninjutsu and movements. She sensed she was merely a hair's breadth away from achieving the rank of shadow. It was a threshold, whether it be the silver star or the extraordinary strength. Even her own unique technique, which she had named Moon Dance after refining the White Fang steps, had yet to reach its limit. Yet, there lingered an unseen force constraining her progress. With a sigh, she slowly opened her eyes, feeling a twinge of frustration as she brushed her silver hair aside. Oh, why does it always feel just a bit insufficient? Lady Haru. Hinata Kinzuya appeared before her, presenting a box of Sakura cakes. Recently, with the assistance of the vice minister, Hinata had mastered most of the Umbu's tasks, nearly able to replace Haru in her duties. Well, I shall merely serve as a mental support, the proverbial poster girl. The mascot, she mused. Thank you. Haru took a piece of Sakura cake from the box and placed it in her mouth. The rich fragrance of cherry blossoms and the sweet, indulgent texture flooded her palate, the soft confection dissolving on her tongue, releasing waves of flavor with each bite. This is truly delicious. Indeed, I shall procure more next time. Hinata set down the box and poured a cup of tea, handing it to her. The entire atmosphere felt remarkably cozy. Suddenly, an Umbu agent rushed into their presence. Lady Suki Usagi, Lord Hyoku, Haru, distracted while picking up another piece of Sakura cake, snapped back to attention. Speak. Noticing her lack of focus, Hinata took the initiative. The minister, he has sought aid from Konoha. The Sakura cake slipped from Haru's fingers, crashing to the ground as the Umbu felt an overwhelming weight press upon him. Cough. The Umbu cried out in distress. Haru's focus sharpened instantly, her mental energy surging forth as the silver star pinned the Umbu down. What did you say? Lady Suki Usagi. The minister, he has infiltrated the land of Earth. And we have just received a call for assistance from Ninja Hawk. Sakumo? Asking for help? Are you jesting? The White Fang of Konoha requires assistance. Kamizuki Haru firmly subdued the Umbu, while Hyuga Kinzuya hurriedly pulled her back. Haru, calm down. Just take a breath. To Haru. Hatake Sakumo was both a mentor and a friend. Despite his taciturn nature, every gesture he made exuded care for her well-being. What on earth is happening? Sakumo. Our mission is exceedingly challenging. Nakamura Taro patted Sakumo's shoulder. They were old comrades in arms, their strength akin to that of Jonin. The land of Earth is stirring, and our primary task is to ascertain the light and shadows surrounding their forward camp. Sakumo retrieved a map from his bag, pointed at it, and succinctly conveyed his thoughts. The other assisting Chunin gathered around to examine the map. You decide how to proceed, Nakamura Taro said with a smile, feeling immense pride for his old friend. I will infiltrate alone. You all stay here. Sakumo's gaze darkened as he surveyed the surrounding ninjas. What? What are you saying? Nakamura Taro was momentarily taken aback, gripping Sakumo's clothing tightly. Are you joking? You intend to infiltrate the land of Earth as foremost camp by yourself? Yes. Don't be foolish. If you go in alone, who will provide backup? I am more suited to go in alone. Sakumo, confident in his abilities, stated resolutely. Is this an order? Nakamura Taro released his grip, a dazed expression crossing his face. This is both an order and a mission. Sakumo scrutinized the map once more and then regarded his old friend. I apologize. I will handle this arduous task myself. Since it is a mission, it must be accomplished, correct? Nakamura Taro looked into Sakumo's eyes. Indeed. One word severed any lingering thoughts in Nakamura Taro's mind. Very well. Sakumo packed his belongings alone and, under the cover of night, departed, leaving behind a scroll with instructions for Nakamura Taro. If he had not received any news within 5 days, he was to send the scroll with a ninja hawk. Falcon, prepare to depart at once. We must go to the rescue. Kamizuki Haru, her expression frosty, shed her kimono in favor of battle attire. She pulled her silver hair into a ponytail with a hair tie, and donned a light purple combat outfit over a snug, breathable mesh top, complemented by black thigh-high socks that accentuated her figure. She adjusted the pure white lace gloves, encasing her slender fingers to prevent injury from her exceptional strength. Finally, she secured her ninja tool pouch and prepared to step out the door. "Harune?" Kakashi rushed in, a look of panic etched on his face. He had just returned from a mission, and an unsettling premonition struck him as he discovered Haru was not in the courtyard sipping tea as usual, but had instead changed out of her plain white kimono. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Stay home," Haru's unusually cold voice echoed, causing Kakashi to falter. "What has happened?" He pondered, trying to calculate what could have caused Haru to be so uncharacteristically agitated. In the women's bathhouse of Konoha, Jiraiya was present, while Tsunade was away on a journey. Orochimaru and Kakashi remained unaware of the situation, and recently, Minato and Kushina had been openly displaying their affection for one another in the village. The only acquaintance of Kamishiro Haru was Kakashi. And coupled with a nagging sense of foreboding, Kakashi's instinct whispered that something might have happened to his father. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a surge of anxiety. Without uttering a word, Kamishiro Haru advanced forward, the atmosphere around her growing noticeably colder. Kakashi hastened to position himself in front of her, his usual vacant expression replaced by an unusual seriousness. "Sister Haru, please tell me, has something happened to my father?" "Step aside," she replied curtly, unwilling to engage in a pointless argument with Kakashi, as this matter was beyond his control. "I will not," Kakashi insisted. At that moment, Hyuga Hanabi appeared behind Kakashi, swiftly incapacitating him with a precise strike. In that fleeting instant, Kakashi caught a glimpse of regret in Haru's eyes. "Let us go," Haru commanded coldly as Hanabi laid Kakashi on the tatami mat. "What about the others?" "We need to summon Minato." Haru, initially hesitant, ultimately decided to have Hanabi call upon the Fourth Hokage, understanding that it was prudent to seek assistance from someone as formidable as the White Fang of Konoha. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush caught their attention. A figure darted through the foliage, vanishing in an instant. What schemes are afoot in the land of Earth? Hatake Tsukumo had been lurking around the perimeter of their forces for 5 days, consciously tempering his presence. Should there be no signs of activity by nightfall, he would return to their designated meeting point. Years had passed since the war's conclusion, and the great nations that suffered losses had quietly endured their fate, while the more powerful ones began to stir restlessly, particularly the land of Earth. He had accepted a high-level mission to investigate the frontline situation of the land of Earth. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had suggested he take a small team for reconnaissance, but he declined, believing that too many individuals would hinder their efforts. There was also an unspoken reason that weighed heavily on his heart, having witnessed the death of his beloved. He had vowed never to allow another dear person to fall before him. Thus, he had transcended the shadows, swearing to protect those close to him at all costs. Were it not for Hiruzen's insistence on having a few allies for potential backup, he would not have taken anyone with him. The rustling of the grass brought him to attention as 2 Earth shinobi passed by. "How long must we remain here?" one queried. "Soon," the other replied. "Once they finish organizing, we can set forth." "Huh. We'll catch Konoha off guard." Tsukumo narrowed his eyes, recognizing the significance of this information. What if Konoha sends someone to scout? Reining in his presence further, Tsukumo resolved to let the 2 shinobi return, opting for a strategy of patience to ensnare a larger catch. "What's there to fear? We'll just have the seniors inside send a few people to sweep the area. This is troublesome. We must resolve this today, or Nakamura Taro and the others will be discovered." With a determined glint in his eye, Tsukumo swiftly vanished from sight. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that, after his disappearance, a figure gradually materialized in his stead, seizing a leaf for inspection. Its gaze directed towards the place where Tsukumo Hatake had vanished. "Hehehe, Konoha's White Fang? Quite unexpected, isn't it? Light release, light concealment technique." The figure slowly dissipated into the trees, as if erased from existence, leaving no trace behind. "Minato, hurry." A flash of silver streaked by, followed closely by a glimmer of gold, as Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Hinata and Ya, instantaneously pursued the swiftly moving Kisaragi Haru. Hinata's speed paled in comparison to Haru and Minato's, necessitating that they initially slow their pace to accommodate her. Unable to wait any longer, Haru promptly devised a solution, placing the Flying Thunder God mark upon herself, then swiftly moving while Minato carried Hinata along with him using the Flying Thunder God technique. Although this method of travel consumed a considerable amount of chakra, it was remarkably swift. "Tsukumo, you must be safe, right?" Haru recalled the moment before Tsukumo's departure, when he taught her the moon dance. Under the moonlight, the two swayed gracefully, perhaps sensing then that this journey might lead to a farewell. As one departs, may you cherish your well-being. Damn, how could I have uttered such words back then? At the Hitaki residence in Konoha, Kakashi struggled to awaken from his unconsciousness. Realizing that night had already fallen, he pounded his fist against the floor in frustration. If only I were stronger. Father, I hope you are safe. Haru, I entrust everything to you. Hehehe. Who? As the night deepened, Tsukumo Hitaki poised to stealthily infiltrate the camp and gather intelligence before promptly returning. Suddenly sensed a murderous intent looming behind him. A kunai silently approached his neck, and in the next instant, Tsukumo vanished from his original position. Konoha's white fang. Truly quick on the draw. A muffled voice resonated as Tsukumo withdrew his white fang, eyes alertly fixated on the spot he had just occupied. It was exceedingly rare for someone to approach him so stealthily. Who are you? Hehehe. The figure remained silent, circling behind Tsukumo once more, presenting a kunai. Clang. In an instant, Tsukumo pivoted, his white fang clashing with the kunai. Transparent. He widened his eyes, for the kunai was evidently wielded by someone. Yet he discerned no one before him. With a swift kick, he felt a tangible impact. The wielder of the kunai was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Not particularly strong, likely somewhere between a J-nin and an elite J-nin. Konoha's white fang is indeed extraordinary. The muffled voice echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions. Engaging in trickery. Tsukumo's expression hardened, his senses fully alert as he faced such an enigmatic adversary for the first time. Light release. Illusion technique. Light release. Illusion technique. The oppressive voice permeated the air, causing Tsukumo to feel a fleeting disorientation, his vision beginning to blur. Genjutsu. After a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly reacted, raising two fingers in response. Release. Yet, the dizziness did not subside. Rather, it intensified. With a swift whoosh, several shuriken flew through the air, producing a sharp sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. Instinctively, I deflected the shuriken one by one, only to find that the vigorous movements exacerbated my dizziness. What is this? Shikaka shook his head, realizing it was a form of light-based ninjutsu, likely a bloodline limit. Indeed. Whispers in the underground marketplace spoke of an assassin named Anko, who had recently gained notoriety. Could this be him? He chuckled ominously, proclaiming that in this world, where there is light, there is also darkness. No matter how shadowy the surroundings, a glimmer of light persists. The muffled voice resonated. I am Anko. Remember my name when you perish. Light release. Light killing technique. A luminous source emerged in Anko's hand, manifesting into streaks of radiant beams, resembling elongated kunai. They fell like a torrential downpour, aimed directly at Shikaku. With a flurry of piercing sounds, Shikaku's form was instantly perforated, transforming into a wooden substitute. Oh, so one can instinctively locate a replacement? Hidden in the shadows, Shikaku blinked, finding a measure of relief in the enveloping darkness. Could it be that the light was causing the disorientation? Is that why one cannot simply dispel the illusion? Having encountered J-Ya's shadow clones, Shikaku possessed some understanding of such intricate illusions. I have found you. Light release. Light binding technique. Streams of light surged through the foliage, ensnaring Shikaku. These beams were infused with chakra, proving more resilient than ordinary ropes. Shikaku found himself unable to break free. Where there is space, there is light. I just mentioned this. You haven't forgotten, have you? Light release. Light killing technique. White fang. The white light emanating from Shikaku's right hand flickered. The blade's aura erupted, shredding the luminous bindings as he swiftly evaded the barrage. The sharpened rays pierced through trees and leaves. Fortunately, the light traveled in a straight line, making it less likely for him to be struck while airborne. Landing on a branch, the renewed effects of the light caused a resurgence of confusion in his mind. How troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to simply succumb? Anko's voice echoed, laden with a hint of annoyance, as if it originated from both the front and the back. The true nuisance appears to be you, Shikaku thought, taking a deep breath. In the face of such an elusive voice, fighting with closed eyes was clearly impractical. He needed to devise a swift means to eliminate the threat. J-Ya, take a breather. Minato appeared beside J-Ya in a flash of golden light, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. J-Ya remained silent, merely biting her lip. The relentless pace had drained her stamina, and the continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique had nearly depleted Minato's chakra reserve. I apologize if it weren't for my hindrance. Hinata expressed his guilt, acknowledging that his slower speed had impeded their progress. It's all right, Kage. Use your Byakugan to ascertain our direction. Minato sat beside them, distributing 3 soldier pills with a gentle smile. Understood. Hinata Kage immediately activated his Byakugan, extending its range to an impressive 5 kilometers, far surpassing the average 1 kilometer typical of the Hyuga clan. Relax a bit. Lord White Fang is exceedingly strong. Seeing Kamizuki Haru sulking in silence, Minato Namikaze approached and squatted down before her. Observing the tension etched on her delicate features, he felt a slight discomfort in his heart, though it was quickly suppressed. Haru? Kamizuki Haru took a deep breath, looked up at Minato, and exhaled. I'm fine. Are you and Lord White Fang quite close? She cast a curious glance at him, sensing a hint of unease. He can be considered my mentor. The unease dissipated. Rest well. Once your chakra is restored, we shall depart immediately. All right. As she watched Minato move aside to recuperate, Haru clenched her fist, the white gloves brushing against her fingertips, a pang of sorrow passing through her heart. Light release. Light binding technique. Slash. In a flash of white light, Kakashi Hitaki vanished once more into the forest. You cannot escape, Konoha's White Fang. The deep, ominous voice of the dark light followed closely behind Kakashi. He remained silent, circling through the woods, contemplating how to deal with this relentless foe while simultaneously fulfilling his mission. By the way, allow me to share some grim news. The voice of dark light slithered closer. Blade of the White Fang. A crescent-shaped blade of chakra swept through a row of trees. While you and I are merely circling around, the Rock Ninja have dispatched extensive search parties. They should be closing in on your comrades by now. Kakashi's gaze narrowed, coldly retorting, ninjas prioritize the completion of their missions. Oh, is that so? They will be captured, slain, and displayed before the camp as a warning to those who dare to spy. Kakashi clenched his fists, pondering if yet another life would be lost before him. Ninjas who fail their missions are deemed worthless. Light release. Light killing technique. Countless beams of light surged once more towards Kakashi. Startled, he suddenly realized that the beams, which had previously been as thin as 1,000 blades, had now thickened considerably. I forgot to mention, my ninjutsu consumes very little chakra, and I recover even faster. The voice of dark light resonated ominously. Moreover, the light will not dissipate, and with dawn approaching, as the light source intensifies, my light release will grow stronger. This was troublesome. Indeed, it was gravely troublesome. Kakashi sought to swiftly eliminate this bothersome adversary, yet his transparent form flickered unpredictably, revealing his position only during an attack. He needed to close in, lock on, and deliver a fatal blow. So what will you do? Light release. Light maze technique. The scattered light converged, forming a vast source of illumination that ensnared Kakashi within. Haha, I am in no hurry, once dawn breaks. A single strike to vanquish the renowned Konoha White Fang will surely elevate my reputation. Damn it. Kakashi struck at the wall formed of light, but after shattering it, it quickly regenerated. The particles of light were remarkably resilient and swift, although under the manipulation of dim light. The speed of light did not particularly accelerate to the physical limit, it merely surpassed that of ordinary flying devices by a slight margin, easily perceptible to the astute reactions of Tsukumo Hitaki. Nevertheless, this rate of reorganization was still incomparable to the destructive speed of Tsukumo, especially with the persistent release of light from the dark illumination. As time trickled away, each passing second signified an increase in danger for Tsukumo. Taro Nakamura had already been encircled, but fortunately, prior to being surrounded, he had dispatched a distress signal via a ninja hawk. When Tsukumo did not return by midnight on the 5th day, he immediately released the call for aid. As a seasoned comrade, Taro Nakamura possessed considerable combat experience, managing to break free from the encirclement alongside several Chunin, slaying foes while evading capture and leading the pursuers away from Tsukumo's intended path. Heavy breaths echoed in the air. The labyrinth formed by the light ninjutsu had yet to be dismantled, and the dawn was nearing. In the labyrinth's center, Tsukumo sat cross-legged, attempting to slash forward only to find himself inexplicably returned to his original position. No longer engaging in futile movements, he conserved his strength and awareness, preparing for a decisive strike. Yes, dawn was his final hope. The darkest hour before dawn was the moment of least light, when all illumination in the world seemed to be drawn in. Due to his exhaustion, the sensation of thirst became increasingly uncomfortable, prompting him to channel his chakra to alleviate some of the discomfort. With dawn approaching, he knew that once the sun rose, he would be as good as dead. The oppressive voice of the dark light penetrated through the luminous barrier. In truth, if he merely confined Tsukumo within the light wall for a few days. The lack of water and food would inevitably lead to the demise of this formidable man. However, such an act would serve no benefit to his reputation. As a hired ninja in the underground marketplace, greater notoriety translated to greater earnings. The dark light lifted a water flask and took a sip, the continuous use of ninjutsu depleting his own stamina. Konoha's White Fang was a terrifying adversary, and even in a weakened state, he needed to remain vigilant against any potential counterattacks. Tsukumo's ears perked up slightly, and he stifled his breath, adjusting his body's orientation. I'll confine you for 12 hours. Let us see how much strength you have left to move. The dark light tightened the seals in his hands. As this was a battle of willpower, suddenly, a ninja adorned with a rock village forehead protector fell from above, several figures darting away. Deputy Captain. We've distanced ourselves quite far from the captain. Should we extend our distance further? A Chunin retrieved a kunai, aware that even a single kunai could become one's last line of defense in such circumstances. No need. Let us hold our position for a while longer. If the Land of Earth sends more ninjas, we will break out then, Taro Nakamura replied decisively after a moment of contemplation. Understood. This mission is unlike any other. We are tasked with reconnaissance and must not be captured by the Land of Earth's forces. If we find ourselves surrounded, we must be prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. Understood? Takahiro Nakamura possesses a remarkable sense of resolve, particularly as a longtime comrade of Tsukumo Hatake. As a ninja, the mission takes precedence, and all else may be forsaken in its pursuit. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he sensed the approach of a Wagakure's pursuers. Eliminate them. Spare one to divert Tsukumo's attention. He certainly won't perish so easily. However, fate did not unfold as Nakamura planned. Once ensnared by the shadows, Tsukumo Hatake found himself encircled by a contingent of Wagakure ninjas, who dispatched 10 Nin and 5 Nin to ensure his demise, alongside the mercenary, Anko, totaling 16 adversaries surrounding him. Moreover, additional personnel were dispatched to capture reconnaissance teams like Nakamura to extract intelligence and challenge Konoha. A streak of silver light darted past, followed by a rapid flicker of gold, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Haru Kamikaze and Minato Namikaze hastened towards the Land of Earth, sacrificing even the time for sustenance to conserve chakra. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato grasped Hanabi Hyuga, and with a flash, they materialized beside Haru. The chakra consumption for such transfers surged exponentially, yet Minato's enhanced understanding of the technique allowed for continuous movement. With his Byakugan activated, Hanabi periodically scanned their surroundings until he detected an anomaly. Lord Haru. Lord Minato. 5 kilometers ahead, there is a significant chakra presence. Veins bulged around his eyes as his vision expanded. A considerable chakra response? Haru paused to catch his breath. Indeed, but it is rather evenly dispersed, resembling a vast cage. Hanabi steadied himself and surveyed the vicinity. It appears we have arrived. There is a ring of ninjas surrounding that cage, likely a Wagakure. What is their strength? Minato seized the opportunity to replenish his chakra, inquiring upon hearing of the Guardians. Based on the chakra levels, it seems to be a group of Nin, along with a few Nin. Notably, one Nin has a significantly diminished chakra output and is continuously expending it. Hanabi furrowed his brow, intensifying his Byakugan's focus. Inside that light barrier is Lord White Fang. Indeed, given such a formidable display, one could only surmise that the legendary Konoha White Fang was at stake. Minato rose, having regained enough chakra for their journey and to prepare for contingencies. As dawn approached, the sky began to brighten. Let us proceed, Haru. You can catch up shortly. Haru nodded at Minato, and in perfect synchrony, they vanished from sight. Understood, Hanabi sighed, witnessing their swift departure. Truly, Lord Haru and Lord Minato are a perfect match. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, Tsukumo Hatake felt his spirit and vitality peaking under the current circumstances. The labyrinth formed by the light barrier has become exceedingly formidable under the accumulation of light sources, yet he possesses the confidence to cleave through it with all his strength. However, once he breaks through, he must confront that tenacious adversary, perhaps even facing the encirclement of other ninjas. Should he unleash his full power, he would be left without stamina for subsequent actions, thus, it would be prudent to wait until dawn. The dark light continuously maintained a hand seal, channeling chakra steadily, fortunately. The chakra required to sustain this maze is not exorbitant, yet he is already at the end of his tether. When daylight breaks, The intense sunlight will allow him to retain the light barrier for a brief period after dispelling the ninjutsu, and that moment shall be his decisive strike. He glanced at the surrounding rock ninjas, poised to deliver a finishing blow, and spat. Do they think they can seize my head? No chance. The sky gradually brightened. The sun slowly ascended, and in the next moment, it was poised to break over the horizon. It was nearly time. The dark light relaxed his hand seal. Now is the moment. Hatake Tsukumo tightened his grip on the blade. Dawn is the light anticipated by all living beings. The darkness before dawn embodies the final despair. Yet, in this moment of despair, it has become Hatake Tsukumo's sole lifeline. Inhale. His every breath synchronized with the world's respiration. Exhale. The sun shifted slightly higher. Dawn has arrived. Die. Konoha's white fang. The dark light released the hand seal, swiftly forming the hand signs for the light-killing technique. White fang blade technique. Absolute flash. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes widened, the white fang instantly leaving his grasp, a colossal crescent blade of energy soaring skyward. As the sun revealed itself, the world momentarily darkened, absorbing all light, seemingly in anticipation of the sun's arrival. Boom. The labyrinth of light shattered into fragments, cascading like glass, dissolving into particles of light that dispersed into the atmosphere. The crescent energy surged forth, unyielding in its momentum, relentlessly slicing towards the dark light, who had long been targeted. This is impossible. The enormous crescent appeared in a flash, engulfing the already robust light 1,000 books, obliterating both his body and soul. The forest behind the dark light lay devastated, a deep chasm forming in the ground, several meters deep. The power of this strike was terrifying. Yet, this was not even the pinnacle of the white fang's might. Nearing exhaustion, Hatake Tsukumo planted the white fang into the ground, gasping for breath. To shatter the labyrinth of light and slay the dark light, his spirit had been intensely focused, but now a wave of fatigue washed over him. The surrounding rock ninjas, taken aback by the blade's ferocity, stood momentarily dazed, watching as the white fang remained planted, its wielder panting. The leading J-nin took a moment to regain composure, his expression a complex mixture of fear and relief. He waved his hand. Charge. Seize this opportunity. Eliminate Konoha's white fang. A group of Ch-nin looked around apprehensively, seemingly intimidated by the blade's might, hesitant to advance. Yet, for J-nin charged forward without fear. Do not be afraid. He has no strength left. Hatake Tsukumo straightened, drawing the white fang, positioning it defensively before him. Four seasoned jonin surged forth, their kunai aimed at the figure of Shikamu Hatake. With a sickening thud, 3 kunai embedded themselves in his body, causing Shikamu to furrow his brow as he blocked the remaining attack with his arm. In a flash, white fang struck, and the jonin ceased to breathe. Scatter. The remaining 3 jonin, taken aback, hastily withdrew their kunai and leaped back. Did he still possess the strength to retaliate under such circumstances? Blood flowed from Shikamu's wounds, the sensation of weightlessness and dizziness from blood loss, along with the fatigue of being trapped for 12 hours, overwhelmed him, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Use ninjutsu for long-range attacks. Do not approach. Ensure safety. The leader of the jonin gritted his teeth, observing the chunin who dared not advance, and issued a command for long-range ninjutsu to eliminate Shikamu. A faint smile graced Shikamu's lips, as dizziness clouded his mind, and he sensed a gentle green figure flickering before him. Am I to meet you? A colossal blade of chakra surged forth, startling flocks of birds and beasts. That was. The approaching Haru Uchiha and Minato Namikaze were astonished. Shikamu's blade was exceptionally powerful. They needed to hurry. That strike had likely drained his entire stamina. The greater the force exerted, the higher the price to pay, a truth that remained immutable. Haru clenched her teeth. Minato, I will go first. You follow with the Flying Thunder God. How will you go? Minato had no time to stop her as Haru tightened her fists, the pure white gloves crumpling tightly. Silver Star. Super strength. With a surge of chakra in the air, colossal hands formed from mental energy grasped Haru, and the chakra erupted, propelling her forward. Whoosh. Like a cannonball, Haru soared towards the battlefield. This is even more outrageous than my Flying Thunder God. Minato chuckled wryly, attuning himself to the Flying Thunder God mark he had placed on Haru. Doton, the Wagakure no Jutsu. A group of rock shinobi unleashed their ninjutsu aimed at Shikamu's position, massive boulders forming overhead as the ground trembled, and sharp spikes began to emerge. Shikamu had lost all strength to move, merely standing with white fang in hand, blood streaming down his body. A truly formidable and respectable adversary. Fear flickered in the eyes of the leading rock jonin, and he clenched his jaw. Release. We must eliminate him. Killing Shikamo Hatake would inflict a significant loss upon Konoha. As rocks plummeted from the sky and spikes erupted from the ground, a figure descended from above, accompanied by an angry, clear voice. Super strength. 10 guardian feet. Whoosh. Boom. As if a meteor had struck, Haru crushed the airborne rocks with a single stomp, plummeting rapidly and landing forcefully before Shikamo, shattering the spikes beneath her. Bang. A wave of earth surged upward, the ground unable to withstand such devastation, debris and soil flying into the air. The immense smoke and cacophony startled the surrounding rock shinobi. They had never anticipated that someone would descend from the sky, as if justice were raining down upon them. With the Flying Thunder God technique, a flash of golden light heralded the arrival of Minato Namikaze, who swiftly dispatched several kunai with a flick of his wrist. The Super Flying Thunder God Dance. Glimmers appeared in various locations, and in an instant, a circle of chunin met their demise at Minato's hands. The golden brilliance revealed his formidable strength. Tobarama Senju. Shikaku Nara laid Tobarama on the ground, his hands emanating a verdant glow. Coughing, Tobarama opened his eyes. And the anxious woman before him seemed to overlap with the figure who had persistently appeared in his dreams. Gently caressing Shikaku's cheek, he exclaimed, "At last. I have found you. What foolishness are you uttering?" Shikaku retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. This remark momentarily bewildered Tobarama, who then noticed the silver hair of the girl before him, contrasting with the green he remembered. "My apologies, Shikaku." He lowered his hand, guilt washing over him as he gazed at the bloodstains marring her visage. "Do not speak. I can tend to your wounds. You need to regain your strength. Here. Take this soldier pill." Shikaku retrieved a soldier pill from her ninja tool pouch and placed it into Tobarama's mouth. The touch of her pristine white gloves against his lips left him feeling parched. Shikaku then produced a flask of water, propping up Tobarama's neck to help him drink. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 jonin engaged in combat with Minato, their resolve wavering as they had not expected such swift support from Konoha. Exchanging glances, they instinctively unleashed a ninjutsu at Minato and turned to flee in 4 different directions. "Flee? Is that of any use?" Minato declared, executing the Flying Thunder God technique. For agonizing screams echoed, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground. Coughing, Tobarama sputtered water, yet felt his strength returning considerably. "How do you fare?" Shikaku inquired, gently patting his back. He waved his hand dismissively. In a flash of gold, Minato returned to Shikaku's side, his hands now free of blood. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on her face, he was taken aback once more. "Shikaku, are you injured?" Shikaku touched her cheek, where the blood from Tobarama's earlier touch had marked her pristine gloves. "It is not my blood. I am unharmed." She glanced around, confirming that the enemies had been neutralized. Minato nodded, his gaze falling upon the powerful man resting in Shikaku's embrace, who now appeared so vulnerable, yet still clutched the white fang tightly. "Lord Tobarama, what is your mission?" Minato inquired tentatively. Tobarama took a moment to gather himself, gesturing to Shikaku before extricating himself from her hold and rising to his feet. "I have gleaned some information, but I have decided to abandon the mission." "Abandon? Why?" Shikaku was astonished. Tobarama's mission completion rate was a flawless 100, with no prior failures, yet he now spoke of relinquishing his task. "Is it that the objective of this mission is exceedingly challenging?" Konoha's Minato was somewhat taken aback. For ninjas, the completion of a mission is the paramount objective. "Indeed. My task is no longer a secret. It is, in fact, to gather intelligence on the enemy camp ahead in the land of Earth. Given my current physical condition, I can certainly accomplish this mission." Kakashi sheathed his white fang and lifted his gaze to the rising sun. "However, I noticed something significant." Kakashi turned his head and revealed a gentle smile. "Some things are far more important than the mission itself." Kakashi may not be loquacious, yet he understands that those irreplaceable elements are what truly deserve protection. "What?" Haru Uchiha looked momentarily stunned, and even Minato fell silent. "Haru, you still have much to grow. You should realize this by now," Kakashi remarked, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. "Indeed, since you chose to come to my aid, it signifies that you must acknowledge this thing that is more significant than the mission." Suddenly, a figure appeared, Hinata Hate, though his speed was admittedly lacking. Upon seeing the 3 in silence, he grew anxious. "Are there still enemies?" Haru shook her head. Since she could not think of anything at the moment, she decided to set her thoughts aside. The subsequent actions would depend on Kakashi's judgment. Lord Kakashi? Minato pondered, looking at Kakashi, seemingly guessing his next move. Are you Minato Hate? Kakashi turned towards him. Yes. Umbu codename Falcon. At your service, sir. Very well, Falcon. Help me locate my teammates. Understood. Ninjas unable to complete their missions are deemed worthless. This principle has been silently upheld by all ninjas since the second Hokage. Haru was no exception. In fact, she had engraved this principle deeply in her mind, numbing herself to provide a justification for her lethal actions. With a swift motion, her figures glided through the forest. To accommodate the weakened Kakashi and Hayate's slower pace, Haru and Minato refrained from accelerating. Byakugan, activate. Hayate's eyes widened as he quickly scanned the surroundings, identifying several unique Konoha covert markers. That direction. Kakashi nodded, coughed lightly, and spoke. Let us quicken our pace. They should be besieged by IWA ninjas. And I can still manage. The group silently increased their speed, speaking little along the way. Kakashi's decision to abandon the mission had a profound impact on Haru. She had always conducted her missions alone and had never encountered such a scenario. A loud crash echoed from the distant forest, and Hate, using his Byakugan, observed a group of IWA ninjas surrounding Konoha Nin clad in standard attire, with several already fallen. Cough, Haru, Minato, you two go rescue them. Kakashi's weak voice reached them, and both nodded, hastening their steps. By the time Kakashi arrived, the battle had already concluded, leaving only one person standing in the center. I'm sorry. We arrived too late. Wolfing Mizuki felt a pang of regret. Although Kamikawa Haru attempted to administer treatment, the lifeless body on the ground bore no signs of revival. The only standing ninja, upon catching sight of Hatake Tsukumo, whose eyes had been glazed with shock from the loss of his comrades, suddenly regained their luster. Tsukumo, are you unharmed? Nakamura Taro, relying on his extensive experience, managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Taro, how wonderful that you are still alive. Hatake Tsukumo approached and embraced him tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is truly a blessing that you survived. We were informed that you were trapped by their forces and would perish by dawn. Their spirits had plummeted as a result. Nakamura Taro spoke with a hint of despondency, though his demeanor brightened once more. By the way, Tsukumo, you completed the mission, did you not? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been trapped, and we could honor our fallen comrades. The mission failed, Hatake Tsukumo replied with an expression of calm detachment. What? Nakamura Taro's smile faltered, his disbelief palpable. Say that again. The mission failed. With a resounding thud, he struck the weakened Hatake Tsukumo, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? Hyuga Kinzuya appeared behind Nakamura Taro, restraining him. Nakamura Taro struggled and roared. Hatake Tsukumo, repeat that once more. Mission failed? You, the illustrious Konoha White Fang, are telling me the mission failed? Kamikawa Haru stood quietly to the side, unable to comprehend how failing to complete the mission could equate to dishonoring the sacrifices of their teammates, rendering them worthless. Hatake Tsukumo wiped the blood from his face and stated, Yes, Taro, the mission failed. Nakamura Taro elbowed Hyuga Kinzuya back several paces and charged forward, grabbing Hatake Tsukumo by the collar. Stop joking. Who was it that vowed to go alone? Fine, we believed in your prowess as Konoha's White Fang. So we allowed you to go solo while we prepared for your backup. Do you have any idea how much those Chunin trusted you? I led them away from the IWA forces, distancing them from you to lighten your burden. They believed until their last breath that you would accomplish the mission. Your actions have turned their deaths into a farce, that you. And I now bear a stain on our records that reads abandoning the mission and fleeing. That is the mark of a worthless ninja. You, with your grand lineage, may not care. But what about the families of those Chunin? Will they carry the shame of their child being labeled as worthless for the rest of their lives? Speak up. Hatake Tsukumo. Nakamura Taro struck Hatake Tsukumo again, this time with such force that even Hyuga Kinzuya could not intervene. For to a ninja, the mission is everything. Hatake Tsukumo remained silent. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is deemed worthless. Yet he could no longer bear to witness his comrades fall before his eyes. Perhaps he had been too selfish? He had given no thought to it all, but was this truly the right path? Is it really accurate to declare that a ninja who cannot complete a mission is worthless? Would the second Hokage truly not make mistakes? Hatake Tsukumo gazed into Nakamura Taro's reddened eyes, contorted with rage, and found himself engulfed in confusion. Kakashi Hatake, I grant you another opportunity to fulfill the task. Now, ultimately, Kakashi Hatake was unable to continue the mission. His physical condition had deteriorated significantly, despite the treatment from Suk. The excessive blood loss and immense physical exhaustion rendered him incapable of undertaking such a strenuous assignment once more. Moreover, the front lines of the land of Earth had grown vigilant, conducting reconnaissance that would likely yield no fruitful results. Amidst the weeping of Taro Nakamura and the silence of Kakashi Hatake, the group returned to the village of Konoha. For the first time, a crimson stamp of failure marked Kakashi's previously impeccable record. Have you heard? The White Fang of Konoha has failed his mission. Is it true? Isn't he incredibly strong? It seems he encountered an even more formidable opponent that forced him to abandon the task. How disappointing. I thought he was a remarkable individual. But he turned out to be a coward who forsook his duty. Indeed, they even held the Moonlight Fairy responsible for attempting to rescue him. Truly appalling. Kakashi walked through the streets, his head bowed in silence, the whispers of townsfolk echoing in his ears, all referring to his father, the one who had given up on his mission. As he listened, he could bear it no longer and hurried home, his heart heavy. He had endured these rumors for several months. The once warm home now felt unnaturally frigid. Since Kakashi's return to Konoha, his father had remained withdrawn. And despite Suk's efforts to care for him, Kakashi's father's demeanor had not improved. Bang! He collided with a soft figure and muttered an apology, only to find the person standing motionless at his doorstep. Kakashi looked up to see the iconic silver hair, the exquisite silhouette, and the pristine white kimono instantly revealing her identity. Suk. Tears welled in Kakashi's eyes. Ever since Kakashi and his father returned to Konoha, they had been whisked away. The reason was simple. Kakashi and Taro Nakamura had been detained for questioning regarding the mission details. Minato Namikaze and Suk had faced reprimands for forcefully intervening in another's mission, for leaving the village without permission, and for causing the failure of another's task, an error substantial enough for Danzo to exploit. However, Danzo was taken aback when Suk, under the guise of the Umbu, assumed full responsibility, clearing Minato of any blemish and framing it as a command issued by herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen could comprehend their actions, yet a mission was a mission. According to the ninja manual left by the second Hokage, such circumstances necessitated punishment. Thus, Suk was penalized with a 3-year suspension of her Umbu privileges, a minor reprimand in the grand scheme. Meanwhile, Minato was assigned a mission of a higher rank as recompense and departed immediately. Danzo was initially dissatisfied with this conclusion, but with Hiruzen's decree firmly established, he had no recourse. After all, Suk was his granddaughter. The most severely punished, Kakashi Hatake, was stripped of his position as Umbu leader, and due to his significant contributions, it was mandated that he remain at the Hatake residence for 3 years in reflection. Taro Nakamura was demoted from his Jonin status, and he, along with his fellow Chunin, were barred from visiting the memorial stone. Suk remained silent, quietly standing at the entrance of the Hatake household. In that moment, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Sister Suk, what about my father? I do not know. As Uchiha Haruka turned her head, her eyes were slightly red, and Kakashi was taken aback. Aren't you going in? Kakashi, filled with concern, gently grasped Haruka's small hand. No. She managed to break free with a slight struggle, quietly departing from the Hatake household. Sister Haruka. Kakashi gritted his teeth and chased after her. What happened? You and my father both. I was just thrown out, Haruka replied, her voice regaining its icy tone. You should go back. He is in a bad mood right now. So be careful. Thrown out? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, unable to stop Haruka as she walked further away. Regaining his composure, he clenched his fists in anger. How dare he? It was Sister Haruka who came to rescue you, and yet you cast her out? Kicking open the door to the Hatake residence, Kakashi stormed back inside, angrily striding towards Tsukumo's room. Get out. The once silver-haired Tsukumo now had a head full of white, his voice hoarse as he turned his back to the door. Do you still deserve to be called Konoha's White Fang? Kakashi's youthful voice made Tsukumo tremble slightly, falling into a silence. Speak. The strongest Konoha's White Fang would fall to such trivial matters? To abandon a mission and become a failure? Kakashi, fists clenched in fury, could not tolerate witnessing his father, whom he always believed to be the strongest, reduced to this state. Indeed, I am unworthy of being called Konoha's White Fang. Tsukumo sighed bitterly, tossing the white fang blade he had set aside to Kakashi. Who wants your broken sword? Kakashi cast the blade aside. Why did you send Sister Haruka away? She is wasting her time here. Caring for you is a waste of time? Kakashi laughed in exasperation. How did I never realize my father was such a person? Tsukumo remained silent, lost in contemplation, pondering whether he was right or wrong. Why so many believed him to be flawed? Even Haruka doubted his integrity. If you say so, then so be it. Tsukumo sighed, sitting in quiet reflection. Uncle Nakamura committed suicide. Kakashi, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Because of you, your comrade died." Suicide. Tsukumo shuddered at the words. "If you continue like this, you might as well take your own life." Kakashi spat out in anger, slamming the door behind him as he stormed out. Is it true? What is right and what is wrong? After Kakashi left, Tsukumo stood up. The once formidable man, sharp as an unparalleled weapon, now appeared somewhat hunched. He walked over, picked up the white fang that had accompanied him through the years, and returned to his room, kneeling once more. With a swift motion, the white fang was drawn, its blade shimmering with a faint white glow. "Old friend, what do you think?" The blade remained silent, glowing softly as Tsukumo retrieved a piece of white cloth to polish it. "Was it my fault?" "No, I believe I was not wrong." As the cloth wiped the blade, the white fang gleamed even more brilliantly. "I, Tsukumo Hatake, have spent a lifetime as a ninja, experiencing countless battles of varying scales. Yet, the only moments that brought me joy were those spent with her. At the moment of her passing, I realized that nothing else mattered. What truly held significance was the survival of the person beside me. A ninja who cannot complete their mission is deemed worthless. However, a ninja who cannot even save their comrade is far less than that." Writing down these words, Tsukumo Hatake rose to his feet, his blade shimmering brilliantly in his grasp. In that instant, the formidable man who once traversed the world seemed to return, the fierce aura of his sword piercing the heavens. A flash of white light vanished in an instant. This world was not the one he desired. He longed to be by the side of the one he loved. "Haru, I entrust you to Kakashi." As Haru Uchiha wandered the streets, she suddenly froze, turning her gaze toward the Hatake household, where a brilliant white light shot into the sky, marking the end of an era for a great warrior. Tsukumo. Panic surged within her as her geta broke beneath her, forcing her to run barefoot and unsteadily toward the Hatake home. This era was not suited for the white fang of Konoha. Tsukumo Hatake had taken his own life at home. The rhythmic sounds of a monk striking a wooden fish echoed softly as Kakashi and Haru, clad in black kimonos, stared blankly ahead. Those who attended Tsukumo's funeral were predominantly members of the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi had come with the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, Tsukumo was a ninja of the Hokage level, and it was truly tragic that he had chosen to end his life in such a manner. He placed a comforting hand on Haru's shoulder, signaling her not to grieve so deeply. Danzo let out a disdainful huff, prompting Haru to nearly retaliate. But she was firmly restrained by Minato Namikaze at her side. "Danzo, please be mindful of your words. Tsukumo Hatake was my mentor," Haru said through clenched teeth, her eyes icy with resolve. Minato had learned of Tsukumo's suicide only after completing his mission and rushed to Haru's side immediately. However, after witnessing the lifeless body of Tsukumo Hatake, both Haru and Kakashi crumbled, remaining in a state of shock, easily ignitable with emotion. He discovered the words left behind by Tsukumo and understood their meaning. However, at that moment, Haru and Kakashi were unable to absorb anything. Tsukumo was right. Minato looked at Haru, comprehending the weight of those words. A ninja who cannot complete their mission is worthless, however. A ninja who cannot even save their comrade is far less than that. If given the choice between a mission and Haru or Kushina, he would undoubtedly make the same choice as Tsukumo, forsaking the mission. Should he ever ascend to the role of Hokage, he would amend the ninja handbook to eliminate these erroneous principles. Minato restrained Haru's body, leading her to apologize alongside Hiruzen. Hiruzen waved his hand in understanding and escorted Danzo away, yet within Haru's heart, a troubling seed of discontent was sown, one that may ultimately serve as the genesis of Konoha's fragmentation. Tsukumo Hatake was buried not beneath the memorial stone but within the family cemetery of the Hatake clan. From that day forth, Minato observed that both Haru and Kakashi seemed to spiral into madness, even to the brink of illness. The two of them accepted every task, regardless of its size or difficulty, taking on whatever they could handle, and then they exerted every effort to complete their assignments. Each time, they returned almost battered and bruised, submitting their completed tasks before embarking on the next, until their bodies could no longer endure, at which point they would rest for a while in the Konoha hospital. A ninja who fails to complete a mission is deemed worthless. What becomes of the worthless? They succumb to despair. Kamiho Haru tightened her grip on Kakashi's hand. He was her only relative in this world without blood ties. Kakashi's breath, like Kamiho Haru's, gradually grew colder. Haru-chan, you cannot continue like this. Kushina came to visit. Finding Kamiho Haru silently gazing out of the window from her hospital bed, clad in a hospital gown and bound with bandages. Most of her self-inflicted wounds had already been treated. Her silver hair hung limply around her shoulders, and her gaze was devoid of life. Haru-chan, are you listening to me? The vacant eyes turned towards Kushina, regaining a flicker of vitality. Kushina, Haru-chan, please do not torment yourself like this, Kushina said, her heart aching as she embraced Kamiho Haru. Torment? Not at all, Kamiho Haru replied, her gaze unfocused. I am merely fulfilling my duties. What you are doing cannot be called fulfilling your duties. Kushina held her shoulders tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. The door swung open, and a similarly vacant-eyed silver-haired boy entered. Haru, let us go? All right. Kamiho Haru rose from her hospital bed, casually slipping on a piece of clothing, ready to set off again with Kakashi. Shikamo's departure had caused Kakashi to mature further. He carried Shikamo's white fangs on his back, the only relic left behind. Stop, Kushina interjected, her voice trembling with emotion. Haru-chan, you cannot continue like this. What will happen if something happens to you? Kamiho Haru felt a moment of disorientation, turning to face the tearful Kushina, softly stating, I won't come to harm. Haru. Kakashi seemed to grow impatient as he began to urge her on. At some point, he had ceased to call her Harune, and she had not protested. I will return. The glimmer of life in Kamiho Haru's eyes began to fade again. She gently patted Kushina's hand and walked out with Kakashi. A flash of golden light revealed Minato beside Kushina. Minato. Upon seeing him, Kushina leapt into his embrace, beginning to cry. Minato sighed. He had privately urged Kamiho Haru many times, but to no avail. The impact of Shikamo's suicide had been too profound for both of them. We cannot allow this to continue. We must devise a plan. Minato pinched the note in his hand, the one left behind by Shikamo. What plan? Kushina, with tears like pear blossoms, thought of Kamiho Haru, her closest friend, the only one she felt close to since Uzumaki Mito's departure. Although Minato was now present, her most intimate thoughts were still reserved solely for Haru. We must make it known that Lord Shomao is not a mere failure. He is a true hero. His sacrifice was, in fact, a means to usher in a new era for ninjas. The light in Namikaze Minato's eyes began to shine as he realized that this is no longer the era of the second Hokage. Ninjas are not solely tasked with missions. What good is peace if one cannot protect their comrades? Let us go, Kushina. I have devised a plan. Though it may require some sacrifice on your part and the cooperation of many others. Kushina, somewhat bewildered, trusted Minato implicitly, wiping her tears and nodding vigorously. It's all right. I am willing to do whatever you ask. Upon returning from their latest mission, Kamizato Haru and his companion strolled through the streets, casually selecting an establishment to satisfy their hunger. They instinctively found themselves at the mission reception area. Welcome back, Lord Haru, greeted a nin at the counter. Looking somewhat distressed. Their frequent visits had significantly decreased the number of available missions, leaving fewer options for other ninjas. Fortunately, their mission completion rate stood at a perfect 100. Instilling confidence in those assigning missions and resulting in a modest influx of tasks for Konoha, barely sufficient to sustain the flow. Mission, came Haru's indifferent voice, prompting the nin to turn and search for a mission scroll. However, before he could locate it, a voice called out, Esteemed one, I have a task I wish to assign to you both. A wealthy merchant, adorned in gold and silver with a rotund figure, approached, smiling as he extended a scroll. Without even glancing at it, Haru accepted the scroll. I will take it, he stated. The nin quickly turned, exclaiming, Wait, you haven't registered. You can't. His words were cut short as he felt a tap on his shoulder. Haru cast a glance back at him, then exited with Kakashi. Umbu. Do not speak out of turn. A masked ninja warned from behind the nin. The mission's objective was to locate the treasure left behind by the individual's father, with the reward to be negotiated upon success. Haru unfurled the scroll and briefly scanned it before tossing it to Kakashi. Kakashi, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, opened it, confirmed the details, and promptly tore it to shreds. Let us first search the man's residence for clues, Kakashi calmly suggested, outlining his thoughts. Generally, if Haru did not oppose, they would proceed with the plan. There had been instances where Kakashi's misjudgments had resulted in Haru sustaining significant injuries, yet such experiences only accelerated Kakashi's growth. The two vanished from sight, dashing towards the wealthy merchant's home. Just after their departure, a glimmer of gold appeared in the same spot. signaling a nearby Umbu operative with a gesture, indicating the direction. Haru, I hope this time you will gain some understanding. It will not be in vain for us to employ so many. Target nearing the first designated location. Please provide instructions. The Umbu signaled in the distance, seemingly conveying crucial information. This method of communication indeed draws upon the thoughts of Kamizuki Izumi, who was still within the perception of the forces, embodying the silvery canopy. Hinata and Kaze kept their eyes wide open, diligently noting down the gestures. Turning back, they exchanged a few words of caution before dispatching the swift messenger, Namikaze Minato, to relay messages at various designated points, release the clues, and guide the target to the secondary predetermined location. Understood, having easily obtained the treasure's lead from a wealthy merchant. Kamizuki raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing her gaze, yet she chose not to voice her concerns. Kakashi, holding a scroll inscribed with a location, tossed it lightly in the air. Izumi, doesn't this seem a bit peculiar? Indeed, Kamizuki replied coolly. Since this is a mission, we must fulfill it regardless of the circumstances ahead. Ninjas who fail to complete their tasks are worthless. Kakashi nodded, tightening his grip on the scroll as he sprinted towards the village outskirts. Minato, is this plan truly viable? Kushina inquired anxiously, bound and seated within a cave. If forced to choose between the mission and you, she would surely comprehend the value of companionship. Minato offered Kushina a reassuring smile, loosening her ropes and providing her with some food and drink. What are your plans? Kushina took a bite of the bread, her worry evident. I'll go check, Minato replied, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he returned. Izumi has reached the location where we buried the fake treasure. She should be facing off against our disguised enemies from the Umbu. Isn't that perilous? What if she loses control? Kushina expressed her concern, gripping Minato's hand tightly. Minato gently patted her on the head, reassuring her, fear not. This time, both Hinata and I have chosen Umbu members equipped with special life-saving and escape techniques. Is this the place? Kakashi compared the scroll in his hand, noting a man-made cave concealed beneath the overgrowth, appearing quite conspicuous. Silver Star. Suddenly, the air stirred as the underbrush was swept aside, revealing the dark entrance of the cave to Kakashi and Kamizuki. Let us proceed. Kamizuki adjusted her pure white gloves and boldly stepped inside. Kakashi, however, paused at the cave's entrance, curiously rubbing his fingers against the wall. Freshly dug? Whoosh. The cave erupted with the sound of shuriken slicing through the air. Kakashi furrowed his brow and swiftly pursued. Clang. 3 kunai flew towards Kamizuki. Yet before they could reach her, they were deflected away. Traps? Kamizuki coldly surveyed the mechanisms on the distant wall, retrieving a kunai from her ninja pouch and casually tossing it, obliterating the trap. Let us continue. As they advanced, dismantling various traps, both began to feel increasingly perplexed. Is this truly the location of the treasure? Several hidden Umbu operatives relayed messages from their concealed positions, reporting on the duo's progress. Crash. An Umbu ninja inadvertently dislodged a stone from the wall, creating an echo within the cave. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Lightning style. Move forward. A colossal fireball soared past, scorching a section of the rocky wall, followed closely by an electric net that slithered across the ground. The Umbu ninjas hastily evaded, swallowing hard. My heavens. Lady Moon Rabbit is truly terrifying, and that child beside her is formidable as well. Who dares to reveal themselves? A cold voice emerged from Kamizawa Haru, and the Umbu ninjas, realizing there was no escape, leapt into view. Who are you? Why do you covet our treasure? The Umbu ninjas took the initiative, issuing a stern warning. Retreat at once. We can pretend you were never here. Haru, subdue them. They must possess some clues. Kakashi spoke with an unexpected maturity for his age. Swiftly, Kamizawa Haru advanced, cautious not to unleash her immense strength within the cave, lest it collapse. Kakashi followed closely, drawing his white fang. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, dispatching a few quicker ones to entangle Haru, while the rest engaged Kakashi. In an instant, both were momentarily detained. When did Konoha gain so many skilled fighters? A flicker of doubt crossed Haru's mind, prompting her to get serious. The incessant struggle was beginning to irritate her. Moon dance. The ground trembled slightly beneath her, and her figure became ethereal. With a swift motion, she circled behind one of the Umbu ninjas, gripping his shoulder. This is bad. It's Lady Moon Rabbit's moon dance. Scatter. The Umbu ninjas exchanged alarmed glances, abandoning their captured comrade and retreating a distance to throw shuriken as distraction. Haru frowned. It seemed they were quite familiar with her. Adopting the mindset of incapacitating at least one, she prepared to strike the ninja in her grasp, only to feel him slip away. A mud clone? The ninja transformed into a lump of earth and fell away, his true self fleeing with a look of disbelief. Thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, it would have been over. Very well, you are quite adept. Haru, somewhat vexed, let her cool voice resonate within the cave. The Umbu ninjas were startled. Had they been exposed? Silver Star. Genjutsu. Illusory duet. A powerful mental force swept outward, remarkably effective in the confined space of the cave. With Haru employing genjutsu alongside Silver Stars, the dual illusions enveloped all the Umbu. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The leading Umbu was drenched in cold sweat. It felt like cheating. How could one person wield two genjutsu simultaneously? In an instant, various ninjutsu and secret techniques were unleashed, and all the Umbu vanished without a trace. What? Haru was taken aback. Had these foes decisively fled while she was using genjutsu? How could they know me so well? The trail of clues seemed severed, but wait. It appeared one individual had not escaped. Kakashi placed the white fang against the neck of the remaining Umbu ninja. Speak. Where's the treasure? Haha, treasure? Even if you find it, you cannot unlock it. This morning, we captured a red-haired girl. Only by using her blood to honor our ancestors will the treasure reveal itself. Ha ha ha. What did you just say? Upon hearing these words, Kameho Haru's pupils dilated in shock. In the entirety of Konoha, only Uzumaki Kushina possessed hair of such vibrant red. Where is Kushina? Haru's previously dazed eyes suddenly sharpened, and in an instant, the silver-white star firmly pinned the Umbu ninja to the ground. The Umbu ninja inwardly lamented the ferocity of their little princess. Nonetheless, he steeled himself to deliver the lines he had meticulously prepared. Tell me, will you let me go? Speak quickly. Haru, now somewhat anxious, observed Kakashi standing nearby. Lost in thought. Just as the Umbu ninja revealed the third predetermined location to Haru, he added with a taunting laugh, in any case, you won't be able to obtain the treasure, haha. How infuriating. The power wielded by the silver-white star intensified, and within the next moment, the Umbu ninja was reduced to mere fragments. Kakashi appeared visibly moved. Haru? Rising to her feet, Haru's eyes were fraught with conflicting emotions. This is a ruse. It's an escape technique. The fragments gradually transformed into water, dissipating before their eyes, causing both to furrow their brows. At this juncture, they were confronted with two choices, much like the one faced by Hatake Tsukumo in the past. Should they save Kushina or secure the treasure to fulfill their mission? Haru, what should we do? Kakashi, momentarily flustered, despite the maturity he had garnered through recent trials, remained fundamentally a child. Let us proceed for now. Haru increasingly sensed that this mission was fraught with complications, as if an unseen hand was manipulating their every move. Target approaching the final destination. The Umbu on reconnaissance relayed the information, and Hinata Kinzuya immediately communicated it to Namikaze Minato. Lord Minato, Haru has already headed towards the target location. I understand. Prepare the Umbu guarding Kushina. I cannot make an appearance. Minato stood at a distance, his gaze directed towards Kushina's location. Kushina, it's all up to you now. Hurry, bind me tightly. Kushina commanded the Umbu, who hastily secured her with ropes, not forgetting to stuff a morsel of food into her mouth. Kushina-sama, you must swallow quickly. Lord Moon Rabbit is arriving. An Umbu rushed over, noticing Kushina still eating, his urgency palpable. I know. Quickly. Over there, tie it tighter. What if Haru-chan sees? Once everything was nearly prepared, Kushina tilted her head, swallowing the bread, feigning unconsciousness. Bang. Fall back. The several Umbu ninjas stationed at the entrance quickly retreated as a tremendous force surged forth, displacing a large amount of rock. Is it in there? Haru and Kakashi silently observed yet another cave that was unmistakably man-made, marked with the same treasure symbols as depicted on the map. Let us take a look inside. Kakashi frowned. Everything seemed too convenient, and these enemies felt eerily familiar. Haru adjusted her white gloves, clenching her fists. No matter what happens, Kushina, please stay safe. As the duo advanced, the originally narrow corridor suddenly widened, revealing a vast space before them. Do not proceed any further. I cannot predict what may happen to the woman further ahead. A member of the dark faction held a kunai against Kushina's neck. Uchiha Haru's eyes widened in shock. Could it truly be Kushina? She was bound to a wooden post, her long crimson hair disheveled, and her body bore signs of having endured unjust treatment. At that moment, Kushina slowly regained consciousness, her voice laced with fury. You bastards! Let me go. When Minato returns and finds me missing, you will all pay dearly. She thought to herself. I am performing splendidly. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Uchiha Haru, who was visibly flustered. Don't shout. If you do, I will kill you. The dark ninja widened his eyes as the kunai edged closer to Kushina's throat. The blade, intentionally dulled, was crafted for this very purpose. Stop. Uchiha Haru suddenly panicked and shouted, What do you want? A group of dark ninjas exchanged glances, reveling in their apparent advantage. It is you who should be asking what we desire. The one wielding the kunai retorted fiercely. Release Kushina, and I shall relinquish the treasure, Haru said, momentarily dazed. Kakashi, astonished, turned to Haru, questioning, Haru, what are you saying? Silence. Do you wish for Kushina's demise? Kakashi's eyes burned with intensity as he drew his white fang. A ninja who cannot complete their mission is worthless. Have you forgotten? He resolved to abandon his comrade to fulfill the task, charging toward Kushina. What are you doing? Stay back. The dark ninja, undeterred, pressed the kunai closer. Apply more pressure. Bring forth that blood bag, Kushina murmured softly. Kakashi. Stop. Uchiha Haru watched helplessly as Kushina turned her head in anguish, blood streaming down her neck. Silver Star. In an instant, Silver Star appeared, restraining Kakashi from advancing. Do not act recklessly. Let us discuss this. Haru, have you lost your mind? If the mission fails, Kakashi struggled desperately. Then what of my father? What have we been through all this time? In that moment, silence enveloped the world, leaving only the sound of their breaths. Uchiha Haru gazed at Kushina, who returned the look, their eyes locking in a poignant moment. It's all right, Haru-chan. I will be fine. Kushina's voice resonated, tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening. This blood bag is rather unpleasant, and it stings my eyes. Haru felt her eyes welling up, recalling the countless memories of growing up alongside Kushina. Haru-chan, we've known each other for so long. You know you are my dearest friend. Kushina blinked, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. With each mission, you exert every ounce of your strength, unwavering even if it means enduring tremendous pain. What you do not realize is that each time, my heart aches profoundly. For after the passing of Granny Mito, you have become my sole remaining kin. I find myself helpless, unable to assist you on the battlefield or during your missions. I can only watch helplessly as you suffer and endure pain. As she spoke, Kushina momentarily forgot she was acting, her vision blurring as tears began to spill. Haru's eyes brimmed with tears, rendered speechless by the sight of Kushina. How I wish to aid you, to assist my beloved Haru. To stand by your side rather than merely be a spectator. Thus, allow me to undertake this mission in your stead, Haru. A tragic smile graced Kushina's face as she lunged towards the kunai. No, Kushina. In an instant, blood splattered Silver Star. Haru dashed forward, the Silver Star swiftly knocking aside the stunned Umbu ninja wielding a dagger. A surge of force struck the Umbu, altering his expression, prompting him to instinctively employ a forbidden technique to flee. My heavens, this is not how the script unfolds. Kushina. Haru snatched Kushina from the Umbu's grasp, cradling her in her arms, a gentle green light emanating from her hands as chakra poured forth desperately. The human neck is fragile, housing vital arteries that signify the flow of life. Any ninja knows that severing the neck equates to severing life itself. Even if significant blood loss does not result in immediate death, a severed trachea will ultimately lead to demise. Kushina's pristine neck was now stained with crimson, mirroring the hue of her fiery hair. Haru frantically channeled chakra, yet the red liquid continued to pour forth relentlessly. How could this be happening? Haru was panicked. It was her first encounter with such a dire situation, leaving her flustered and in disarray. Haru, don't speak. Haru interrupted Kushina, who was about to explain. Hold on to your last breath. Tsunade, yes. I'll contact Tsunade. Haru produced the communication bracelet Tsunade had given her, poised to crush it when an irate voice interrupted. Haru, are you being overly anxious? Turning in irritation, she was met with Kakashi's familiar deadpan gaze. Kakashi, what are you saying? From the outset, I sensed something amiss, whether it was the mission itself or the unusually smooth progression, alongside the lurking feeling of surveillance throughout. He glared with his deadpan eyes and coldly stated, these surrounding villains, wouldn't you agree? The Umbu, nearly struck down by Haru's fist, appeared, beads of sweat forming as they stubbornly shouted, Kid, what are you saying? Other Umbu also sweated profusely, echoing loudly, what is the kid saying? Scared, are you? Haha. Kakashi drew his white fang, swinging it fiercely. Do you not recognize what this is? The Umbu gulped nervously. What kind of broken blade is this? We don't recognize it. Kakashi's white fang, a symbol of the Umbu ninja, belonged exclusively to the Umbu leader, and even in death, it held a formidable presence. Do you not believe it? Allow me to elaborate. Kakashi observed the furrowed brow of Kamitachi Haru and continued in a cold tone. The caves we encountered and the paths we traversed were all entirely new. Logically, that merchant should be in his 40s or 50s. How could the treasure left by his father possibly be hidden in such a recent location? Furthermore, there was not a single animal to be seen along the way, unlike the numerous drills you must have conducted in that vicinity, correct? Although I do not comprehend how you managed to track our movements with such precision, Kakashi elongated his voice, glancing at the motionless Kushina on the ground. With Uzumaki Kushina present, how could the flying thunder god, Minato Namikaze, be absent? If we assume that Minato is also part of your group, the matter becomes entirely clear. Only someone capable of instantaneously appearing anywhere, like Minato, could swiftly relay messages. Additionally, there is a sense of watchfulness akin to that of a hawk. Perhaps the talent of the Hyuga clan. Hinata and Kakashi were well acquainted, so deducing this was not particularly challenging. Cough, cough, cough. Kushina flushed, suddenly succumbing to a fit of coughing. Oh no, the entire plan has been exposed. Kushina, are you all right? Kamitachi Haru, who had been deep in thought, was drawn to Kushina's coughing and rushed over. Do not look. That is likely a mixture containing a hint of chili pepper, probably irritating her skin, Kakashi scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets while sheathing the white fang. So what more do you have to say? Minato and the hawk, you two should reveal yourselves now. Kamitachi Haru touched the red liquid and brought it to his nose, a mildly spicy scent wafting forth. He then pinched Kushina's cheeks and pulled hard. Kushina, ah, that hurts. Haru-chan, you're making me laugh. I'm so relieved you're okay. Kamitachi Haru embraced Kushina, oblivious to the red liquid staining her collar. As Kushina felt the warmth covering her neck, she gently patted Haru's back. Haru-chan, it would be best if you could revert. You are so mischievous. You frightened me to death. Ha ha ha, this was all Minato's idea. The little chili pepper wasted no time in throwing her teammate under the bus. So, what exactly is going on with this mission? Haru bluntly seized Minato, who had appeared on the scene. Hinata, hiding behind Minato, offered an awkward smile, while the Umbu members hastily donned their masks and made their escape under various pretexts. Calm down, take a breath, Haru, Minato said with a strained smile, noticing Haru's clenched fists. Kushina weakly hid behind Haru, sticking her tongue out at him. Kakashi sat silently, sensing the gravity of the situation. This mission was surely doomed to failure. Haru, come, let us unlock that treasure. Seeing Haru still somewhat forlorn, he quickly shifted the topic. What? Are you planning to make Kushina bleed? With a firm grip, Kamizato Haru's hand reddened the arm of Minato Namikaze. It appeared that she had regained her composure. No longer the singularly task-focused Haru. A faint smile graced Minato's lips. Evidently, this performance had been worthwhile, and Kushina had excelled as well. Remain calm, remain calm. How could I allow my Kushina to bleed? He gave a thumbs up to Kushina, indicating her commendable effort, yet unexpectedly, she flushed with embarrassment. What is he saying about my Kushina in front of everyone? Humph, I'm leaving. Kakashi, unable to endure any longer, stood up and exited, deeming the mission a failure, which was quite disheartening. Perhaps it would be best to undertake another task. Ninjas who cannot complete missions are deemed worthless. Hey, Kakashi, Minato called out hastily. But upon seeing Kakashi disregard him and vanish from view, he couldn't help but sigh. That child has been deeply affected by Tsukumo Hataki's death. Come, Haru. Let me show you a true treasure. Minato led Kamizato Haru into the depths of a cave, where a chest lay before them. He gestured for her to open it. Haru, somewhat perplexed, complied. As the chest creaked open, it revealed merely a tattered notebook, inscribed with the 4 prominent characters, Tsukumo Hataki. If, and I emphasize if, you had not gone to save Kushina, but instead arrived here to procure this treasure, I would hope that this treasure awakens something within you. It brought him solace to see that Haru remained unchanged, still the Kamizato Haru they knew. Minato watched as she picked up the notebook, leafing through its pages. When she reached the middle, she froze, her hands trembling. Haru, Lord Tsukumo, is not worthless. He sacrificed his life for a new era, sounding the alarm for us. Kamizato Haru slowly recited the words inscribed in the notebook, the final testament of Tsukumo Hataki. Ninjas who cannot complete their missions are deemed worthless. Yet, ninjas who cannot protect their comrades are even less than worthless.